Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 2568 to Chapter 2618. Laura looked at Zhao Hai's calm expression as he received the jade slip. Then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what's wrong? Elder Tang is in trouble. Why did he send you a letter? Does he want you to help him think of a way?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Elder Tang wants me to go to the two families' planet as soon as possible. It seems like Elder Tang wants me to make a move. At the same time, he wants to announce my position in the life and death arena. Alright, I'll go." When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. Then she smiled faintly and said, "It's good to go. This is a great opportunity for you to become famous in the void. There are a lot of people staring at the two families' planet. If you can show off in this battle, then your name would spread across the 6 regions in the shortest time possible." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's time for me to become famous. You can watch from the space. Take the Hell King's ship with you." Laura nodded. Then Zhao Hai's figure moved as he came out of the room. Then he told Tiger's Might and the others that he was going to take care of things. Then he used the transmission formation to leave the fort. After Elder Tang sent the letter to Zhao Hai, he returned to the Void Fortress. Just as he returned, Ji Wuming looked at Elder Tang and said, "Elder Tang, who did you go looking for?" Ji Wuming looked at Elder Tang and said, "Elder Tang, who did you go to? Did he have a good idea?" Elder Tang smiled faintly and said, "I sent a letter to Little Hai, telling him to come here as soon as possible. That kid has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Moreover, he also has a large artifact in his hand. His large artifact is different from ordinary large artifacts. I want to see if he has a way to break the two families' tortoise shell." When Ji Wuming heard Elder Tang, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Elder Tang and said, "Zhao Hai? The famous champion of the life and death arena? Can he do it?" Elder Tang smiled faintly and said, "You'll know when the time comes. Actually, I don't know if he can do it or not. But this kid always creates miracles. Maybe he can do it this time." Ji Wuming looked at Elder Tang and said, "When will he get here? If it takes too long, it won't work." Old Tang shook his head and said, "It should be soon. You don't have to worry about this." Just as Elder Tang's voice fell, a voice came from outside, "Commander, there's a cultivator outside. He says his name is Zhao Hai." When these words reached everyone's ears, they couldn't help but be stunned. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so fast. Ji Wuming looked at Elder Tang and said, "Please." There was no sound outside the door. After a while, footsteps could be heard, followed by a calm voice, "Zhao Hai requests an audience." Ji Wuming said in a low voice, "Please." Following his words, Zhao Hai came in from outside. Everyone's eyes focused on Zhao Hai for a while. Zhao Hai's appearance was ordinary. There was nothing to say about this. But when faced with everyone's gaze, he was very calm. Step by step, he steadily walked into the hall. His eyes didn't squint, his footsteps weren't messy, and even his breathing didn't change. Zhao Hai stood in the hall and said to Ji Wuming, "Elder Tang, and Shang Guanyun, Zhao Hai greets the commander and the 2 vice-commanders." By addressing him as commander and deputy commander, he was clearly telling the others that he was here to serve the crusade and that he did not need to care about his previous identity. Ji Wuming couldn't help but show a trace of surprise when he heard Zhao Hai say this. He nodded at Zhao Hai and said, "You don't have to be polite. Please sit down." Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards Ji Wuming and said, "Thank you, Commander." Then he calmly looked for a place to sit down. Elder Tang was very satisfied with Zhao Hai's performance. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, I'll give you a brief explanation of the two families' situation. The two families' people have retreated to their main city. The two families' city has been under their control for many years. Not to mention the high walls and thick walls, the city's defense system is also very good. With the support of their large artifacts, it's very difficult for me to attack the city. So far, I've attacked several times and lost 2 large artifacts, but I still haven't been able to break in. You have a lot of ideas and your large artifacts seem to be unique. Therefore, I called you over to see if you have any ideas." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "I don't know much about the two families' situation. If possible, can you launch another attack?" Let me see how the two families' people block our attack. This. Elder Tang was a little hesitant. They had failed to take down Two Clan City after a few consecutive attacks. This had a huge impact on the subjugation army's morale. If they failed to take down Two Clan City again, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ji Wuming and Shang Wanyan frowned as well. Obviously, they were opposed to Zhao Hai's proposal. This attack wasn't a joke, it involved hundreds of thousands of people. Any random attack would cause a lot of casualties. Just to let Zhao Hai see how strong the Two Families City was, in Ji Wuming and Shang Wanyan's opinion, it wasn't worth it. Moreover, they didn't know if Zhao Hai really had a way to break through the city. If Zhao Hai couldn't break through the city, then everything they did would be in vain. Elder Tang looked at Ji Wuming and Shang Wanyan's expression and immediately made a decision. He knew that if he didn't support Zhao Hai, then Ji Wuming and Shang Wanyan wouldn't support Zhao Hai. Then inviting Zhao Hai would be unnecessary. After thinking about this, Elder Tang immediately looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Alright, it's not impossible to attack once. But if you can't think of a good idea after seeing the attack, then I'll deal with you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't speak. Elder Tang turned to Ji Wuming and Shang Wanyan and said, "Since we don't have any other ideas, why don't we attack now? First, we don't want the Two Family to think that we're afraid. Second, we can let Zhao Hai see the Two Families' defenses. Maybe he has a good idea." Ji Wuming turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, I just want to ask you, if we let you see the Two Families' defenses, how confident are you in breaking through?" Zhao Hai replied, "Without seeing the Two Families' defenses, I can't answer this question." Shang Wanyan, who was sitting on the side, smiled when he heard Zhao Hai. Then he said, "Good, good. Now I have some confidence in you. Alright, we'll attack once. In any case, sooner or later, we'll attack." Zhao Hai nodded. Since Elder Tang and Shang Wanyan agreed to attack, Ji Wuming naturally couldn't object. He immediately gave the order to attack the Two Families City. Zhao Hai had been watching the attack from the side. Actually, he had seen it many times before and had already thought of a way to deal with the Two Families City. However, he couldn't say anything before seeing the city's defenses. This would only make people suspicious. Because of this, he said that he wanted to see the city's defenses before making a decision. The most important part of the Two Families' defense was the shield. This shield was very strong and could block the attacks of large artifacts. The energy of this shield was certainly not provided by Jade Essence. Then there were the large artifacts and the energy weapons of the Two Family. When Elder Tang and the others attacked, the Two Families' large artifacts and the city's energy weapons fired at the enemy. Moreover, they only targeted one target and fired at the same time. Even with the defensive capabilities of the large artifacts, it was impossible for them to block more than a few times. Naturally, if the subjugation army didn't care about the outcome of the attack, then the Two Families' shield might still be broken. In fact, Zhao Hai discovered that the Two Families' shield had been broken several times. The Two Families' shield was similar to the Hell King's ship's shield. Even if one part of the shield was broken, the other parts of the shield would still be useful. If one part of the shield was broken, then the Two Families' people would immediately use their large artifacts to block the attack. Even if the large artifacts were destroyed, they would still repel the large artifacts of the subjugation army. With the addition of the energy weapons, the broken parts of the shield would quickly be repaired and the shield would slowly recover. This was the most difficult part of the Two Families City to deal with. This time, Elder Tang's attack wasn't unexpected. They were defeated once again. Moreover, one of the large artifacts was damaged. If they didn't retreat quickly, then it might have been destroyed. After the attack was defeated, everyone gathered in the fortress's hall. But this time everyone's eyes were on Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai sat in the fortress's hall with his eyes closed. He had a contemplative look on his face. This made many people feel disdain. They thought that Zhao Hai was just pretending. After some time, Zhao Hai opened his eyes. Then he turned to Elder Tang and said, "Elder Tang, I want to ask. Do you want to preserve the Two Families' planet, or do you want to destroy the Two Family at all costs?" Ji Wuming stared. Then he looked at Elder Tang and Shang Guanyan. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Destroy the Two Family at all costs." No matter what happens to the planet, I want to destroy the two family. I want to destroy them as soon as possible. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's good. Then I can do whatever I want. I'll ask the three commanders to allow the army to retreat 1,000 li. At the same time, I'll ask for a group of people under my command. I don't need a lot of people, about 1,000 would be enough. Next, I'll ask the three commanders to order the army to prepare to attack the two family in 3 days. When Elder Tang heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, so you're saying that you're confident in destroying the two family in 3 days? When Elder Tang said this, the entire hall went into an uproar. They sat there and thought for a long time but couldn't come up with a solution. Zhao Hai just arrived and saw an attack. How could he say that he could destroy the two family in 3 days? Wasn't this too unbelievable? No matter what, they couldn't believe it. Zhao Hai looked at Elder Tang and said, that's right. In 3 days, I will definitely destroy the two family. When Zhao Hai said this, the people in the hall went silent. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai as if they were looking at a madman. Elder Tang carefully looked at Zhao Hai, then he said, Little Hai, you should know that you are now in a punitive expedition. If you don't have a way to break the two families' city in 3 days, then even I can't protect you. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Elder Tang, rest assured. I, Zhao Hai, am a man of my words. If I say 3 days, then it will be 3 days. After 3 days, I'll ask everyone to prepare for the final attack. However, everyone must remember to stay 1,000 li away. Seeing that Zhao Hai wasn't willing to say anything, Elder Tang nodded and said, all right, we'll do as you say. But in 3 days, if you can't destroy the city, then those people won't let you have a good time. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, don't forget, I still need 1,000 people. If possible, I'll just give me the people on the life and death arena. As for the others, I'm afraid that I won't be able to command them. Elder Tang laughed and said, all right, 1,000 people and I'll give you the people on the life and death arena. As long as you can destroy the city, I'll agree to any conditions. What do the two of you think? The last sentence was said by Elder Tang to Ji Wuming and Shang Guanyun. Naturally, the two of them nodded. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then Elder Tang waved his hand as an iron token appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai received the iron token. Then Elder Tang said, take this iron token and transfer 1,000 people. Zhao Hai nodded, then he cupped his fist towards the 3 people before turning around and leaving. Zhao Hai's actions made the people in the hall puzzled. They didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to do. At this time, Zhao Hai had already left the fortress and went to the life and death arena to transfer 1,000 people. In fact, with Zhao Hai's current status in the life and death arena, he can mobilize an army of several tens of thousands at any time. However, whether it was Elder Tang or Zhao Hai, they didn't want others to know about Zhao Hai's authority in the life and death arena. Therefore, the two of them put on a show. This show was mainly for the others to see. It was to make others think that Zhao Hai didn't have much authority in the life and death arena. If he wants to use people, he needs Elder Tang's approval. As for how Zhao Hai would break the two family city, nobody could think of it. Even Elder Tang didn't know what method Zhao Hai would use to break the two family city. Zhao Hai took 1,000 people from the life and death arena and boarded the Underworld King. Then he directly left the punitive expedition's camp and flew away from the planet. This made Ji Wuming and the others even more puzzled. They didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to do. However, Ji Wuming and the others still ordered the army to retreat 1,000 miles. Their actions made the two family very puzzled. They didn't know what Ji Wuming and the others wanted to do. Although they didn't know what Ji Wuming and the others wanted to do, the two family had already made a decision. They would rather die than leave the two family city. They would defend the two family city to the death. They wanted to see who would have the last laugh. After Elder Tang and the others retreated 1,000 miles, everyone gathered in the Void Fortress. Ji Wuming looked at Elder Tang and said, Elder Tang, what do you think Zhao Hai is going to do? Did he really not tell you what he's going to do? Elder Tang shook his head and said, he really didn't. Forget it, let's wait for 3 days. I want to see what he's going to do in these 3 days. Ji Wuming and Shang Guanyun nodded and didn't say anything. They could afford to wait for 3 days. Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship. Behind him were 1,000 cultivators from the life and death arena. Although these people were only in the teleportation realm, their strength couldn't be compared to ordinary teleportation realm experts. They could be regarded as peak teleportation realm experts. The cultivators from the life and death arena were also looking at Zhao Hai. They had some understanding of Zhao Hai. Naturally, most of them weren't very familiar with him. They usually stayed in their own arenas, so they didn't have much contact with Zhao Hai. However, they were very clear about Zhao Hai's deeds. It didn't take long for Zhao Hai to become famous. But now, Zhao Hai had already reached a place that they wouldn't be able to reach in their lifetime. Inside the life and death arena, everyone knew that Elder Tang was very optimistic about Zhao Hai. For people in the life and death arena, Zhao Hai's identity wasn't ordinary. Because of this, when Zhao Hai selected people, these people wanted to follow Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai represented the future of the life and death arena. If they could show their faces in front of Zhao Hai, then when Zhao Hai ascends, they would become famous. At this time, the Hell King's ship came out of the Wang family's planet. Zhao Hai looked around and then said, "Everyone, I came here for one purpose, and that is to collect these meteorites. Everyone, bring some meteorites, the bigger the better. After 3 days, bring the meteorites here. I'll be waiting for you." When the cultivators heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. However, they didn't say anything as they immediately nodded and flew towards the void. In order to deal with the large artifacts of the punitive expedition, the Wang family had placed a lot of meteorites outside the planet. Now, they could use them. As soon as the cultivators left, Zhao Hai immediately moved. He flew towards the meteorites and placed them nearby. 3 days passed by quickly. More than 1,000 meteorites were densely packed together. At this time, all the cultivators returned to the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, whether or not we can break through the royal family's defenses will depend on us. Everyone, return to your meteorites and look at me. I'll place the meteorites on the planet. What you need to do is very simple. Just follow me and throw the meteorites in the same direction. Don't make the slightest mistake, do you understand?" The cultivators now fully understood what Zhao Hai wanted to do. Zhao Hai wanted to use meteorites to break through the Wang family's city. To be honest, when they heard Zhao Hai say this, they couldn't help but get excited. These were meteorites. When mountain-sized meteorites flew towards the Wang family's city, they couldn't help but wonder what the scene would be like. Everyone quickly complied and then ran towards their meteorites. Zhao Hai also arrived at his own meteorite. Then he drove the meteorite towards the planet. Everyone's eyes were on Zhao Hai as they remembered Zhao Hai's position. Zhao Hai traced the meteorite for a while before he nodded. Then he exerted his strength and the meteorite flew towards the planet like a cannonball. Soon, the meteorite approached the atmosphere and began to burn. Then it turned into a huge fireball and smashed towards the planet. Zhao Hai has been paying attention to the meteorite's direction. The meteorite's direction was carefully calculated by him. Soon, the meteorite broke through the atmosphere and flew towards the Wang family's city. When Zhao Hai saw that the meteorite's direction was correct, he didn't wait any longer. Instead, he waved his hand and said, "One by one, everyone come to me. Hurry." These cultivators' eyes were already red from Zhao Hai's actions. Now that they heard Zhao Hai's order, they all roared and drove their meteorites towards the planet. Suddenly, fireballs appeared in the atmosphere of the Wang family's planet. These meteorites carried a thunderous force as they smashed towards the Wang family's city. When Zhao Hai released the first meteorite, Elder Tang and the others were gathered in the Void Fortress, quietly looking at the Wang family's city. Ji Wuming had an anxious expression on his face. He looked at the time from time to time. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning, but there was still no movement from the Wang family's city. He couldn't help but turn to Elder Tang and ask, "Elder Tang, when does Zhao Hai want to break the city? Today is the 3rd day. Why hasn't he made a move yet?" Elder Tang was more anxious than Ji Wuming. Zhao Hai had made a military order. If he couldn't break the city within 3 days, he would be punished. Most importantly, if Zhao Hai was punished, it would affect his reputation. This would have a great impact on his management of the life and death arena in the future. At this time, Xianxia suddenly said, "Look, what's that in the sky?" Everyone was reminded by him and looked up at the sky. They saw a bright light flashing in the sky. That bright light dragged a long tail as it descended towards the planet. A cultivator murmured, "Meteor? How can there be a meteor at this time?" However, Elder Tang's eyes lit up. "Meteor? Meteorite? Ha ha ha, I know. Good kid, he can think of that." Upon hearing Elder Tang's laughter, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Then they looked at Elder Tang in confusion. However, Ji Wuming and Shang Wanyin quickly reacted. A trace of shock flashed in their eyes. Shang Wanyin said with some uncertainty, "Elder Tang, do you mean that the meteor was made by Zhao Hai?" While they were talking, the meteorite flew out of the atmosphere and went straight towards the Wang family's main city. The Wang family's main city's defensive shield was opened. Then the energy weapons in the city fired at the same time, shattering the meteorite into pieces. Elder Tang looked at the Wang family's main city and smiled faintly. "We'll know soon enough if it was made by Zhao Hai. If it was made by Zhao Hai, he wouldn't have just made one. He's going to send 1,000 people." Upon hearing Elder Tang, everyone couldn't help but shiver. If 1,000 people were to make one meteorite each, that would be 1,000 meteorites. What kind of scene would it be if 1,000 meteorites were to fall on the Wang family's main city? Nobody even thought about it. As if to verify Elder Tang's words, a bright light appeared in the sky. For a moment, it looked like a meteor shower. However, everyone who saw this meteor shower didn't feel that it was beautiful. This was because this meteor shower represented death. Sure enough, they saw meteorites flying straight towards the Wang family's main city. Although the Wang family's main city's defensive shield was opened, the energy weapons in the city were still shooting towards the sky. However, these energy weapons needed time to recharge. Moreover, there were too many meteorites and they were too fast. At this time, a meteorite finally hit the Wang family's main city. The Wang family's main city managed to block the meteorite's attack. Although it blocked the meteorite, it also shattered the shield. However, the impact of the meteorite made the Wang family's main city much thinner than other places. After that, more meteorites continued to hit the Wang family's main city. The second, third, fourth. Nobody knew how many meteorites the Wang family's main city had blocked. Finally, there were no more than 20 meteorites. Then the Wang family's main city was broken. Moreover, a large hole was opened. At this time, more meteorites were shot towards the Wang family's main city. Boom! The entire Wang family city's main city was shaking. The large artifacts in the Wang family city's main city were unable to seal the gap in time. Then, more and more protective shields were broken. Even more meteorites fell from the sky with great force, directly hitting the Wang family city's main city. The entire main city of the Wang family city fell into a cloud of dust. Even many of the large artifacts in the main city of the Wang family city were sunk by the meteorites on the spot. However, the meteorites didn't stop. Meteorites rained down on the main city of the Wang family city. At this moment, many cultivators suddenly flew out of the main city of the Wang family city. These cultivators were like stray dogs as they ran out of the city without the slightest bit of fighting spirit. Then, the large artifacts in the Wang family's main city also ran out. However, they ran out a bit too late. Of the 40 large artifacts, only 7 managed to escape. These 7 ships were all injured. Of the 500,000 cultivators in the Wang family's main city, only less than 300,000 managed to escape. Upon seeing this, Ji Wuming immediately recovered. He finally remembered Zhao Hai's words. He immediately shouted, "Everyone, return to your own people. Attack them with all your might. Don't let any cultivators escape from the city. Kill them for me." Ji Wuming nodded and said, "Everyone, return to your own people. Attack them immediately. Don't let anyone escape from the city." Ji Wuming's shout made everyone sober up. Everyone responded, turned around, and ran. Only Elder Tang and Shang Guanyun didn't move. The two of them didn't have a lot of manpower. Moreover, Elder Tang had left some people to command. Therefore, they didn't need to return. The 3 of them stood on the void fortress and looked at the dust-covered Wang family city in the distance. A complicated expression appeared on their faces. Ji Wuming's face became dignified and fearful. Even if he wasn't very clear about Zhao Hai's position in the life and death arena, he knew that it was very high. Moreover, when he saw Elder Tang talking to Zhao Hai, he knew that Elder Tang appreciated Zhao Hai very much. Moreover, after this incident, he finally understood how powerful Zhao Hai was. However, he was still worried. Now that Zhao Hai had joined the life and death arena, it wasn't good news for the great clans. Ji Wuming's heart was filled with fear towards Zhao Hai. On Shang Guanyun's face, there was a trace of appreciation, but at the same time, there was a trace of dread on his face. So many of them had been thinking for several days, but they still couldn't think of a way to deal with the Wang family. After Zhao Hai came, he saw an attack and thought of a way to deal with the Wang family. In Shang Guanyun's opinion, Zhao Hai was definitely a very smart person. If such a person could be used by the Shangguan family, then it would be great. On the other hand, Elder Tang had a smile on his face. He had some confidence in Zhao Hai. He understood Zhao Hai very well and knew how capable he was. However, he always thought that Zhao Hai would use assassination to deal with the two family. After all, he knew that Zhao Hai had ambushed the two families' planet. Moreover, he also knew that Zhao Hai's method of assassination was very strong. Even now, the great clan still didn't know how Zhao Hai did it. However, Zhao Hai unexpectedly chose this method. To be honest, Elder Tang was very happy. Although this method seemed very simple, it was like a layer of window paper. As long as it was pierced through, everyone would use it. However, nobody thought of this before Zhao Hai. This showed that Zhao Hai was flexible and knew how to adapt. Moreover, he was always thinking about the big picture. They knew that the Wang family had left a lot of meteorites outside the planet. However, they didn't think about using those meteorites before. Zhao Hai didn't come, but he was able to think about it. This was very strong. Zhao Hai didn't come, but he already thought about it. While the three were lost in thought, the meteor shower in the sky stopped. Then a bright light slowly emerged from the sky. Elder Tang and the others looked and saw that it was Zhao Hai's large artifact, the Hell King's ship. At this time, the planet has turned into a huge battlefield. After the meteor shower, the loss of almost all of their large artifacts, and the loss of about half of their cultivators, the Wang clan's allied forces finally couldn't hold on any longer. The cultivators scattered in all directions. They didn't even have the courage to self-destruct. The outcome of the battle was set. At this time, Zhao Hai drove the Hell King's ship towards the Void Fortress. Then his figure moved and appeared on top of the Void Fortress. Then he cupped his fist towards Elder Tang, Ji Wuming, and Shang Guanyun and said, "Zhao Hai has seen the three commanders. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Zhao Hai has come to deliver the order." Without waiting for Elder Tang to speak, Ji Wuming laughed. Then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Good, very good. Zhao Hai, you've done very well. Young people like you have a quick mind. You deserve the credit for destroying the Wang family." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I wouldn't dare. Zhao Hai just took advantage of the situation. I don't deserve the credit." Ji Wuming laughed and said, "You deserve it, you deserve it. Why wouldn't you? I want to give you this merit, no one would object. Alright, you've worked hard these past few days. Go and rest. Once we're done here, we'll reward you accordingly." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he cupped his fist towards Ji Wuming and said, "Then I'll have to thank the commander." After he said that, Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards Elder Tang and said, "Elder Tang, then I'll lead the brothers to take a rest." Elder Tang nodded. Zhao Hai gave Shang Guanyun another salute before he turned around and left. Shang Guanyun looked at Zhao Hai's departing back. Then he turned to Elder Tang and said, "Elder Tang, congratulations. With such a talent in the life and death arena, it would be hard for you not to win." Elder Tang smiled faintly and said, "Zhao Hai has always been someone I'm very optimistic about. His strength is good, and his mind is very quick. Such a talent would be very important wherever he goes. It's just that our life and death arena was very lucky to have him in our hands." Shang Guanyun smiled faintly. Naturally, he knew what Elder Tang meant. In fact, his words were just a test. He wanted to see what position Zhao Hai had in Elder Tang's heart. If Elder Tang didn't value Zhao Hai as much as he thought, then Shangguan Yin wanted to pull Zhao Hai to the Shangguan family. However, Elder Tang's answer was very firm. He clearly wanted to tell Shangguan Yin that he was very optimistic about Zhao Hai, and that Shangguan Yin should give up on him. Shangguan Yin was already mentally prepared for Elder Tang's answer. He knew very well that a talent like Zhao Hai wouldn't be given up by any force, even if it was the life and death arena. Ji Wuming was also very clear about the meaning behind the two's words. At the same time, his attention towards Zhao Hai increased once again. This was because he could hear that Shangguan Yin appreciated Zhao Hai very much. At this time, Zhao Hai had already returned to the Hell King's ship. The people who were with him in the life and death arena were all standing on the ship. Upon seeing Zhao Hai return, these people looked at Zhao Hai with eager eyes. When Zhao Hai saw their expressions, he knew what they were thinking. He couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "I know that everyone wants to kill the enemy. But I have to say that our contribution is already big enough. We ate the meat, so shouldn't we let the others drink the soup? Therefore, there's no need to think about killing the enemy. What we need to do now is to do something else." After he said that, he didn't say anything else. Instead, he commanded the large artifact to fly away. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, the people in the life and death arena couldn't help but reveal dejected expressions. They didn't ask what Zhao Hai was going to do as they sat listlessly on the Hell King's ship. Before long, the Hell King's ship had flown far away from the battlefield and arrived at a relatively remote place on the planet. After Zhao Hai stopped the ship, he waved his hand and countless tables and chairs appeared on the ship. Then the water below the ship began to wash the tables and chairs. After that, Zhao Hai looked at the puzzled cultivators and said, "Brothers, we can't kill the enemy. But in order to thank everyone for their support, I'll treat everyone to a drink. Brothers, please sit down." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the cultivators couldn't help but stare before they cheered. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to treat them to a drink. After a battle, being able to drink a few cups was definitely a great thing in life. Zhao Hai waved his hand and several large wine jugs appeared on the Hell King's ship. Then he waved his hand again as cooked food appeared on the tables. The food wasn't very refined, it was mostly dried meat, roasted chicken, and other things. However, there were a lot of them. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, "Come, let's drink and eat. Everyone, sit down. I don't have that many cups. You can find your own way. If you don't have a cup, then just watch us drink." After he said that, Zhao Hai didn't care about the others as he waved his hand and took out a large bowl. He filled the jug with wine and then brought it to the table. Then he tore off a chicken leg and began to eat it. When the other cultivators saw Zhao Hai's appearance, they couldn't help but stare. Then they cheered as they took out their wine cups and ran to the wine jugs. After filling them with wine, they ran to the table and tore apart the chicken meat to eat. They were very happy. Zhao Hai held a chicken leg in one hand and a wine bowl in the other. He walked around the crowd, clinking glasses with them from time to time. Then he would drink the wine in his bowl in one gulp. Then he would fill another bowl and drink again. Among these cultivators, this was the first time for many of them to drink like this. They drank cup after cup and ate big mouthfuls of meat. This made them feel a sense of pride in their hearts. In just a short time, the atmosphere on the Hell King's ship reached its climax. Nobody knew how much wine they drank. In any case, the Hell King's ship had been emptied several times. But they were still drinking. While everyone was happily drinking, a large artifact could be seen flying over. Looking at the appearance of the large artifact, one could tell that it was the life and death arena's large artifact. Zhao Hai received his wine bowl and looked at the large artifact. Before long, the large artifact approached. Then Elder Tang's voice was heard, "Good, no wonder I couldn't find you. So you came here to drink. Ha ha ha. Come, this old man wants to drink as well." After he said that, Elder Tang boarded the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai turned his hand and took out a large bowl. Then he handed it to Elder Tang and said, "Then you can fill your own wine. There's food on the table, feel free to eat." When Old Tang received the big bowl, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Then he looked at the jerky and chicken feet in everyone's hands and immediately understood what was going on. He laughed and then went to the wine jug to fill it up. Then he took a piece of jerky and raised his bowl as he said, "Everyone, you did a beautiful job today. Our life and death arena has shown our faces, beating everyone else. Ha ha ha. Come, let's drink a bowl." Then he drank the wine in his bowl. At this time, the atmosphere on the Hell King's ship became even more lively. One must know that when Elder Tang came to the ship, everyone was nervous. After all, Elder Tang was the highest leader of the life and death arena. These people usually don't see Elder Tang, so when Elder Tang came to the Hell King's ship, they couldn't help but feel nervous. But what Elder Tang did next swept away this tense atmosphere. Everyone followed Elder Tang's lead and drank a cup of wine. The atmosphere on the Hell King's ship became even more lively than before. After drinking a few bowls of wine with everyone, Elder Tang pulled Zhao Hai to the side and said, "Ji Wuming wants to hold an award ceremony. He wants you to participate. You should prepare yourself for it." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't want to go. I'll return to the Four Righteous Gang. If they ask, just tell them that I left. I really don't want Ji Wuming's reward. But if there are any good things, you can take them for me." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't want them." Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Kid, there are a lot of good things in the reward banquet. Do you really not want them?" Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Yes, you can take it from me. Later on, I'll go and get it from you. I'm too lazy to deal with those people. Although I'll have to deal with them in the future, I've already made them recognize me today. Whether I participate in this event or not, it'll make them jealous of me. It's boring." Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, "All right, it's up to you whether you want to go or not. But are you sure you want to leave now?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right. Since the matters here have been resolved, there's no need for me to stay here. I just need to find a transmission formation to leave this place. It's just that you haven't noticed it yet. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get here so quickly." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Elder Tang nodded and said, "All right, then you be careful." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to the cultivators and said, "Everyone, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. I'll treat everyone to a drink another day. Today, I'll have to ask everyone to board Elder Tang's large artifact." Naturally, the cultivators didn't object. They nodded and gave Zhao Hai a salute before getting on Elder Tang's large artifact. After that, Zhao Hai drove the Hell King's ship and left. Sitting on the Hell King's ship, Zhao Hai returned to the fort ruins. He discovered that everything in the fort was normal. There were no accidents, the Four Righteous Gang was still operating normally. Actually, the reason why Zhao Hai wanted to return to the fortress ruins so quickly was because he was worried about the current situation of the Four Righteous Gang. There were too many cultivators in the Four Righteous Gang, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Moreover, almost all of them were new members. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai didn't dare leave the Four Righteous Gang. He was worried that if he left the Four Righteous Gang, the others wouldn't be able to keep the situation under control. After returning to the Four Righteous Gang and seeing that nothing had happened, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Then he turned his attention back to the false form realm. The situation in the false form realm was very good. A lot of the mid-level sects in the false form realm were now under Zhao Hai's control. It can be said that more than half of the forces in the false form realm were now under his control. If he uses his strength in the false form realm, then he would be able to fight against the remaining forces in the false form realm. Moreover, he wouldn't fall into a disadvantageous position. In the end, he might even win. After all, the sects that were subdued by Zhao Hai had completely submitted to him. And if the remaining sects of the false form realm wanted to unite, then they would only form an alliance. An alliance would be at a disadvantage when fighting against a force with a unified leader. After all, an alliance was made up of people, and people had their own thoughts. Because of this, they couldn't completely unite. Naturally, they would be at a disadvantage when fighting against a force with a unified leader. However, Zhao Hai didn't do this. He knew that if he did, then it would only expose his strength. This wasn't something that he wanted to see. Zhao Hai still hasn't fought with a void-piercing realm expert, but he was very clear that no matter which realm he was in, there would always be void-piercing realm experts. And these void-piercing realm experts didn't leave because of this or that reason. These people were the ones that Zhao Hai was most afraid of. Zhao Hai had heard about void-piercing experts before. However, this wasn't what Zhao Hai was most afraid of. What he was most afraid of was the word void-piercing. If a void-piercing expert could really break through the void, then even if they didn't break through the void, the space would still be in danger. Although the space was protected by the laws and other things, Zhao Hai was still worried that void-piercing experts would be able to break through the barriers of the space. If they can really do it, then his space would be exposed. There would be no place for him to hide in the entire plane. Because of this, Zhao Hai was still very careful. He would rather slow down and slowly control the false form realm. He wouldn't rashly use force to subdue the false form realm. Although as far as the current situation was concerned, as long as he used the power of the space and the power of the false form realm, it would be very easy to subdue the false form realm. The development of the false form realm was very slow. This was also within Zhao Hai's expectations. In fact, Zhao Hai wasn't just dealing with the false form realm. He had already begun to deal with the second realm that he chose, the scepter realm. His method of dealing with the false form realm was the same. First, he dealt with some small sects in the scepter realm. Then, he slowly moved on to the mid-sized sections. This time, the main force was still Julie and Kair. Their method was still mainly assassination. Then, they took control of the small sections. Then, little by little, they took control of the other sections. Of course, all of this was done in secret. No one knew that these realm gates had undergone drastic changes. This was because those who died were now resurrected. They were still ruling those sections. Naturally, no one would suspect anything. While Zhao Hai was busy with the false form realm and the scepter realm, the void realm was also bustling with activity. After Ji Wuming and the others dealt with the two family, they immediately spread the news throughout the void realm. At the same time, they began to reward people based on their contributions. Although Zhao Hai didn't participate, the reward was still given to Zhao Hai. However, it was led by Elder Tang. After all, Zhao Hai's contributions were there. If Elder Tang didn't reward Zhao Hai, then Elder Tang wouldn't have agreed. This matter was also spread throughout the void realm through the mouths of the Crusaders. In addition, the teleportation formation on the two-family planet had been restored. Therefore, many people ran to the planet and went to see the two-family city. When they saw that the two-family city had been completely razed and destroyed by the meteorites, everyone took a deep breath. Using meteorites to attack a city was something that no one in the Void Realm had ever done before. Meteorites were generally used in the Void War. Most people would use meteorites to deal with large artifacts. But this time, Zhao Hai used meteorites to deal with a city on the planet. Moreover, it was the city with the strongest defense on the two families' planet. This made people feel surprised and fearful at the same time. Before the appearance of this meteorite tactic, it wasn't so easy to deal with the heavily defended cities on the planet. On those planets, the more heavily defended cities would generally have defensive shields. Moreover, these defensive shields were very strong. In addition to the defensive shields, there would also be a certain number of energy weapons. The energy weapons in the city would also be more powerful than the energy weapons on large artifacts. In the past, there was only one way to break through those big cities. That was to use a large number of large artifacts and cultivators. Then, they would use up some large artifacts and cultivators to open a hole in the city's shield. Then, they would storm the city. However, there was a prerequisite, which was that the difference in strength between the two sides was very large. Just like the Fan family in the past, the Ji family had already crippled the Fan family, but they weren't able to take down the Fan family's main city. In the end, the Fan family managed to escape. It could be seen how important a main city was to a family. Now, the two family had made careful preparations, had more cultivators than usual, and had more large artifacts than the two families' true strength. However, the city was still destroyed by a meteorite shower. In the end, many cultivators of the two family were either injured or killed. This undoubtedly made all the large clans in the Void Realm suck in a breath of cold air. Afterwards, people couldn't help but feel strange. Using meteorites to deal with large artifacts wasn't very effective, so how could it? be so effective against cities? In the end, they came to a conclusion. The reason was that large artifacts could move, and large artifacts could fly. On the other hand, it took a lot of effort for meteorites to turn. Therefore, large artifacts could sometimes dodge the meteorites' attacks. The meteorites' attacks weren't very effective against large artifacts. However, when the target of the meteorite attack was a city on a planet, this problem would no longer exist. The city would not move, and the meteorite was equivalent to hitting a fixed target. As long as you drew it well, it would naturally hit the target. No matter how strong the city's defense was, if it was hit by a meteorite the size of a small mountain, the final result would only be that the city would be destroyed. Previously, the people of the various clans were very satisfied with the defense of their cities. However, after seeing the situation of the two families' city, all the clans felt a chill run down their backs. They seemed to have seen the scene of their main cities being smashed by the meteorites in the same way. Therefore, after a simple celebration, the people of the various clans immediately returned to their own clans and began to make comprehensive preparations. If their clans encountered such a situation, they would do their homework on how to defend themselves. Zhao Hai's name instantly spread throughout the entire Void Realm and even the 6 regions of the Void through this battle. This was because the clans of the Void Realm weren't the only ones paying attention to this battle. The clans of the 5 great clans were also paying attention to this battle. Needless to say, the members of the Xianxia clan had personally participated in this battle. Naturally, they would be concerned. The other major clans were also very concerned about this battle. The other major clans hoped that the Void Realm, which was also the Lower Paradise region, would remain in the hands of those major clans. They did not wish for the Lower Paradise region to be controlled by people from other realms. The reason why the 5 great clans had such an idea was that they wanted to use the Lower Joy region as a buffer zone. After the people from other realms entered the 6 regions of the Void, they would all be chased to the Void Realm. When the people from other realms arrived in the Void Realm, they would naturally start from the Void Realm if they wanted to seize territory. The clans that were originally in the Void Realm would naturally resist desperately in order to protect their own interests. Even if there was a conflict between the two sides, it would only happen in the Void Realm. The flames of war wouldn't spread to other places immediately. This was what the 5 great clans wanted. If the battle started in the Void Realm, it wouldn't destroy the star domain under their control. They could then make arrangements leisurely. Therefore, they needed the Void Realm to remain in its original state so that it wouldn't be occupied by people from other realms. It had to remain in the hands of the clans in the Void Realm. Although controlling the Lower Joy region in the hands of the clans in the Void Realm would cause the 5 great clans to suffer certain losses, they had to do so because without the Lower Joy region, they would have to directly clash with other realms. In that case, their losses would be even greater. If the people from other realms occupied the Void Realm, it wouldn't benefit the 5 great clans at all. Those people from other realms would use the Void Realm as a springboard to directly attack or encroach on the star domain controlled by the 5 great clans. In that case, it would still be equivalent to the 5 great clans facing other realms head-on. This wasn't what the 5 great clans wanted to see. Therefore, as soon as there was an unstable situation in the Void Realm, the 5 great clans immediately intervened. The first to intervene was of course the Xianxia clan. Although it was only a fleet of 10 large celestial devices, it also showed their attitude. Although the other clans didn't send people to the Void Realm, they were very concerned about this battle. After knowing the result of the battle, the 5 great clans were relieved. However, the 5 great clans still valued Zhao Hai, who changed the situation of the battle, or rather, played a decisive role in making the final decision. Since the 5 great clans valued Zhao Hai, they would naturally investigate him. In the end, they also got the same answer as the other clans in the Void Realm. They didn't know which realm Zhao Hai entered the Void Realm from, but the 5 great clans didn't care too much about this. In their opinion, there were too many realms in the Void Realm. There were some small realms that they had never heard of, so it wasn't anything special that they couldn't find out. Anyway, one thing was certain, Zhao Hai did come to the Void Realm from other realms. They didn't know where Zhao Hai came from, but they found out about Zhao Hai's strength and some other things about Zhao Hai. For example, when Zhao Hai first entered the Void Realm, he was only in the teleportation realm, but he could defeat and even kill an ordinary cultivator in the spirit condensation realm. This fully explained Zhao Hai's strength. However, now Zhao Hai's strength seemed to have reached the Vajra realm. Although they didn't know how he became a Vajra realm cultivator in such a short time, Zhao Hai's strength had indeed increased. This made the major clans curious, and at the same time, they valued Zhao Hai even more. When Zhao Hai was still in the teleportation realm, he could defeat a Vajra realm cultivator and kill a spirit condensation realm cultivator. Now that he had reached the Vajra realm, how strong was he? It was hard to estimate, but one thing was certain. Zhao Hai was definitely invincible in the Vajra realm. Not only did his strength reach the Vajra realm, but the major clans also noticed that Zhao Hai was also very good at business. Not long after he arrived in the Void Realm, he founded the Four Righteous Gang. At first, the Four Righteous Gang was poor and had nothing. Under such circumstances, Zhao Hai could lead the Four Righteous Gang to grow bit by bit. First, he started a potion business, then a wine business, and then a branch. Under his leadership, the Four Righteous Gang slowly became popular. Recently, it was even more amazing. The Four Righteous Gang claimed that they had poached hundreds of thousands of people from the Two Families planet when the Two Family was in chaos. Although these people seemed to be doing it in the life and death arena on the surface, it was not difficult to find out that all of this was done by the Four Righteous Gang if one investigated carefully. The Four Righteous Gang poached hundreds of thousands of people from the Two Families planet, but their headquarters in Suiwei Mountain did not increase the number of people. On the contrary, the number of people there seemed to have decreased. This made the 5 major clans and other observant people immediately understand that the Four Righteous Gang must have headquarters in other places, and the scale was not small. But even if they knew this, what could they do? First, they couldn't find the headquarters of the Four Righteous Gang. Second, even if they wanted to deal with the Four Righteous Gang, they had to think about Zhao Hai and the life and death arena behind Zhao Hai. The 5 major clans had no way to deal with the life and death arena because the life and death arena was considered a force in the Void Realm and had a subtle relationship with the major clans in the Void Realm. If the 5 major clans wanted to deal with the life and death arena, it was equivalent to cutting off a source of income for the major clans in the Void Realm. The major clans in the Void Realm would not agree to it, so the 5 major clans would not do anything to the life and death arena. The major clans in the Void Realm would not do anything either because attacking Zhao Hai and the Four Righteous Gang was equivalent to offending the life and death arena. Their relationship with the life and death arena was now a little tense. If they offended the life and death arena, it would be a falling out, which would not benefit them at all. Therefore, people suddenly discovered that Zhao Hai's strength had grown, and they couldn't touch Zhao Hai even if they wanted to. This time, Zhao Hai was famous, a big name. Especially among the rogue cultivators, Zhao Hai had become a legendary figure among them. Now that Zhao Hai's incident had spread throughout the Void Realm, all the rogue cultivators in the Void Realm knew the name Zhao Hai and what Zhao Hai had done. Speaking of which, the rogue cultivators in the cultivation world were really miserable. If one's strength reached the teleportation realm in other realms, regardless of whether one had potential or not, one could get an official position in a big sect. Even if one couldn't go further, it was enough for one's retirement. But in the cultivation world, there were too many rogue cultivators in the teleportation realm. They were still running around in order to make a living. If they wanted to join a big force, it depended entirely on luck because those big forces didn't lack people at all. People from other realms who came to the Void Realm generally wouldn't want to return to their own realms. This was because the Void Realm had more resources than any other realm. For cultivators, the Void Realm was stronger than any other realm. Of course, they wouldn't want to return to their own realms. But in the Void Realm, rogue cultivators were the most miserable and the most unsafe way of cultivation. One might be a rogue cultivator in the teleportation realm, but if there were too many rogue cultivators in the teleportation realm, they might be targeted at any time. If they left the city, they might lose their lives. So in the Void Realm, everyone wanted to join a big force. Even if it was a small force, it would give them some sense of security. And Zhao Hai's appearance made the rogue cultivators seem to see hope. Zhao Hai himself was a rogue cultivator. When he founded the Four Righteous Gang, it was to prevent rogue cultivators from being bullied. Previously, his reputation was limited, and not many people knew about the Four Righteous Gang. But after this battle, everyone remembered the Four Righteous Gang and Zhao Hai's name. Those rogue cultivators wanted to join that force. Now that there was a force created by rogue cultivators, and it wasn't afraid of rogue cultivators joining. It didn't even have any requirements, as long as they were loyal to the force, it was really a simple request for those rogue cultivators. So those rogue cultivators were moved and wanted to join the Four Righteous Gang. However, not many people knew about the fortress ruins of the Four Righteous Gang. Those rogue cultivators naturally couldn't find the fortress ruins, so they all went to Tsuiwei Mountain and asked to join the Four Righteous Gang. Less than a month after the battle, nearly 300,000 rogue cultivators came to Tsuiwei Mountain. Most of these rogue cultivators were in the teleportation realm. This was definitely good news for the Four Righteous Gang. 300,000 teleportation realm cultivators were a formidable force. With the addition of these people, the Four Righteous Gang's strength would be further strengthened. At that time, even those great clans would have to think twice before making a move on the Four Righteous Gang. Zhao Hai naturally didn't hesitate to accept these 300,000 people. At the same time, he also told them that if they had family members, they could also bring their family members to the fortress ruins. If they had good friends, they could also introduce them to the fortress ruins. Since the Four Righteous Gang had made such a big move, it was impossible for the big clans to not know about it. In fact, many of the 300,000 people were spies of the big clans. They joined the Four Righteous Gang to spy on the situation of the Four Righteous Gang. The reason why Zhao Hai dared to accept them into the Four Righteous Gang was because he already thought of a way to deal with these people. Joining the Four Righteous Gang would allow you to directly enter the fortress ruins. Once you enter the fortress ruins, you wouldn't be in charge. The fortress ruins wouldn't allow you to communicate with the outside world. Moreover, after arriving there, you wouldn't be able to leave for a few years. The Four Righteous Gang had all the cultivation materials you need, but it was impossible for you to leave. Those cultivators who were loyal naturally wouldn't object to such an arrangement. This was because even if they went out, they wouldn't have anything to do. They could just cultivate here for a few years. Moreover, they didn't lack cultivation materials. This was definitely good news for those cultivators. Now, the great clans in the Void Realm had begun to pay attention to the Four Righteous Gang. They couldn't help but pay attention to it. Zhao Hai's Four Righteous Gang was developing too fast. It was hard for them not to pay attention to it. However, they still didn't know about the fortress ruins. This was because Zhao Hai had done a very good job of keeping it a secret. Those cultivators who joined the Four Righteous Gang didn't know that the gang couldn't send messages outside. Therefore, the messages they sent using the transmission formation were intercepted by Zhao Hai without exception. If it was an ordinary message, like inviting a friend to join the Four Righteous Gang, then Zhao Hai would naturally let it pass. But if it was a message about the fortress ruins, then no one would be able to send it out. And all those who did would be secretly executed by Zhao Hai and turned into undead. While everyone in the Void Realm was paying attention to Zhao Hai was also paying attention to the news from the False Form Realm and the Scepter Realm. Zhao Hai's development in the False Form Realm had also encountered some problems. He had subdued all the small sects in the False Form Realm. He had also subdued the weaker mid-level sections. As for the stronger mid-level sects, he didn't have a good way to deal with them. This was because all the core disciples and elders of these sects had soul tablets in their sections. If Zhao Hai were to kill them, then their soul tablets would shatter. Once their soul tablets shatter, people would naturally know that they were dead. If he were to return in one piece, then it would naturally arouse suspicion. It can be said that Zhao Hai now had control over most of the power in the False Form Realm. Only the mid-level and mid-level sects were relatively strong. In other words, all the sects with soul tablets couldn't be dealt with. As for the sects without soul tablets, Zhao Hai had already subdued them. On the other hand, the development of the Scepter Realm was still going smoothly. The small sects had already been subdued, and Zhao Hai was preparing to deal with the mid-level sections. However, Zhao Hai also knew that the situation in the Staff Realm would be the same as in the False Form Realm. Once they reached the mid-level sects, assassinations wouldn't work anymore. Zhao Hai sat in his room and frowned as he looked at the situation of the False Form Realm on the Spaces map. Although he had control over most of the power in the False Form Realm, he still wasn't willing to attack it. This was because once the news was leaked, it would attract everyone's attention. If someone saw his shadow, then it would be troublesome. Laura and the others were also sitting beside Zhao Hai. Looking at the situation of the false form realm, they couldn't help but frown. Naturally, they knew what Zhao Hai was worried about. To be honest, they didn't want people to know that they were the ones behind this. It would be best if they didn't let people know that they had control over the false form realm. This was what they wanted the most. After some time, Laura suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Brother Hai, it seems like there's no other way besides attacking. But before that, I think we need to make some preparations." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "We need to make some preparations. Do you have any suggestions?" Laura replied, "We need to seal the false form realm and then attack from the inside. This way, no one outside would be able to hear about it. However, it would be best if the seal only allows people to enter and not leave." "This would be perfect." Zhao Hai nodded, this was a good idea. However, this would require a new formation. Moreover, where to place these formations and where to place them wouldn't be a small problem. Kaya replied, "Placing it isn't a problem. As long as the formation is complete, I just need to remember the formation's shape and all the runes. When the time comes, Julie and I can join hands and arrange the formation in the false form realm. We can arrange it as big as we want. Moreover, nobody would be able to discover it. At that time, we can make our move." When Zhao Hai heard Kai he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes shone as he said, "That's a good idea. Laura, tell Grandpa Green and the others to see if they have such a formation. If they do, then it would save us a lot of trouble. If they don't, then we can find one." Laura nodded, then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big Brother Hai, now that the Four Righteous Gang has developed so well, what do we do next in the Void Realm?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he said, "In the Void Realm, we now have territory and people. Moreover, in order to deal with us, the great clans have begun to rope in rogue cultivators. Recruiting people isn't as easy as it used to be. It can be said that the Four Righteous Gang's development has reached a bottleneck. What we need to do next is to fully digest our gains and then make plans for the next step." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Laura nodded, then she said, "Right, although the Four Righteous Gang has developed well, outsiders still don't know our strength. Additionally, the people in the gang aren't united, we're like loose sand. If we don't properly digest our gains, then the future development of the Four Righteous Gang would be very disadvantageous." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, to forge iron, one must be strong. Right now, we're like loose sand. Naturally, we can't do anything else." Laura nodded, then she said, "This process might take some time. During this time, it would be better if we don't let outsiders know about our true strength. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. There are a lot of spies in the Four Righteous Gang. If we let the other families know about the true strength of the Four Righteous Gang, then they would certainly do everything they can to figure out the cards of the gang." Zhao Hai nodded, then he sighed and said, "If it weren't for the two families' matter, then I would have used the name of the Four Righteous Gang to deal with those realms. But now that something like this has happened, a series of changes would occur. Because of this, we can't use the name of the Four Righteous Gang to deal with those realms. At the same time, the Void Realm isn't going to develop well. The five great clans wouldn't just watch us unify the Void Realm, this isn't in line with their interests. Therefore, we can only wait for an opportunity. I think that the Void Realm wouldn't be calm just like this. This is because I can feel that there are undercurrents in the Void Realm." Zhao Hai was right. There were indeed undercurrents surging in the Void Realm. Although the matter of the two family was settled by the major families of the Void Realm, the Life and Death Arena, and the Shangguan family in the shortest time possible, it also served as a reminder to the people of the other realms. If they acted together, could the major families of the Void Realm stop them? It could be said that after the matter of the two family, the people of the other realms no longer regarded the major families of the Void Realm as their main opponents. Their opponents had changed to the five major families and the Life and Death Arena. Originally, the people of the other realms would not pay attention to the Life and Death Arena, but the Righteous Gang had developed too quickly recently. In addition, Zhao Hai had a relationship with the Life and Death Arena, so the major families had also placed the Life and Death Arena in their list of opponents. As for the major families of the Void Realm, the people of the other realms believed that as long as they could unite, they could completely devour the major families of the Void Realm in the shortest time possible. However, it wasn't that easy for the various planes to unite. Although there was no conflict between the various planes, the division of interests in the Void Realm hadn't reached an agreement for a long time. Therefore, it wasn't that easy for them to unite now. Of course, there was also the matter of the 5 major families. These realms had been in the Void Realm for a long time, so they were also aware of the situation in the Void Realm at this time. Some of the realms even directly came here from the star regions controlled by the 5 major families, so they were very clear about the strength of the 5 major families. The strength of the 5 major families on the surface was definitely stronger than all the families in the Void Realm combined, but who could guarantee that they did not have other hidden strengths? If they had other hidden strengths, it would be even more terrifying. It was precisely because of the fear of the 5 major families that the people of the other realms did not cause trouble in the Void Realm, but they were secretly accumulating strength. When they thought that they were strong enough, it would be very terrifying when they erupted. In addition to the covetous hearts of the various realms in the Void Realm, there was another force. This force had been deliberately forgotten, but it really existed. Among all the forces, it was the most powerful, the most overbearing, and the most ferocious one. It was the extraterritorial devil race. The extraterritorial devil race's forces had been developing very quickly in the past. They had conquered several other planes, but recently, they were very well behaved. It seemed like those planes had already satisfied their appetites, so they didn't want to expand further. However, whether it was the people of the other realms or the 6 regions of the void, no one believed that the extraterritorial devil race would be well behaved. A wolf was a wolf. Even if he started to be a vegetarian, it could not change the fact that he was a wolf. Discerning people understood that the reason why the extraterritorial devil race had been well behaved during this period was nothing more than 2 reasons. First, they wanted to digest the realms that they had conquered. Second, they did not want to become the target of public criticism. Previously, the extraterritorial devil race had swept across several realms, which had already aroused the vigilance of all the other realms. The people of the other realms were guarding against the extraterritorial devil race. If the extraterritorial devil race made any moves, the other realms were likely to unite and attack the extraterritorial devil race. Although the extraterritorial devil race was not weak, it was no different from courting death if they wanted to face so many realms at the same time. Although everyone was still monitoring the extraterritorial devil race, they would also selectively forget about them because no one liked to mention them. However, not mentioning them did not mean that they did not exist. In fact, the extraterritorial devil race had always existed, but they rarely appeared in the Void Realm. After Zhao Hai became the sacred arena lord and successor of the Life and Death Ring, he used the power of the Life and Death Ring to conduct an investigation on the extraterritorial devil race. The results of the investigation surprised Zhao Hai. The extraterritorial devil race had been developing very well in recent years. Moreover, it was not that they did not contact the Void Realm. It was just that the people they sent to the Void Realm were not the extraterritorial devil race themselves, but the cultivators from the realms that they had conquered. Moreover, they were the cultivators who were loyal to the extraterritorial devil race. By sending these people to the Void Realm, not only could they obtain the resources in the Void Realm, but they could also understand the situation in the Void Realm and the movements of the other realms in the Void Realm. At the same time, they would not attract attention. It could be said that they killed several birds with one stone. However, Zhao Hai believed that the extraterritorial devil race would not be obedient just like that. They were greedy wolves. As long as there was a suitable opportunity, the extraterritorial devil race would definitely take action. For the extraterritorial devil race, this was an opportunity because the Void Realm was going to be in chaos. As long as the Void Realm was in chaos, all the realms would focus their attention here. That would be the time for the extraterritorial devil race to take action. Zhao Hai was very clear about the situation in the Void Realm. However, he didn't take any action. This was because he believed that the others were also aware of what he knew. And since they didn't take any action, then there was no need for him to be anxious. However, Zhao Hai did not know what the other forces were doing, but Zhao Hai knew that the Life and Death Ring had been making a lot of movements recently. Of course, these movements referred to the internal affairs of the life and death ring. The advantage that the life and death ring had over the other forces was that they had a planet that completely belonged to the life and death ring. Moreover, it was a combat planet. This planet was full of people from the life and death ring. No matter what happened on this planet, nobody would leak it out. This was the advantage that the life and death ring had over the other forces. Therefore, although the outsiders did not know what was going on in the life and death ring, the higher-ups of the life and death ring were aware of the changes in the life and death ring. In the past, the life and death ring had several secret training bases in other places. Some cultivators were also sent to other places to train. At this time, Elder Tang had already transferred those people back to Paradise Planet. Paradise Planet had entered a state of combat readiness. Entering a state of combat readiness didn't mean that they needed time to prepare for the battle, but they needed to start preparing for the battle. In fact, it wasn't just the life and death ring that was doing this. Many big clans in the Void Realm had also started preparing for the battle. The reason why Zhao Hai knew about this was because of the existence of the affordable medicine shop. Through these orders, Zhao Hai knew that the other big clans were also preparing for the battle. If they weren't preparing for the battle, then they wouldn't have prepared so many medicines. However, these weren't what Zhao Hai cared about. What Zhao Hai wanted to do now was to digest the new members of the Righteous Four Gang. As long as these people were digested, then the Righteous Four Gang would be able to get on the right track. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had already thought about this. Therefore, many of the new members of the Righteous Four Gang came from the space. After these people joined the Righteous Four Gang, they were quickly promoted to the management positions by Zhao Hai. As for those who joined the Righteous Four Gang, Zhao Hai had no choice but to harden his heart and make a decision. If those clans really wanted to join the Righteous Four Gang, then that's fine. But if they didn't, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. He would kill the patriarchs of those clans and then resurrect them. This way, he would be able to guarantee that those clans wouldn't be disloyal to the Righteous Four Gang. Zhao Hai knew that doing this wouldn't bring any benefits to the Righteous Four Gang. The Righteous Four Gang would only become more dependent on him. However, he had no other choice. The Righteous Four Gang was currently lacking in people, they lacked management talents. Additionally, the new members of the Righteous Four Gang were a mix of dragons and snakes. If he couldn't digest them as soon as possible, then it wouldn't be good for the Righteous Four Gang. On the other hand, Zhao Hai temporarily stopped attacking the false form realm. He was waiting for the formation to be completed. As long as the formation was complete, then he would be able to attack the false form realm. Before the formation was completed, Zhao Hai focused his attention on the staff realm. At the same time, he also began to attack the Calamity Finger realm. The false form realm, the staff realm, and the Calamity Finger realm all had their own characteristics. The people of the false form realm were good at using clones and assassinations. On the other hand, the people of the staff realm mostly used magic staves as their weapons. Moreover, they would generally only have one artifact in their lifetime, which was their magic staves. This was very similar to sword cultivators. Their cultivation method was also very similar to sword cultivators. They would place all of their feelings on their magic staves. In the end, they would even place their souls on their magic staves, turning the magic staves into their avatars. Although the magic staves had some connection with their main body, they were still relatively independent. If their main body died, the magic staves would still be alive. Because of this, every sect in the staff realm would have some artifact spirit ancestors. These artifact spirit ancestors were actually artifact spirits of the ancestors' avatars. Once their main body died, the magic staves would live on and become the artifact spirit ancestors of the various sects. Don't underestimate these ancestral artifact spirits. They were very strong. After many years of nurturing by that cultivator, even an ordinary piece of iron could become a divine weapon. Not to mention, those magic staffs were made of high-grade materials. After many years of nurturing and adding the existence of artifact spirits, they were no longer ordinary magic artifacts. It can be said that these artifact spirit ancestors were another type of cultivator. Moreover, their strength wasn't bad. But for Zhao Hai, subduing these artifact spirit ancestors was very simple. Not to mention the fact that he had the Soul Eater beast, he could eat these artifact spirits. However, doing so would be a waste for Zhao Hai. What Zhao Hai wanted to do was very simple. He just needed to take these artifact spirit ancestors into the space. Although these artifact spirit ancestors were avatars of cultivators, after their main body died, they became artifact spirits. For the space, artifact spirits were programs that couldn't be subdued. As long as these programs were subdued, then they would naturally become Zhao Hai's most loyal subordinates. As for the Calamity Dimension, it was even more unique. This was a dimension that focused on prediction, curses, and overcoming calamities. Everyone here would make predictions. To put it bluntly, this was fortune-telling. Curses were the main means of attack here, while overcoming calamities was the main means of defense. The attacks of the Calamity Finger realm were very representative. They used many kinds of magic tools. Anything related to fortune-telling, prediction, curses, and breaking calamities could become their magic tools. For example, copper coins, turtle shell cards, bamboo sticks, bamboo tubes, and even bells and bamboo boards could become their magic tools. Curses were a type of magic, and magic wasn't very important among the things that cultivators learned. Only rogue cultivators would seriously practice magic. Jitua people rarely practiced magic. However, in the Calamity Finger realm, curses were used to the extreme. Any magic that was developed to the extreme would have unparalleled power, just like the power of curses. In the Calamity Finger realm, curses didn't necessarily need to see you. As long as they knew your date of birth, obtained a strand of your hair, a piece of your clothes, or a drop of your blood, then they could curse you from thousands of miles away. If you weren't good at breaking curses, then this curse could take your life. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the curse. The Calamity Finger realm was Zhao Hai's current goal. His method of dealing with the Calamity Finger realm was the same as dealing with the Staff realm and the False Form realm. He would start with some small forces and then slowly deal with the big forces. The difference between the Calamity Finger realm and the Staff realm was that the most powerful forces in the Calamity Finger realm weren't sections. In fact, there weren't many sects in the Calamity Finger realm. There were only clans here. All the forces in the Calamity Finger realm existed in the form of clans. Every clan had a completely different curse technique. Each curse technique had its own uniqueness and could become a clan's secret. In the Calamity Finger realm, the calamity breaking technique was also very popular. There were even some families that were famous for their calamity breaking technique. Because of this, the Calamity Finger realm was divided into three major alliances. The E Alliance focused on fortune-telling, the Curse Alliance focused on curses, and the Divine Alliance focused on calamity-breaking technique. These three alliances each had their own uniqueness. A fortune-teller did not necessarily have no attack power, and a curse-teller did not know how to break misfortune. Naturally, it was impossible for a fortune-teller not to know how to read fortunes. It was just that the three alliances were formed by the top people in their respective fields. Only those who succeeded would have the existence of these three alliances. In the Calamity Finger realm, the three alliances had always gotten along well. However, the Fortune Alliance and the Curse Alliance were natural enemies, so they had some friction from time to time. As for the E Alliance, they had always remained neutral. The E Alliance's offensive power wasn't as good as the Curse Alliance's, and their ability to break calamities wasn't as good as the Fortune Alliance's. However, they could predict good and bad luck. For a cultivator, this was very important. For example, if the Curse Alliance wanted to go out and explore, but the place he wanted to go to was very dangerous, he would ask the E Alliance to help him predict good and bad luck. If the prediction was very bad, then they would probably give up on the expedition. The first group that Zhao Hai made a move on was the Curse Alliance. He didn't make a move on Yimeng. This was because Yimeng's people were making predictions every day. Naturally, this included the Curse Alliance. Because of this, they were very careful. Zhao Hai didn't know if their predictions were accurate or not. However, Zhao Hai was very careful, so he wasn't prepared to make a move on Yimeng. The Fortune Alliance had always been focused on breaking curses. Their defensive power was very strong, and in general, they were considered good people. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't attack them. There was only one target left, the Curse Alliance. The Cursing Alliance's offensive strength was the strongest. In other words, their curses were the strongest. Zhao Hai didn't immediately attack these people. This was because he knew that people who were good at cursing would generally place a life source curse on themselves. Once someone wants to kill them, their life source curse would activate. When the time comes, the person who killed them would suffer a lot of negative effects. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't have Kai or Julie attack the Cursing Alliance. First, he had Kai and Julie invade some of the Cursing Alliance's famous clans. Then, they would look for secret curses in those clans. After gaining a certain understanding of curses, it wouldn't be too late to make a move. Because of this, Zhao Hai and the others' progress in the Calamity Realm was very slow. Fortunately, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He was waiting for the right opportunity to make a move. Zhao Hai understood that sharpening the axe wouldn't delay the chopping of firewood. If he was in a hurry, then it might have a negative effect on them. He had to find a way to eliminate this effect. Zhao Hai's choice was correct. After obtaining the Curse Alliance's family's curses, their understanding of curses had increased. Curses weren't simple. There were many types of curses and their functions were powerful. Zhao Hai didn't think that there would be so many of them. Among those clans, almost all of them would place a curse on their children when they were born. Of course, this curse wasn't necessarily harmful to the child. In fact, there were too many functions of the curse. Some of these curses were only used to track people, they wouldn't have any negative effects on the child. These families used such curses on their children. They would know where the child went in order to prevent the child from getting lost or having an accident. Once a child grows up, they would have a life source curse on their body. This curse was very powerful. If they were killed by someone, then this life source curse would activate and immediately attach itself to the person who killed them. At the same time, the tracking curse on their body would also activate and attach itself to the person who killed them. This way, their family would be able to hunt down the person who killed them. After understanding all of this, Zhao Hai sighed. If they rashly killed someone here, then the curse would be activated. However, they didn't know much about curses. Although Zhao Hai believed that these curses wouldn't pose any danger to them, the tracking technique was a headache for Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai wasn't present. If the tracking technique tracked them to the space, then wouldn't it be troublesome? After understanding these curses, Zhao Hai immediately had Kai and the others go to Fu Meng to understand the situation. From there, they would get some secret books to see how to break these curses. In fact, the methods to break these curses were generally recorded in the secret books of the families. However, Zhao Hai still wanted to go to Fu Meng to have a look. This was because he wanted to know more about how to break these curses, just in case. Just as Zhao Hai was preparing to deal with the Calamity Finger Realm, good news came from the space. The formation that Zhao Hai had Green and the others researched before had been completed. It wasn't easy to research this formation. This was because this formation would affect all the spells in the space that lead to the outside world, making it so that the people in the space couldn't go to the outside world, which was the Void Realm. However, the people in the Void Realm could return to the space. This kind of formation had never appeared before, so it wasn't easy to make it. Fortunately, Green and the others had been dealing with formations for many years. Although they only researched things that interested them, they had also accumulated a lot of experience. Because of this, when Zhao Hai made the request, they were able to research the formation in a short time. This formation was definitely good news for Zhao Hai. He can now make his move on the false form realm. Naturally, he didn't relax about the Calamity Finger Realm. However, he left the matter of dealing with the Calamity Finger Realm to Laura and the others. Laura and the others were very interested in the Calamity Finger Realm. This was because they thought that this curse was very interesting. It could actually kill people from thousands of miles away. Because of this, they focused their attention on this curse. Zhao Hai didn't stop Laura and the others. Although Laura and the others had their own skills, they weren't very strong. They might be able to fight against ordinary people, but if they were to fight against people of the same level or higher than them, then they wouldn't be a match for them. At the same time, they weren't very interested in other martial arts. Even if Zhao Hai wanted them to learn, they wouldn't be able to do it. Since they were interested in something, then Zhao Hai might as well let them learn it. In fact, it wasn't only Laura and the others who were interested. Zhao Hai was also very interested in these techniques. He was also studying them, but his process was much simpler compared to Laura and the others. After learning them and condensing his Dao core, he would be able to use these techniques at any time. However, Zhao Hai couldn't waste his time on these techniques. He decided to make his move on the false form realm. This was because he knew that time waits for no one. The great clans and great forces were all making preparations. If he couldn't increase his strength in a short period of time, then he might not be able to obtain any benefits in the future. Because of this, Zhao Hai needed to seize the time to improve his strength. As for his own strength, because he had just entered the Vajra realm not long ago and had been raised to the Vajra realm by someone using the enlightenment technique, he needed some time to stabilize his realm. Therefore, it was impossible for his own strength to increase in a short period of time. Therefore, he could only increase his own strength so that no one would dare to underestimate his strength and be afraid of his strength. Only then would he be in an invincible position in the upcoming chaos and even get a share of the spoils. Therefore, he had to take action against the false form realm and finish the battle in the shortest time possible. After having this idea, Zhao Hai had Laura and the others pay attention to the Calamity realm as well as the Four Righteous Gang. At the same time, he went to the false form realm alone. The people in the false form realm already knew that Zhao Hai was coming. However, Zhao Hai had ordered them not to let others know about his arrival. Because of this, the people in the false form realm didn't have any reaction to Zhao Hai's arrival. At this time, Zhao Hai had already arrived at the false form realm's largest sect, the Wood Form sect. The Wood Form sect was a medium-level sect in the false form realm. Among the medium-level sects, they could only be regarded as above average. Although they weren't a great sect in the false form realm, they were still the largest sect under Zhao Hai's control. The sect master of the Wood Form sect was called Venerable Xing Mu. His surname was Mu and his name was Mu Yunpeng. However, this Mu Yunpeng was now Zhao Hai's subordinate. This was because he was also an undead. Besides Mu Yunpeng, all of the elders and core disciples of the Wood Form sect had become Zhao Hai's subordinates. It can be said that Zhao Hai had complete control over the Wood Form sect. This was because in a large sect like this, the words of the higher-ups wouldn't be opposed by the disciples. If they did, then it would be disrespectful to the sect master or the elders. This was a serious crime. Therefore, as long as Mu Yunpeng and the others were under Zhao Hai's control, then the entire sect would be under his control. Zhao Hai, Mu Yunpeng, and the other elders of the Wood Form sect arrived at the sect's forbidden area. After sitting down, Zhao Hai looked at Mu Yunpeng and smiled. "Yunpeng, how do you feel? How is the Wood Form sect's equipment?" Mu Yunpeng smiled and said, "I feel very good. Young master can rest assured, the Wood Form sect is ready. We can move at any time. Young master doesn't need to worry." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, it's good that you're ready. This time, I came here to clean up the great sects. As long as you're ready, then we can start." "Right, the other people of the Wood Form sect don't have any doubts, right? In any case, you must control the Wood Form sect. If there are people who oppose, then don't be polite. Do you understand?" Mu Yunpeng nodded and said, "Young master can rest assured, we won't delay your plans. The Wood Form sect has already been completely controlled by us. There won't be any accidents." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Get ready, we'll make our move in 3 days. I've already notified the others. I believe that the others have already made their move. 3 days later, we'll make our move. We need to take down the mid-ranked sects in the shortest amount of time. Then we'll deal with the high-ranked sections. I want to see how long they can last." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right." Mu Yunpeng nodded. Zhao Hai waved his hand, then he led the other people of the Wood Form sect out of the cave. At this time, Zhao Hai had Kai and Julie start to arrange the confinement formation in the entire false form realm. In fact, this was also a variant of the boundary. However, if one wanted to control the entire false form realm, then the number of formations needed couldn't be small. After 3 days, Kai and Julie finally finished setting up the array formation. Now, the false form realm could only be entered but not exited. Fortunately, the people in the false form realm rarely contacted the void realm. Therefore, the people in the false form realm wouldn't know that their path to the void realm had been blocked for a while. After receiving Kai and Julie's report, Zhao Hai knew that the time was ripe. Therefore, he immediately ordered all the sects to mobilize and prepare to deal with the medium-grade sects. The materials needed for this operation were all transferred from the space. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to transfer all of the supplies from the space was because of the element of surprise. If the sects began to transfer a large amount of supplies, then the medium and large sects would certainly know about it. When the time comes, they would be prepared, and the war would be difficult to fight. Zhao Hai wanted to deal with the medium and large sects first. As for the large sects, that would be a matter for the future. Because of this, he wanted to make this move as quick as possible. He wanted to deal with the large sects before they could react. The small sects in the false form realm moved very quickly. Zhao Hai didn't lack supplies. The amount of supplies he had in the space had already reached the point where he couldn't even count them. Therefore, it was good for him to consume them. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't lack large artifacts. Liquid silver could turn into a fleet at any time. Moreover, the number of ships he had was much more than the subjugation army that Elder Tang and the others formed. This time, the alliance that Mu Yunping and the others formed had a very vulgar name, the Resistance Army. This was the first time that Zhao Hai appeared in the Resistance Army. He even became the commander of the Resistance Army. However, he didn't reveal his true identity. Instead, he wore an iron mask. The upper echelons of the Resistance Army were all undead from the space. After they were resurrected, they were still the upper echelons of the various sections. Naturally, they were the upper echelons of the Resistance Army. These people were absolutely loyal to Zhao Hai. Because of this, they didn't have any objections to Zhao Hai becoming the commander. However, some of the lower echelons of the Resistance Army didn't know about this. They were just curious about why the sect masters would suddenly choose someone like Zhao Hai to be the commander. However, under the management of their sect masters, these people became obedient and accepted Zhao Hai as the commander. Even if they didn't accept Zhao Hai's management, they had no choice but to obey the management of their sect masters. Otherwise, they would be committing a serious crime. After the Resistance Army assembled, Zhao Hai waved his hand and released more than 100 large artifacts. When these large artifacts appeared, the Resistance Army couldn't help but be startled. Besides Zhao Hai's subordinates, nobody knew about Zhao Hai's ability. Because of this, when they saw Zhao Hai release so many large artifacts, they couldn't help but be startled. Zhao Hai didn't hesitate to release more than 100 large artifacts. One must know that large artifacts were very precious in this plane. Small and medium-sized sects like the Resistance Army didn't have any large artifacts. Because of this, when they saw Zhao Hai release more than 100 large artifacts, they were very surprised. Although they were surprised, they still followed the lead of their sect masters and elders to the large artifacts. Upon entering the large artifacts, they were even more surprised. This was because these large artifacts had an internal space. Moreover, the internal space was very large and rich in spiritual qi. It wasn't any worse than the spiritual qi of their sections. This made them very happy. These people who participated in the Resistance Army were all from small sections. They had never seen so many large artifacts before. Moreover, all of them had an internal space. Because of this, these people were now convinced that Zhao Hai was their commander. In their opinion, Zhao Hai's background must be very amazing. Being able to follow such a person was definitely a good thing for them. Zhao Hai had a certain understanding of these people's thoughts. This was one of the reasons why he took out his large artifacts. First, it was to attack the medium-grade sects, and second, it was to convince the lower-grade cultivators of his strength. Although Zhao Hai can now control the higher-level cultivators, if he doesn't have the strength to convince them, then it would be troublesome in the future. Now that these cultivators were convinced, there would be no problem in commanding them in the future. After everyone entered the large artifacts, Zhao Hai led them towards the remaining medium-sized sections. Zhao Hai didn't concentrate all of his forces to deal with a mid-sized sect. This was because there was no need to do so. Although these mid-sized sects weren't weak, they were still too weak compared to the Resistance Army. Therefore, Zhao Hai's orders were to have his people sit on the large artifacts. Then they would shrink the artifacts and send them to the other mid-sized sects through the transmission formation. Then they would attack the other mid-sized sects at the same time. The attack this time was too unexpected. In the absence of any material transfer and almost no preparation, they suddenly launched an attack on the medium-sized sects. Moreover, with the help of the large artifacts, the unprepared medium-sized sects were stunned. They didn't know how such a thing happened. But at this time, the resistance army had already attacked their headquarters. The medium-sized sects naturally resisted, and their resistance was very fierce. However, when all of their people were killed, they were turned into undead by Zhao Hai and killed. The more the resistance army killed, the more the medium-sized sects were killed. The medium-sized sects were on the verge of collapse. However, the medium-sized sects still had strength. Some of them weren't much worse than the large sections. Now that they were attacked by Zhao Hai, although they didn't react, they still caused a lot of casualties to the resistance army. The most important thing was that behind these medium-sized sects, there were 2 void-piercing realm experts. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Zhao Hai always thought that only the large sects would have void-piercing realm experts, but he didn't expect that he would encounter them here in the medium-sized sections. Although they encountered void-piercing realm experts, the resistance army didn't retreat. They attacked with numbers, advancing and retreating at the same time. With the protection of the large artifacts, they were able to fight evenly with the void-piercing realm experts. It must be known that although Zhao Hai's large artifacts were different in shape, in general, they were all under the command of Zhao Hai. The yin and yang lightning pools on the large artifacts had powerful energy. Now, because there were many cultivators on each large artifact, when these cultivators faced the void-piercing realm experts, they all returned to the large artifacts and then reduced the size of the artifacts. The cultivators on the large artifacts were divided into 3 groups. These people were constantly transferring their spiritual chi to the large artifacts to help them fight the enemy. The large artifacts were even more powerful. Under the command of Zhao Hai, they were like small artifacts. They were able to fight evenly with the 2 void-piercing realm experts. Zhao Hai was still standing on the Hell King's ship. The Hell King's ship had also shrunk. People were also transferring their spiritual chi to the ship in order to attack the void-piercing realm expert. Zhao Hai hadn't seen a void-piercing realm expert before. Now that he saw it, the strength of a void-piercing realm expert was incomparably powerful. The void-piercing realm expert that Zhao Hai was facing practiced the false form realm's most commonly used doppelganger technique. He had tens of thousands of doppelgangers, and each of them was incomparably powerful. Most importantly, each of these doppelgangers had their own domain attack technique. The so-called domain attack technique was actually the attack method that Zhao Hai used before. It was a perfect combination of one's emotions and one's cultivation method. When attacking and defending, one's emotions would be imbued. When attacking, these emotions would attach to the person being attacked, causing continuous damage. The void-piercing realm expert had countless doppelgangers. Almost every doppelganger used a domain attack technique. This attack brought a lot of trouble to Zhao Hai. Fortunately, Zhao Hai also had some domain attacks. The other party's domain attack technique wasn't necessarily brilliant. Zhao Hai integrated the domain attack technique into his large artifacts, allowing him to withstand the other party's attack. However, this also made Zhao Hai feel the terror of a void-piercing realm expert. One must know that the Hell King's ship had nearly 100,000 cultivators. And among these cultivators, 1/3 of them were constantly transferring their spiritual chi to the Hell King's ship. In other words, the Hell King's ship had the spiritual chi of more than 30,000 cultivators. Even so, they still weren't able to defeat the void-piercing realm expert in one fell swoop. This really surprised Zhao Hai. Naturally, having more than 30,000 cultivators transferring spiritual chi to the Hell King's ship didn't mean that the Hell King's ship would be able to display the full strength of 30,000 cultivators. This was impossible. After all, the Hell King's ship was an artifact. Even if everyone's spiritual chi was concentrated on the Hell King's ship, it would still offset each other. However, the spiritual chi of 10,000 cultivators was still present. Although these 10,000 cultivators were only in the teleportation realm, which was still a lot weaker than a void-piercing realm expert, it was still very remarkable. Although a void-piercing realm expert was strong, he was still a cultivator. Zhao Hai had a total of 100 large artifacts. Each of these large artifacts had the same attack as the Hell King's ship. Under such an attack, the two void-piercing realm experts couldn't resist. After more than an hour of fighting, the two void-piercing realm experts both fell. Eliminating the two void-piercing realm experts was equivalent to completely eliminating those mid-level sections. Among those mid-level sects, even if there were some fish that escaped the net, they wouldn't be able to raise any waves. The resistance army began to comprehensively take over the territories of those mid-level sects, and at the same time, made preparations for defense. This time, Zhao Hai lost more than 10,000 undead. Of these undead, more than 8,000 died in the battle against the mid-level sections. The remaining 2,000 died in the battle against the void-piercing realm experts. From this, one could see how powerful void-piercing realm experts were. Although the undead inside Zhao Hai's space were resurrected, they were still undead. If these undead wanted to die, then they would have to have their souls destroyed. And when they fought against the two void-piercing experts, as long as they were attacked by the void-piercing experts, then their souls would be destroyed. This was the most terrifying thing about void-piercing experts. In addition to these 2,000 undead, there were also more than 10,000 cultivators from the various sects that died in the battle. It can be said that the casualties were heavy. Moreover, these 10,000 cultivators were dead, they couldn't turn into undead. Zhao Hai also discovered this after the fact. He discovered that the void-piercing realm experts had all died due to their souls being destroyed. There was no way to turn them into undead. In order to turn a cultivator into an undead, there were conditions. First of all, the cultivator couldn't be dead for too long. If they were dead for too long, then their soul would completely disappear. Naturally, it would be impossible to turn them into undead. Secondly, the cultivator's body couldn't be damaged too severely. If the damage was too severe, it would be impossible to turn them into undead. Although the space could produce soul fires, these soul fires were equivalent to the space's souls. As long as they were given a suitable host, they could come back to life. However, the corpses of the cultivators who lost their souls couldn't become the host of these blank souls. This was because these bodies originally had souls. Although the souls were destroyed, the soul's imprint would still remain in the body. When other souls entered the body, there would be no way for them to integrate with the body. Naturally, it would be impossible for them to come back to life. If the space used bone grafts and some special refining methods, it would be possible to refine the blank souls into the bodies of the dead cultivators. However, in this way, the cultivator's cultivation would be gone. The newly refined undead would be like a blank sheet of paper. Moreover, because of this refining process, their bodies would undergo some changes. Therefore, their cultivation would become very slow. Some of them wouldn't even be able to cultivate at all. Therefore, once the cultivators' corpses lost their souls, they would be completely useless. However, the corpses of the two void-piercing realm experts could still be used. Zhao Hai directly turned them into undead and then resurrected them. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect that after he did this, the strength of the two void-piercing realm experts would increase once again. Now, they had become Zhao Hai's most loyal subordinates. Void-piercing realm experts had already reached the point of limb rebirth. In fact, they were developing in the direction of an immortal body. The highest realm of an immortal body was rebirth from a drop of blood. If the two void-piercing realm experts hadn't been seriously injured, then they wouldn't have been killed. After they died, their blood turned into immortal blood. This was a realm that they hadn't reached yet. Now, with the addition of immortal blood, their strength had increased by a lot. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. After dealing with the two void-piercing realm experts, they could finally boldly take over those territories. However, they still had to guard against the Great Sects because they didn't know how the Great Sects would react. The response of the Great Sects was very fast. Just as Zhao Hai began to take over the territories of the Great Sects had already united. Moreover, they began to mobilize their troops and materials. Besides this, they also sent people to the resistance army. However, Zhao Hai didn't know what their purpose was. Zhao Hai was now standing on the Hell King's ship with Mu Yunpeng beside him. Mu Yunpeng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, the representative of the Great Sects this time is Liang Feilong. He's the great elder of the formless sect, the largest sect in the false form realm. His status is very high. Along with him were the elders of the other great sects. They came on a large artifact. Although we don't know how many people were on the ship, it seems like they didn't come with good intentions. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, there must be 10,000 people, all of whom are the elites of the great sects. This time, they only have one purpose, and that is to not delay us. Our move was too fast, so the great sects simply didn't have time to react. They need time to prepare, and then they will deal with us. So this time, they sent people to stabilize us and delay us. Once they are ready, they will certainly move against us. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, upon hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yunpeng couldn't help but stare. Then he said, young master, what should we do? Do we directly destroy them? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, no, why should we destroy them? If they want to delay us, then we'll let them delay us. We'll wait for a few days until we're ready. Although Mu Yunpeng didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to prepare, he didn't say anything. He just nodded and said, yes, young master. What do we need to prepare? Mu Yunpeng nodded, then he turned around and left. Mu Yunpeng nodded and said, we've just destroyed a few mid-ranked sections. Everyone's morale is at its peak. Tell them that we'll be launching an attack on the great sects in the next few days. Tell them to heal their injuries and cultivate properly. One day later, Mu Yunpeng returned to the Hell King's ship. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, young master, everything has been arranged. Liang Feilong and the others have also arrived. They'll arrive in about an hour. Young master, what do you think we should do? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, there's nothing to do. Since they're here, then they're here. Pass down my orders, don't be rude to them. Bring them to see me. Mu Yunpeng nodded before he turned around and left. Before long, under the escort of two large artifacts, a very stylish carriage arrived in front of Zhao Hai. In front of the carriage was a black dragon. But upon closer inspection, one could see that the dragon was actually a refiner. The dragon was about 100 meters long and 20 meters thick. It also had 4 claws on its abdomen, making it look very formidable. Behind this dragon was a large carriage that was 200 meters long, 50 meters tall, and 30 meters wide. This large carriage had 20 wheels underneath it. The entire carriage was square in shape, but the edges and corners of the carriage made it look like an ancient beast. A fierce aura was emitted from the carriage. When Zhao Hai saw this large artifact, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. Naturally, he knew that the false form realm had such a large artifact. This large artifact was the famous artifact of the formless sect, the Heavenly Dragon War Chariot. The Heavenly Dragon War Chariot was very similar to the 8 Cyan Jade Chariot. The flying dragon in front could also fly out and attack individually. The war chariot was also very formidable. Zhao Hai didn't think that there would be such a large artifact in the false form realm. Not to mention anything else, refining the flying dragon wasn't easy. The Heavenly Dragon War Chariot soon stopped. Then, a man suddenly appeared on the head of the Heavenly Dragon. This man was wearing a moon-white cultivator's robe. He looked to be in his 50s. His hair was meticulously combed. He stood there quietly, but he had a dignified aura. One look and one could tell that he was a person of high status. The person was also sizing up Zhao Hai. After looking at Zhao Hai for a while, he couldn't see anything. Naturally, he couldn't see anything. Zhao Hai was wearing an iron mask, so it would be strange if he could see anything. The person cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, Formless Sex Liang Feilong greets Mr. May I know how to address Mr.? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, you can just call me Iron Mask. May I know why Great Elder Liang has come to our resistance army's territory? Liang Feilong's eyes flashed with anger. Obviously, he was annoyed by Zhao Hai's indifferent attitude. Liang Feilong was the Great Elder of the False Form Realm's #1 sect, the Formless Sect. It can be said that he had a high status and authority. In the False Form Realm, he was someone who could move the entire False Form Realm with a stomp of his foot. Wherever he went, he would be surrounded by people. Those who saw him would be respectful towards him. Naturally, he couldn't stand Zhao Hai's indifferent attitude. However, Liang Feilong still remembered his mission. He held back his anger and said to Zhao Hai, I heard that Mr. Iron Mask is the leader of the resistance army. I wonder who the resistance army is fighting against? Zhao Hai replied, of course it's against those who oppress us. Small sects like us don't have any way to survive. We've been oppressed by mid-sized sects for many years. We have to hand over all the good things we have. We also have to let them have the first pick of talents. We can't stand it anymore, so we naturally have to resist. When Liang Failong heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but narrow as he said, so Mr. should be reacting against our formless sect. Could it be that Mr. wants to make a move against our formless sect? Zhao Hai looked at Liang Failong, then he suddenly laughed and said, when there's oppression, there's naturally resistance. If the formless sect oppresses us, then we would naturally resist. If not, then we wouldn't be able to resist, right? You. Liang Failong didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this rude. He looked at Zhao Hai and coldly said, does Mr. think that you have the ability to resist us? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, whether I have the ability or not, we'll have to fight to know. Didn't we destroy these sects? Didn't we look up to them in the past? Liang Failong's eyes narrowed as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mr. is right. But this time, we're here to discuss peace. What do you think? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, of course, this is a good thing. I'm a pacifist. Mister, please come to the ship. Liang Failong looked at the Hell King's ship, then he smiled at Zhao Hai and said, this time, I didn't come alone. There are also representatives from other sections. I don't know if Mr. can meet with them? Zhao Hai quickly replied, of course, of course. Everyone, please come to the Hell King's ship. We'll discuss this. To be honest, our losses in this battle weren't small. I don't want to fight anymore. After saying that, he waved his hand and called Mu Yunpeng over. He said in a deep voice, Yunpeng, go and call the others over. We'll meet Mr. Liang and the others. Mu Yunpeng responded, then turned and left. Liang Failong looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. He really didn't know what Zhao Hai was planning. Before, when Zhao Hai talked to him, Liang Failong was full of hostility. But now that he wanted to meet with them, Liang Failong was very enthusiastic. What did he want to do? Zhao Hai looked at Liang Failong's appearance and couldn't help but smile. He wanted Liang Failong to not know what kind of person he was. As long as he could delay for a while, he would be able to make a move against the great sects. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to delay for a few days was because he already had a plan. He was currently making a new poison. Although this poison was useless against void-piercing realm experts, it was still very effective against teleportation realm experts and Vajra realm experts. As long as this poison was successfully made, then he would be able to make a move against the great sects. Currently, the headquarters of the great sects had already been stored in the spaces map. Although the great sects cultivators were all gathered together, if Zhao Hai wanted to make a move against them, he still had a lot of ways to do so. However, using poison was the fastest and safest method. In fact, poison had always been the enemy of cultivators. However, because cultivators were getting stronger and stronger, their bodies were also getting better and better. Once a cultivator reaches the teleportation realm, ordinary poisons would be useless against them. Once a Vajra realm expert reaches the spirit condensation realm, they wouldn't be afraid of any poisons. Needless to say, once a void-piercing realm expert reaches the void-piercing realm, poisons would be completely useless against them. However, Zhao Hai's poison wasn't an ordinary thing. The space had collected a lot of poisons from different planes. Naturally, mixing these poisons together didn't mean that it would be the most poisonous thing in the world. Poisons were also mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. It wasn't that simple. Because of this, it would take a long time to make the best poison. Because there were too many plants in the space, even with the processing machine's computing power, it would still take a few days to find the best poison formula. Moreover, the poison that Zhao Hai wanted to make this time wasn't an ordinary thing. It needed to be used in the air, and it needed to spread quickly. Because of this, it was even more difficult to make. Zhao Hai wanted to stall for time in order to make the poison. On the other hand, Liang Failong and the others were stalling for time in order to prepare. Liang Failong and the others were very clear about the strength of these small sects when they unite. Most importantly, not only did these small sects unite, they also won a battle. The significance of this victory was absolutely different, It would make the fear in the hearts of these small sects disappear. In Liang Feilong's opinion, the small sects must have been afraid when they made a move against the medium sections. This was because the division of the sects was like an insurmountable mountain. Even if the small sects joined forces, they still wouldn't dare to make a move against the medium sections. This was because they were afraid. This was a habit that they had developed over the years. But now it was different. Now that the small sects won a battle and destroyed the medium sects in one fell swoop, this would increase the confidence of the small sections. In this case, the small sects wouldn't let the large sects off. This was because the small sects were very clear that the large sects were the ones who had oppressed them the most. Because of this, when the small sects were proud of themselves, they would give them a full blow. This would destroy the confidence that they had just built up. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to live a good life in the future. Because of this consideration, the formless sect sent Liang Feilong to stabilize the resistance army. In the eyes of the large sects, the resistance army had just won a battle and should be at their proudest. If they put in a few good words and lowered their stance, then the small sects wouldn't know which way was north. When the time comes, the formless sect would be ready to deal a heavy blow to the small sections. When the time comes, the alliance of the small sects would naturally collapse and the world would belong to them. Both sides had their own goals. Because of this, although Zhao Hai and Liang Feilong's words were filled with the smell of gunpowder, they still needed to meet in the end. Liang Feilong was afraid that Zhao Hai would make a move on the Hell King's ship. Because of this, he didn't dare to go on the ship alone. So he said that he would invite the representatives of the other sections. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't object. At the same time, in order to convince Liang Feilong that this was indeed an alliance, Zhao Hai had Mu Yunping invite the representatives of the various sects to the Hell King's ship. When Liang Feilong arrived at the Hell King's ship's conference room, he saw a dense mass of people inside. This was a huge room, and there were more than 1,000 people inside. Upon seeing this, Liang Feilong couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes flashed with a cold light as he turned his head to look at Zhao Hai, who was sitting in the main seat. At the same time, he also noticed the expressions of the representatives of the small sections. Each of the representatives of the small sects had a smug expression on their faces. Their expressions were insufferably arrogant, as if they were villains who were intoxicated with success. Liang Feilong couldn't help but curse inwardly. He didn't put these small sects in his eyes. In his opinion, these small sects were like nouveau riches. They suddenly became rich and didn't know how to show off. They thought that they were the best in the world and didn't put anyone in their eyes. Liang Feilong despised such people the most. However, Liang Feilong also secretly noted this point. He thought that he could use this point to his advantage. As long as these people were proud, then they would have conflicts. As long as these people couldn't unite, then there was nothing to be afraid of. After Liang Feilong led the representatives of the various sects to sit down, Zhao Hai looked at Liang Feilong and said, "Great Elder Liang, what do you mean by peaceful coexistence? I'm very curious." Liang Feilong looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You formed the resistance army because you don't want people to oppress you. You should also know that our sects didn't oppress you. Therefore, we can all live in peace, right?" When Liang Feilong said this, the conference room immediately went into an uproar. Then a cultivator stood up and loudly said, "Nonsense. Surnamed Liang, don't you know how to blush when you say this? You great sects didn't oppress us? This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. You great sects didn't oppress us, but you great sects oppressed us. In the end, it's you great sects who oppressed us." Another cultivator also jumped up and loudly said, "Right, in the end, it's all your fault. Now you're pretending to be good people. Bah." At this time, another cultivator jumped up and said, "Everyone, I think that Great Elder Liang's words are very reasonable. They did oppress the mid-sized sects, but they didn't want the mid-sized sects to oppress us. We've already eliminated the people who oppressed us. It wouldn't be wise for us to be enemies with the other sections." Another cultivator jumped up and said, "That's right. Now that we've obtained so much territory, we should divide it among everyone and give us what we deserve. However, you still haven't given us what we deserve, yet you still want to be enemies with the other great sections. Do you think you can compete with the great sects? I don't agree." The entire conference room was in a mess. Some people's faces and necks turned red. It seems like they were about to fight. Liang Feilong and the others didn't expect to encounter such a situation. They stared blankly at these people. They didn't know what to say. Zhao Hai stood up several times to stop the quarrel, but no one listened to him. These people were shouting and shouting, as if their commander didn't exist. When Liang Feilong saw this situation, his face showed a trace of joy. He wanted to see these people from the small sects like this. As long as they quarreled, it would be impossible for them to unite. When the time comes, they might not even need to make a move, but these small sects would fight among themselves. As for Zhao Hai's identity, although it was very mysterious, Liang Feilong believed that it was impossible for one person to change the overall situation. Perhaps this time, Zhao Hai used various means to pull these people together. But now that they won, these people would only think about the benefits of their sections. It was impossible for them to listen to Zhao Hai's command. This way, Zhao Hai was equivalent to a cripple. He wouldn't be a threat to them. Zhao Hai stood there as if he didn't know what to do. After a while, he turned to Liang Feilong and sighed, "Elder Liang, it seems like you have to go back first. How about we discuss it first before making a decision?" Liang Feilong was happy to let them quarrel. This way, not only could he delay time, he could also let them quarrel among themselves. This was killing two birds with one stone. Therefore, Liang Feilong stood up and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "All right, then we'll go back first. Everyone, take your time to discuss." Then he smiled and led the other representatives away. Looking at Liang Feilong and the others leaving, Zhao Hai's eyes showed a trace of a smile. After Liang Feilong and the others left, Zhao Hai turned to look at the quarreling people and smiled, "All right, stop pretending." Along with his words, the scene immediately quieted down. Everyone sat down and looked at Zhao Hai. Naturally, they weren't really quarreling, they were just acting. They were Zhao Hai's most loyal subordinates, so they didn't quarrel in front of Zhao Hai. The reason why they quarreled was to delay time. At the same time, they also wanted to make Liang Feilong think that they had a conflict. This way, Liang Feilong would feel relieved. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "Everyone's acting was very good. It seems like after we go back, I'll have to discuss with Laura and the others to have you act in a movie." When the group heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but chuckle. After becoming undead, they already knew about the space. In the space, there were no wars between planes. Because of this, the movie industry developed very quickly. Moreover, the movies that were produced were very good. Laura and the others also made their own movies. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to say that. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "I've decided to record everything that happened here. Then after editing, we'll make a movie and play it in the space." When the group heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually do it this time. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "All right, since we're going to make a movie, then we'll make sure to make a good movie. After we go back, you'll have to continue acting. Make sure to tell your subordinates that we're just acting. We'll have to fight each other and have some casualties. Remember, those who die will be replaced by our own people." The group nodded before they stood up and left. After seeing the group leave, Zhao Hai's body flashed and entered the space. Laura and the others were still paying attention to the situation in the Void Realm. Moreover, they were still researching poisons. They were very busy during this time. However, when they saw Zhao Hai enter the space, Laura and the others immediately surrounded him. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "How is it? How's the research going? Don't tire yourself out." Laura smiled and said, "Don't worry, Brother Hai, this small matter won't tire us out. We've made a new discovery. We found out that if we combine curses and poisons, the effect would be much better. Poison itself is the best carrier for curses. Now that we've combined them, the effect would be much better." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at Laura and said, "I didn't see it coming. How is it? Do you have any finished products?" Laura shook her head and said, "It hasn't been completed yet, it's just some semi-finished products. These semi-finished products are very powerful, but they also cause a lot of damage to the soul. If these people's souls were to be destroyed, then our losses would be huge. Therefore, we're still researching. I believe that it wouldn't take more than a few days before we have a finished product. Zhao nodded. It doesn't matter, we're not in a hurry. If we weren't afraid of too many casualties, we wouldn't have used this method at all. We could have just directly attacked. You don't have to work too hard. Right, I just told them that we want to film this operation and then make it into a drama to be played in the space. What do you think? Zhao nodded. What do you think? Zhao nodded. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura and the others couldn't help but stare. Then their faces showed a hint of joy. Laura said, "That's great. We'll edit it ourselves. When the time comes, it would certainly be very popular." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right." Right, how's the gang doing? What about the true spiritual realm? After I left, how's the true spiritual realm? It seems like we haven't paid attention to the situation there for a long time. Laura smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about the Four Righteous Gang. The Four Righteous Gang's strength is already there. The various clans in the gang are also quite honest. I can see that they are very satisfied with their current state of existence. As for the real spirit realm, there's nothing much to say. The Long family has been paying attention to the changes in the real spirit realm. However, the three great sects haven't had any conflicts with each other. The three great sects also know that this isn't the time for war. Although there's some friction, they are still restraining themselves. The Demonic Alliance and the Evil Cultivator Alliance didn't join hands to deal with the Righteous Alliance. This is because the Demonic Alliance and the Evil Cultivator Alliance simply can't trust each other. The alliance between the two sides has already collapsed. However, there are some changes in the underground world. The fire goblins now have their own territory. Upon hearing Laura, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be surprised. He was very clear about the strength of the fire gnomes. When they left the true spiritual realm, the fire gnomes in the underworld were only able to defend themselves. How could they be able to fight against the ghost cultivators now? After asking Laura, Zhao Hai understood what was going on. The reason why the fire gnomes were able to fight against the ghost cultivators was because of them. Zhao Hai sent some fire gnomes to the space and had them interact with the gnomes for a period of time. However, what Zhao Hai didn't expect was that the fire gnomes actually managed to learn about formations and refining techniques. This made them unstoppable. It can be said that the gnomes were born with terrifying creativity. However, this talent of the fire gnomes was suppressed by the environment of the underworld. But after learning from the space, along with Zhao Hai's support, the fire gnomes' talent was fully developed. Moreover, their development was like a blowout. It was by relying on these formations and artifacts that the fire gnomes were able to develop. And with the terrifying population of the fire gnomes, the earth gnomes were now able to occupy a place in the underworld. Naturally, this couldn't be done without the help of Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai and the others were now like gods among the fire gnomes. The fire gnomes had already started to worship Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others. Even when Laura and the others arrived in the void realm, they didn't say that they didn't care about the fire gnomes. They had been providing help to the fire gnomes. It was precisely because of their help that the fire gnomes were able to develop so quickly. Although Zhao Hai was surprised by the development of the fire gnomes, he didn't care too much about it. After all, he had too many things to do right now. At this time, Zhao Hai's attention was still focused on the false form realm. The arrival of Liang Feilong and the others made the situation somewhat chaotic. On the second day after Liang Feilong and Zhao Hai met, a civil war broke out in the resistance army. Several small sects started to fight and several people died. In the end, it was Zhao Hai and the others who came forward to stop the war. However, Liang Feilong saw all of this with his own eyes. In addition to what he saw yesterday, Liang Feilong and the others believed that the resistance army was in chaos. This was definitely good news for them because the current strength of the resistance army was too strong. They were stronger than the combined forces of these large sections. Now that the resistance army was in chaos, it was good news for them. In the following days, the internal strife of the resistance army expanded. There were battles every day. Although they weren't very fierce, there were still deaths every day. Seeing this, Liang Feilong felt that there was no need for them to stay here. Therefore, he took the initiative to look for Zhao Hai. As usual, Zhao Hai met Liang Feilong on the Hell King's ship. This time, Liang Feilong came alone. However, his expression was completely different from the last time he saw Zhao Hai. The last time he saw Zhao Hai, although his expression was somewhat arrogant, he still pretended to be equal and even humble. But this time, when he saw Zhao Hai, it was completely different. He looked at Zhao Hai with his head slightly raised, as if he was looking at the top of his head. Zhao Hai looked at Liang Feilong and said, "Great Elder Liang, why did you come to see me today?" Liang Feilong looked at Zhao Hai from the corner of his eye and said, "I came to see you today to tell you that we're leaving." Zhao Hai pretended to be startled as he said, "Great Elder Liang, why are you leaving? Aren't we going to talk about peace?" Liang Feilong smiled contemptuously and said, "Do you still have time to talk about this? In my opinion, you should reach an agreement first. Let's wait until you reach an agreement." Then he laughed and ignored Zhao Hai as he turned around and left. Before long, he returned to the Heavenly Dragon War Chariot. Then the war chariot turned around and left. Looking at the Heavenly Dragon War Chariot in the distance, Zhao Hai's masked face couldn't help but reveal a smile. At this time, Mu Yunpeng arrived beside Zhao Hai. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, what do we do now? Do we still need to continue acting?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Continue? Why not continue acting? Aren't there still people in the sects who are complaining? Don't they still think that I'm not worthy of this position? Continue acting. Those who think I'm unworthy of this position will be arranged to play dead people in the following scenes. Do you understand?" Mu Yunpeng stared, then his face turned happy as he said, "Yes, young master. I understand." Then he turned around and left. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and muttered, not knowing how to adapt to the situation, "They're just courting death." Then he turned around and returned to the cabin. In the following period of time, the resistance army was still very lively. From time to time, conflicts would break out. Some people were arranged to play dead, but they would all come back to life. Most of these people who played dead had opinions about Zhao Hai. But after they played dead, their attitude towards Zhao Hai had changed. However, it wasn't very obvious. They just spoke less bad about Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's guess wasn't wrong. Although Liang Feilong and the others left, they still paid attention to the situation of the resistance army. This was because Liang Feilong was afraid that Zhao Hai's group was acting. However, they discovered that the resistance army was still fighting even after they left. This made them believe that the resistance army was really having internal strife. For them, this was good news. As those who opposed Zhao Hai were eliminated bit by bit, the resistance army became even more united. 5 days after Liang Feilong and the others left, the poison that Zhao Hai needed was finally made. This was a very special poison. If it was directly used on a person, then they wouldn't be poisoned. They wouldn't even have any reaction. But after using a curse technique on these people, the poison would become extremely toxic in the shortest time possible. Teleportation realm cultivators would die in an instant, Vajra realm cultivators wouldn't last more than 10 breaths of time. Even spirit condensation cultivators would be greatly affected. Their strength would drop by at least 60%. After the poison was made, Zhao Hai immediately had Kair spread the poison to the great sects. The people of the great sects suddenly discovered that some of the vines in their sects suddenly bloomed with flowers. Moreover, the flowers smelled very good. Most importantly, these flowers were very beautiful. The people of the great sects also studied these flowers. In the end, they discovered that these flowers weren't poisonous and couldn't be used as medicine. It can be said that they were completely useless. But because of this, they were completely relieved about these flowers. However, they didn't expect that when the flowers bloomed, they would sprinkle some poisonous powder on their bodies. And when the poison touched their bodies, it immediately attached itself to their bodies. It even passed through their skin and entered their bodies. However, these people didn't notice this at all. This was because the poison was too special and too small. After spreading the poison powder in all the great sects, Zhao Hai immediately carried out the next step. In the shortest time possible, he gathered the resistance army and assigned them tasks. Just like how they dealt with the medium-grade sects, this time, the resistance army would split up and attack the great sects. Each great sect would have their own large artifacts. After assigning the tasks, everyone left on their large artifacts. This wasn't to arouse the suspicion of the great sects. This was because the resistance army had a large-scale conflict and nearly 10,000 people had died. In the eyes of the great sects, it was normal for the resistance army to fall apart under such circumstances. However, they didn't expect that after the resistance army separated and left their surveillance, they would immediately speed up and fly towards their designated location. After 2 days of preparation, Zhao Hai knew that everyone had arrived at the designated location, which was near the great sects. Then he finally gave the order to attack. The moment he gave the order, all the great sects in the fake form realm were attacked. Because the attack was at night, when the great sects were least prepared, the attack was very sudden. When the great sects began to counterattack, Zhao Hai's curse flared up. Large numbers of the great sect's disciples died. Even some Vajra realm elders began to die in large numbers. At the same time, the cultivators in the divine condensation stage discovered that something was destroying their bodies and restricting their spiritual chi. They were startled and immediately wanted to get rid of this strange feeling. However, they didn't have the time, the resistance army had already arrived. Naturally, the great sect's divine condensation stage experts immediately rose up to resist. Naturally, they had no way to control the situation in their bodies. As a result, they discovered that they could only use about 40% of their cultivation methods. They couldn't use the rest of their spiritual chi at all. In this case, a big defeat was inevitable. However, the great sects were great sects. When they encountered this situation, the great elders in their sects took action. These great elders were void-piercing realm experts. In these great sects, there were more than a dozen void-piercing realm experts. As soon as these void-piercing realm experts appeared, Zhao Hai noticed them. He immediately used the same method to deal with these void-piercing realm experts. At the same time, he also sent out the previous 2 void-piercing realm experts. It can be said that because of the previous poison, when Zhao Hai faced those great sects, he almost didn't suffer any losses. There weren't even many casualties because those great sects people were all poisoned to death. They didn't even encounter much resistance, let alone casualties. In addition, they now had a way to deal with void-piercing experts. Therefore, Zhao Hai's process of dealing with the great sects of the false form realm wasn't very intense. Although the void-piercing experts caused some trouble for them, when they died, Zhao Hai knew that his victory was already decided. Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about void-piercing experts. The false form realm had completely fallen into Zhao Hai's hands. The great sects of the false form realm had been dealt with by Zhao Hai's people. What Zhao Hai needed to do now was to restore order to the false form realm as soon as possible. This wasn't difficult to do. After all, the entire false form realm belonged to the resistance army, and the leaders of the resistance army were all Zhao Hai's people. If Zhao Hai wanted to control the false form realm, it would be very simple. After the war, the entire resistance army was reorganized. They were no longer called the resistance army. Instead, they established a great sect. This great sect was called the false form sect, and the sect master of the false form sect was Zhao Hai. The other sects had become branches of the false form realm. This didn't seem to be any different from before, but the situation was different. The territories of these branches had become larger, and all of their supplies were distributed by the main hall. The main hall had also gathered a group of elites from the various sects. It can be said that the false form sect's main hall was the strongest. Regarding this method of handling things, the lower-level disciples of the false form realm didn't oppose. This was because their treatment had improved. Not only did it improve, but they could also obtain more cultivation methods. The lower-level disciples didn't oppose, and the great sects were all Zhao Hai's people. Therefore, there was no problem for Zhao Hai to take over the false form realm. However, after Zhao Hai became the sect master of the false form sect, he didn't order the false form sect around every day. Instead, he promoted the sect masters of the false form sect to elders and had them help him manage the false form sect. These sects also chose a sect master. No, it should be called a hall master now. This was because they had all become branches of the false form sect. At this point, the entire false form realm was completely under Zhao Hai's control. However, some of the cultivators of the false form sect felt uneasy. This was because the false form realm no longer had void-piercing realm experts. This made them feel very insecure. However, Zhao Hai understood that the strength of the false form realm hadn't decreased at all. The cultivators who died in the false form realm were all turned into undead. It can be said that Zhao Hai's strength had undergone a qualitative change. He finally had void-piercing realm experts in the space. This was good news for him. After taking care of the false form realm, Zhao Hai returned to the fort ruins. There weren't any changes in the fort ruins. The Four Righteous gang was still developing very well. The entire gang had more than 1 million members. However, the Four Righteous gang's business had also improved. Whether it was the liquor business or the potion business, they had reached an agreement with the major forces of the Void Realm. These businesses alone allowed them to make a lot of money. After staying in the fort ruins for a few more days, Zhao Hai went to Heavenly Planet. At this time, the situation in Heavenly Planet was still very stable. However, the life and death arena still gathered a large number of troops here. This made the atmosphere in Heavenly Planet a lot more tense than before. Elder Tang didn't have anything special to do recently. Although he repelled the invasion of the Void Realm by the other realms, Elder Tang was very clear that the other realms wouldn't be obedient just because of this matter. They would definitely take other actions, and these actions would turn from open to covert, which would only make things more troublesome. While Elder Tang was worrying about these things, Zhao Hai arrived at Heavenly Planet. When Elder Tang heard that Zhao Hai had arrived, he immediately had Zhao Hai go to his villa. As soon as Zhao Hai entered the villa, he saw Elder Tang sitting in the living room waiting for him. He immediately gave Elder Tang a salute and said, "Elder Tang, what's wrong? Is there something on your mind?" Elder Tang waved his hand and gestured for Zhao Hai to sit down. Then he said, "Naturally, there's something on our minds. Through the two families' attack, the two family has become somewhat dishonest. The two family was destroyed by us, but the two families' actions have aroused the ambitions of the other planes. Now, all of them are thinking of invading the Void Realm. It wouldn't be easy to calm these thoughts down. At the same time, the other planes have also turned from the light to the dark. All of their contacts have been transferred to the dark. It's very difficult for us to grasp their current situation. This is very troublesome." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "Then do we have any ideas?" "Elder Tang, I've only heard of being a thief for 1,000 days, but I've never heard of being on guard for 1,000 days. We can't always be on guard." Elder Tang nodded, then he said, "Actually, what I'm most worried about isn't the Void Realm. This place has always been under our surveillance. If the other realms make too big of a move, we will definitely discover it. What I'm worried about now is another place. Although that place is also a part of the Void Realm, it has never been under our control. It can be considered an independent star field in the Void Realm. I'm worried that the other realms will use it, which would be troublesome." When Zhao Hai heard Elder Tang, he couldn't help but frown. Then he looked at Elder Tang and said, "Elder Tang, are you talking about the Free Star Field?" Elder Tang nodded, then he said, "You should know what kind of place the Free Star Field is. In fact, the Free Star Field hasn't been around for a long time. In the past, the Free Star Field was under the control of the Wu clan. The Wu clan was one of the most powerful clans in the Void Realm. But 200,000 years ago, the Wu clan was wiped out overnight by a human rank. Nobody knows what killed them. After the Wu clan was wiped out, a large number of space bandits gathered there and started robbing everywhere. The Free Star Field became the base of these bandits. Although the Void Realm's great clans have some businesses there, those businesses aren't big enough to control the place. They can't even get any information about the place." Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at Elder Tang in confusion and said, "I know that it's not enough to control the place, but why can't I get any information?" Elder Tang smiled bitterly and said, "The Free Star Field is full of space pirates. There's no order at all. If you dare to ask for information there, you'll be dead on the street. It doesn't matter which family or force you belong to. It's all the same." Zhao froze for a moment, then he was puzzled. Those guys are so rude and unreasonable? Then what do they expect to survive? Was this a robbery? But in the Void Realm, there aren't that many people for them to rob, right? Elder Tang smiled bitterly and said, how can there not be? In the Void Realm, which planet doesn't have battles? Do you think they'll keep robbing in the Void all the time? That's impossible, they would run to various planets to rob. After robbing, they would immediately leave using transmission formations. Sometimes, they would even join forces and attack small families. After robbing them, they would immediately leave. In fact, the space pirates have spies on various planets. They are very clear about the situation on each planet. Otherwise, why do you think they're still living so comfortably? Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Elder Tang and said, then what do you mean? Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, I want you to go to the Free Star Field. I don't care how you do it, but you have to find a way to figure out the real situation of the Free Star Field. See if there are any other planes behind the Free Star Field. Zhao Hai stared, then he said, you mean, you want me to go to the Free Star Field with a different identity? Zhao Hai knew that it was impossible for Elder Tang to let him go to the Free Star Field with his identity as Zhao Hai. Now that he's famous in the Void Realm, even the Free Star Field should know his name and appearance. If he went there, the Free Star Field would surely resist. Then he's afraid that he wouldn't be able to get any information. Elder Tang nodded and said, that's what I meant. This time, you go alone. I'll ask someone to change your appearance. In any case, nobody will pay attention to your identity in the Free Star Field. Once you're in the Free Star Field, you can do whatever you want. Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he nodded and said, all right, leave this matter to me. You don't need to find someone to change my appearance, I can do it myself. I'll go back and prepare. You just need to wait for the news. After saying that, Zhao Hai stood up and bowed to Elder Tang before leaving. But just as he was about to leave, Elder Tang suddenly called him and said, be careful. Keep in touch with us at all times. If something happens in the fortress, inform me at any time. I'll help you deal with it. Zhao Hai nodded, then he bowed to Elder Tang before turning around and leaving. Not long after Zhao Hai left, the 6 great elders arrived at Elder Tang's room. When they entered the room and found that Zhao Hai wasn't there, they couldn't help but be surprised. Elder Zhao looked at Elder Tang and said, Old Tang, where's Zhao Hai? Didn't you say that he's here? Why didn't he come here? Elder Tang shook his head and said, he came and left. Sit down, he has a mission. After the group sat down, Elder Zhao looked at Elder Tang and asked, what mission does he have? With his current status, is there still a need for him to do any missions? Elder Tang smiled bitterly and said, I'm still worried about the Free Star Field, so I sent him there to take a look. However, he's not using his identity as Zhao Hai. When the 6 great elders heard Elder Tang, they were startled. Elder Shui looked at Elder Tang and said, you're sending Zhao Hai there? Isn't that too dangerous? You also know about the Free Star Field situation. There might be a void-piercing realm expert there. Although Zhao Hai is very strong, he's at most equivalent to a spirit condensation realm expert. He doesn't have any confidence in dealing with a void-piercing realm expert. Elder Tang said, I know, but in the entire life and death arena, besides him, is there anyone else suitable? His strength is there. As long as it's not a void-piercing realm expert, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. But what about other people? It's more dangerous for others to go, and they might even alert the enemy. Now, it's up to Zhao Hai. When the 6 great elders heard Elder Tang, they turned silent. They also knew that Elder Tang was right. Besides Zhao Hai, there really wasn't anyone suitable to go to the Free Star Field to inquire about information. This was because that place was too chaotic. Those who weren't strong enough would die if they went there, and those who were strong enough were hard to find. In the entire life and death arena, besides the 7 of them, only Zhao Hai could be considered strong enough. When Zhao Hai returned to his room, Laura and the others immediately welcomed him. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Big Brother Hai, what do you plan to do with Elder Tang's mission? I think you should just let Kai and Julie deal with it. You still have to deal with the Staff Realm and the Calamity Finger Realm. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and smiled faintly, don't you think that this is an opportunity? Laura stared, then she looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression, opportunity? What opportunity? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, the opportunity to take control of the star field. Laura and the others stared, then their eyes shone. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, what do you mean? Do you want to take control of the Free Star Field? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I've heard about the Free Star Field. It's not small, it's about half the size of the Void Realm. If we can take control of the Star Field, then as long as we develop it, we would have enough strength to confront the demons in the future. Laura and the others nodded, but Laura was still worried. There's no movement from the demons right now. This silence is very abnormal. I'm worried that they might play some tricks. Zhao Hai replied, we still don't have a way to investigate the situation of the extraterritorial demons. Although Kai and Julie have an innate advantage in scouting, the extraterritorial demons are different from the cultivators here. They might have come from the higher realms and might have some methods that we don't know about. Before we can determine whether they have such methods, we can't act rashly. Otherwise, we would only attract their attention. Because of this, we can't carry out a comprehensive investigation on them right now. But we can develop ourselves. As long as we have enough strength, then no matter what the demons do, we would be able to deal with them easily. Zhao Hai paused for a moment, then he said, in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are just clowns. Laura nodded, then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, what are you going to do? How are you going to get there? Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he turned around and a cultivator wearing a grey warrior's uniform appeared in front of Laura. Then the cultivator laughed and said, little girl, show me. Then he raised Laura's chin and said, little girl, show me something. Then he reached out and lifted Laura's chin. Laura looked at Zhao Hai's change. Zhao Hai's body was now emitting a murderous aura. It was completely different from his usual cultured and refined temperament. His entire person looked like a terrifying bandit who killed people without hesitation. Laura wasn't afraid at all. She looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, Uncle, since Niao smiled at you, why don't you smile at Niao as well? Zhao Hai laughed, then his figure moved and changed back to his original appearance. He looked at Laura and said, if I go to the free field with this identity, then Kai and Julie can provide me with information. When the time comes, I'll be able to gain a foothold in the free field. When the time comes, I'll conquer it bit by bit. When that time comes, the free field would naturally be mine. Laura nodded and said, all right, with your strength as well as the help of the void-piercing experts, you should be able to conquer the entire Free Star Field. All right, we'll support you. We'll take care of the Staff Realm and the Calamity Finger Realm. Right, Brother Hai, I forgot to tell you about this. After she said that, Laura and the others took out a mask each. Zhao Hai looked at the masks and couldn't help but stare. Laura and the others' masks were very similar to the ones he wore in the false form realm. The only difference was that the lines were softer. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and asked, what are you doing? Laura smiled and said, nothing much. From today onwards, we'll be your subordinates as well as the false form sect's protectors. When you're not here, we'll be managing the false form sect. What do you think? Do you have any objections? Zhao Hai laughed and said, I don't have any objections. What's mine isn't yours. All right, then I'll leave this place to you. It's not like I won't return to the free field. If something happens here, I'll immediately return. Laura nodded and said, don't worry, we know what to do. Right, Brother Hai, do you need to prepare anything? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, there's no need, this is good. Laura nodded and said, all right, then you'll be the Cold Blood Swordsman. Right, Brother Hai, I think you should be called Cold Blood. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, forget it, I don't want to look like one of the 4 great hunters. If they ask for my name, I'll just tell them that I'm Wu Ren. How about it? Laura smiled and said, Wu Ren? There's no such name, right? All right, it's up to you. In any case, it's just a name that you used in the beginning. When are you going to leave? Where are you going? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, how about I depart from the Yi family's planet? Didn't they want to scheme against me before? Since I'm Wu Ren, it's natural for me to go to the Yi family's planet and cause trouble. When the Yi family discovered me, I had no choice but to go to the free field. Laura smiled and said, all right, that's a good idea. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, announce that I'm in seclusion. I'll be leaving. Then Zhao Hai's figure moved and disappeared from the room. Laura and the others just smiled faintly before they went to do their own things. The next day, the entire Void Realm was informed that the leader of the Four Righteous Gang, Zhao Hai, had suddenly announced that he was in seclusion. As for where and why he was in seclusion, nobody knew. When the people of the Four Righteous Gang heard this news, they couldn't help but stare. This was especially true for those who had their own ideas. When they heard this news, they felt that their opportunity had come. The Four Righteous Gang actually became restless. Soon, the forces of the Four Righteous Gang found out that Zhao Hai really didn't appear to deal with them. Their courage couldn't help but grow. They openly formed gangs, and even overrode the authority of the elders of the Four Righteous Gang, acting as if they were kings. However, most of the people of the Four Righteous Gang were still on their side. White Tiger's Might and the others were also present. Therefore, White Tiger's Might immediately organized people to deal with these people. At this time, Laura suddenly led a group of people to appear. She didn't give these people any chance to retaliate. Therefore, all those who participated in the rebellion were killed. Moreover, even the families of these people weren't spared. Because of this, almost all of the people who were related to these people were executed. In the process, more than 50,000 people were killed. The death of these 50,000 people caused a huge sensation in the Four Righteous Gang. Some of the people who had some ideas but didn't make a move immediately threw their thoughts to the wind. Everyone knew that even if Zhao Hai was in seclusion, they wouldn't be able to do anything. On the other hand, those who were loyal to Zhao Hai and the Four Righteous Gang were relieved. They were afraid that once Zhao Hai went into seclusion, the Four Righteous Gang wouldn't be able to control the situation. If the Four Righteous Gang were to disappear, then these people would become rogue cultivators once again. Now that Laura and the others suddenly made a move, and they were very ruthless, not only did this not scare these people, it also made them very happy. This was because these people saw the strength of the Four Righteous Gang. This time, Laura and the others didn't use the Four Righteous Gang's strength to deal with the rebels. Nobody knew where these people came from, but it was true that 50,000 people were killed. What did this mean? This meant that Zhao Hai had a force that they didn't know about. This meant that the strength of the Four Righteous Gang wasn't as simple as it looked. Because of this, these people felt relieved. Most of the people in the Four Righteous Gang were very satisfied with the Four Righteous Gang. The treatment of the Four Righteous Gang was the best among all the other forces. Even the great clans and the life and death arena couldn't compare to the Four Righteous Gang. Following this gang was better than following any other force. Because of this, these people were very satisfied. They naturally hoped that the Four Righteous Gang would become stronger and stronger. In their eyes, those who rebelled were just some idiots with broken brains. No one with a normal brain would rebel against the Righteous Gang. At the same time, Laura and the others' thunderous methods were something that these people didn't expect. It was only after Laura and the others made their move that they understood that the reason why Laura and the others didn't make a move in the beginning was because they wanted to lure out those ambitious people and then clean them up once and for all. This would save them a lot of trouble. With such scheming and means, the people in the Four Righteous Gang didn't dare to underestimate the women who were standing behind Zhao Hai. They looked delicate and weak, almost as if they were invisible. This was because these women were too overbearing and too ruthless. What happened in the Four Righteous Gang wasn't known to outsiders. This was because the news wasn't spread out. Although Zhao Hai knew about it, he wasn't worried at all. This was because Laura and the others were there. Although it wasn't convenient for Laura and the others to make a move, they wouldn't be lenient. One must know that when Zhao Hai destroyed a realm, Laura and the others participated in it. They wouldn't be lenient. When it comes to commanding people to destroy a realm, Zhao Hai wasn't as good as them, let alone dealing with a few small clans. For Laura and the others, it was a piece of cake. If it was in the past, Zhao Hai's seclusion wouldn't have caused a sensation. But after the two families' matter, Zhao Hai's name had spread throughout the Void Realm, even the 6 regions. Moreover, the Four Righteous Gang that he founded was developing very quickly. Although nobody knew where the headquarters of the Four Righteous Gang was, they were very clear about it. Zhao Hai's wings were now fully grown. With the support of the North Empress, he would certainly have a certain amount of authority in the Void Realm. For such a person to suddenly go into seclusion would certainly attract a lot of attention. After Elder Tang heard the news, he immediately knew that Zhao Hai had set off. However, he didn't know how Zhao Hai had set off. He didn't even know what identity Zhao Hai had used this time. Although the news of Zhao Hai going into seclusion caused a small sensation, it was a very common thing for cultivators to go into seclusion. Therefore, nobody really took this matter seriously. Although the major families wanted to investigate the Four Righteous Gang, everything in the Four Righteous Gang was normal. Although they wanted to touch the businesses of the Four Righteous Gang, they were afraid of Zhao Hai's revenge. They were even afraid that the life and death arena would intervene. In the end, they could only suppress everything and not touch the Four Righteous Gang. However, not long after, they were attracted by another news. This news came from the Yi family. A core disciple of the Yi family was killed while training outside. His belongings were also robbed. The Yi family immediately sent a large number of people to investigate this matter. However, they didn't expect that the person they sent to investigate would be killed. After that, the murderer disappeared without a trace. However, it didn't take long before the Yi family received the news. They also found out who attacked the core disciple of the Yi family. That person was called Wu Ren, a thief who specialized in robbing for a living. Moreover, he was vicious and merciless. He was also very powerful and had a very fierce blade technique. After killing the Yi family's people, he fled from the Yi family's planet to Attainwood planet. When the Yi family arrived at Attainwood planet, they found out that Wu Ren had already escaped to the free starfield through the interstellar transmission formation. When the Yi family heard this news, they were furious. They didn't think that someone would be able to kill their people in their territory and then leave. This was an absolute insult to them. However, the Yi family couldn't do anything to Wu Ren. This was because the place where Wu Ren went to was a forbidden area for the Yi family. In the Free Star Field, there were only people who offended the great clans or professional bandits. It can be said that there weren't any good people in the Free Star Field. Although the great clans had some businesses in the Free Star Field, they had to abide by the rules of the Free Star Field. They couldn't casually inquire about information, they couldn't help their clan to hunt down people, they couldn't help their clan to inquire about information, they couldn't ask about the identity of the person they were trading with, and they couldn't ask about the origin of goods. If you violate any of these rules, then your corpse would be lying on the street. Moreover, the Free Star Field had a certain tacit understanding with the great clans. No matter what a cultivator did outside, as long as he entered the Free Star Field, the great clans wouldn't be able to hunt him down. If the great clans wanted to hunt him down, then there was only one way, and that was to spend money to hire bandit groups in the Free Star Field. If the great clans wanted to hunt someone down in the Free Star Field, then they wouldn't be able to return alive. Because of this, the Free Star Field was considered a forbidden area by the great clans of the Void Realm. They also wanted to eliminate the bandits in the Free Star Field. However, they quickly discovered that it was impossible. There were countless bandit groups in the Free Star Field, and they had already developed their own forces. Moreover, the Free Star Field was bigger than any great clans. If the great clans wanted to take over the Free Star Field, then they would have to suffer a lot. Because of this, no one had succeeded. Zhao Hai's figure slowly appeared inside a transmission formation. As soon as he appeared, he heard a rough voice, "Kid, pay up." Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the person who spoke. The person was wearing an ordinary cultivator's robe, but he had a blade in his hand. His face had a ferocious expression. Zhao Hai knew that the expression on his face wasn't fake, it was because he had just killed someone. Zhao Hai looked at the person and said, "How much?" The person looked at Zhao Hai and said, 1,000 jade essence. Zhao Hai looked at the man, then with a wave of his hand, a spatial bag appeared in his hand. He threw the empty bag to the man. After the man took the spatial bag, he looked at the amount of jade essence inside and said, "You can go now." Zhao Hai nodded. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes and said, "Did you forget to give me something?" When the person heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Kid, you're out of luck today. Consider this 1,000 jade essence as a gift to your father. If you don't get lost, then I'll take your life." Zhao Hai slowly walked towards the man. At the same time, his hand touched the hilt of his saber. His eyes were cold as he looked at the cultivator. His body's murderous aura continued to rise. Coupled with his somewhat ferocious appearance, he looked like an evil spirit that crawled out of hell. It was indeed very frightening. When the person saw Zhao Hai's appearance, he didn't show any fear. On the contrary, his face showed a bloodthirsty grin. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Kid, your courage isn't small. Alright, Grandpa will help you today." Then his figure moved forward as he slashed his blade towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's footsteps didn't stop. His face was still calm as he walked forward. He didn't immediately pull out the blade on his back. At this time, a lot of cultivators ran over from the transmission formation. All of them were pointing at Zhao Hai and whispering to each other. The cultivator finally arrived in front of Zhao Hai. His blade was about to strike down. But at this time, Zhao Hai's hand suddenly moved. His hand seemed to have turned into a phantom as he pulled out the blade from his back and swung it forward. Puff! Zhao Hai and the cultivator passed by each other. At this time, Zhao Hai's blade had already returned to its scabbard. He didn't stop and continued to walk forward. The cultivator's head suddenly fell from his neck. Blood gushed out like a fountain as the cultivator's body slowly fell to the ground. But what was strange was that the blade in the cultivator's hand had disappeared. This meant that Zhao Hai had already walked far away. When the cultivators saw this, they immediately rushed forward. They didn't see Zhao Hai take anything from the cultivator. Therefore, they wanted to see if they could get a bargain. However, they were quickly disappointed. When they arrived at the cultivator's side, they discovered that there was nothing on the cultivator's body. His spatial equipment was long gone. It can be said that besides his clothes, he didn't have anything left. Even the blade in his hand was gone. This discovery caused an uproar in the crowd. They didn't see when Zhao Hai made his move. This meant that Zhao Hai didn't use his full strength. As for the cultivator who fought with Zhao Hai, they knew him. He was a tyrant in this area. Although he was only in the teleportation realm, the number of cultivators who died in his hands wasn't small. Naturally, this wasn't the most frightening thing. The most frightening thing was that there was someone behind that cultivator. In this area, there was an organization called the Red Cloud 13 Young Masters. Because this was Cloud Mist Star, Cloud City, these guys were active all year round. Therefore, they were called the Red Cloud 13 Young Masters. Of course, this Red Cloud 13th Young Master didn't mean that they only had 13 people. In fact, at the very beginning, they only had 13 people, but now, they had more than 13 people, turning into an organization with thousands of subordinates. If they only had 13 people, they wouldn't be able to run amok in Red Cloud City. And the one who just died was a member of the Red Cloud 13 Young Masters. He was not a Red Cloud 13 Young Master, but he was a disciple of the 6th Red Cloud 13 Young Master. In Red Cloud City, his status was very high, and no one dared to provoke him. In fact, what the cultivator did just now was wrong. He was deliberately looking for trouble. Maybe he saw that Zhao Hai was a newcomer, so he wanted to bully Zhao Hai. In a city like Cloud City, there would always be a force that controlled the transmission array of the city. As long as you came out of the transmission array, you would have to pay a fee. But after paying the fee, generally, this force would give you an identity card. If you had this identity card, then no one in Cloud City would look for you to collect fees. If you didn't have this identity card, then if you were to encounter Cloud 13th Young Masters people in Cloud City, then you would have to pay an entrance fee. Of course, the entrance fee of Cloud City at this time wasn't as exaggerated as 1,000 Jade Essence. If the Red Cloud 13 Young Masters really dared to charge such a high entrance fee, then no one would come to Cloud City. Before, the cultivator was looking for trouble with Zhao Hai, so he took 1,000 Jade Essence from Zhao Hai. He thought that Zhao Hai didn't know how much the entrance fee of Cloud City was, so he dared to ask for an exorbitant price. For Zhao Hai, Jade Essence was nothing. He also didn't want to have a conflict with the local forces. But when he saw that the cultivator didn't even give him an identity card, Zhao Hai knew that the other party was looking for trouble. So naturally, he wouldn't be polite and directly killed the cultivator. The reason why Zhao Hai knew about this was all because of Kai and Julie. Before Zhao Hai arrived in the Free Star Field, Kai and Julie had already understood the situation here. Therefore, Zhao Hai was very clear that in the Free Star Field, it was impossible to compromise. This was because the people here didn't believe in compromise, they only believed in the strong. As long as you were strong enough, there would be countless people relying on you. Even if you didn't want to establish your own force, there would still be countless people surrounding you. If you weren't strong enough, then you could only rely on others or die. After Zhao Hai killed the cultivator, he didn't leave Red Cloud City. Instead, he walked towards the city. He knew that the cultivator was a follower of the Red Cloud 13th young master. However, he also knew about the young master's background. These 13 cultivators were all rogue cultivators. Later on, they obtained an inheritance and became famous experts. Although these 13 cultivators were now in the Vajra realm, they could only mix around in a small place like this. It was impossible for them to go to a big place because they were at the bottom of the Vajra realm. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of the Red Cloud 13th young master. In fact, he didn't directly go to their door and kill them. This was already giving them face. He didn't expect that their disciples would dare to come and provoke him. They really didn't know how to live or die. Zhao Hai walked around the city a few times and took a fancy to an inn. He directly went inside. When the owner of the inn saw Zhao Hai, he immediately greeted him. He bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Does Mr. want to stay or eat?" Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Give me a good room and take me to the dining hall." The owner immediately complied and asked the waiter to prepare a room for Zhao Hai. Then he personally led Zhao Hai to the dining hall and sat down. After Zhao Hai sat down, the owner looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, what do you want to eat? Although our restaurant is small, we can make ordinary dishes. Moreover, we also have good wine." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Give me 4 dishes and a pot of good wine." "What kind of wine do you have here?" "It's the best." The owner's eyes lit up and said, replying to Mr. Our restaurant's best wine is the 4 Righteous wine. The 4 Righteous gang is currently very popular in the Void Realm. Not only is the taste extraordinarily good, but there are also 4 kinds of wine with 4 different flavors. Of course, for a hero like you, drinking the Death Knight wine is the best. I heard that the Death Knight Zhao Hai has never been defeated since his debut. The Death Knight wine is just like Zhao Hai, it's as if it's about to take your life. What do you think? Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Give me a pot, go ahead." The owner nodded and then turned around and left. Not long after the owner left, the shop's waiter delivered 4 dishes. These 4 dishes had meat and vegetables. Moreover, they looked good. After the dishes were delivered, the owner personally gave Zhao Hai a pot of Death Knight wine. Zhao Hai wasn't polite. He ate the dishes and drank the wine with a leisurely appearance. He was now waiting for the Red Cloud 13th young master to come to his door. He wanted to solve this matter as soon as possible. Zhao Hai didn't have to wait for too long. Just as Zhao Hai drank less than half a pot of wine, a loud noise came from outside the restaurant. Then a voice came from outside the restaurant, "Blade Brat, come out. You dare to kill my Red Cloud 13th young master's people. I think you don't want to live anymore. Come out quickly." At this time, the owner ran in with an ashen face. He directly ran in front of Zhao Hai and said with a bitter face, "Mister, did the 13th young master's uncle come for you?" It was no wonder that the owner came looking for Zhao Hai. Although there were a lot of people eating in the restaurant, Zhao Hai was the only one carrying a blade. Therefore, the owner came looking for him. Zhao Hai looked at the owner and said, "Don't worry, I won't implicate you." "What qualifications does a small restaurant like yours have for me to implicate you?" After saying that, Zhao Hai's figure moved and disappeared from the restaurant. At this time, the people in the restaurant also recovered. They looked at each other before running to the window and looking outside. They couldn't help but be startled. At this time, there were nearly 100 cultivators standing outside the store. Moreover, there were still cultivators coming in from time to time. The leaders of this group were 2 cultivators who looked to be around 40 years old. These 2 wore black cultivator robes, but the material of their robes was very good. Moreover, their hair and beards were very clean. Just by standing there, they gave off an imposing aura. One could see that their status wasn't ordinary at first glance. There were cultivators in the restaurant who often mingled in Red Cloud City. When they saw these 2 people, their complexion changed. Then they whispered, "Why did the 6th master and 7th master of the Red Cloud 13th young master personally come here? Who did that guy kill? How did he provoke these two masters to personally come here? Zhao Hai stood there and looked at the cultivators standing in front of him. His face was calm, but his murderous aura was getting stronger and stronger. Zhao Hai came to the Free Star Field this time to make himself look like a cold-blooded killer. Therefore, he couldn't be as gentle as he was before. Instead, he was exuding a murderous aura. When he was about to fight, his murderous aura would be even stronger. When the 6th and 7th young masters of the Red Cloud clan received the news that their 6th young master's disciple was killed, they immediately sent people to investigate. Red Cloud City was their territory, and Zhao Hai didn't leave after killing them. Therefore, they quickly found out where Zhao Hai was. When the two learned that Zhao Hai killed their 6th young master's disciple, they didn't dare to be negligent and immediately brought people over. At the same time, they also sent a message to the gang, telling them to immediately gather at the inn. The 6th young master looked at Zhao Hai with an ashen face. He had never married in his life, and his disciple was his successor. He had always treated him as his own son. Now that his disciple was killed, how could he bear it? Zhao Hai didn't speak, he just coldly looked at the 6th young master. The 6th young master also looked at him. After some time, the 6th young master said, "Tell me your identity? Why did you kill my disciple?" Zhao Hai looked at him and coldly said, "I killed him because I wanted to." After saying that, he didn't say anything superfluous. However, these words angered the 6th young master. What did he mean by "killed him because I wanted to"? Was he a pig? Even if he was a pig, he was raised by someone else. How could he kill him because he wanted to? Thinking up to here, 6th brother looked at Zhao Hai and coldly said, "You're crazy. But crazy people die early. Kid, I'll say it again. Tell me your identity. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave your name behind." Zhao Hai didn't say anything, instead, he placed his hand on the hilt of the sword on his back. Upon seeing Zhao Hai's action, 6th brother snorted and took out a long sword. Then he swung the sword towards Zhao Hai. Zhao looked at 6th brother's appearance, but he just stood there calmly, his eyes staring at 6th brother. 6th brother's sword was already above his head. At this time, Zhao suddenly moved. His body bent down, and the sword in his hand flashed into a white light, disappearing in a flash. 6th brother's movement stopped. He stared at Zhao Hai and said, "What a fast saber." Then he bowed his head as his body fell forward. Everyone discovered that his throat and belly button had been cut open by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai cut open his abdomen. Although his saber hit Zhao Hai's body, it only hit Zhao Hai's scabbard. It didn't cause any damage to Zhao Hai. 6th brother. At this time, the 7th brother who was standing next to 6th brother cried out. Then he ran to 6th brother's side and discovered that the old man's vitality had been cut off. Even if he had an immortal pill, it would be useless. 6th brother raised his head and looked at Zhao Hai with bloodshot eyes and said, "You killed 6th brother. I want you to pay with your life." Then he waved his hand as a ghost head saber appeared in his hand. Then he rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao stood there, his face still calm. Looking at the 7th brother rushing over, his hand once again touched his saber. The 7th brother clenched his teeth as he rushed towards Zhao. At the same time, the ghost head saber in his back also swung out. The saber had an indomitable momentum. Most people who fought with him would be disturbed by the power of the saber, and would be scared before the battle even started. But today, he was facing Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stood there with a calm expression. When the 7th brother rushed up, Zhao Hai's figure suddenly rushed forward. At the same time, the saber in his hand was also brandished. The two figures crossed each other. Zhao Hai's saber had already returned to its scabbard. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and the weapons in the hands of the 6th brother and the old saber, as well as the spatial equipment on their bodies, all flew into his hand. The 7th brother who was still standing behind him, at this time, also swayed and fell to the ground. After Zhao Hai killed the 6th brother and the 7th brother, the people brought by the Red Cloud 13th Prince were in a commotion. They did not know what to do. In their eyes, the 6th brother and the 7th brother were experts. But unexpectedly, they were killed in seconds. This was too illogical. But they had no other way. Now that Zhao Hai turned his gaze towards them, their hearts were suddenly raised. At the same time, their figures could not help but involuntarily retreat. Zhao Hai's hand touched the hilt of his saber. Step by step, he walked towards those people. When they saw Zhao Hai's appearance, they immediately shouted and turned around to run. Nearly 200 people, in the blink of an eye, disappeared without a trace. When Zhao Hai saw that everyone had run away, he also put down his hand. However, he did not stop. Instead, he continued to walk forward. When the cultivators on the street saw Zhao Hai's appearance, they felt that Zhao Hai would not leave so easily. He definitely wanted to do something. Therefore, many people followed him to see what he wanted to do. But soon, those people found out the purpose of Zhao Hai's trip. Zhao Hai's trip had only one purpose, and that was the Red Cloud 13th Prince's lair, the Red Cloud Palace. The Red Cloud Palace was built not far from the Red Cloud City's transmission array plaza. The entire palace occupied a large area. Moreover, it was magnificent and very beautiful. The Red Cloud Palace was built by the Red Cloud 13th Young Master, and it was also the Red Cloud 13th Young Master's lair. In the past, no one had ever dared to challenge that place, but this time, Zhao Hai's goal was obviously there. When the cultivators saw this situation, they became excited. This kind of situation where a person challenged a force, even in the Freedom Alliance, did not happen often. Therefore, everyone wanted to see whether Zhao Hai could succeed or not. But before Zhao Hai arrived at the Red Cloud Palace, his path was blocked. The people who blocked him were the Red Cloud 13th Prince's subordinates. These people were holding weapons and coldly looking at Zhao Hai. They had also arranged a battle formation, blocking Zhao Hai's path. Zhao Hai looked at them but did not stop. His hand touched the hilt of his sword, but his footsteps were still moving forward step by step. The Red Cloud 13th Prince's subordinates were also standing there coldly, but the weapons in their hands were grasped even tighter. The people behind Zhao Hai who were watching the fun were nervous, but at the same time, they were also excited. They wanted to see how far Zhao Hai could go. At this time, Zhao Hai had already arrived in front of the Red Cloud 13th Prince's subordinates. The Red Cloud 13th Prince's subordinates shouted and rushed straight towards Zhao Hai. However, they had obviously received a certain amount of training. When they rushed forward, they still maintained their formation. But at this time, Zhao Hai suddenly moved. His figure turned into a gray line and rushed straight forward. He turned around and entered the Red Cloud 13th Prince's subordinates' battle formation. The Red Cloud 13th Prince's subordinates shouted and the entire battle formation began to move. But after this battle formation moved for a while, it suddenly stopped. And behind this battle formation, Zhao Hai was still moving forward step by step. His hand had already let go of the hilt of his sword, while the Red Cloud 13th Prince's subordinates were like clay sculptures. Then, one by one, they fell to the ground. Their throats were slit, they were already dead. Seeing this situation, the cultivators who followed Zhao Hai could not help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. The time of the battle between the two sides was not long. To be able to wipe out the other side in such a short time, this was not something an ordinary cultivator could do. Zhao Hai did not care so much. To be honest, this time he came to Red Cloud City, he did not want to have any conflict with the Red Cloud 13th Prince. Red Cloud City was not a big city, it could be said to be a small city. The development potential here was limited. He simply did not want to establish his own force here. But now that the Red Cloud 13th Young Master had provoked him, he naturally would not be polite. Although the Red Cloud City was not big, it would not attract the attention of those big forces. Otherwise, they would not have let the Red Cloud 13th Young Master sit here. If he were to snatch this place and use it as his first development location, it would not be bad. Moreover, Zhao Hai was very clear that in the Free Star field, it was useless to reason with people. Here, people only recognize fists and swords. If you have the strength, even if you killed their son, they would still be willing to follow you. If you don't have the strength, they would not be willing to accept you as their grandson. Soon, Zhao Hai arrived in front of the Red Cloud Palace's door. The door of the Red Cloud Palace was open, and 11 middle-aged cultivators around 40 years old were standing there. Their clothes were the same as those of the 6th and 7th young masters that Zhao Hai had killed before. With a glance, one could tell that they were the other members of the Red Cloud Palace. Zhao Hai stopped about 50 steps away from them. The remaining 11 members of the Red Cloud 13th Prince coldly looked at Zhao Hai. They were very clear that the situation between them and Zhao Hai was irreconcilable. If they could not kill Zhao Hai, then in the future, they would not be able to convince people in Red Cloud City. Then, their Red Cloud 13th Prince's name would only become a joke. Zhao Hai also looked at them coldly, but he only glanced at them. Without saying anything, he touched the hilt of his sword and walked forward. This made the cultivators behind Zhao Hai surprised. They really did not think that Zhao Hai would be so direct. The Red Cloud 13th Prince also did not think that Zhao Hai would be so direct. Without saying a word, he started to fight. But now, if they let Zhao Hai stop and say something, then they would be at a disadvantage. So, they could not say anything and could only fight. Thinking of this, the Red Cloud 13th Prince, who was standing in the middle, shouted, "Formation!" Finished speaking, his hand moved and a long sword appeared in his hand. The 5 people standing on his left hand each took out a long sword, and the 5 people standing on his right hand each took out a long sword. Those who knew the Red Cloud 13th Prince knew that the one standing in the middle was the leader of the Red Cloud 13th Prince, Cloudblade Shadow, Li Tian. Zhao Hai glanced at them, but did not stop and continued to walk forward. Li Tian looked at Zhao Hai, his eyes flashed with anger, then he raised the long sword in his hand, waved it forward and shouted, "Kill!" Finished speaking, he rushed towards Zhao Hai, and the other 10 Red Cloud 13th Prince standing beside him also raised their swords and shouted, "Kill!" Together with Li Tian, they rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai coldly looked at them. His blade had not yet been unsheathed. He was not anxious at all. He was very clear that the other party could not possibly be his opponent. Although the other party had 11 Vajra realm cultivators, if they really fought, it was impossible for them to be his opponent. At this time, Li Tian and the others had already rushed in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's body moved, and the long blade in his hand was also unsheathed. A white light flashed, and Li Tian felt a pain in his throat. What a fast blade! Li Tian's mind flashed a final trace of thought, and then he fell into darkness. After killing Li Tian, the other Red Cloud 13th young masters also reacted. The blades in their hands danced, and they directly rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai fiercely took a step to the side, and his figure flashed out of the Red Cloud 13th young master's encirclement. Then he waved his blade behind him, and pierced the back of the Red Cloud 13th young master's neck, and came out from his throat. Then Zhao Hai withdrew his blade, and his figure flashed, and appeared in front of another cultivator. That cultivator was shocked, and a long blade danced on his body, and he firmly defended himself. Zhao Hai's figure moved, and at the same time, the blade in his hand left a wound on the opponent's wrist. When the opponent screamed, Zhao Hai's blade cut the opponent's throat. Zhao Hai's figure flashed, and he wandered around the Red Cloud 13th young master's encirclement. His figure was like a ghost, and no one knew where he would go next, and no one knew who he would attack next. Both sides fought for less than an hour, and the Red Cloud 13th young masters had all fallen to the ground dead. The Red Cloud 13th young master's subordinates looked at Zhao Hai's appearance, and didn't know what to do. Zhao Hai looked at them, withdrew his blade, and said in a deep voice, "Surrender, or die." Then he did not speak any nonsense, and just coldly looked at those people. When those people saw Zhao Hai's appearance, their hearts were beating like drums. At this time, a cultivator suddenly knelt down towards Zhao Hai and said, "This little one is willing to surrender." With a leader, the others naturally knew what to do. They immediately knelt down towards Zhao Hai and said, "This little one is willing to surrender." All the cultivators in the Red Cloud Palace knelt down. Zhao Hai nodded, and said in a deep voice, "Cloud thirst for their corpses, let's go inside." Then he walked towards the Red Cloud Palace. Those cultivators complied, stood up, and lifted the corpses of the Red Cloud 13th young masters. Then they followed behind Zhao Hai and entered the Red Cloud Palace. After entering, the palace's gate was closed, isolating the people outside from sizing them up. Those who stood outside the gate stared blankly at all this. They didn't think that Zhao Hai's strength would be so strong, so tyrannical. The Red Cloud 13th young masters who had been suppressing Red Cloud City for decades were unexpectedly eliminated by Zhao Hai in less than a day. This news was too sensational for the cultivators of Red Cloud City. Those cultivators who were watching the fun immediately dispersed. They wanted to spread this news throughout the entire Red Cloud City. Zhao Hai entered the Red Cloud Palace and carefully sized it up. In fact, he had already seen the situation of Red Cloud City in the space. Of course, this also included the Red Cloud Palace. The Red Cloud Palace occupied a large area. The entire Red Cloud City was divided into 3 parts, the front hall, the rear hall, and the forbidden area. The front hall was where the Red Cloud 13th young masters handled their affairs. It was used for official business. At the same time, it was also where the Red Cloud 13th young masters' subordinates lived. The rear hall was where the Red Cloud 13th young masters rested. If outsiders came, they would also have classes here. As for the forbidden area, it was the most secretive place in the entire Red Cloud Palace. It was where the Red Cloud 13th young masters went into seclusion. It was also where the Red Cloud 13th young masters hid their treasures. Zhao Hai arrived at the main hall of the front hall. He looked at the 13 chairs on the big platform and said, "Remove the 13 chairs on the platform and place only 1 chair there. Send their bodies to the rear hall. Everyone who is in charge, come to the rear hall to see me. The others will stay here in the front hall. In addition, send people outside to maintain the order of Red Cloud City. If anyone dares to cause trouble in the city, kill them first and report later." Finished speaking, Zhao Hai walked towards the rear hall's door. The Red Cloud 13th young master's subordinates also found out that Zhao Hai was not a talkative person. Therefore, when they heard Zhao Hai's words, they immediately complied and went to do their own things. At this time, Red Cloud City became lively. One must know that the Red Cloud 13th Young Masters organization was not the only organization in Red Cloud City. There were also many small gangs. Although these small gangs were not big, their combined strength was not smaller than the Red Cloud 13th Young Masters. It was precisely because of this that even though the Red Cloud 13th Young Masters could proclaim themselves as the overlord of Red Cloud City, they could not completely control Red Cloud City. Now, when these small gangs heard that the Red Cloud 13th Young Masters were killed, they immediately became active. Of course, there were also some who did not act recklessly because they saw the battle between Zhao Hai and the Red Cloud 13th Young Masters. They were very clear that although the Red Cloud 13th Young Masters were now dead, the one who took over the Red Cloud 13th Young Masters organization was definitely more powerful than the Red Cloud 13th Young Masters. If they acted recklessly, they were afraid that they would also become ghosts under that person's blade. It was precisely because of this idea that some small forces did not act recklessly. On the contrary, they restrained their own subordinates and did not let them go outside to act recklessly. Just when Red Cloud City was in chaos because of the Red Cloud 13th Young Master's death, the Red Cloud Palace's gates suddenly opened. Then, the Red Cloud 13th Young Master's subordinates came out from the palace. As long as they saw people acting recklessly on the streets, they would immediately pull out their blades and kill them without any mercy. When the people of Red Cloud City saw this situation, they were stunned at first, then there was an uproar. Some cultivators immediately organized themselves and wanted to fight against the Red Cloud 13th Young Master's subordinates. The conflict between the two sides in the city was unceasing, and the conflict was getting bigger and bigger. The entire Red Cloud City was already in chaos. At this time, Zhao Hai was sitting in a back hall. Outside the hall, the Red Cloud 13th Young Master's corpse was placed. The hall masters of the Red Cloud 13th Young Masters branch halls were standing in the side hall, trembling with fear as they waited for Zhao Hai's admonishment. Zhao Hai looked at their appearance and said in a deep voice, "Tell me about the Red Cloud 13th Young Masters situation. How many people? How many branches? Tell me clearly, one by one." The cultivators looked at each other. A cultivator stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai, but for a moment, he didn't know how to address Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at him and said in a deep voice, "Call me Gang Master. From today onwards, this place will be renamed as the Red Cloud Gang. I am the Red Cloud Gang's Gang Master." The cultivator immediately said, "Yes, Gang Master. This lowly one used to be the Red Cloud Gang Steward Hall Master." The Red Cloud Gang currently has 2,561 people, but today, some of them died. I'm afraid the number is not enough, so this number is not accurate. Zhao Hai nodded. Another cultivator stood up and said, Gang Master, this lowly one is the Red Cloud Gang steward. The Red Cloud Gang is divided into 6 halls: Steward Hall, Mission Hall, Battle Hall, External Affairs Hall, Medicine Hall, and Artifact Hall. Zhao Hai looked at him and found that although this person had his head down, Zhao Hai could feel that his eyes were flashing with hatred. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare at him and said, Then why didn't you speak just now? Why did the Steward Hall Master speak? Aren't you the head Hall Master? When the man heard Zhao Hai, his heart couldn't help but tremble. He quickly said, replying to Gang Master, this lowly one wanted to speak, but the Steward Hall Master spoke first. Zhao Hai looked at him and said, as the head Hall Master, if you let someone else speak first, then you'll never be able to speak again. Then a white light flashed in his hand as the head Hall Master's throat was cut off. The head Hall Master didn't expect that Zhao Hai would make a move on him at this time. Moreover, the reason for this was so absurd. He looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief as his eyes slowly lost their light. Zhao Hai looked at the head Hall Master's corpse, then he looked at the other people who were trembling in fear. Then he said, from today onwards, the Steward Hall Master will be promoted to head Hall Master. Steward Hall Master, please introduce him to this Gang Master. When the Steward Hall Master heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be happy. He didn't think that he would be promoted just because he said a few words. However, when he looked at the corpse on the ground, he immediately took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Then he knelt down in front of Zhao Hai and said, This lowly one thanks the Gang Master's grace. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, Get up. A cultivator's bones shouldn't be so soft. If I tell you to answer, then just answer. Don't talk so much nonsense. Gao Chonggong complied and stood up. Then he introduced the Red Cloud Clan's Hall Masters to Zhao Hai. Before, the head Hall Master didn't tell the truth. He said that the Red Cloud Clan had 6 Hall Masters, but in fact, there were 7. This was because the previous head Hall Master was in charge of one of the Hall Masters. The entire Red Cloud Clan's finances were managed by this Hall Master. Obviously, the head Hall Master was bullying Zhao Hai because he didn't know about the Red Cloud Clan's situation. He didn't want to tell Zhao Hai about the Red Cloud Clan's affairs. While they were talking, suddenly a loud noise came from outside. Zhao Hai frowned and looked at Gao Chonggong. Gao Chonggong immediately understood Zhao Hai's meaning. He cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and walked out of the side hall. Looking at the noisy cultivators outside, he shouted, What are you shouting about? Don't you know that the clan master is inside the meeting room? What's going on? When the noisy cultivators heard Gao Chonggong, they were surprised. Then one of them immediately bowed towards Gao Chonggong and said, We have seen the Hall Master. The brothers outside sent a message saying that there are some small gangs in the city that are causing trouble. When the brothers went to stop them, they joined forces and fought with us. The brothers outside suffered a loss and are still fighting. Gao Chonggong nodded. Just as he was about to return to the side hall, he discovered that Zhao Hai had already come out. Gao Chonggong immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, Clan Master. Zhao Hai said, Lead the way. Gao Chonggong complied, then he turned to the cultivators who came to report and said, What are you doing? Lead the way. When the cultivator heard Zhao Hai, he immediately complied and led Zhao Hai and the others outside. When Zhao Hai and the others came out of the back hall, they heard a loud noise coming from the front hall. Zhao Hai frowned, then he turned to Gao Chonggong and said, Take a look at what's going on. Gather the troops. If anyone disobeys, kill them. Gao Chonggong's heart trembled. He secretly thought, this young master is really easy to kill. In such a short time, he already said kill a few times. Every word is dripping with blood. But he still nodded and quickly walked to the front of the hall. Zhao was still walking behind him at a leisurely pace. Gao Chonggong quickly arrived at the front hall and found that the Red Cloud Gang's cultivators were panicking. They didn't know what to do. Gao Chonggong looked at them and said coldly, All of you, shut up. What are you yelling about? What are you doing? When the cultivators saw Gao Chonggong, they slowly quieted down. Gao Chonggong looked at their appearance and said, "The leader said that from today onwards, the Red Cloud Gang's name will no longer be used. From today onwards, we will be called the Red Cloud Gang. Now, those small gangs are actually saying that we haven't established a firm foothold yet and want to attack us." The leader passed down the order, "Gather the troops and go out to battle. If anyone dares to rob us, kill them. Everyone, get ready and assemble immediately." When the cultivators heard Gao Chonggong, they were relieved. They were really afraid that Zhao Hai wouldn't take over the Red Cloud Gang's mess. If Zhao Hai didn't take over this mess, then they would be in trouble. Now that they heard that Zhao Hai had agreed to take over, and even changed the gang's name, their hearts were completely settled. Everyone complied, and in the shortest time possible, they lined up in formation. They had just finished lining up when Zhao Hai came out from inside. He looked at the cultivators and they unconsciously straightened their backs. They wanted to perform better in front of Zhao Hai. Now that Zhao Hai was their new leader, in front of the new leader, they naturally had to perform better. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Let's go." Then he took the lead and walked out. The others quickly followed, and the group quickly left the Red Cloud Palace. With so many people suddenly appearing, it naturally attracted the attention of all the forces in Red Cloud City. When the people of Red Cloud City saw Zhao Hai leading so many people, they immediately understood that Zhao Hai wanted to clean up those gangs. Those small gangs who didn't act recklessly couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Fortunately, they didn't act recklessly. If they really acted recklessly, then they were afraid that today wouldn't be good. Zhao Hai quickly brought people to the battlefield. On the battlefield, the cultivators of the Red Cloud Gang and the allied forces of the other small gangs were confronting each other. But at present, it seems that the cultivators of the Red Cloud Gang had suffered a little loss. Because of the sudden change in the Red Cloud Gang, everyone was somewhat restless. Of the 10 layers of strength, being able to use 8 layers was already good enough. But the other side's momentum was like a rainbow, so naturally, the cultivators of the Red Cloud Gang were at a disadvantage. At this time, Zhao Hai also led people to the battlefield. When the cultivators of the Red Cloud Gang saw that reinforcements had arrived, their faces were filled with joy. On the other hand, the allied forces of the other small gangs were somewhat chaotic, but they were immediately suppressed by their respective leaders. Zhao Hai looked at the allied forces. The allied forces looked at each other. After a while, a cultivator came out and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, do you want to take over the Red Cloud Gang's territory? If so, then I ask Mister to listen to the rules of Red Cloud City." Zhao Hai calmly looked at those people and said, "Rules? My words are the rules. Kill." Finished speaking, his figure moved and rushed straight towards those people. The people opposite him obviously didn't think that Zhao Hai would do such a thing. Even the people behind Zhao Hai didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so impulsive, but they still immediately rushed over. The two sides quickly fought, but one side had Zhao Hai, this big killing machine, while the other side didn't. Therefore, the other side suffered a tragedy. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so fierce and so unreasonable. Zhao Hai wasn't like other cultivators, who wouldn't make a move against ordinary people. He didn't care so much, as long as he could kill, he wouldn't let a single one of them go. Wherever he went, he would leave a trail of blood behind him. In the end, the cultivators of the small gangs couldn't stand it anymore. After all, they were only an alliance, and an unstable alliance at that. Encountering such an attack, of course, they would run. Seeing the people of the small gangs running away, Zhao Hai also stopped. His saber was still in its scabbard. At this time, Gao Chonggong also came to his side. Zhao Hai said, "Lead the people and wipe out all the gangs involved in this matter. As long as they are still in the city, kill them on the spot." Gao Chonggong shuddered and said in a deep voice, "Yes, gang leader." He found out that their lord wasn't an ordinary person who liked to kill. How long had it been since then? The word kill had never left his mouth. What happened next was even simpler. In the Red Cloud City, all the small gangs that were involved in this matter were wiped out by the Red Cloud Gang. All the small gangs were wiped out. The situation of the entire Red Cloud City had changed. Originally, the small gangs of Red Cloud City were in a disadvantageous position. If the Red Cloud 13th young master wasn't afraid that it would be very difficult to deal with them, then he would have already dealt with them. But this time, Zhao Hai didn't care so much and directly made his move. Before the other small gangs of Red Cloud City could react, all of them were eliminated. At this time, in the entire Red Cloud City, there was no longer any force that could be the opponent of the Red Cloud Gang. After 3 days of cleaning up, the entire Red Cloud City was completely cleaned up by the small gangs that participated in the war. During these 3 days, the cultivators of the Red Cloud sect had a strong sense of belonging to the Red Cloud Gang. The reason why they had this sense of belonging was entirely because of what Zhao Hai had done in the past few days. In the past, because they had scruples about this and that, they didn't dare to make a move against the small gangs. But Zhao Hai was good, he didn't hesitate to make a move against the small gangs. Moreover, he swept the small gangs out of Cloud City. Of course, they felt incomparably proud. After 3 days, the cleaning up of Cloud City was completed. Zhao Hai had already returned to the Red Cloud Palace. Those cultivators who were killed by him were all received by Zhao Hai into the space. Of course, no one knew about this matter. When Zhao Hai sent those people to kill others, he had already cleaned up the battlefield. Now, Zhao Hai was sitting in the Red Cloud Hall in the front hall. There were a lot of people standing in the Red Cloud Hall. These people were the leaders of the Red Cloud sect. Even the captains of the Red Cloud sect were present. But now, these people were standing there honestly. They had seen Zhao Hai's bloody means. These days, the number of people he killed in Cloud City was not less than the number of people he killed. So many people were killed by Zhao Hai, but Zhao Hai didn't even bat an eyelid. This made the people of the Red Cloud sect understand what kind of person their gang master was. Zhao Hai looked at them and finally locked his eyes on Gao Chonggong. He said in a deep voice, "Gao Chonggong, tell me about the situation in the city." Gao Chonggong complied and said, "Yes," replying to the gang master. Now, all the small gangs who participated in this matter have been swept out of Cloud City by our Red Cloud Gang. There are still some small gangs who didn't participate in this operation, so we didn't do anything to them. This time, we eliminated a total of 26 small gangs. The total number of casualties reached more than 1,300 people. Our side suffered 132 casualties. Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, "Those brothers who died in the battle, do they have any family members? If they have family members, send them jade essences. And remember, from now on, every month, send the monthly allowance of the dead brothers to their family members. If anyone dares to embezzle it, kill them on the spot." Everyone's heart trembled, but at the same time, their hearts were moved. One must know that the Red Cloud Gang didn't have such treatment before. If they all died in the battle, then they would have died in vain. If they had family members, then they wouldn't have given them any compensation. Gao Chonggong bowed and said, "Yes, please rest assured, gang master." Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, "Tomorrow, you will represent the Red Cloud sect to the other small gangs. Order them to hand over the other small gangs within 3 days and surrender to the Red Cloud Gang. If they don't surrender after 3 days, then don't blame us for being impolite." Gao Chonggong was surprised. He looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled look. Zhao Hai just looked at him calmly and said, "Well, go do your own thing." Finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the back of the hall. After Zhao Hai left, the other members of the Red Cloud Gang immediately surrounded Gao Chonggong. A hall master looked at Gao Chonggong and said, "Old Gao, how does gang master know that the remaining small gangs are harboring the people of the other small gangs?" Gao Chonggong looked at him and said with a wry smile, "Idiot, these days, the gangs can't go out. How can we know that they are harboring people? Did you forget what gang master said before? What he said is the rule. If he says they are harboring people, then they are harboring people. If he says they are not harboring people, then they are not harboring people. Do you understand now?" When they heard Gao Chonggong, everyone understood that Zhao Hai didn't know whether the other gangs were harboring people or not. What he wanted was just an excuse. Zhao Hai wanted to seize the opportunity and unify the entire Red Cloud City. Thinking up to here, these people were surprised. They also felt that it was very inconceivable. The Red Cloud Gang's 13th young master had not been able to do it for so many years, but Zhao Hai actually wanted to do it now. Moreover, looking at the current situation, it was very likely that he would succeed. This was really too surprising. Soon, all the gangs in the Red Cloud City received the final notice from the Red Cloud sect. When these gangs saw this notice, they understood what the Red Cloud gang wanted to do. However, they had no other way. Now, the Red Cloud gang's strength was stronger than their combined strength. If they resisted, then only death would await them. Moreover, the Red Cloud gang also said that if they dared to run, then they would not be polite. They didn't even leave a way out for them. This made these small gangs completely despair. They found that they had no other choice but to surrender. In the following 2 days, some small gangs had already surrendered to the Red Cloud gang. They surrendered to the Red Cloud gang. The Red Cloud gang didn't treat them unfairly. They gave the leaders of these small gangs an elder position and arranged some things for them to do. This could be considered as giving them power. 3 days later, in the entire Red Cloud City, except for a few small gangs, all the gangs had surrendered to the Red Cloud gang. Zhao Hai also wasn't polite. Those who didn't surrender, he directly had Gao Chonggong lead people to destroy them. He simply didn't give them a chance to explain. After destroying these gangs, the Red Cloud City completely fell into the hands of the Red Cloud sect. Zhao Hai immediately formulated a set of rules for the Red Cloud gang. In these rules, there were clear regulations regarding the Red Cloud gang's various actions. For example, the amount of fees to enter the city, the amount of transaction fees to be charged, as well as other fees to be charged. He even wrote down the obligations of the Red Cloud gang, how much money should be paid to do business in the Red Cloud City, and so on. These rules were all clearly written down by Zhao Hai. These rules were also engraved on stone tablets by Zhao Hai. Then these stone tablets were erected at the city gates, the transmission array plaza, the main street intersections, and other prominent locations. About half a month after Zhao Hai entered the Red Cloud City, the entire Red Cloud City underwent tremendous changes. Zhao Hai ordered the Red Cloud gang to clean up the streets. Moreover, he also ordered the Red Cloud gang's cultivators to patrol the streets. In the process of patrolling, they weren't allowed to eat or steal anything. If they were found, they would be executed on the spot. This made the air in the entire Red Cloud City clear up. Recently, all the people who came to the Red Cloud City were surprised, especially those who had been to the Red Cloud City before. They were very clear about what the Red Cloud City was like before. Although the streets weren't very dirty, they weren't clean either. The city looked even more chaotic. Looking at the current Red Cloud City, they thought that they had come to the wrong place. After these people saw the changes in the Red Cloud City, they were very surprised. Regarding the Red Cloud gang's leader, they were even more curious. This was because until now, no one knew Zhao Hai's name. This made Zhao Hai seem very mysterious. Zhao Hai didn't care much about this. He was now busy with another matter, and that was to expand the Red Cloud gang. In the Freedom Alliance, you can expand your army at will. No one will care about you. As long as you have the ability, even if you raise millions of people, no one will care. Of course, the premise was that you can't touch the territory of other gangs. If you do, then the two gangs will fight to the death. Zhao Hai had already counted all the things that the Red Cloud gang's 13th young master had stored. In addition to the things in his warehouse, he also counted the things in their spatial equipment. Then he used these things to start recruiting people. In the Red Cloud City, there were still a lot of rogue cultivators. These people relied on the Red Cloud City to make a living. Some of them were bandits. In short, none of them were good people. However, these people were nothing to Zhao Hai. Moreover, they were also the source of troops for various gangs. This time, Zhao Hai's expansion of the army was aimed at these people. And these people also wanted to join the Red Cloud gang. Although the Red Cloud gang wasn't a big gang, but in the vicinity of the Red Cloud City, it was still a first-class existence. Now that the Red Cloud gang was unified, they naturally wanted to join the Red Cloud gang. Red Cloud City was a small place. A place like this naturally wouldn't attract the attention of others. Therefore, even if Zhao Hai started to expand the army, no one would notice. Even those who were doing business in the Red Cloud City didn't pay attention to the Red Cloud gang's expansion. In their opinion, expanding the army was just expanding the army. Such a small force was simply not worthy of their attention. Zhao Hai sat in the Red Cloud Hall. All the elders and captain-level figures of the Red Cloud gang had arrived. Zhao Hai was still dressed in a gray cultivator's robe, carrying a sword on his back. Sitting there, he was like an unsheathed long saber. Zhao Hai looked at them and said in a deep voice, "Gao Chonggong, report the current number of people in the Red Cloud gang." Gao Chonggong's spirit was shaken. He immediately said in a deep voice, "Yes, gang leader. The Red Cloud gang now has a total of 7,230 people." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The matter I asked you to investigate earlier. How is your investigation going?" Gao Chonggong immediately replied, in response to sect leader's question, "Fog City is the nearest small city to us. There are a total of 36 gangs of various sizes in the city. Among them, there are two largest gangs. One is the Iron Armor Gang, and the other is the Five Tigers sect. The cultivators of the Iron Armor Gang all wear iron armor. Their iron armor is specially made and is extremely powerful. On the other hand, the cultivators of the Five Tigers sect mainly use sabers. These two gangs have a total of about 11,000 cultivators. In addition to the other gangs of various sizes, there are more than 30,000 cultivators in the entire Fog City. There are also some loose cultivators, but the number of loose cultivators is slightly higher. However, if we want to attack Fog City, we can consider those loose cultivators. Them as loose cultivators." Hearing Gao Chonggong's words, a buzz came from the hall. Zhao Hai had only taken over Red Cloud City for less than 2 months. Although they had recruited some people, the total number of people was only about 7,000. It would not be easy for 7,000 people to deal with a city with more than 30,000 cultivators. Zhao Hai did not say anything. He just looked at them coldly. Those people had just said a few words, but when they saw Zhao Hai's expression, they immediately closed their mouths. They knew their gang leader's temper too well. One mistake and they would lose their lives. So, when they saw Zhao Hai's expression, they immediately became obedient. Zhao Hai saw that everyone was silent. He then said, "Gather the troops. Leave 1,000 people to guard the city. The rest get ready. We will set out in 3 days. Our target is Fog City. If anyone dares to leak the news during these 3 days, kill without mercy." After saying this, Zhao Hai stood up and turned to leave. As soon as Zhao Hai left, Gao Chonggong was immediately surrounded by people. An elder looked at Gao Chonggong and said, "Old Gao, are we really going to help deal with Fog City? Isn't this too risky?" Gao Chonggong looked at the elder and sighed, "But this is the gang leader's order. What can I do? Also, don't think too much about it. The gang leader wouldn't play around with everyone's lives. The gang leader had already ordered us to investigate the surrounding cities before finally choosing Fog City. Moreover, we have some confidence in dealing with Fog City. Fog City doesn't have that many cultivators. Moreover, the strength of the two largest cultivators is only average, not very strong. With our current strength, it wouldn't be too difficult for us to destroy one of them." When everyone heard what he said, they still felt uneasy. However, they didn't dare to violate Zhao Hai's order. If they were to fight with their lives on the line, then they would still have a chance to survive. If they were to violate Zhao Hai's order, then they would immediately lose their lives. 3 days of preparation wasn't a short time. Cultivators didn't have much to prepare before going out to battle. All they needed to do was to put their things inside the space. In fact, for a small force like the Red Clouds gang, their cultivators' things were generally stored inside their own space equipment. They wouldn't put them in their own residences, that would be too unsafe. 3 days later, Zhao Hai led the group to set out. They set out at night and were divided into small groups so that others wouldn't notice them. After a night of hurrying, the group arrived at the outskirts of Fog City the next day. Zhao Hai didn't let the group enter Fog City. Instead, he let them rest on the mountain outside. Then he personally entered Fog City and carefully looked at the environment. At the same time, he also drew a map of Fog City. In fact, the map of Fog City had already been stored inside the Spaces map. It didn't take much effort to pull it out. However, in order to not reveal any flaws, Zhao Hai still took a trip to Fog City. When Zhao Hai came out of Fog City, the sky was already dark. Zhao Hai went to a secluded forest outside of Fog City, where the Red Clouds gang was resting. After Zhao Hai entered the forest, he immediately gathered the Red Clouds gang members, especially the captains who were in charge of commanding. When everyone arrived at his side, he said, "Before we came, I already gave you a number. Now, remember your number. Then look at this. Remember your position. If you make a mistake, kill without mercy." Everyone nodded in unison. Zhao Hai then handed over a jade slip to them. Inside the jade slip was a map of Fog City. On the map, each team's position was carefully marked. The captains didn't dare be negligent. They knew that if they made a mistake, then Zhao Hai wouldn't let them off. After the jade slip passed through everyone's hands, it returned to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Remember your position. We'll set off in 2 hours." Then he turned around and walked towards a tree. Then he sat down cross-legged as if he had fallen asleep. When the others saw Zhao Hai's appearance, they didn't dare to disturb him. They immediately returned to their teams and gave instructions to them. They were afraid that if their teams made a mistake, then they would be implicated. 2 hours passed by quickly. At this time, the sky was completely dark. In the Freestar field, very few cultivators would be outside when the sky turned dark. This was because when the sky turned dark, countless thieves would come out. If you were to run around at this time, then you could lose your life at any time. Zhao Hai opened his eyes and slowly stood up. The captains of the other teams immediately gathered around him. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "I'll go first. You can move out in 15 minutes. Enter the city from the western wall." Then Zhao Hai didn't say anything else and flew towards Fog City. The captains didn't dare to be negligent. They carefully calculated the time. Once 15 minutes passed, they immediately moved out and led their people towards the western wall. Soon, they arrived at the western wall. There were usually people guarding the wall at night. Now, there were indeed people guarding it. Looking at the motionless people on the wall, the members of the Red Cloud sect felt very strange. They had a few thousand people. Such a big operation shouldn't have been missed by the other party. However, they didn't move at all. This was too strange. At this time, Gao Chonggong waved his hand and led them to the top of the wall. When they reached the top of the wall, they saw that everyone on the wall was dead. Not a single one was alive. However, although they were dead, they were all propped up by their weapons. Therefore, it seemed like they were still standing. Seeing that there was no danger, everyone immediately entered the city from the western wall. Then, everyone walked towards their target under the cover of the night. This time, their target was the Five Tigers sect. As one of the two major sects of Fog City, the Wanhu sect's headquarters was located in the middle of Five Tigers City, not far from the teleportation square. Along the way, the cultivators of the Red Cloud sect were very careful. They were afraid of alerting others. However, they quickly realized that their worries were unnecessary. At night, the city seemed to have become a dead city. Although they saw patrols on the road, those patrols had already fallen to the ground. They were all dead. Under such circumstances, there was no one other than Zhao Hai who could kill people silently. This made them feel relieved. They carefully walked forward. Soon, they arrived at the designated location. They were still some distance away from the Five Tigers sect. However, it wasn't too far. From here, they could clearly see the headquarters of the Five Tigers sect. The entire Five Tigers sect was silent. There was no sound. It was like a ferocious beast lying on the ground, waiting for its prey to come to its door. Zhao Hai stood there and looked coldly at the Five Tigers sect. Gao Chonggong led the team leaders to Zhao Hai's side and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai said in a low voice, "There is an ambush inside. Someone has leaked the information. However, the attack must continue." After saying this, Zhao Hai took out something that looked like an incense stick. Zhao Hai moved his hand and lit the incense stick. Then, with a wave of his hand, a gentle breeze blew the incense stick into the Five Tigers sect. When Gao Chonggong heard Zhao Hai say that there was an ambush inside, his expression changed. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect leader, do you mean that there is a traitor in the sect?" Zhao Hai said in a low voice, "We will investigate after we are done." As he spoke, he continued to blow the smoke from the incense stick into the Five Tigers sect. He only stopped when the entire incense stick had burned out. Then, he said in a low voice, "Pass down the order. Do not touch those who are unconscious. Kill all those who can resist." Gao Chonggong acknowledged the order and turned to leave. After a while, he returned to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Sect leader, the order has been passed down." Zhao Hai nodded and said in a low voice, "Attack." After saying this, he took the lead and flew into the Five Tigers sect. The others immediately took action and charged straight into the Five Tigers sect. Very quickly, everyone rushed into the Five Tigers sect. However, the moment they entered the Five Tigers sect, they were stunned. There were many cultivators lying in ambush in the Five Tigers sect. However, these cultivators were all lying on the ground unconscious. It was as though they had been drugged. This surprised everyone. One must know that it wasn't easy to knock out a cultivator. Cultivators could be poisoned, but there weren't many drugs that could make them unconscious. Moreover, each one of them was very precious. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to get his hands on them. In fact, the drug that Zhao Hai took out was not a drug at all. It was a derivative of the cursed poison that Laura and the others had concocted. It was a type of poison that was extremely toxic. As long as one's strength had not reached the Vajra realm, there was no cure. This kind of poison was naturally not effective against high-level cultivators. It was also not effective against those large sections. There were countless Vajra realm cultivators in those large sections. If he used this kind of poison, he would be discovered very quickly. However, it was enough to deal with a gang like the Five Tigers sect. Those cultivators were not unconscious. They were dead. However, after they died, they were immediately turned into undead creatures by the space. Then, they were resurrected. Therefore, they appeared to be unconscious. In fact, those people had become Zhao Hai's men. Moreover, they were absolutely loyal to Zhao Hai. The Five Tigers sect had finally discovered that the Red Cloud Gang had begun their operation. The Five Tigers sect reacted immediately. All the Vajra realm cultivators in their sect rushed out. The Five Tigers sect was known as one of the two major gangs in Fog City. However, there were not many Vajra realm cultivators in their sect. There were less than 10 of them. None of the teleportation realm cultivators in their sect had come out. In the Free Star Zone, there was an unwritten rule that only Vajra realm cultivators could establish a gang. If one's strength did not reach the Vajra realm, it was impossible to establish a gang. Now, there were many Vajra realm cultivators in the Red Cloud Gang. These Vajra realm cultivators were all leaders of small gangs in Cloud City. After Zhao Hai led them to surrender to the Red Cloud Gang, they naturally became members of the Red Cloud Gang. Now, there were nearly 30 Vajra realm cultivators in the Red Cloud Gang. Previously, the Red Cloud Gang had been able to stay in Cloud City without being attacked because of the Red Cloud 13th Young Master. The Red Cloud 13th Young Master had a total of 13 Vajra realm cultivators, which was a little more than the Five Tigers sect. Therefore, they were very close to Cloud City and their scale was larger than Cloud City's. The two major gangs in Fog City did not dare to have any ideas about Cloud City. The Vajra realm cultivators of the Five Tigers sect looked at Zhao Hai and the others. One of them, who looked to be in his 50s, said in a low voice, "Good method. I did not expect the Red Cloud Gang to use such methods. They actually used drugs. Despicable." Zhao Hai did not say anything. He only looked at the old cultivator coldly. The old cultivator also looked at Zhao Hai. Although they were now surrounded by the Red Cloud Gang and Zhao Hai was dressed very ordinarily, he still recognized Zhao Hai at a glance. The old cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and said in a low voice, "You are the leader of the Red Cloud Gang? I did not expect that even though I received the news in advance, I still could not stop you. This is heaven's will." Zhao Hai looked at the old cultivator's appearance and solemnly said, "Surrender or die." The old cultivator looked at Zhao Hai. Suddenly, he laughed out loud and said, "The Five Tigers sect only has people who die in battle. There is no one who surrenders. Don't waste your time. Attack." Zhao Hai's hand slowly touched the hilt of his saber. He glanced at the people behind the old cultivator and said, "Surrender or die." If you don't, I'll kill your entire family." As soon as Zhao Hai's words came out, the complexions of the people behind the old cultivator couldn't help but change. They weren't afraid of death, but Zhao Hai's threat of killing their entire family was too much of a deterrent. After reaching this point, all of them had their own families. Their families had even developed into small clans. If Zhao Hai really didn't let their families off, then their orthodoxy would be broken. Cultivators were afraid of death, but they were not very afraid of death. If they encountered a situation where they were certain to die, they would fight with their lives on the line. If they had a descendant, then it was needless to say. When their orthodoxy was passed down, they would be even more daring to fight with their lives on the line in the face of certain death. However, when someone threatened to break their orthodoxy, they would really be afraid. This was because it was equivalent to breaking their orthodoxy and erasing their last trace in this world. This was what these cultivators were most afraid of. The old cultivator didn't expect Zhao Hai to say this. He angrily looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Despicable people, don't you know this principle? You actually dared to attack our wives and children, despicable and shameless." Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just looked at the cultivators and said, "3 breaths, 1, 2. Just as Zhao Hai counted twice, a cultivator behind the old man said, "Wait, I'm willing to surrender." Then the cultivator turned his head to the old man and said with a sad expression, "Sect leader, it's not that I don't want to fight with you. It's just that my family's little son has just turned 1 month old. I really can't bear to see him die. I ask for sect leader's forgiveness." Then the cultivator gave the old man a big bow before retreating to the side. The old man's face was ashen. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Despicable person, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Zhao Hai said, "You don't have the chance. 3 breaths, if you don't surrender, you'll die." Then without waiting for Zhao Hai to count, the old man roared and attacked Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw the old man's action, he coldly snorted. Then his figure moved as he rushed forward. Zhao Hai passed by the old man. His saber was only unsheathed once before it returned to the scabbard. The old man was already dead. Zhao Hai didn't look at the old man. Instead, he looked at the remaining people of the 5 Tiger Gang and said, 3 breaths, if you don't surrender, you'll die." Zhao Hai's remaining people turned pale. The old man was the leader of the 5 Tiger Gang. He was also the strongest person in the 5 Tiger Gang. They didn't expect that he would be killed by Zhao Hai in one move. Only now did they know the difference between them and Zhao Hai. Of course, the most important thing was that they were still thinking about Zhao Hai's last words. If they didn't surrender within 3 breaths, then they and their families would be finished. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Then, they bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "We're willing to surrender." Zhao Hai nodded, then waved his hand and said, "Go. Gao Changgong, take your people and hide him. But remember, don't let anyone in his family go. I don't want to see anyone alive in his family." Gao Changgong nodded. Of course, he knew who Zhao Hai was talking about. Naturally, it was the old man on the ground. When the people of the 5 Tiger Gang who surrendered heard Zhao Hai's words, their bodies shook. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so ruthless. They thought that Zhao Hai was just threatening them. Although they thought that Zhao Hai was threatening them, they didn't dare to take the risk. If they really angered Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai would really destroy their families. That wouldn't be worth it. However, they didn't expect that Zhao Hai wasn't threatening them at all. The leader of the 5 Tiger Gang was already dead, but Zhao Hai still wanted to kill his family. From this point, it could be seen that he was absolutely cold-blooded and ruthless. When they thought of this, cold sweat broke out on the backs of the surrendered cultivators. If they had been stubborn with Zhao Hai just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Zhao Hai's figure moved and landed in the 5 Tiger sect. He walked into the hall of the 5 Tiger sect and sat in the seat of the 5 Tiger sect leader. Looking at the cultivators of the 5 Tiger sect who had surrendered, he said in a low voice, "From today onwards, the 5 Tiger sect will be merged into the Red Cloud sect. You only have one mission now, and that is to support the people of the 5 Tiger sect. I don't want anything to happen to the 5 Tiger sect. It's best if you can safely merge into the Red Cloud sect. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." The surrendered cultivators looked at each other. One of them stepped forward and said, in response to the leader's question, it was an elder of the Red Cloud sect. His surname is Liu, and his name is Yuanjin. At this moment, a black shadow flew out of the hall. Zhao Hai snorted coldly. His figure moved, and he had already chased out of the hall. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the hall. Then, he looked at the people in the hall and turned to Gao Chenggong, saying, remember, execute all of Liu Yuanjin's family members. Don't leave a single one alive. If anyone escapes, bring your head to me. Gao Chenggong responded, turned, and left. Zhao Hai said in a low voice, pour cold water on their faces, and they will wake up. Remember, support them well. If they cause trouble, my blade will be merciless. After saying this, he turned and walked towards the back hall of the Five Tiger Gang. At this time, Gao Chenggong also walked in. He looked at the people in the hall and said, what are you still doing here? Go and wake those fellows up. If there's anyone who isn't obedient, don't hesitate to kill them on the spot. Everyone immediately responded, then turned around and left. The expressions of the surrendered cultivators of the Five Tiger Gang changed. They quickly turned around and walked out. These people were from the Five Tiger Gang, so they didn't want them to be killed. The people of the Five Tiger Gang were quickly rescued. When they knew that the leader was dead, and that the elders of the gang had surrendered, one by one, they obediently surrendered. Naturally, nobody knew that they were already Zhao Hai's people. Moreover, they were absolutely loyal to Zhao Hai. The next morning, everything in Fog City went on as usual. Even the Five Tiger Gang was the same as before. There was nothing out of the ordinary. This puzzled the people of the Iron Armor Gang, another large gang in Fog City. They also knew that someone was going to attack the Five Tiger Gang. They also knew that the Five Tiger sect had mobilized their forces. They were afraid that the Five Tiger sect was up to something, so they were very careful last night. However, nothing happened at the Five Tiger Gang last night. It had been very quiet. They didn't see anything unusual this morning, which made them even more puzzled. Although they knew that someone was going to attack the Five Tiger Gang, the people of the Iron Armor Gang didn't know what was going on. They didn't go to the Five Tiger sect last night because they were afraid of giving the Five Tiger sect an excuse to make things difficult for them. If the two sides really fought, although the Iron Armor Gang wasn't afraid of the Five Tiger sect, they would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. The Iron Armor Gang didn't want to completely fall out with the Five Tiger sect now. Because of this, the people of the Iron Armor Gang didn't know that the old leader of the Five Tiger sect had died and that the Five Tiger sect had changed. Therefore, when they saw the Five Tiger sect being so quiet, although they felt strange, they didn't think too much about it. They thought that the Five Tiger sect was up to some tricks. Seeing that they were prepared, they didn't dare to make a move. Naturally, they didn't care. On this day, everything was normal in Fog City. It was as if nothing had happened. Naturally, no one thought that the Five Tiger sect had changed leaders. Moreover, there were 6,000 more cultivators in the Five Tiger sect. Zhao Hai was now sitting in the hall of the Five Tiger sect, looking at the people in the hall. Now, there were even more people in the hall. However, everyone stood there with their backs bowed. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Obviously, they were very afraid of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai said in a low voice, pass down the order. Everyone is to get ready. Tonight, everyone will move out and destroy the Iron Armor Gang. When everyone heard Zhao Hai say this, they were stunned. Then, they were shocked. They really didn't expect that Zhao Hai would make such a decision. They had just destroyed the Five Tiger sect yesterday. They hadn't even digested it. Now, he wanted to destroy the Iron Armor Gang. Wasn't this a little too hasty? Everyone's gaze was focused on Gao Chenggong. Now, everyone knew that Gao Chenggong was the only person in the entire Red Clouds gang who could talk to Zhao Hai. They all hoped that Gao Chenggong could persuade Zhao Hai not to act so hastily. If they were defeated this time, the Red Clouds gang would be finished. However, Gao Chenggong only bowed to Zhao Hai and said, yes, gang leader. Please rest assured. I will make the arrangements immediately. Zhao Hai nodded, turned around, and left. After Zhao Hai left, the cultivators once again surrounded Gao Chenggong. This had become their recent habit. They didn't dare to say anything to Zhao Hai, so they could only talk to Gao Chonggong. This was because they realized that Gao Chonggong seemed to understand Zhao Hai very well. He could understand Zhao Hai's thoughts the best. Therefore, they looked for Gao Chonggong to ask what was going on. Before anyone could ask, Gao Chonggong said, "I know what everyone wants to ask. However, have you ever thought that the gang leader is such a reckless person? The Five Tigers sect and the Iron Armor gang have been at loggerheads for such a long time. If the Five Tigers sect knew that someone was going to deal with them last night, the Iron Armor gang must have received the news as well." Regardless of whether the Iron Armor gang rejoiced in the misfortune of the Five Tigers sect or was on guard, they would have paid attention to the changes in the Five Tigers sect. However, this morning, the gang leader gave the order to not make any changes in the Five Tigers sect. He did this to let the people of the Iron Armor gang think that the Five Tigers sect is fine so that the Iron Armor gang will lower their guard. At this point, Gao Chonggong paused for a moment before continuing in a low voice, "The Iron Armor gang and the Five Tigers sect have been at loggerheads for such a long time. It is impossible for both sides not to have their own people by each other's side. Now that the changes in the Five Tigers sect have been made known to the Iron Armor gang, after the Iron Armor gang knows about the situation here, they may be on guard. However, they definitely would not expect us to attack them at this time. It is precisely because they did not expect this that the gang leader wants to take action tonight. The people that the Iron Armor gang has arranged in the Five Tigers sect will most likely not have a chance to report back to the Iron Armor gang. Therefore, you don't have to worry about anything." Frankly speaking, after following Zhao Hai for such a long time, they did not know much about him. They only knew that Zhao Hai had a cold temper and was bloodthirsty. They really did not know much about him. Now that they heard Gao Chonggong say this, they realized that even though Zhao Hai seemed to be acting rashly, he was actually consolidating his forces at every step. He had already taken the first step into account before taking action. Such a person was too terrifying. However, they were also relieved. Zhao Hai had already calculated everything. What was there to be worried about? As for the people who had surrendered to the Five Tigers sect, after hearing Gao Chonggong's words, they were also shocked. They really did not expect that Zhao Hai had actually taken all of this into account. Although they had not spent much time with Zhao Hai, in their impression, Zhao Hai was a cold-blooded and heartless person who did not speak much. They had not expected him to be so shrewd. If what Gao Chonggong said was true and not baseless speculation, then Zhao Hai was too terrifying. It was no wonder that he had been defeated by such a person. The main hall of the Iron Armor gang was not very far from the main hall of the Five Tigers sect. These two gangs seemed to be competing against each other. They had built their own main halls very beautifully. At the same time, they were not far from each other. This was because they wanted to compete. Just as Gao Chonggong had thought, Zhao Hai had already known about the situation with the Iron Armor gang. If they had not come in such a hurry last night and did not want to reveal too many flaws, they would have attacked the Iron Armor gang last night. Zhao Hai had already turned all the cultivators of the Five Tigers sect into undead creatures. Naturally, he knew which of them were from the Iron Armor gang. Therefore, he had already asked the people of the Iron Armor gang to send a message to them. Of course, he did not ask them to tell the truth. He only asked them to tell the Iron Armor gang that it was a group of outsiders who had attacked the Five Tigers sect. Although they had taken over the Five Tigers sect, they had not completely subdued them. It was impossible for them to take any action. However, the number of cultivators in the Five Tigers sect had reached about 8,000. If they attacked the Five Tigers sect, they would be in danger. The reason Zhao Hai had asked them to say this was to let them know that although the Five Tigers sect did not have the ability to deal with them, they still had the ability to protect themselves. This would make the Iron Armor gang not dare to attack them. At the same time, it would reassure the Iron Armor gang that they would not attack them. Although Gao Chonggong had thought of some of the key points, he had not thought of all of them. He could not have known that Zhao Hai had already turned all the cultivators of the Five Tigers sect into undead creatures and that they were all loyal to him. The elders of the Five Tigers sect also felt that it was very strange. They did not understand why the people of the Five Tigers sect could accept Zhao Hai's rule so quickly. They did not even have the slightest intention of resisting. Moreover, from the looks of it, their resistance today seemed to have been an act. The sky gradually darkened. Everyone was ready, especially the cultivators of the Red Cloud Gang. They had fought a few battles with Zhao Hai over the past few days. They had won almost every battle. Naturally, they were happy. Zhao Hai walked out from the rear hall of the Five Tigers sect. He glanced at the crowd standing in the courtyard of the Five Tigers sect and said in a low voice, "Gao Chonggong, are you ready?" Gao Chonggong immediately came out and bowed to Zhao Hai, reporting to the sect master, "Everything is ready. We can move at any time." Zhao Hai nodded. He looked at the sky and said in a deep voice, "It's still a little early. Let's wait for 2 more hours. Show the jade slip to all the leaders and remember their positions." After saying that, Zhao Hai took out a jade slip and gave it to Gao Chonggong. Gao Chonggong bowed and passed by. Zhao Hai turned and entered the Five Tigers Palace Hall. Gao Chonggong showed the jade slip to all the leaders. After they read it, Gao Chonggong took back the jade slip and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, take care of your people. Have a good rest. If anyone makes a mistake, don't blame me for being ruthless." The leaders immediately responded and turned to leave. The leaders were not afraid of Gao Chonggong. They were afraid of Zhao Hai. They were very clear about Zhao Hai's strength. If Zhao Hai really wanted to deal with them, they wouldn't even have the chance to escape. 2 hours passed by quickly. Zhao Hai looked at the sky. In fact, he had been paying attention to the Iron Armor Gang's situation for the past 2 hours. The Iron Armor Gang believed the words of the undead. Although their defenses were stricter than usual, they weren't fully prepared. For Zhao Hai and the others, this was a good opportunity. Gao Chonggong has been paying attention to Zhao Hai. When he saw Zhao Hai come out, he immediately knew that it was time to move. He immediately notified the leaders and the leaders immediately called their people. Seeing that everyone was ready, Zhao Hai said, "Remember your positions. Let's go." Then he flew out. He didn't fly very high, only a little bit higher than an ordinary house. The others quickly followed behind him. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others arrived outside the Iron Armor Gang. All the leaders led their people to their positions. Seeing that everyone was ready, Zhao Hai said, "Silence, kill." Zhao Hai's words had 2 meanings. First, he didn't want them to make a move. Second, he wanted them to make a move. The cultivators weren't fools. One by one, they took out their weapons and went straight to the Iron Armor Gang. Zhao Hai didn't stay behind and watch. He followed the others and went straight to the Iron Armor Gang. Just as they were about to enter the Iron Armor Gang, the cultivators finally noticed them. A sharp alarm immediately sounded from the Iron Armor Gang. However, their alarm was already too late. Zhao Hai had already led his people into the Iron Armor Gang. The Iron Armor Gang had just come out of their rooms, so they weren't prepared. Coupled with the fact that they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, the Red Clouds Gang was able to kill them without any strength to fight back. Sure enough, the people of the Iron Armor Gang were all wearing iron armor. Not only did the armor increase their defense, but it also increased their attack power. However, Zhao Hai's attack took advantage of the Iron Armor Gang's sudden attack. The Iron Armor Gang's people rushed to meet the enemy. Coupled with the fact that they were outnumbered, they quickly fell into a disadvantage. At this time, the experts of the Iron Armor Gang also reacted and rushed out. They wanted to deal with Zhao Hai's group. However, the Iron Armor Gang's strength was about the same as the Five Tiger Gang. Naturally, they weren't a match for the Red Clouds Gang. The Iron Armor Gang's gang master was dressed in black armor, and his strength had reached the peak of the Vajra realm. As he defended against the attacks from all directions, he said, "Where are the friends attacking the Iron Armor Gang? Tell us your name." Zhao Hai slowly flew in front of him. The people besieging the Iron Armor Gang's gang master retreated. Zhao Hai looked at the Iron Armor Gang's gang master and said, "Surrender, or die." The leader of the Iron Armor Gang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Friend, which path do you belong to? Has my Iron Armor Gang offended you?" Zhao Hai said, "Surrender, or die." The Iron Armor Gang's gang master's face turned pale. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Friend, do you really want to take my life?" Zhao Hai said, "You have 3 breaths of time. Surrender, or die." After saying that, he shut his mouth and didn't say another word. The Iron Armor Gang's gang master said coldly, arrogant. This old man wants to see if you can kill this old man. Take my fist. After saying that, he threw a punch at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's hand touched the hilt of his saber. His body moved abruptly, and he passed by the Iron Armor Gang's gang master. With a scream, Zhao Hai was already behind the Iron Armor Gang's gang master. A bloody wound appeared on the Iron Armor Gang's gang master's chest. He turned to look at Zhao Hai and asked, "What saber is that?" Zhao Hai ignored him. The Iron Armor Gang's gang master turned over and fell to the ground. The armor on his chest had been shattered by Zhao Hai's saber. He fell to the ground and died. The other members of the Iron Armor Gang also saw the commotion. Everyone looked at the Iron Armor Gang's gang master who had fallen to the ground. When they entered the Iron Armor Gang's headquarters, there was no sound. Zhao Hai sheathed his saber. He looked at the Iron Armor Gang's cultivators and said, "Surrender or die. If you don't surrender, I'll kill your entire family." When the Iron Armor Gang's cultivators heard Zhao Hai's words, they immediately recovered. Some of their eyes turned red as they shouted, "Avenge the gang master! Kill him!" Then they rushed towards Zhao Hai as if they didn't care about their lives. Zhao Hai looked at those people and coldly snorted. He waved his hand and the Red Cloud Gang's cultivators rushed forward to block those people. In just a few moments, they were all cleaned up. Zhao Hai said, "Gao Changgong." Gao Changgong immediately ran towards Zhao Hai and bowed to Zhao Hai, "Gang master." Zhao Hai pointed at the Iron Armor Gang and said, "If you can subdue them, then subdue them. If you can't, then kill them." Then his figure flashed and disappeared. Gao Changgong nodded. Then he looked at the Iron Armor Gang and said, "Everyone, the Iron Armor Gang is finished. If you surrender now, then our gang master will spare your lives. If you don't surrender, then not only will you die, your families will also die. Don't think that our gang master is joking, our gang master never jokes." When the Iron Armor Gang's cultivators heard Gao Changgong, their bodies shook. They could feel that Gao Changgong wasn't joking. They looked around and then looked at the corpses on the ground. Then someone said, "I surrender." This sentence naturally caused a chain reaction. Everyone opened their mouths and said, "We are willing to surrender." Then they took off their armor and put away their weapons. Gao Changgong looked at the crowd and said, "Good. Come, collect all the corpses. Iron Armor Gang, rest assured. From today onwards, you will be part of the Red Cloud Gang. As long as you don't resist, you won't be in any danger." Since the Iron Armor Gang had already surrendered, they had already lost their will to resist. Therefore, they didn't resist and just obeyed the arrangement. Naturally, the Red Cloud Gang didn't make things difficult for them. They weren't afraid of them. If the Iron Armor Gang really rebelled, then when the time comes, Zhao Hai would investigate. Even if they had 10 heads, they still wouldn't be enough for Zhao Hai to chop off. At this time, Zhao Hai was sitting in the Iron Armor Gang's main hall. After Gao Changgong arranged everything outside, he immediately entered the hall and bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Gang master, everything has been arranged. This time, more than 500 of our brothers died. The Iron Armor Gang's casualties are close to 1,000. Gao Changgong nodded, then he said, "Give everyone a proper burial. Let them rest after cleaning up. Everything will be as usual yesterday." Gao Changgong nodded, then he turned around and walked out. After retreating outside the hall, Gao Changgong let out a long breath. To be honest, Gao Changgong was now more and more afraid of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's various actions gave him an unfathomable feeling. Now, in front of Zhao Hai, he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Although Zhao Hai spoke lightly, Gao Changgong couldn't be careless. He personally arranged for everyone to collect the corpses and send them outside the city for burial. He also separated the Iron Armor Gang and sent some to the Five Tigers sect. He also sent some of the Five Tigers sect and Red Cloud Gang members to guard the place. This way, they wouldn't have to be afraid of any movements from the Iron Armor Gang. After all this was done, the sky was already bright. Gao Changgong sighed but didn't dare to rest. He immediately arranged for the Iron Armor Gang and the Five Tigers sect to patrol the streets as usual. At the same time, he also had the two gangs keep an eye on each other. Everything was arranged well and he didn't dare to be negligent. Last night, the commotion from the Iron Armor gang was much greater than that from the Five Tigers sect. The sounds of killing could be heard by the entire Fog City. However, the people in Fog City knew very well that if they went out to watch the commotion now, it would be no different from seeking death. Therefore, everyone hid in their homes and did not go out. The next morning, when these people saw the Iron Armor gang and the Five Tigers sect patrolling as usual, they were all shocked. However, they did not dare to show it. They were all guessing what had happened to the Five Tigers sect and the Iron Armor gang. However, the people of the Five Tigers sect and the Iron Armor gang did not say anything. On the contrary, these two gangs had kept a low profile for the past 2 days. This made the people of Fog City even more confused. At this moment, Zhao Hai was sitting in the Iron Armor Hall of the Iron Armor gang. He looked at the people in the hall. The people in the hall were all the upper management and squad leaders of the Five Tigers sect, the Red Cloud gang, and the Iron Armor gang. They were in charge of combat. Zhao Hai glanced at them and said in a low voice, "Manage your subordinates well. I don't want to see anything that shouldn't happen." Everyone bowed in acknowledgement. However, they did not dare to say anything else. Zhao Hai looked at them and said in a low voice, "Everyone, get ready. Tonight, I want 1/3 of the small gangs in this city to disappear." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, everyone was stunned. Gao Chonggong looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Gang leader, isn't this too hasty? The Five Tigers sect and the Iron Armor gang are so new. If we take action now, I'm afraid that something unexpected will happen." Zhao Hai said in a low voice, "If anyone dares to use this opportunity to cause trouble, kill without mercy." Everyone's hearts trembled. Although they did not know Zhao Hai as well as Gao Chonggong, they knew that Zhao Hai was a man of his word. If they really angered Zhao Hai, they would definitely suffer. Zhao Hai looked at them and said in a deep voice, "Take down Fog City as soon as possible, then we can digest it properly. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Let's go." When everyone heard Zhao Hai's words, they were all stunned. Then, they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Everyone responded in unison, then turned around and left. On this day, everyone who joined the Red Cloud gang, except for the original members of the Five Tigers sect and the Iron Armor gang who had to patrol the streets, were preparing in their own residences. The people of the 3 gangs had completely different thoughts. The original members of the Red Cloud gang were all excited. They were now used to such a life. Seeing one gang after another merge into the Red Cloud gang, they felt proud from the bottom of their hearts. It could be said that they had already developed a sense of belonging to the Red Cloud gang, a sense of honor. They were proud of being a member of the Red Cloud gang, so naturally, they had no other thoughts. As for the original members of the Five Tigers sect, they had long since become undead creatures. After becoming undead creatures, they understood Zhao Hai's strength. For them, they only cared about completing their mission. They really did not care about anything else. As for the people of the Iron Armor gang, their feelings were very complicated. The people of the Iron Armor gang weren't undead creatures, and they had just merged into the Red Cloud gang. Their hearts were filled with anger and fear. Now that they heard that Zhao Hai was going to destroy the other gangs in the city, their hearts were also uneasy. However, no matter what they thought, now that things had become a foregone conclusion, they just wanted to perform well and leave a good impression on the gang leader. Of course, they would also have some interactions with the people of the Red Cloud gang. They all knew that Gao Chonggong was originally just a hall master of the Red Cloud gang. Although he had a lot of power, it was definitely not as great as it was now. He had only performed well in front of the gang leader, which was why he had become the chief steward of the Red Cloud gang. He was only below one person and above tens of thousands. Such an opportunity was not something that ordinary people could encounter. For those ordinary cultivators, this was quite attractive. Although they knew that they would not have the luck of Gao Chonggong, in their opinion, if they performed well in front of the gang leader, then maybe the gang leader would remember them. If the gang leader remembered them in the future, then they would be rich. These people were all rogue cultivators. Although they later joined the Iron Armor gang and became an organized group, the Iron Armor gang was just a small gang. Among these people, those who were ambitious still wanted to go one step further and become a higher-level cultivator. Those who were not ambitious had already married and had children, forming their own small families. However, whether they were ambitious or not, in short, their fate was now in the hands of Zhao Hai. Naturally, they did not dare to be negligent and wanted to perform well in front of Zhao Hai. The day quickly passed by. The small gangs in the city also became low-key, but at the same time, they also became more careful. However, they did not know that a tiger was eyeing them. After the sky darkened, Zhao Hai ordered the entire Red Cloud gang to be divided into small teams to deal with a small gang. Moreover, he also thought about the manpower he assigned to deal with the small gangs. The people he assigned to deal with the small gangs would certainly be more than the people of the small gangs themselves. This was also why they had the upper hand when dealing with the small gangs. Naturally, it would be easier to deal with the small gangs. When the sky was completely dark, Zhao Hai ordered the entire Red Cloud gang to move out. At the same time, they attacked nearly one-third of the small gangs in the city. For a moment, the entire fog city was filled with the sounds of killing, causing everyone to be on edge. Some of the small gangs in the city knew what was going on, but they did not dare to resist. This was because they knew very well that if the Five Tigers sect and the Iron Armor gang had not been wary of each other, the entire fog city would have been unified long ago. Now, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Five Tigers sect and the Iron Armor gang had been integrated. Now that they had attacked, it was futile for these people to resist. Now, some of the small gangs had already made up their minds. After daybreak, they would immediately leave with their people or disband their gangs and leave on their own. Some of them had already decided that if the people of the Five Tigers sect and the Iron Armor gang attacked, they would immediately surrender. They did not believe that the other party would even kill those who surrendered. Some of them had already decided that as long as they did not attack tonight, they would surrender to the Five Tigers sect or the Iron Armor gang the next morning. The night passed very quickly. The small gangs in Fog City had been reduced by one-third. When the sky was about to brighten, everyone had returned to the Iron Armor gang and the Five Tigers sect. This time, Zhao Hai went to the Five Tigers Palace Hall of the Five Tigers sect. After sitting down, he looked at Gao Chonggong. When Gao Chonggong saw Zhao Hai's expression, he knew what Zhao Hai wanted to know. He immediately opened his mouth and said, reporting, "Sect leader, the attack tonight was very successful. Therefore, all of our targets have been eliminated. A total of 13 gangs have surrendered. Those who did not surrender have all been executed." Zhao Hai nodded and said in a low voice, "Send out the final message. Tell those small gangs to surrender within 3 days. If they do not surrender within 3 days, kill them all. If they dare to run away during this time, it is the same. Go." Gao Chonggong responded and led the other captains out. However, the captain's blood was boiling after hearing Zhao Hai's domineering words. Regardless of whether they were from the Red Cloud gang or the Iron Armor gang, none of them had been so rude to the small gangs. Although they put on airs in front of the small gangs, they would not casually say something like the extermination sect. Only Zhao Hai dared to say something like that. They were really excited. As soon as they left the palace hall, their chests rose higher than before. At this time, the sky was already bright. Gao Chonggong immediately arranged for people to send the final message to the small gangs. At this time, 2 cultivators arrived in front of Gao Chonggong and bowed. "General Manager, the leaders of the small gangs in the city are asking for an audience." When Gao Chonggong heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he frowned and said, "What are they doing here?" The cultivator immediately replied, reporting to General Manager, "They are here to surrender. They are willing to integrate their gangs into our gangs unconditionally." When Gao Chonggong heard this, he was stunned. He looked at the cultivator and said, "Do they know what kind of gang we are? Why are they here to surrender?" The cultivator smiled and said, "General Manager, they said that no matter what kind of gang we are, they would still surrender." When Gao Chonggong heard this, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "That's interesting. Ha ha ha. Good. Wait a moment, I'll go inform the gang leader." After he said that, Gao Chonggong went to the main hall. When he found that Zhao Hai wasn't there, he immediately went to the back of the hall. Just as he entered the courtyard, he heard Zhao Hai's voice, "What's the matter?" Gao Chonggong replied, "Gang leader, the leaders of the small gangs have come to surrender. They said that they would surrender unconditionally. Although they don't know what kind of gang we are, they still said that they would surrender regardless of what kind of gang we are. As for how to deal with them, I'll leave it to the gang leader to decide. Zhao Hai's voice was heard. Yes, we'll treat them well. Gao Chonggong nodded before he turned around and left. When Gao Chonggong arrived at the front hall, he immediately said to the cultivator, call those people in. Right, go to the Iron Armor gang and take a look. If there are people who have surrendered, call them over as well. Delay the delivery of the final message for an hour. See how many people have surrendered. After an hour, send the last message to those who haven't surrendered. At the same time, arrange for people to guard the city. Only people can enter, no one can leave. The others immediately complied and went to arrange things. Before long, the leaders of the small gangs arrived at the Five Tiger Gang's Five Tiger Hall. However, Gao Chonggong didn't see them inside the Five Tiger Hall. The Five Tiger Hall was reserved for Zhao Hai, he didn't have the qualifications to use it. Gao Chonggong used the side hall next to the Five Tiger Hall. Accepting the surrender was very simple. These people were sincere in their surrender. They knew that if they didn't surrender, then they would be eliminated. If they took the initiative to surrender, then even if they couldn't have as much power as before, they would at least be able to keep their lives. Because of this, they didn't dare to make any demands. In just 3 days, Fog City was completely unified. Aside from the Red Cloud Gang, there were no other forces in Fog City. At this time, the rogue cultivators in Fog City knew that the city had a new master. However, this change in Fog City didn't cause too much of a stir. There weren't any large-scale battles in Fog City. Aside from the first 2 days of fighting, there weren't any battles after that. It was a smooth transition, so smooth that people couldn't believe it. However, this was true because all the gangs in Fog City had disappeared, leaving only the Red Cloud Gang behind. After the Red Cloud Gang took over Fog City, they immediately reorganized their management of the city. All the gangs in Fog City had unified their rules and businesses. Moreover, just like Red Cloud City, all the rules and fees were engraved on a stone tablet and placed in a more conspicuous place in the city. Red Cloud Gang's rules and fees were all engraved on a stone tablet and placed in a more conspicuous place in the city. However, what was different this time was that after Zhao Hai took over Fog City, he didn't immediately recruit people. In other words, he didn't expand his army. Zhao was very clear that the Red Clouds Gang was developing too fast. In such a short period of time, they had already occupied 2 cities. This matter certainly couldn't be hidden. Previously, he took advantage of the fact that those people didn't know about the situation here. Before they had time to react, he had already occupied these 2 cities. But after this incident, the forces in other cities must have reacted. He thought that it would be impossible to occupy a city in such a short period of time like this. Therefore, what Zhao Hai wanted to do now was to digest the 2 cities that he had swallowed. He wanted the people in these 2 cities to completely become his subordinates. This way, he could expand his territory. At the same time, he also wanted to prevent people from other cities from coming over to cause trouble. After unifying the 2 cities, Zhao Hai immediately improved the treatment of the cultivators. At the same time, he gathered all the people in the gangs who could refine artifacts. Then he took out all the materials in the gang's inventory and replaced the artifacts of the cultivators in the Red Cloud Gang. Then he gave each of them a set of armor made by the Iron Armor Gang. The quality of the armor was even better than the armor made by the Iron Armor Gang. One must know that these things cost a lot of materials. Although the gangs in the past had the ability to make armor for their cultivators, the cost was too high. If they were to make armor, then the gang's savings would be reduced by a lot. Even some small gangs would directly use up half of their savings. This was something that the leaders of the gangs were reluctant to do. But Zhao Hai wasn't the same. He didn't feel any heartache because there were too many things in his space. Therefore, he took out those things and used them on the Red Cloud Gang's cultivators. At the same time, he also made a suit of armor for himself. The armor made by the Iron Armor Gang wasn't very cumbersome. Their armor was very special. They had shoulder pads, wrist pads, heart pads, skirt pads, knee pads, and iron boots. Although the armor wasn't cumbersome, it was still able to cover the important parts of the body. It was definitely a good thing. Of course, refining the armor was also a lot of work, and countless materials were used. It must be known that there were more than 50,000 cultivators in the Red Cloud gang. With so many people equipped with armor, it wasn't a small number. Zhao Hai had integrated all of the gang's materials, and just making the armor alone had used up about half of their materials. It could be seen that the cost of making the armor was enormous. However, Zhao Hai didn't regret it. After he gave everyone the armor, the cultivators of the Red Cloud gang were very grateful to him. His actions were very much in line with the hearts of the cultivators of the Red Cloud gang. Now, no one in the Red Cloud gang was dissatisfied with him. The reason why the cultivators were so easily bought over wasn't without reason. This was because the armor was used for defense. A good defensive armor was almost equal to a cultivator's life. How could the cultivators not be grateful? The armor that Zhao gave them wasn't ordinary goods, it was a good thing. It could be refined into the body, so you wouldn't be able to see it unless you needed to use it. You didn't need to wear it all day long. Armor that could be refined into the body wasn't simple. The requirements for the materials needed were very high. It was precisely because the armor was so good that the cultivators were very grateful to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also didn't intend to accept the cultivators' hearts and let them be used by him. Although he accepted the cultivators' hearts, Zhao Hai still didn't expand his army. This was because he was very clear that the gangs in the surrounding cities had begun to pay attention to him. No, to be precise, they had begun to pay attention to the Red Cloud gang. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't recruit people. On the contrary, he made the cultivators under him pretend to be lazy, as if they didn't have any ambition. However, Zhao Hai was secretly preparing for war. This was because he was very clear that the big gangs in the surrounding cities were ready to move against them. These big gangs didn't believe that Zhao Hai could subdue all the gangs in the two cities in such a short time. In their opinion, Zhao Hai must have used high pressure to suppress all the voices of opposition. As long as their army arrived, the Red Cloud gang would naturally cease to exist. Although these people didn't know Zhao Hai's identity, they didn't believe that Zhao Hai's strength was that strong. Although the Red Cloud gang and Fog City weren't big cities, if they could take over these two cities, then it would increase their income. Therefore, the big gangs in the surrounding cities began to get restless. Zhao Hai had now moved the Red Cloud gang's headquarters to Fog City. Because Fog City was bigger than Red Cloud City, the location of the headquarters was in the armored main hall. Zhao Hai was sitting in the armored main hall. All of his subordinates were present. Standing in front of them was Gao Chonggong. Gao Chonggong was now very popular, he was the Red Cloud gang's general manager. He was truly under one person and above 10,000 people. Zhao Hai looked at Gao Chonggong and slowly nodded. Gao Chonggong bowed to Zhao Hai, then he turned to the other cultivators and said, "Today, I called everyone here because I have something to tell you. This matter is related to the life and death of our Red Cloud gang." Upon hearing Gao Chonggong's words, the cultivators were stunned. Then, they became chaotic and discussed non-stop. A buzzing sound came from the hall. Gao Chonggong looked at these people and his face couldn't help but sink. He coldly snorted and said, "All of you shut up. What are you doing? Don't you see the gang master? Who allowed you to whisper to each other?" When Gao Chonggong's words came out, the cultivators' faces changed. They looked at Zhao Hai and their faces paled. Then they all closed their mouths. Gao Chonggong looked at them and said, "Today, I still have something to say. Next time, if you dare to do this again, you will be severely punished. All of you, listen carefully. Wind City, Dragon City, Gue City, Origin City, and Rain City, these 5 cities, are now preparing to attack our Red Cloud gang. They have already finished gathering their people. I believe that it won't be long before they enter our Red Cloud gang. Today, I called all of you here to tell you about this matter." When the crowd heard Gao Chonggong, there was a commotion. However, they immediately calmed down. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, "This is an opportunity." After Zhao Hai said that, Gao Chonggong said, "Did you all hear that? The gang master said that this is an opportunity. Maybe you all don't know what kind of opportunity this is. Then I'll tell you, this is an opportunity for us to expand our territory in one fell swoop. If the 5 cities want to deal with us, then we can use this opportunity to eliminate them. Then we can use this as an excuse to swallow the 5 cities. This way, our Red Cloud gang will dominate the 7 cities and become one of the top forces on Cloud Mist Planet. When the crowd heard Gao Chonggong, they couldn't help but stare. They looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai swept his eyes over them and said, "Go and prepare. 3 days later, come here and receive my orders. Our Red Cloud gang will dominate the 7 cities." When the cultivators heard Zhao Hai, their eyes couldn't help but light up. They looked at Zhao Hai's cold face. They didn't know why, but their hearts were filled with confidence. They believed that if Zhao Hai said that he can do it, then he can certainly do it. Therefore, all of them nodded and then turned around to leave. Only Gao Chonggong stayed behind. Zhao Hai looked at Gao Chonggong and said, "How are things going?" Gao Chonggong solemnly said, "Gang Master, please rest assured. We've secretly expanded our forces by 20,000. Once the big gangs make their move, these 20,000 people will immediately be sent out to attack their nests. We'll definitely be able to capture their nests in the shortest time possible." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The 5 great sects have joined forces this time, but they can be defeated one by one. Tell everyone to be prepared. The 5 great sects have come this time, so don't even think about going back." Gao Chonggong nodded, then he bowed to Zhao Hai and then turned around to leave. Gao Chonggong was now extremely afraid of Zhao Hai. He was very clear that the reason why the 5 great sects joined forces this time was all because of Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai integrated the Red Cloud gang, he secretly began to expand the army. This time, the expansion was done in secret, so outsiders didn't know about it. At the same time, Gao Chonggong also sent people to the 5 great sects to spread rumors that the Red Cloud gang was in constant internal strife and that no one was willing to submit to Zhao Hai. Moreover, he also underreported the number of cultivators in the Red Cloud gang, which caused the 5 great sects to become greedy. At the same time, he also sent people to the 5 great sects to bribe several elders of the 5 great sects. These elders came forward and talked about the pros and cons, which led to the 5 great sects joining forces. It can be said that everything was under Zhao Hai's control. The 5 great sects had fallen into Zhao Hai's calculations from the very beginning. In this case, how could they possibly win? In the entire Red Cloud gang, besides Gao Chonggong, only the people who carried out these tasks knew about these matters. Other people simply didn't know. In the beginning, Gao Chonggong didn't know why Zhao Hai did this, but after thinking about it for a few days, he finally understood. Zhao Hai did this to lure the snake out of its hole. He wanted to lure out all the unstable elements of the Red Cloud gang. As for how to deal with them after they were lured out, it was needless to say, he would directly kill them. It was precisely because he understood these matters that he was afraid. He was really afraid of Zhao Hai. He was afraid of Zhao Hai's shrewdness. He was very clear that if he didn't do things to satisfy Zhao Hai, or if he played tricks on Zhao Hai, then in the end, he was afraid that he wouldn't even know how he died. After leaving the Great Hall, Gao Chonggong let out a long breath. He turned his head and looked at the Great Hall. Every time he saw Zhao Hai, he would tremble with fear. His fear was different from other people's fear of Zhao Hai. Others were afraid of Zhao Hai because they were afraid of Zhao Hai's shrewdness and methods. In the entire Red Cloud gang, it can be said that Gao Chonggong understood Zhao Hai the most. At the same time, he was also the one who was most afraid of Zhao Hai. It was because of this fear that Gao Chonggong was loyal to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai sat in the Great Hall for a while before his body flashed and entered the space. Upon entering the space, the frost on his face immediately melted. His ferocious expression was gone as he turned back into the original Zhao Hai. At this time, Laura and the others were still studying curses inside the space. They were somewhat fascinated by this. This was because they discovered that curses didn't seem to belong to the lower realms. The curses that they learned in the Calamity Realm were just the tip of the iceberg. The true curses that they learned in the Calamity Realm weren't something that they could learn. Even so, they were still able to compete with people from other realms. If they could learn all of these curses, then how strong would they become? Laura and the others couldn't help but feel excited. At the same time, Zhao Hai was also studying curses. The more he studied them, the more profound they became. At the same time, Zhao Hai was also studying how to incorporate curses into the scripture of lies. This was because he felt that the scripture of lies would give rise to a new, more powerful spell. However, when Laura and the others saw that Zhao Hai had returned, they immediately went forward to greet him. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, how are things going in the Free Star field? Aren't you a bit too anxious to integrate them? If you're strong enough, then everything you do will be right. Moreover, those top bandit groups wouldn't care about such trivial matters. In Cloud Mist Planet, there is indeed a bandit group. This bandit group is called the Cloud Bandits. However, the Cloud Bandits suffered a heavy blow a decade ago. Now, they can only control a dozen cities. They have almost no control over the other cities. This time, as long as I take control of these 7 cities, then I would have the strength to contend with them. When the time comes, even if I don't use the space's power, I would still be able to deal with the Cloud Bandits. As long as I control Cloud Mist Planet, then I can slowly swallow the entire Free Star field." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, the Free Star field is different from other places. In the Free Star field, everything is based on strength. If you're strong enough, then everything you do would be right." Zhao Hai, who was sitting in the main hall, looked at everyone and said, "Are you all ready?" Everyone looked at Zhao Hai and replied in unison, "Don't worry, Sect Master, we are ready." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, go to your designated place. Tonight is the night of the battle. Go." Everyone nodded before they turned around and left. Zhao Hai looked at the departing crowd and then turned to Gao Chonggong and said, "Chonggong, remember our operation plan. You have to keep in touch with the army that is going to attack the headquarters of the 5 gangs." Gao Chonggong nodded and said, "Rest assured, Sect Master, I will arrange everything." Zhao Hai replied, "Whether or not we can gain a foothold in Cloud Mist Planet and conquer the Free Star Field will depend on this battle. Sooner or later, we will become the overlords of the entire Free Star Field. At that time, there will only be one sect left in the Free Star Field, and that is our Cloud Mist Gang." Gao Chonggong looked at Zhao Hai and suddenly felt that something was shining on Zhao Hai's body. He didn't think that Zhao Hai's ambition would be so big. But today, when Zhao Hai said these words, Gao Chonggong wasn't surprised at all. It was as if everything was as it should be. It was as if it would be wrong if Zhao Hai didn't say these words. Gao Chonggong knelt on one knee towards Zhao Hai and said, "I pledge my life to follow Sect Master." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Go and prepare. Today is the day we conquer the entire Free Star Field." Gao Chonggong nodded and turned around to leave. Zhao Hai looked at Gao Chonggong's appearance and didn't say anything. His figure flashed and disappeared from the main hall. The sky slowly darkened and the entire fog city was covered in darkness. Only the main hall in the middle of the city was brightly lit. It was a boiling cauldron of voices, looking very lively. At this moment, there were many cultivators outside of Fog City. They were looking in the direction of Fog City and focused their gazes on the armored palace. These cultivators were all wearing ordinary cultivator robes. They didn't try to hide themselves, but they were still some distance away from Fog City, so no one noticed them. At this moment, someone suddenly ordered, "Attack." Following this order, the cultivators rushed towards Fog City. Just as they approached the city walls, a voice came from the walls, "Enemy attack." Following this voice, a sharp alarm sounded throughout Fog City. The cultivators weren't in a hurry as they slowly moved forward. As for the cultivators on the city walls, they were already subdued by the cultivators. Then the army rushed towards the Fog City. At this time, the Fog City was also in a state of chaos. The entire Fog City was in a state of chaos. Shouts of killing could even be heard from some places. The entire Fog City seemed to be boiling. When the cultivators saw this, they couldn't help but stare. Then they were immediately overjoyed. The chaos in Fog City was even more advantageous for them. However, they didn't forget their goal. They rushed straight towards the direction of the armored palace. Although they encountered some resistance along the way, they were quickly eliminated by them. Before long, the cultivators who were attacking Fog City arrived outside the iron-armored Great Hall. They saw that the iron-armored Great Hall was in complete chaos, some cultivators were even fighting inside. The armored palace hadn't been attacked yet, but there was already a battle happening. There was only one explanation: the Red Cloud's gang was in chaos. When the people who were attacking the Red Cloud gang saw this situation, they became even more happy. They immediately attacked the people inside the Iron Armor Hall. However, when these people rushed into the main hall, they discovered that the people they were attacking had disappeared in an instant. These people were startled. They knew what this meant. It meant that everything they saw before was just an illusion. They had fallen into someone else's trap. At this time, with the armored palace as the center, a series of explosions occurred in Fog City. The power of these explosions was very strong. Even if the cultivators wanted to hide, they wouldn't be able to. The explosion spread throughout the entire Fog City, and the cultivators who had already entered the city suffered heavy casualties. Out of 10 people, only 2 or 3 would survive. No one thought that Zhao Hai would be so angry that he would use the entire Fog City as a price to scheme against these people. After this explosion, Fog City would be destroyed. Using an entire city as a trap, there weren't many people who could do this. Before the cultivators of the 5 great sects could recover, Zhao Hai's attack had already arrived. The cultivators of the Red Clouds gang had already killed their way in. The cultivators of the Red Clouds gang had already lost their morale due to the previous explosion. Now that they encountered such a strong attack, their mentality collapsed. Everyone scattered and fled. But they couldn't escape. Zhao Hai and the others had completely surrounded Fog City. Even if they wanted to run, they wouldn't be able to. At this time, the cultivators of the Red Clouds gang began to shout under Zhao Hai's command, "Those who surrender will be spared from death. Those who surrender will be spared from death." Seeing that there was no hope for them to escape, most of the cultivators surrendered. The Red Clouds gang naturally went forward and sealed their cultivations. Then they were taken to the ground for treatment. The whole battle lasted until dawn. The stubborn cultivators were all wiped out by Zhao Hai and the others. Those who surrendered were all gathered outside Fog City for collective treatment. After dawn, the cultivators of the Red Clouds gang were able to see what Fog City had become. Most of the city had been destroyed. There were only a few intact houses left. However, the walls of Fog City were still in good condition. When the Red Cloud gang's cultivators saw the state of Fog City, they couldn't help but feel bad. Fog City was where the Red Cloud gang's headquarters was located. Now that it was destroyed, they couldn't help but feel bad. This was especially true for those who came from Fog City. Zhao Hai looked at these people and said, "Put away your tears. All of this was caused by the 5 great gangs. What we need to do now is to destroy the 5 great gangs. Then we will build a more beautiful Fog City. We need to let everyone know that the Red Clouds gang cannot be destroyed. Now, according to the original plan, follow your captains and destroy the 5 great gangs." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, everyone's eyes were filled with an unprecedented firmness. They knew that Zhao Hai was right. If it weren't for the 5 great sects, then Fog City wouldn't have been destroyed. Although Fog City was destroyed, the cultivators of the 5 great sects had also suffered heavy losses. In this case, it would be much easier for them to deal with the 5 great sections. Everyone found their captains, and their captains found their elders. Finally, they were led by the hall masters of the Red Clouds gang through the transmission formation and left Fog City. In the next moment, they appeared outside the city where the 5 great gangs were located. Then under the leadership of the hall masters, they went straight into the city. This day was definitely not a peaceful day for the people of Cloudmist Planet. Many people knew that the 5 great gangs had joined forces to deal with the Red Clouds gang. However, the final result was beyond everyone's expectations. In people's opinion, the Red Clouds gang was bound to lose, but they suddenly launched a counterattack. All of the cultivators who attacked them didn't return. Then they started to attack the 5 great gangs. When the 5 great gangs weren't prepared, they were directly destroyed. And all of this happened in just 3 days. 3 days later, the 5 great gangs were officially removed from Cloudmist Planet, and the one who replaced them was the Red Clouds gang. After the Red Clouds gang destroyed the 5 great gangs, they didn't stop their conquest. Then, all the small gangs in Wind City, Dragon City, Gue City, Origin City, and Rain City received the final order at the same time. They were ordered to surrender within 3 days. If they didn't surrender, they would be directly destroyed. After those small gangs received the order, except for a few who dared to resist, the others didn't dare to resist. This was because the Red Cloud's gang's prestige after destroying the 5 great gangs was still there. At this time, how could those small gangs dare to resist? If they resisted, then they would die. A week after the 5 great gangs attacked the Red Cloud's gang, Fog City, Rain City, Origin City, Dragon City, Wind City, and Gue City all became the territory of the Red Cloud's gang. Before the other gangs could react, the Red Cloud's gang had already become the biggest force on Cloud Mist Planet, excluding the Cloud Mist Bandits. The entire Cloud Mist Planet was in an uproar. People didn't think that the Red Cloud's gang would develop like this. In a short period of time, they had already occupied 7 cities. The speed of the Red Cloud's gang's development also attracted the attention of those people. They were always paying attention to the Red Cloud's gang's situation. Soon, they discovered that the Red Cloud's gang didn't have any intention of expanding. After occupying 7 cities, they began to work hard to develop themselves, trying to digest the results of the war. First of all, the Red Cloud's gang began to rebuild Fog City. Originally, Fog City wasn't very big, but this time, Xianxia wanted to turn Fog City into an inner city. He wanted to expand Fog City outside of Fog City. Finally, Fog City would become one of the biggest cities on Cloud Mist Planet. Although the Red Cloud gang was slowly developing, no one dared to attack them. The example of the 5 major gangs was still there. At this time, no one dared to attack the Red Cloud gang, they didn't dare to. The Red Cloud's gang ushered in a rare opportunity for development. For half a year, the Red Cloud's gang didn't have the slightest intention of expanding. They were just digesting everything that they had gained. This half a year was enough for the Red Cloud's gang to digest everything that they had gained. During this half a year, Xianxia didn't only pay attention to the Red Cloud's gang, he also paid attention to the 4 Righteous gang. The 4 Righteous gang's situation was very good. The gang's development was very fast, but it was also very stable. There was no trouble at all. The reason why the 4 Righteous gang was able to develop so well was because they had a good foundation. The rules of the 4 Righteous gang were very complete. Additionally, the management of the 4 Righteous gang were all undead. These people were very loyal to Xianxia. And with Xianxia's several massacres, all the ambitious people in the 4 Righteous gang became well behaved. Because of this, the 4 Righteous gang's development was very stable. This also gave Xianxia a lot of time and energy to invest in the Red Cloud's gang, allowing them to develop in a short time. Of course, Xianxia hadn't been idle in the past 6 months. He turned the leaders of the 6 major gangs into undead and asked them if they were related to other sections. The results didn't disappoint Xianxia. 2 of the sect leaders were sent from other realms. This result was within Xianxia's expectations, but it was also outside of his expectations. There were 1,352 habitable planets in the entire Free Star field. Cloud Planet was the most inconspicuous one among them. However, there were a lot of cultivators from other realms on this inconspicuous planet. Moreover, Cloud Planet was the leader of a large sect. One could imagine how strict the control of the other realms was. However, Xianxia also knew that although there were a lot of people in the Free Star field, there were even more people from other realms. Although Cloud Mist Planet had a lot of cultivators from other realms, the number of cultivators from other realms was still far less than the number of cultivators from other realms. Because of this, although the other realms controlled the Free Star field, it was impossible for them to unite. This was because there were too many cultivators from other realms. Xianxia told Elder Tang about this matter. However, Elder Tang didn't know what Xianxia was doing in the Free Star field. This was because in the Free Star field, the major clans and the Freedom Alliance couldn't do anything about it. Although the major clans and the Life and Death Arena had received some rumors about the Red Cloud gang, they didn't associate the leader of the gang with Xianxia. In the Void Realm, the major clans had done some research on Xianxia. Xianxia had always been gentle and refined. You could hardly see him angry. Even if he was your enemy, he would rarely kill you. Sometimes, he would even sympathize with his opponent. Although he was ruthless, he was definitely not a bloodthirsty person. This was the impression that the people of the Void Realm had of Xianxia. However, according to the information they received, the leader of the Red Cloud Gang was a completely different kind of person. He was cold-blooded and ruthless. Anyone who offended him would be killed on the spot. As long as someone dared to disobey him, he would kill them on the spot. All the information showed that he was a ruthless and bloodthirsty person. Because of this information, the people of the Void Realm didn't associate the leader of the Red Cloud Gang with Zhao Hai. Some people even suspected that the leader of the Red Cloud Gang might be Wu Ren, who killed a core disciple of the Yi family. However, no one thought that he was Zhao Hai. Even Elder Tang wasn't sure if the leader of the Red Cloud Gang was Zhao Hai or not. Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to care about other people. In the past half a year, he would show up in the Void Realm from time to time. Of course, the other side would say that he had come out of seclusion. When Zhao Hai came out of seclusion, he would naturally pass the news to Elder Tang. After Zhao Hai came out of seclusion, the Red Cloud Gang would also show up. This was equivalent to saying that Zhao Hai and Wu Ren appeared at the same time. Naturally, no one would think that Zhao Hai was Wu Ren. After half a year of assimilation, the Red Cloud Gang was able to gain a firm foothold on the Cloud Mist planet. At the same time, the other sects on the Cloud Mist planet never relaxed their vigilance against the Red Cloud Gang. They were afraid that the Red Cloud Gang would rise too quickly. Before they could react, the Red Cloud Gang would already have the strength to contend with them or even be stronger than them. The most important thing was that the Red Cloud Gang acted without scruples. They would do anything to achieve their goals. In the face of such an opponent, none of the sects on the Cloud Mist planet dared to take them lightly. Even the Cloud Bandits, the only major force on the Cloud Mist planet, didn't dare to take them lightly. The current strength of the Cloud Bandits wasn't as strong as before. They weren't even sure that they could completely control Cloud Mist planet. Their influence on Cloud Mist planet was great, but because of this, they had become a thorn in other people's eyes. Countless people were eyeing their position. If they made a wrong move, then they would be doomed. Because of this, the Cloud Bandits didn't dare to rashly make a move on the Red Cloud Gang. The Cloud Bandits had been in the Free Star Field for a long time. They were very clear that almost every major force in the Free Star Field had a realm behind them. The rise of the Red Cloud Gang was so fast that they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Because of this idea, the Cloud Bandits didn't dare to rashly make a move on the Red Cloud Gang. They were afraid that they would provoke the realm behind the Red Cloud Gang, which wouldn't be good. The other forces on Cloud Mist planet had the same idea as the Cloud Bandits. As for the rise of the Red Cloud Gang, they simply didn't care about the people behind the Red Cloud Gang. They didn't care about how the people behind the Red Cloud Gang deal with this matter, it had nothing to do with them. The Red Cloud Gang was indeed in trouble. Zhao Hai received news that the realms behind the two gangs were going to send people to deal with the Red Cloud Gang. Moreover, they were going to make a move soon. After receiving this news, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. In the past 6 months, although he spent most of his time in the Free Star Field, he didn't let go of the matters outside. For example, he didn't let go of the matter of dealing with the Staff Realm and the Calamity Realm. At this point, the Staff Realm was already under his control. At the same time, the Calamity Finger Realm had entered its final stage. In a few days, Zhao Hai would be able to take the Calamity Finger Realm for his own use. Zhao Hai originally planned to deal with the realms behind the two gangs after destroying the Calamity Realm. However, he didn't expect that the two realms would make a move at this time. This wasn't good news for him. However, Zhao Hai also believed that the other party's action this time wasn't impossible to deal with. Although this was the Free Star Field and the major families of the Void Realm couldn't reach here, if the major families of the Void Realm really dared to send a large number of people to the Free Star Field, the major families of the Void Realm wouldn't agree. Even the 5 major families might take action. When that time came, even if the Free Star Field resisted, it wouldn't be of any use. It was precisely because of this that the people from the two realms wouldn't send too many people to deal with Zhao Hai for revenge. It was very likely that they would send a small number of elite troops to assassinate Zhao Hai. This method happened to be the method that Zhao Hai was least afraid of. Therefore, after receiving this news, although Zhao Hai felt that it was a little troublesome, he didn't take it to heart. The most important thing for him now was to deal with the Calamity Realm. Zhao Hai had already dealt with the Calamity Realm. Now, only a few major families were still supporting it. And these families were the ones that Zhao Hai wanted to deal with the most. This was because these families had passed down the most curse techniques. As long as he dealt with them, he would be able to obtain countless curse techniques, which would be of great help to his research on curse techniques. Therefore, after learning that the people from the two realms might be dealing with him, Zhao Hai immediately made a decision. Before the people from the two realms made their move, he would attack first. He would deal with the Calamity realm first and then send troops to deal with the two realms that wanted to deal with him. After making this decision, Zhao Hai told Gao Chonggong that he would be in seclusion for a few days. Then, he directly entered the Calamity realm. At this point, all of the small and medium-sized clans in the Calamity boundary were under his control. Only a few large clans remained. These large clans also felt that something was wrong, so they immediately joined forces. One had to know that these large clans didn't come from the same faction. They belonged to the Curse, Disaster Breaker, and Divination factions. Now that these three factions had joined forces at once, it was enough to see how important this matter was to them. Zhao Hai didn't dare look down on these major families. To be exact, he didn't dare look down on curse techniques. He had studied curse techniques countless times in the space, so he was very clear on how powerful curse techniques were. As long as one learned a little bit about curse techniques, then they would be able to contend with other realms. These major families were the ones that learned the most curse techniques. Who knows how powerful they would be? If they did, then it would be very troublesome for Zhao Hai. Because of this, Zhao Hai made ample preparations to deal with these major families. He prepared a lot of powerful curse techniques as well as materials and tools to break them. In the end, he even made several tools that could break divination techniques. This tool to break the divination technique didn't have any other use except for one thing. When the divination technique was used to calculate you, they wouldn't be able to calculate anything. They might even get a wrong result. After making all the preparations, Zhao Hai went to the Calamity realm from the space. At this time, Laura and the others ran to Zhao Hai's side. When Zhao Hai saw them, he couldn't help but knit his brows and said, "Laura, what are you doing? You shouldn't follow me this time. That curse technique is too strange, I'm not sure if I can break it. It's too dangerous for you to follow me. If you get into an accident, then what would I do?" Laura looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. "Big brother Hai, we're more aware of how powerful curse techniques are compared to you. But it's precisely because of this that we want to go with you. Brother Hai, you should know that curse techniques aren't only effective on you, but also on the people around you. Because of this, even if we stay inside the space, the curse technique would still have an effect on us. So brother Hai, you might as well let us follow you. At the very least, when it comes to understanding curse techniques, you can't compare to us." Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He knew that what Laura and the others said was true. The most poisonous part of curse techniques was that they could harm your loved ones more than you could harm yourself. But when it comes to understanding curse techniques, Zhao Hai couldn't compare to Laura and the others. It seems like he couldn't go without Laura and the others this time. Countless large artifacts were stopped in midair, but these large artifacts didn't take a step forward. The largest of these large artifacts had a group of people standing on it. These people were frowning as they looked at a mountain not far away. This mountain wasn't very high, but it looked very scary. There was a black fog floating on the mountain. And inside the fog, curses could be heard from time to time. This made the fog move, it looked like a living thing. The person standing on the ship was naturally Zhao Hai. But beside Zhao Hai was Laura and the others. There were also other patriarchs and supreme elders of the Calamity realm. Naturally, all of them were now undead. Laura looked at the black fog on the mountain and frowned. "What a strong curse, gee. I'm afraid that an average person wouldn't be able to get close to it before they would be cursed to death. Moreover, it would also implicate their family members. What kind of curse technique is this? How could it be so strong?" Laura frowned. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and said, "Do you know what kind of curse this is?" An old man standing beside Zhao Hai looked at the fog and said, "Young master, this isn't an ordinary curse. It should be a curse formation that the great clans have been researching." Zhao Hai stared, then he frowned and said, "Curse formation? What is that? Is there anything different about it compared to ordinary magic arrays?" The old man nodded and said, cursed formations are very different from ordinary formations. Ordinary formations are made up of runes. These runes are also called formation runes. They are a special kind of formation runes. You can also say that it's a kind of writing. Cursed formations are completely different from ordinary formations. Cursed formations have their own special formation runes, and very few people know about these runes. Although our clans know some of these runes, we can't use them to make cursed formations. This is because the cursed formation runes are too strange. If we make a mistake, it will backfire. When that time comes, not only will we suffer, but we will also implicate our families. In the past, there was a mid-level clan in the Calamity Realm that died overnight because they studied these runes. Since then, no one has studied these runes. I didn't expect that these great clans have been studying these runes all this time. Moreover, they can already arrange cursed formations. Zhao Hai looked at the hill and frowned. Then he opened his mouth and said, "People on the hill, as long as you open the curse formation and submit to me, I will guarantee your safety and the safety of your family." Zhao Hai looked at the hill and frowned. As soon as Zhao Hai's voice fell, a burst of laughter was heard from the mountain. Then an old voice said, "Guarantee our safety? Ha ha ha, why don't you guarantee your own safety first? Do you have the ability to break this curse formation? Young man, although I don't know where you came from, you aren't someone from the Calamity Realm, right? To be honest, I really admire you. You're an outsider, yet you can control so many great clans. You almost control the entire Calamity Realm. You're really amazing. However, we aren't under your control." Zhao Hai looked at the small mountain and said, "Are you really not going to surrender?" The voice continued, "If you have the ability, then break this curse formation. When the time comes, you can kill us or torture us as you wish." Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "I forgot to tell you. Besides being a cultivator, I'm also a Buddhist cultivator. Have you heard of Buddhist cultivators? Have you heard of Buddhist cultivators? Correct, your curse formation is indeed very formidable. However, I have Buddhist power protecting me, making me invulnerable to evil. If I want to kill you, then I'll say it again. If you surrender, then I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." The old voice replied, "You're right. Buddhist power does have a restraining effect on curse power. However, it also depends on how much Buddhist power you have. Can you break through my curse cloud? When the time comes, I'm afraid that you'll run out of Buddhist power and die. Young man, go back. Besides this mountain, we don't care about the other places in the Calamity Realm. There's no need for you to be so ruthless." Zhao Hai sneered and said, "How can I allow others to sleep beside my bed? It seems like we'll have to fight to the death today." After he said that, he turned to Laura and the others and said, "Don't use it here. Activate the Buddhist sound shield." Laura and the others nodded. Then the Hell King's ship began to emit Buddhist chants. Then the ship began to emit a faint Buddhist light, protecting the entire ship. As for the curse formation, when it felt the Buddhist light, it seemed to have discovered something that made it uncomfortable. The curse formation churned even more fiercely. Zhao Hai looked at the small mountain and coldly snorted. Then he closed his eyes and began to chant Buddhist scriptures. At the same time, the Buddhist light on his body flourished. Waves of boundless Buddhist power were emitted from his body, causing the entire world to change color. Zhao Hai's actions couldn't be hidden from the people on the small mountain. When the people on the small mountain saw this, their expressions changed. The old voice was once again heard, "What a strong Buddhist power. I didn't expect your excellency to be this strong. However, it won't be easy to take our lives. Come, strengthen your curse formation. This old man wants to see if his Buddhist power is stronger than my curse formation." Zhao Hai coldly snorted, then his figure moved and flew out of the Hell King's ship. As soon as he flew out of the ship, a huge Buddha appeared beside him. The Buddha looked similar to Zhao Hai, but it was incomparably huge. At the same time, the Buddha's eyes were half closed, as if it was sleeping. Its face was filled with compassion. At this moment, Zhao Hai's eyes opened wide. His entire body burned with fighting spirit as he shouted, "Vajra's glare, subdue demons and devils." Along with his voice, the Buddha phantom that appeared on his body suddenly opened its eyes. As soon as the Buddha opened its eyes, its temperament immediately changed. Before, it was filled with compassion, but now it was filled with fighting spirit. The Buddha's incomparable Buddhist power seemed to have turned into a powerful force that supported the Buddha's body. The Buddha's body emitted a dazzling golden light. Then the Buddha took a step forward and sent a punch towards the fog. The golden fist hit the fog. With a bang, the fog dissipated. Then the Buddha waved its hand and sent a punch towards the small mountain. The Buddha was now incomparably huge. If its palm hit the mountain, then the small mountain would be flattened. But at this time an old voice was heard from the small mountain, "Curse the heavens, curse the earth, curse all living things, curse all living things, curse all living things, curse the heavens and earth." Along with this voice, a huge spell flashing with black light flew out from the small mountain and met the Buddha's hand head-on. Boom! The Buddha's hand collided with the rune, causing it to scatter. But at the same time, a black gas surrounded the Buddha's arm. The Buddha's arm was entangled by the black gas, and in the blink of an eye, it melted and disappeared. However, the Buddha's Buddhist power surged towards the small mountain. Then the Buddha's missing arm suddenly grew out. The Buddha seemed to be enraged as he used his other hand to attack the small mountain. This time, there was no resistance from the small mountain as it was slapped by the Buddha's hand. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The small mountain was flattened by the Buddha's palm. A scream was heard from the small mountain. Then the Buddha retracted his hand. His figure slowly faded and disappeared in mid-air, revealing Zhao Hai's figure. Zhao Hai had already returned to normal. He looked at the small mountain and then his figure moved. He landed on the small mountain's original position. At this time, the small mountain no longer existed. Only a huge palm print was left there. What made people curious was that the people on the small mountain didn't die. They weren't crushed like what people thought. They were still lying there. It didn't look like they were dead, instead, they seemed to have fainted. Zhao Hai looked at these people and then waved his hand to send them to the space. These people had already fainted, so naturally, they wouldn't be able to resist. After Zhao Hai sent them to the space, he immediately killed them. After these people were killed, a prompt was immediately heard from the space: variant virus detected. Virus type unknown. Virus library upgraded. Upgrade successful. Antidote beginning. Antidote successful. This virus is a variant virus that targets the host. It will affect the safety of the host and the people around the host. Now eliminating it. When Zhao Hai heard the prompt, he let out a long breath. He didn't think that the curse would be this powerful. It was actually recognized as a virus by the space. Fortunately, the space was strong. Otherwise, Zhao Hai would be in a lot of trouble. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai only killed these people after entering the space. He just made them faint and didn't take their lives. This was because he knew that in the calamity plane, after killing a cultivator, a curse would be born in their body. And this curse would continue to entangle the killer's body. Unless there was someone who understood curses, then it would be very troublesome. The people on the hill were all from great clans. Their curses were very powerful. If Zhao Hai were to kill them here, then he would be entangled by the curse. Although they were very knowledgeable about curses, Zhao Hai was still afraid. If the curse couldn't be removed, then it would be very troublesome. Therefore, he sent these people to the space and then executed them. This way, the space would feel threatened and would naturally deal with these people. The reason why Zhao Hai was confident in the space was because the space was different from other places. It had its own laws. Everything that enters the space must follow the laws of the space. Otherwise, the space would deal with you. And the first law of the space was that it cannot harm Zhao Hai. And these curses were harmful to Zhao Hai. In this case, the space would naturally take action and eliminate the curse. After dealing with these people, Zhao Hai relaxed. Then he turned his head to Laura and the others and said, "All right, now that the matter has been resolved, the calamity plane will be ours. You can go back and ask those people about the curse formation. If they can research it, then it would be a great thing for us." Laura and the others nodded and said, "All right, this matter has been resolved." Laura nodded, then she led the others back to the space. After that, Zhao Hai arranged for the calamity domain to be reorganized and placed under his banner. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't kill everyone in the Calamity Plane. He only killed some of them. And these people were the leaders of the great clans. This way, he would be able to control the Calamity Plane. Naturally, the process of killing these people was very troublesome. This was because these people had curses on their bodies. If you kill them, then the curse would fall on your body. The stronger the person, the stronger the curse. When dealing with other realms, Zhao Hai would start with those who weren't that strong. Then he would slowly deal with them. However, this wasn't the case in the Calamity Finger Plane. Here, Zhao Hai needed to start with the strongest person in a family. This was because if that person was killed, then others wouldn't be able to sense their curse. On the contrary, if an ordinary disciple of a family was killed, then the higher-ups of the family would be able to sense the change in their curse. They would then know that they had been killed. This would make things more troublesome for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai only discovered this after failing twice. Because of this, he only controlled some of the most powerful people in the Calamity Plane. He didn't kill the others and turn them into undead. However, the most powerful people in a family were often the leaders of the family. Controlling these people was equivalent to controlling the entire family. Zhao Hai only stayed in the Calamity Plane for a few days before he left. Although he didn't kill everyone in the Calamity Plane, he still controlled the higher-ups of the Calamity Plane. This meant that the Calamity Plane was under his control. His departure wouldn't have any effect on the Calamity Plane. Because of this, Zhao Hai felt relieved when he left. At this point, Zhao Hai was only paying attention to one thing, and that was Cloud Mist Planet. The people from the two realms had already entered Cloud Mist Planet through various channels. If he doesn't go out, then the Red Cloud Gang's higher-ups would be in danger. Zhao Hai didn't know what to do. After Zhao Hai came out of the Calamity Plane, he immediately called Gao Chonggong and told him that he was out. Then he had Gao Chonggong report on the recent developments of the Red Cloud Gang. Actually, Zhao Hai didn't need Gao Chonggong's report to know how the Red Cloud Gang was doing. Recently, the Red Cloud Gang's development had been pretty good. This time, Zhao Hai used the same method he used to deal with the 5 great clans. He had Gao Chonggong secretly recruit people in their territory, expanding their influence in secret. All of the people that they recruited had to be trustworthy. Moreover, after they were recruited, they would be trained for a period of time. During this time, these people weren't allowed to contact the outside world. This way, Zhao Hai could select those who had problems and then deal with them. Naturally, the rest of the people were trustworthy. This way, the matter of secretly recruiting people wouldn't be leaked out. Zhao Hai was sitting inside the space. He can feel the Dao cores inside his body forming. These Dao cores were condensed by Zhao Hai recently. These Dao cores were all related to curse techniques. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to make these Dao cores was because he wanted to condense them into Dao cores. Then he would see if he could condense these Dao cores together to form a bigger Dao core. Zhao Hai hadn't done this before. But recently, he wanted to give it a try. This was because there were too many types of curses. If he could condense every single one of them into a Dao core, then he would have tens of thousands of Dao cores in his body. Zhao Hai didn't think that he would be able to condense a Dao core. He didn't think that he would be able to condense a Dao core. However, these Dao cores weren't big, and they were very scattered. If they were used alone, their power would become much smaller. If they were used together, their power would be very strong. However, on the battlefield, the situation was constantly changing. It was very difficult for him to combine these Dao cores into a curse technique that was most suitable for the situation at that time and then send it out. However, if he could combine these Dao cores into a new Dao core, then its power would certainly be greater. Naturally, the prerequisite was that Zhao Hai would be able to combine these Dao cores. It has been 3 days since Zhao Hai returned from the Calamity Finger realm. At this time, the curse techniques that he learned from the Calamity Finger realm had been turned into Dao cores. The next step would be to combine them into a new Dao core. Among Zhao Hai's cursed Dao cores, there weren't any Dao cores related to formation runes. This was because Zhao Hai didn't get enough curse runes from the Calamity Finger realm. Because there were too few runes, it wasn't enough to form a system. The people from the Calamity Finger realm had also paid a price for the formation. They had killed a lot of people in order to make the formation a blood sacrifice. Otherwise, the formation wouldn't have worked. Although Zhao Hai couldn't use the curse formation right now, using ordinary curse techniques wasn't a problem. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to combine these curse techniques. The Dao cores have been condensed. Now, all that was left was to condense these Dao cores together. This was the most difficult step because Zhao Hai hadn't tried it before. He wanted to see the effect. If the effect was good, then the Dao cores in his body would be able to be condensed together. After Zhao Hai confirmed his idea, he began to think of ways to condense the Dao cores. However, he quickly discovered that this wasn't easy. These Dao cores were in different cells. It wasn't easy to condense them together. Zhao Hai could feel that there was a connection between them. However, he still didn't know how to condense these Dao cores together. After a while, Zhao Hai still didn't have any clue. There seemed to be a string between these Dao cores. However, this string only connected them together. It wasn't easy to combine them. These Dao cores also seemed to want to combine, but they lacked a catalyst. Zhao Hai didn't understand what was going on. However, he was still trying hard. At the same time, he was also thinking about what could be used as a catalyst. Suddenly, Zhao Hai thought of something. This thing was none other than the curse formation runes. Although he didn't have a lot of curse formation runes, they seemed to be quite useful. Zhao Hai wanted to give it a try and see if the curse formation runes could be used as a catalyst. Upon thinking of this, Zhao Hai immediately condensed his spiritual force into curse formation runes and imprinted them on the Dao cores. When the curse formation runes entered the Dao cores didn't react at all. Zhao Hai was startled. He then imprinted more curse formation runes into the Dao cores. However, there was still no reaction. Zhao Hai was surprised. However, he didn't give up. He continued to try the curse formation runes one by one. He wanted to find the most suitable curse formation rune. Zhao Hai now knew a total of 373 curse formation runes. Zhao Hai wanted to try them one by one. Then, he wanted to combine them again. However, before Zhao Hai could combine the Dao cores reacted. When Zhao Hai tried the 205 curse formation runes, the Dao cores reacted. The Dao cores and the Dao cores moved a little. Then, the distance between them slowly shrank. When Zhao Hai saw that it was useful, he didn't say anything and immediately imprinted the curse formation runes on the other Dao cores. At the same time, he also imprinted the curse formation runes on the Dao cores. After Zhao Hai imprinted the curse formation runes on the Dao cores and the Dao cores, Zhao Hai could clearly feel that the Dao cores were getting shorter. At the same time, the Dao cores were also getting closer to each other. After an unknown amount of time, the Dao cores completely condensed together. When the Dao cores condensed together, a golden light suddenly came out of the Dao cores. Although Zhao Hai didn't use his eyes to look at the Dao cores, he still couldn't feel what was happening. It was like a person's eyes being illuminated by a strong light. It was impossible to see anything in a short period of time. Soon, the golden light disappeared. Zhao Hai was finally able to see the condensed Dao core. Upon seeing the Dao core, Zhao Hai was startled. This was because the Dao core looked like his spiritual magic cube. The Dao core had turned into a magic cube. On each side of the magic cube were strange symbols. These symbols weren't the same. However, Zhao Hai could still feel that these symbols were curse formation runes. There were more than 1,000 curse formation runes? Zhao Hai looked at the magic cube in disbelief. At this time, the magic cube slowly rotated. Then a large amount of information from the magic cube rushed into Zhao Hai's mind. Zhao Hai felt dizzy, but then he immediately adapted. Zhao Hai's brain was now very well developed. Because he used to receive information like this, his brain had already adapted to this method of transmitting information. Zhao Hai began to slowly sort out the information that entered his mind. This information was all about curse techniques and curse formation runes. The relationship between curse techniques and curse formation runes was different from what Zhao Hai thought. In Zhao Hai's mind, the relationship between curse techniques and curse formation runes was just like the relationship between cultivation techniques and formation runes. They were two completely different systems. Even if there were some connections, they couldn't be used at the same time. On the other hand, curse techniques and curse formation runes were a single entity. they needed to be used together. After curse techniques were combined with curse formation runes, they would become even more powerful. Moreover, curse formation runes can also be used to repair curse techniques, strengthen curse techniques, and even inherit curse techniques. There was no need to say that a curse formation rune could represent a curse technique. Only when a new curse technique was produced would a new curse formation rune be produced. But in general, curse techniques were used alone. Combining curse techniques and curse formation runes wasn't a simple matter. Zhao Hai now had a very good understanding of curse techniques. However, he always thought that curse techniques weren't simple cultivation techniques or spells. They were very powerful. Moreover, Zhao Hai suspected that curse techniques might be something from the upper realms. The people in the lower realms had only obtained a superficial inheritance of curse techniques. Now, after obtaining this information, Zhao Hai was even more convinced of this. The curse techniques that he learned were incomplete. But now, these curse techniques were condensed together by Zhao Hai's formation rune. Zhao Hai didn't know what kind of formation rune it was, but it did have the effect of repairing curse techniques. Now, the cursed Dao core in his body was slowly repairing itself. Maybe it would create more curse techniques in the future. This was very important for Zhao Hai. Moreover, after forming the cursed Dao core, Zhao Hai's curse techniques became even more powerful. Zhao Hai was now sure that even if he didn't use any tools, his curse techniques would still be 100 times more powerful than before. If he combined his curse techniques with the scripture of lies, then it would be even more terrifying. He's afraid that he could curse a Vajra realm expert to death. Even if the opponent was prepared, as long as Zhao Hai used some tools, he could still make a divine condensation expert suffer a huge loss. Most importantly, Zhao Hai now knew that curse techniques, disaster-breaking technique, and divination technique were a single entity. When these three techniques were combined, they could attack, retreat, and defend. They could also avoid powerful enemies. They were very powerful. After understanding this information, Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. Then he went to a place where no one was present. Then he took out his long sword and looked straight ahead. Then he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Break." Then he waved his sword. The sword seemed very light, as if there was no movement at all. However, Zhao Hai discovered that although the ground in front of him didn't seem to be broken, the inside of the ground was completely destroyed. As long as a gust of wind blows, the ground in front of him would turn into ashes. Zhao Hai's sword wasn't just an ordinary technique. At the same time, he also added curse techniques. He discovered that curse techniques can be used on anything, including cultivation methods, weapons, and even grass and trees. Moreover, curse techniques were different from ordinary techniques. Even if one's spiritual force was very strong, they still wouldn't be able to feel the existence of curse techniques. This was the most terrifying aspect of curse techniques. Naturally, the curse techniques of the Calamity Realm couldn't do this. Only Zhao Hai's curse techniques could. After all, after condensing his cursed Dao core, his curse techniques were much stronger than the curse techniques of the Calamity Realm. Zhao Hai gently waved his hand, causing a breeze to fly out of his hand. Suddenly, a 10-meter-long fissure appeared in front of him. The fissure was 1 meter wide at its widest point. The deepest part of the fissure was 10 meters deep. The soil inside the fissure turned into ashes and was blown away by the breeze. One could see how overbearing this attack was. Gao Chonggong stood outside Wu Lisan's Red Cloud's main hall. The location of this Red Cloud's main hall was the original location of the Iron Armor main hall. Later on, the Iron Armor main hall was destroyed in the last war. Zhao Hai built the Red Cloud's main hall on the original site, and this place became the headquarters of the Red Cloud's gang. Zhao Hai handled some official business here. Today, Gao Chonggong came to see Zhao Hai. Since Zhao Hai was in closed-door training, he was generally handling the affairs of the Red Cloud's gang. Although this made Gao Chonggong feel that he was valued, and he was indeed in a position of power, Gao Chonggong wasn't arrogant at all. He was completely loyal to Zhao Hai because he was very clear about Zhao Hai's methods. He was afraid that if he tried to take over Zhao Hai's position, he would be slaughtered immediately. Today was the day that Zhao Hai came out of closed-door training. Gao Chonggong had something to tell Zhao Hai. This matter was very important because it was related to the Cloudy Bandits. The Cloudy Bandits now controlled more than a dozen big cities on Cloudy Mist Planet. They had branches in those cities. Even if they didn't go out to rob, just the income from these cities was enough to support them. Moreover, before the rise of the Red Clouds Gang, the Cloudy Bandits were the biggest force on Cloudy Mist Planet. Now that the Red Clouds Gang had risen and controlled 7 cities in a short period of time, the speed of their development was too fast. Now, the Red Clouds Gang could faintly compete with the Cloudy Bandits. This was a situation that the Cloudy Bandits absolutely didn't want to see. Therefore, after Zhao Hai expanded the Cloudy Bandits, the first thing he did wasn't to expand the army. Instead, he first digested the internal forces and then slowly expanded the army. At the same time, he also sent a large number of people to pay attention to the reaction of the Cloudy Bandits. In the beginning, the Cloudy Bandits didn't have any reaction. This was somewhat beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. However, he didn't relax his monitoring of the Cloudy Bandits because he knew that the Cloudy Bandits wouldn't just let it go. They didn't want to see another force on Cloudy Mist Planet that was on par with them. This was because in the eyes of the Cloudy Bandits, Cloudy Mist Planet was their exclusive property. No one could touch it. When Zhao Hai went into closed-door training, he handed this matter over to Gao Chonggong. Gao Chonggong was very clear about why Zhao Hai did this because this was what he had been worried about. Recently, he heard that the Cloudy Bandits seemed to have signs of mobilizing their troops. This was definitely not good news. In addition, Zhao Hai just came out of closed-door training. Therefore, Gao Chonggong immediately ran over to ask for an audience. He was ready to tell Zhao Hai about this matter. Gao Chonggong has been standing here for almost an hour, but he didn't complain at all. This was because Gao Chonggong was very clear that in the Cloudy Bandits, countless people wanted to stand here like him, but they didn't have the qualifications. At this time, Gao Chonggong heard Zhao Hai's voice, "Chonggong, come in." Gao Chonggong complied and walked into the hall. Zhao Hai was sitting inside. As soon as Gao Chonggong entered the hall, he immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Greetings, Sect Master." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Gao Chonggong and said, "Is something the matter?" Gao Chonggong immediately replied, "Yes, Sect Master. I just received news that the Cloudy Bandits are gathering their troops. There might be a large-scale operation that is aimed at us. Sect Master, what do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I know. The Cloudy Bandits originally had 5 large artifacts, but they were attacked in the Void Realm. Of the 5 large artifacts, 3 of them were destroyed, and 2 of them were still fighting. Under normal circumstances, they would leave behind 1 large artifact to guard their base. If they want to deal with us, they would only send 1 large artifact. And 1 large artifact can hold about 100,000 people. However, the total number of people in the Cloudy Bandits is only about 100,000, so it's impossible for them to send 100,000 people to deal with us. The matter of the 5 great sects is still there, so they're afraid that while they're dealing with us, we would send people to destroy their base. Therefore, this time, the number of people they sent to deal with us shouldn't exceed 80,000. We can deal with 80,000 people, but the most important thing is that large artifact. I'm afraid that it would be very difficult for us to deal with that large artifact." Gao Chonggong listened to Zhao Hai in a daze. He really didn't think that Zhao Hai would know so much just from the beginning. It was absolutely impossible for him to just know a little bit of information, there must be other information. In other words, Zhao Hai must have other sources of information. Thinking of this, Gao Chonggong's face couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He found that no matter how high his estimation of the gang leader was, he seemed to have underestimated him. His heart was even more afraid of Zhao. Zhao Hai looked at Gao Chonggong and said, "There's one thing that you might not know. Behind the 5 great gangs, there are 2 realms supporting them. Now that we've destroyed the 5 great gangs, those 2 realms won't let us off. They've already sent people to kill me, and they've already entered Fog City. I think that the Cloudy Bandits are waiting for an opportunity. As long as I'm dealt with by those 2 realms, the Red Clouds Gang will be like a group of dragons without a leader. They'll then take the opportunity to attack us." The sweat on Gao Chonggong's face increased. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master, what should we do now?" Zhao Hai replied, "Everyone in the gang will secretly return to the Cloudy Bandits. You don't have to worry about the large artifacts. You also don't have to worry about the people from the two realms. You just have to be responsible for dealing with the cloudy bandits. This time, not only will I destroy the cloudy bandits, I'll also take their large artifacts. Go and prepare. Gao Chonggong didn't dare to ask any more questions. He just nodded and turned around to leave. Although he didn't know why Zhao Hai was so confident, he was very clear that Zhao Hai wouldn't fight a battle that he wasn't confident in. He must have his reasons for saying this. Therefore, he just had to do as Zhao Hai said. Gao Chonggong was very clear that his fate was now closely linked to Zhao Hai's. If something happened to Zhao Hai, then he would be finished. Gao Chonggong used to be a hall master under the Cloudy 13th Young Master. But to be honest, he didn't have much power under the Cloudy 13th Young Master. The Cloudy 13th Young Master had 13 people under him. Although the gang had its own halls, the real power was still in the hands of the Cloudy 13th Young Master. A hall master like Gao Chonggong was just a mouthpiece, he didn't have any power. But now, Gao Chonggong was only under one person and above tens of thousands of people. Moreover, Zhao Hai basically didn't manage things. Therefore, Gao Chonggong was able to taste the taste of power under Zhao Hai. Before tasting the taste of power, no one would be willing to let it go. Because of this, Gao Chonggong's fate was now closely linked to Zhao Hai's. He was very clear that only Zhao Hai could give him such power, no one else could. After Gao Chonggong left, he immediately began to make preparations. It wasn't difficult for him to make preparations. A lot of the cultivators in the Cloudy 13th Young Master were undead. These people were very loyal to Zhao Hai. In fact, they had already received instructions from Zhao Hai. So now that Gao Chonggong gave them the order, they immediately began to make preparations. At this time, Zhao Hai had already returned to the space. Laura and the others were now very interested in curse techniques. This was because Zhao Hai had obtained a lot of curse formation runes. More than 1,000 curse formation runes were enough for the curse formation runes to form their own system. They could now use the curse formation runes to make their own curse formations. Upon seeing Zhao Hai return, Laura and the others immediately went forward to greet him. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, is there a big battle recently? Do you need our help?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "There's no need. I need to go out tonight. First, I'll remove the spies from Fog City. Then I'll have them send fake information to the Cloudy Bandits. When the time comes, we'll deal with them. As long as we deal with the Cloudy Bandits, then Cloud Mist Planet will be ours." Laura nodded and said, "The cultivators from the other realms are all at the Vajra realm. The strongest one among them is actually at the Divine Condensation realm. It seems like the two realms attach great importance to this operation. Brother Hai, you need to be careful. The people from those realms aren't simple." Zhao Hai sneered and said, "They aren't simple, but I'm not simple either. We already have a lot of void-piercing experts in the space. We don't need to be afraid of them. Moreover, we already have 3 realms under our control. Even if those 2 realms want to deal with us, we can still deal with them." "Right, Julie, Kair, how's the investigation of those 2 realms going?" When Julie and Kair heard this, they couldn't help but smile. Kair opened her mouth and said, "Brother Hai, you can rest assured. Those 2 realms are already under our surveillance. Moreover, we've also cursed them. Dealing with them in the future would be much easier." Julie also opened her mouth and said, "Brother Hai, do we need to deal with those 2 realms right now?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. I suspect that the Cloudy Bandits have the support of those 2 realms. Or perhaps, they have a good relationship with those 2 realms. If they deal with me, then the 2 realms would be in trouble. Therefore, we don't need to worry about it. Let's wait until I deal with the Cloudy Bandits. Then it wouldn't be too late to deal with them." Julie and Kair nodded. Then Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and the others and said, "After we deal with these 2 realms, we'll deal with the other realms. Right, is there any news about the demon race? Have they made any moves in the Void realm recently?" Laura knit her brows and said, "We still don't have any news. This matter is somewhat troublesome. This is because almost all of the extraterritorial demons in the Void are ordinary cultivators. There's no way to distinguish their identities from the outside. It's even impossible to distinguish their identities from their cultivation methods. Because of this, it's not easy to find the spies that the extraterritorial demons have placed in the void. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This matter can't be rushed. You just need to pay attention to the void realm and make sure that it doesn't become chaotic. It would be best if you can find news about the demons. If you can't, then there's no need to worry." Zhao Hai calmly stood outside a small courtyard in the outer city of Fog City. This small courtyard wasn't very eye-catching in Fog City, but Zhao Hai knew that it wasn't simple. The people living inside were the people from the two realms who wanted to assassinate him. Zhao Hai stood outside the courtyard for a while before some movements could be heard from inside. Originally, the people inside the courtyard didn't want to come out, but Zhao Hai just stood there silently. They didn't make any moves, so they couldn't stand it anymore. They knew that their purpose in coming here was unspeakable, but they were also very confused. They really didn't understand where Zhao Hai found out about them. Now that he had quietly come to their door, no one would believe that Zhao Hai didn't know their identity and just came here to cause trouble. More than a dozen people rushed out of the courtyard, but they didn't directly attack Zhao Hai inside the city. Instead, they directly flew out of the courtyard. Zhao Hai looked at their appearance and knew what they wanted to do. They wanted to lure him out of the city and kill him. Even if they couldn't kill him, it would still be better than being besieged by the Red Cloud Gang's cultivators inside the city. Zhao Hai looked at their appearance and couldn't help but coldly snort. Then his figure moved and flew out of the city with them. Sure enough, when they were about 100 li away from the city, the dozen cultivators stopped. They turned their heads and coldly looked at Zhao Hai. The cultivator leading them looked at Zhao Hai as if he wanted to eat him. Zhao Hai stopped and looked at the old cultivator without speaking. The old cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Are you the leader of the Red Cloud Gang?" Zhao Hai said, "If you want to fight, then let's fight." Then his hand touched the hilt of the saber on his back. The old cultivator didn't think that Zhao Hai wouldn't take him seriously. The old cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "Good, you really have the courage to come out alone. Since you're courting death, then don't blame me. Attack." Then he didn't move, but the cultivators around him rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's figure moved, the long saber in his hand was unsheathed. The saber flashed a few times and the Vajra realm cultivators who were attacking Zhao Hai stopped moving. Then a trail of blood appeared on their necks. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Then their bodies swayed and fell down. The old cultivator didn't react until the cultivators fell down. Then the old cultivator looked at Zhao Hai with bloodshot eyes and said, "Brat, you dare? Hand over your life." Then he rushed towards Zhao Hai and grabbed Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the old cultivator and coldly snorted. Then his figure moved and rushed towards the old cultivator. He waved the long saber in his hand and shouted, "Break." His saber chi and the old cultivator's chi collided. Boom! With a loud noise, Zhao Hai's figure flew back. The old cultivator's figure also swayed. Then he looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief and muttered, "Impossible. You're just a Vajra realm cultivator. How can you take my attack?" Zhao Hai looked at the old cultivator and sneered, "I haven't killed a spirit condensation expert today." Then he attacked with his saber again. When the old cultivator heard Zhao Hai's words, his expression couldn't help but change. He could hear the confidence in Zhao Hai's words. Most importantly, he was very clear about the meaning of Zhao Hai's words. He knew that Zhao Hai wasn't lying. He used his full strength in his attack, but he couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai only retreated a small distance. He didn't suffer a loss at all. Even if Zhao Hai used his full strength, that could only mean that Zhao Hai's strength was about the same as his. If Zhao Hai didn't use his full strength, then it would be even more terrifying. The old cultivator's mind turned like lightning. However, Zhao Hai didn't care so much. He waved his hand and his saber rushed towards the old cultivator. The old cultivator reacted and dealt with Zhao Hai's attack. However, the more he dealt with it, the more surprised he was. He didn't think that Zhao Hai's strength would be this strong. He was suppressed by Zhao Hai's saber, he didn't have any chance to fight back. When the old cultivator saw this, he knew that he couldn't hold back. If he couldn't deal with Zhao Hai now, then he was afraid that he would die here today. It didn't take long before Zhao Hai discovered that the old cultivator's attack contained a trace of emotional power. This trace of emotional power was completely different from the despair that Zhao Hai felt. Unexpectedly, this trace of emotional power was a trace of happiness. This made Zhao Hai surprised. Generally speaking, happy emotions weren't suitable for attacking. However, the old cultivator actually used it. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. However, Zhao Hai quickly understood why the old cultivator chose to use happy emotions as his attack. It was because this emotion was too strong. It would make people unconsciously think about happy things. And if you think about happy things during a battle, then you would naturally be distracted. And in a battle, being distracted meant death. After Zhao Hai discovered this point, he immediately thought that in this world, there were no emotions that couldn't be used to kill people. It all depended on where you use it, and how well you use it. As long as you use it well, then even a happy emotion can kill people. If you don't use it well, then even a despairing emotion wouldn't be of much help to you. Zhao Hai's mind moved. Despair was attached to his saber. Then he launched another attack. For a moment, the world was filled with despair. The old cultivator originally thought that he would be able to deal with Zhao Hai by using an emotional attack. However, he quickly discovered that this wasn't the case. Zhao Hai also knew how to use emotional attacks. Moreover, it was one of the more powerful types of emotional attacks. Although it was said that any emotion could be used to attack, despair was much more advantageous compared to happiness. After the two exchanged 5 rounds, the old cultivator couldn't hold on any longer. He also discovered his own situation. He steeled his heart and prepared to blow himself up to take Zhao Hai down with him. However, just as he was about to blow himself up, he discovered that he couldn't do it. Moreover, the spiritual qi in his body was quickly draining away. At this time, Zhao Hai stopped his attack. He looked at the old cultivator and said, "You want to blow yourself up? Die." Then with a wave of his hand, the old man's head was cut off. Then with a wave of his hand, all the cultivators that he killed were sent to the space. After that, he returned to Fog City and released the resurrected people. He placed them in the small courtyard before returning to the Red Clouds Hall. When he returned to the Red Clouds Hall, he found Gao Chonggong standing outside. Zhao Hai's figure moved and landed beside Gao Chonggong. When Gao Chonggong saw Zhao Hai, he immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Go back and rest." Gao Chonggong didn't say anything, he just nodded and turned around to leave. He was worried about Zhao Hai, so he stood there. Now that he saw that Zhao Hai had returned safely, he naturally wanted to go back and rest. When Zhao Hai fought with the cultivators, the commotion caused wasn't small. However, Fog City didn't seem to know about it. This was because of Zhao Hai's order that no matter what happened tonight, no one was allowed to leave Fog City. Because of this, Gao Chonggong knew that Zhao Hai was going to make a move today. He was worried about Zhao Hai, so he stood there and waited for Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai needed any support, then he would be able to respond immediately. After sending Gao Chonggong away, Zhao Hai returned to the space. When he fought with the old cultivator, the reason why the old cultivator didn't blow himself up was because the old cultivator was already cursed. Zhao Hai added curse power to his blade, causing the old cultivator to unknowingly be cursed. If the old cultivator didn't want to blow himself up, then it would have taken some time for the curse to break out. But since the old cultivator wanted to blow himself up, he wanted to take Zhao Hai down with him. Naturally, the old cultivator didn't get any benefits and directly triggered the curse, causing the spiritual qi in his body to disappear in a flash. Through this battle, Zhao Hai understood how powerful this curse technique was. It could make people unknowingly fall for it, and in the end they wouldn't even know how they died. Just like the old cultivator, he didn't understand why he couldn't blow himself up even if he wanted to. Zhao Hai released the old cultivator in order to let him contact the Cloud Mist Bandits. He didn't believe that the Cloud Mist Bandits and the old cultivators wouldn't be able to communicate with each other. In the past, the Cloud Mist Bandits were much stronger, but at that time, the 5 great gangs still existed. This meant that the forces behind the 5 great gangs weren't in cahoots with the Cloud Mist Bandits, but they were so strong that the Cloud Mist Bandits didn't dare to make a move. From the current situation, it was clear that the former was more likely. If the Cloud Mist Bandits and the old cultivators were in cahoots, then this matter would be easy to deal with. As long as the old cultivator was in cahoots with the Cloud Mist Bandits, then when the time comes, they could use this point to directly eliminate the Cloud Mist Bandits. Zhao Hai already had a general idea in his mind, but he still wanted to see what the Cloud Mist Bandits would do next. If the Cloud Mist Bandits attacked them in a short period of time, then it meant that the Cloud Mist Bandits didn't suspect anything. They had really fallen into a trap. In fact, after Zhao Hai killed the cultivators, he also asked them about it. The cultivators also said that they had left their soul plates in their space. Now that they were dead, their soul plates should have been destroyed. Zhao Hai didn't know if the Cloud Mist Bandits knew about this. If they did, then what would their reaction be? This time, Zhao Hai entered the space in order to have Laura and the others strengthen their surveillance of the Cloud Mist Bandits. They must not let the Cloud Mist Bandits turn over. They must fall into this trap. In the next few days, Zhao Hai quickly appeared in Fog City. But what outsiders didn't know was that the cultivators of the Red Cloud Gang in other cities had already begun to secretly return to Fog City. In the other cities, besides a few people, almost no one stayed behind. Even those who stayed behind were preparing to return to Fog City at any time. A day after Zhao Hai killed the cultivators who came to assassinate him, Gao Chonggong received news that the Cloud Mist Bandits had set out. Moreover, their target was the Red Cloud Gang. Although they didn't receive any specific information, they did see a large artifact of the Cloud Mist Bandits leaving. Moreover, it was heading towards the Red Cloud Gang. Gao Chonggong didn't have any specific information, but Zhao Hai did. In fact, the Cloud Mist Bandits' target this time was the Red Cloud Gang. After Zhao Hai killed the old cultivator, the Cloud Mist Bandits received information that the old cultivator might have met with an accident. They wanted to confirm the information, and they did. They also used a code word to send a letter to the old cultivator. The message was that they wanted to ask if the old cultivator had met with an accident. The code word was generally used by a sect in an emergency. Except for a few people in the sect, very few people knew the code word. The old cultivator who was killed by Zhao Hai happened to know the code word. Therefore, they used the code word to send a letter to the old cultivator to confirm if the old cultivator had met with an accident. The reason why the realm that the old cultivator was in did this without confirming that they were dead was because there were two different realms between their realm and the realm of the void. Sometimes, there would be an unknown fluctuation in the space between the two realms, and this fluctuation would affect the connection between the two realms. For example, a person who entered the realm of the void was still alive, but his soul tablet in his own realm had shattered. This kind of thing had happened before, so they would carefully confirm it. The result of the confirmation was that there was no problem and the old cultivator was still alive. This naturally dispelled the Cloudy Bandits' worries. After the Cloud Mist Bandits were dispatched, Zhao Hai immediately made arrangements in Fog City. He wouldn't let the Cloud Mist Bandits have a good time. Now, the cultivators of the Red Cloud Gang were ready. Moreover, Zhao Hai also made them take out the formations they collected from the other sects and arranged them in Fog City. But this time everything was done in secret. Even the formations were arranged at night. They were afraid that others would find out that they were prepared. If that happened, it wouldn't be good for them at all. At this time, the Cloud Mist planet was in a state of silence. The other sects on the planet were also in a state of silence. In fact, those sects were just watching. They even mobilized their forces and were ready to deal with the situation at any time. The reason why those sects had such a reaction was because they knew the Cloud Mist Bandits very well. They knew that the Cloud Mist Bandits wouldn't let Zhao Hai and the others go. As long as the Cloud Mist Bandits made a move, they would be prepared. No matter who won or lost, they would have to be prepared to protect themselves or take advantage of the situation. Needless to say, if the Cloud Mist Bandits destroyed the Red Cloud Gang, then they would naturally rush forward and take advantage of the situation. They believed that the Cloud Mist Bandits wouldn't be angry. But self-protection was even easier. They always had to guard against the Cloud Mist Bandits. Kaji stood in front of the large artifact and looked at the scenery below. His eyes were full of contemplation. He was the second master of the Cloud Mist Bandits, which was equivalent to the position of deputy leader or elder. Kaji wasn't the second master of the Cloud Mist Bandits. He was originally the fifth master. However, when the Cloud Mist Bandits were attacked, their second, third, and fourth masters were killed on the spot. Therefore, he was promoted to the second master. Kaji had a tall stature. Few body cultivators were his match. It was said that he had received the inheritance of a sure family disciple. His sure family body cultivation method was very powerful, and his defensive power was even more amazing. It was because of this that he was able to sit firmly in the position of second master of the Cloud Mist Bandits. This time, Kale was leading a group of people to attack the Red Cloud Gang. The Cloudy Bandits were very curious about the Red Cloud Gang. They didn't know how a person was able to obtain several cities in such a short period of time. In the past, the Cloudy Gang had spent a lot of time in order to obtain such a large territory. Later, they found out that the reason why the Red Cloud Gang was able to get such a large territory in such a short time was because they didn't have any scruples. It wasn't impossible for the Cloud Mist Bandits to expand their territory on the Cloud Mist Star. However, some of the forces on the Cloud Mist Star were backed by other realms. If the Cloud Mist Bandits wanted to expand, they had to consider the reactions of other realms. If other realms dealt with them because of this matter, then the Cloud Mist Bandits would be finished. However, this new Red Cloud Gang didn't have any scruples. They didn't care who was backing those forces. They just came up and killed them. It was because of their unscrupulous approach that they were able to get such a large territory in such a short time. However, the Red Cloud Gang's actions made the Cloud Mist Pirates feel strange. In the Free Star Field, it took countless years of effort from various realms to obtain this place. Although there would occasionally be conflicts between realms, their territories were divided. For example, the Cloud Mist Planet was divided into 6 realms. But behind the Cloud Mist Pirates stood 3 realms. It wasn't just a single realm like what people thought. Because of this, although there were battles in the Free Star Field, they were usually done to those who had a grudge against them. Moreover, they would inform the other forces before making a move. There were only 2 reasons why the Red Clouds Gang attacked without any scruples. First, the Red Clouds Gang was backed by a family in the Void Realm. They had deliberately sent people to the Freedom Alliance to snatch their territory. Therefore, they didn't know that the Freedom Alliance had so many tricks up their sleeves. Second, the force behind the Red Clouds Gang was also a realm. However, this realm might not know the rules of the Freedom Alliance. After all, there were too many realms in the Void Realm. There were also many realms that didn't know the rules of the Freedom Alliance. But no matter what the situation was, the Red Clouds Gang's unscrupulous actions had violated the rules of the Freedom Alliance. They could deal with the Red Clouds Gang at will. Even if the Red Clouds Gang was really sent by that realm wouldn't cause trouble for them. Otherwise, countless people would come looking for trouble with that realm. When he thought about the Red Clouds Gang, Kale couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick his lips. People who were familiar with Kale knew that this was a sign of excitement. There weren't many things that could make Kale excited, and killing was one of them. Retracting his thoughts, Kaz felt that he couldn't wait to taste blood, so he immediately asked in a deep voice, "How far are we?" A cultivator standing 5 steps behind him immediately replied, "Second leader, we'll reach Red Cloud City in about an hour. We received news from our spies that the Red Clouds Gang has made some preparations. They've evacuated all the cultivators of the Red Clouds Gang to Fog City. It's the same for the other cities. Right now, the entire Red Clouds Gang is concentrated in Fog City." Kale sneered, "They're just cornered beasts. Speed up. Today, I'll raise this newly built Fog City to the ground." The cultivator behind him nodded and went to pass down the order. Sure enough, the large artifact's speed increased a bit. In less than an hour, Kale could already see Fog City. At this time, an ear-piercing alarm sounded from Cloud City. Then, the entire Fog City lit up. Kale didn't panic at all. On the contrary, he excitedly licked his lips and ordered the large artifact to speed up. It must be said that the Cloud Bandits' large artifact was very special. Their large artifact looked like a large scorpion shaking its head and wagging its tail. This large scorpion bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced towards Fog City. At this time, a lot of people flew up from Fog City. But when they saw the large artifact, they immediately returned to the city. At the same time, a layer of protection appeared around the city. When he saw the protection, Kale couldn't help but laugh. Then he said, "Energy cannons, attack." A cultivator immediately nodded and gave the order. At this time, besides the large scorpion's pincers and tail, the rest of its legs emitted white light and attacked the Fog City's protection. The Fog City's protective shield was pretty good. It was fine even after blocking several attacks. Just when Carla was about to get angry, the Fog City suddenly became chaotic. At the same time, the Fog City's protective shield started to shake. It seemed like someone was destroying it in the city. Kale stared blankly for a moment. Then he saw several figures flying out from Fog City. One of them seemed to be holding someone in his hand. When Kale saw this, he immediately knew what happened. He immediately said, "Prepare to receive them. Bring those people to the ship." The people around him immediately complied and prepared to receive them. At this time, those people had already flown out of Fog City. But in the process of flying out, they were crazily attacked by the cultivators of the Red Cloud Gang. Many people were killed or injured. In the end, only 2 of them managed to escape. The leader of the 2 cultivators was an old cultivator. The old cultivator was carrying a person in his hand. That person appeared to have fainted. As for the old cultivator, there were wounds all over his body. It was clear just how wretched the old cultivator was. Soon, the 2 cultivators arrived on top of the huge scorpion. Kale looked at the old cultivator and said, "Old Shen, I didn't expect you to actually capture this Wu Ren." Old Shen smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't expect this Wu Ren to have some skills. He even injured this old man. Now that the city's protection has been broken, as long as we attack a few more times, the protection will be broken. At that time, we can clean up the Red Cloud Gang." Kale nodded and said, "Old Shen, please rest inside. I'll take care of the rest." Old Shen nodded and carried that person into the cabin. Kale immediately ordered his people to continue attacking Fog City. Soon, the city's protection was broken. Then Kale waved his hand and the cloudy bandits on top of the scorpion immediately rushed towards the city. Although Kale wanted to go down and kill, he also knew that he was the commander of this operation. He couldn't act rashly. Therefore, he didn't move and just stood there, watching the slaughter in Fog City. At this time, Kale felt a person coming from behind him. He didn't need to look back to know that it was Old Shen. Old Shen was an expert sent by a force behind them to deal with the Red Cloud Gang. Kale didn't dare to neglect him. So he immediately turned to Old Shen and cupped his fist and said, "Old Shen, why don't you take a good rest? Leave the rest to me." Old Shen smiled and said, "There's no need to rest. I also want to see how the Red Cloud Gang will be destroyed." Kale smiled and said, "This time, Old Shen has made a great contribution. I don't know where this Wu Ren came from. Although he killed a core disciple of the Yi family in the Void Realm and came to the Free Star Field, I haven't heard of this name in the Free Star Field. Now that we've caught him, we must properly interrogate him." Elder Shen nodded and said, in a deep voice, "This person's martial arts style is strange. He doesn't seem to have a good background. I've also fought with people from the family in the Void Realm several times, but I found that his martial arts style is different from that family's. I really can't guess his background." Kale nodded and said, "Then Old Shen, what do you mean?" Old Shen said, "I'm afraid that this person is really from that realm. It's just that we don't know which realm he is from." "Hey, Sect Master Yun, why are you here?" After saying that, Old Shen looked behind Kale and said with a surprised expression. When Kale heard Old Shen, he couldn't help but stare. Then he turned his head and looked behind him. But when he saw that there was nothing behind him, he couldn't help but stare. At this time, he felt pain in his neck. He turned his head to look at Old Shen and found that Old Shen was looking at him with a strange expression. Old Shen was holding a dagger in his hand. It looked very ordinary, but Kale's neck was already cut off by this dagger. Kale wanted to fight back, but he had already lost all his strength. He looked at Old Shen in confusion. He really didn't understand why Old Shen would do this. At this time, he heard the sound of someone falling to the ground. He strenuously looked to the side and found that the cultivators around him were already dead. Moreover, there were 2 people who killed them. One was the cultivator who followed Old Shen to the ship, and the other was Wu Ren. While Kale was still confused, he heard Old Shen say, "Young master, the Scorpio is under control. Can we proceed to the next step?" Kale's vision turned dark as he fell to the ground. His last thought before falling was, so they're in cahoots. Zhao Hai waved his hand and sent Kale to the space. Then he released him along with the cultivators around him. Then he said, proceed to the next step. Old Shen nodded. Then he immediately waved his hand, causing a firework to explode in the air. Then a burst of battle cries could be heard from outside Fog City. A group of cultivators directly charged in. The cloud mist bandits below were stunned by the sudden appearance of these cultivators. Just as they were about to form a formation to resist, a few energy cannons suddenly shot at them, messing up their formation. The cloud mist bandits were stunned. To be more precise, they were even more confused. The energy cannons were coming from the direction of the scorpion. In other words, they were being attacked by the scorpion? They were attacked by their own large artifacts. When the formation of the cloud mist bandits was disrupted, the cultivators of the Red Clouds gang immediately seized the opportunity to attack. Soon, the cloud mist bandits were surrounded. At this time, some of the cloud mist bandits wanted to break out of the encirclement, but they quickly discovered that this was impossible. This was because the scorpion was currently in the sky, eyeing them covetously. Even if they managed to break out of the encirclement, the scorpion would definitely catch up to them. Some of the smarter cloud mist bandits wanted to send a message for help, but they quickly discovered that it was useless. A barrier had been placed around them, making it impossible for them to escape. At this time, the cloud mist bandits were in despair. They didn't believe that such a thing would happen. At this time, the Red Clouds gang suddenly shouted, "Surrender and you'll be spared. Surrender and you'll be spared." For a while, the entire Fog City was filled with voices of surrendering to avoid death. The cloud mist bandits who had completely lost their confidence and hope finally had a choice. Many of them immediately put away their weapons and surrendered. Although the cloud mist bandits were backed by other realms, these ordinary cultivators didn't come from that realm. In fact, many of the cloud mist bandits couldn't survive in the Void Realm, or they offended the people in the Void Realm. They had no choice but to come here. They had no loyalty to the cloud mist bandits that they joined. Therefore, they didn't feel any burden in surrendering. Some of the cloud mist bandits wanted to resist, but they were quickly eliminated. Soon, Fog City calmed down. Zhao Hai and the others also landed in Fog City. Then they sealed the spiritual chi of the people in Fog City and locked them up. Then they left some people behind to watch over them while the others immediately boarded the scorpion. Then Zhao Hai drove the scorpion towards the cloud mist bandits' lair. The cloud mist bandits were naturally concerned about the situation here. In fact, the cloud mist bandits had an agreement with Kale. They had to contact the cloud mist bandits every hour or so. Otherwise, they would know that something had happened to them. Since the cloudy bandits were a bandit group, none of them had a soul tablet. Even if Kale died here, the cloudy bandits wouldn't know. Zhao Hai took advantage of this point. After he killed Kamehameha, he immediately resurrected Kamehameha. Once Kamehameha was resurrected, he would be able to contact the cloud mist bandits. This way, the cloud mist bandits wouldn't be able to do anything. After the cloud mist gang's cultivators boarded the scorpion, it immediately rushed towards Fog City. This time, Zhao Hai used full speed. In less than 2 days, the scorpion arrived above Fog City. Cloud Fog City was the largest city on the entire Cloud Fog planet. It looked very imposing. When they arrived above Cloud Fog City, Kale and Old Shen appeared on the deck. Behind him stood the Cloud Fog pirates. At this time, a large artifact flew out of Fog City. This large artifact was exactly the same as the scorpion. On the scorpion stood a cultivator. This cultivator looked to be around 40 years old. He was wearing a warrior's uniform and had a valiant aura. This cultivator was the head of the Cloud Mist bandits, Xianxia. Xianxia stood on the scorpion and looked at Kale and Elder Shen. Then he laughed and said, "Elder Shen, I wish you success in your mission." "Kale, why did you come back so quickly? How's the situation in Fog City?" Kabuto immediately replied, reporting to the First Master, "The situation in Fog City has basically stabilized. Nothing has happened. Old Shen was afraid that the forces behind Wu Ren would come to snatch him away, so he specially asked me to escort him back." Xianxia nodded and said, "All right, let's go down and talk." Right, Elder Shen, take Wu Ren with you. Elder Shen nodded, then he cupped his fist towards Xianxia and said, thank you, head. Xianxia laughed and waved his hand, Elder Shen is too polite. You've eliminated a big problem for us this time. I should be the one thanking you. Please. The two scorpion ships stopped above the Cloud Mist Bandits' headquarters. Then Kale arranged for the people on the scorpion to disembark. Elder Shen grabbed Zhao Hai, who was pretending to be unconscious, and followed them down to the Cloud Mist Bandits' headquarters. The main hall of the Cloud Bandits was called the Hall of Snow and Shame. Originally, it wasn't called that. However, ever since the Cloud Bandits suffered a great loss in the Void Realm, it was changed to this name. They wanted the entire Cloud Bandits to remember the hatred from that time. When they arrived at the Hall of Shame, Yun Tianya asked everyone to sit down. Then he turned to Kale and said, Kale, tell me about the attack on the Red Cloud Gang. How come I heard that you only fought in Fog City and didn't fight in other places? Kale stood up. Yun Tianya waved his hand and said, no need to be so polite. Sit down and talk. Kale nodded and said, we also received the news that the Red Clouds gang had actually gathered all of their people in Fog City, preparing to fight us to the death. But when we arrived at Fog City and attacked the city's protective shield, Elder Shen suddenly made his move and captured Zhao Hai in one fell swoop. At the same time, he also destroyed Fog City's protective shield, allowing us to smoothly attack Fog City. Because of Zhao Hai's capture, the entire Red Clouds gang was in chaos, so we seized the opportunity to capture Fog City. Many of the Red Clouds gang members took the opportunity to escape, but we didn't chase after them. I only left some people behind to control the Red Clouds gang cities. Yun Tianya nodded, then he turned to Elder Shen and said, Elder Shen seems to be injured. What happened? Is that Wu Ren very strong? Elder Shen smiled bitterly. Then he turned his hand and took out something. This thing didn't look very big, it was just a small formation. Elder Shen smiled bitterly and said, this is the thing that injured this old man. When Elder Shen took out the formation, Yun Tianya's body tensed up. This was a habit that he had developed after many years of being a bandit. In the Hall of Shame, no one was allowed to use spatial equipment. Once someone was discovered, he would immediately execute them. This was because he was afraid that someone would assassinate him. However, Elder Shen wasn't one of his people, so he didn't know about this rule. When Elder Shen took out the formation, Yun Tianya couldn't help but feel nervous. But when he saw that Elder Shen took out a formation, Yun Tianya relaxed. He looked at Elder Shen in confusion and said, Elder Shen, what is this thing? Elder Shen looked at Zhao Hai who was lying on the side and said, I don't know what this artifact does, but I think it's a small energy cannon. It can shoot energy beams, but the energy beams can be adjusted, just like this. Then he took out a piece of jade essence and placed it on the small formation. The formation suddenly lit up, and a meter-long energy beam appeared on the small artifact. Yun Tianya looked at the energy beam and said, what is this thing? Don't tell me that something this weak can hurt people? Of course it can't hurt people. It's not used to hurt people, it's used to trap people. A voice suddenly sounded. The direction of the voice was very strange. Everyone looked towards the direction of the voice and found that the voice actually came from the ground beside Old Shen. And under their gazes, Zhao Hai, who was lying on the ground, slowly sat up, then stood up again. When Zhao Hai stood up, everyone in the hall couldn't sit still. Everyone stood up and looked at Zhao Hai with shock. Only Yun Tianya was still sitting there. Yun Tianya coldly looked at Zhao Hai, then turned his head to look at Kale and Elder Shen, saying, you two brought him here? What's going on? Zhao Hai looked at Yun Tianya and said with a faint smile, is that so? It's very simple. They are all my people. Naturally, they will listen to whatever I say. Why? Do you have any objections? Yun Tianya looked at Elder Shen and Kale and coldly said, is it true? Kale and Elder Shen didn't even look at him. The two of them stood beside Zhao Hai and bowed to Zhao Hai, saying, young master, don't worry. We've already arranged everything outside. Right now, the two large artifacts of the Cloud Mist Pirates should be in our hands. Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, right, I didn't expect Yun Tianya to be as careful as you said. Yun Tianya, you don't need to wait anymore. To be honest, the longer you wait, the worse it will be for the Cloud Mist pirates. You also don't need to adjust your breathing because you have all been cursed by me. Have you heard of the curse technique? When Xianxia heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he said in a deep voice, curse technique? You mean the disaster realm? How is that possible? Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia, then he smiled faintly and said, I didn't expect you to know about the disaster realm. It seems like you're the main person sent to the free star field by the other realms. However, you're wrong. I didn't come from the disaster realm. In fact, the entire disaster realm belongs to me. Xianxia stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, the entire disaster realm belongs to you? Who are you? Why are you so arrogant? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, as long as you join us, you'll know. There's no need to ask so much. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand. Xianxia felt a pain in his throat before he lost consciousness. The same happened to the other people in the hall. Then Zhao Hai sent them to the space and released them. At this time, Xianxia had already become one of Zhao Hai's people. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia and said, get ready. Call all the high-level executives of the Cloud Mist Pirates into the hall. Not only the high-level executives, but also the captains and the patriarchs of the clans. Call them all to the hall. You should know what to do. Xianxia bowed to Zhao Hai and said, yes, I understand. Young master can rest assured. A lot of cultivators in the Cloudy Mist gang didn't know what was going on. Even the cultivators outside the hall didn't know what was going on inside. At this time, all of the higher-ups of the Cloudy Mist gang had become Zhao Hai's people. This was the most terrifying part of the space. It could resurrect the dead and turn them into Zhao Hai's most loyal servants. He could use these people to control their forces. This was too terrifying. What happened next made the ordinary cultivators of the Cloudy Mist gang confused. This was because Xianxia had all of the leaders of the Cloudy Mist gang go to the hall. Then, not long after, he released them. It was really confusing. In fact, the entire Cloudy Mist planet was paying attention to this matter. They knew that the Cloudy Mist gang was dealing with the Cloudy Mist gang. However, during the battle, Zhao Hai had already driven away all of the cultivators who weren't part of the Cloudy Mist gang. Because of this, outsiders simply didn't know what was going on with the Cloudy Mist gang. It was precisely because these people didn't know that the Cloudy Mist gang's large artifacts had returned to Cloudy Mist City that they thought that the Cloudy Mist gang had won. Because they thought that the Cloudy Mist gang had won, they didn't dare to go too far. Although they arranged some people in the cities controlled by the Cloudy Mist gang and took advantage of them, they didn't dare to directly rob those cities. This was because they knew that if they dared to attack those cities, then the Cloudy Mist gang wouldn't let them off. 10 days after the battle between the Cloudy Bandits and the Red Clouds gang, an explosive news spread. The Cloudy Bandits and the Red Clouds gang had merged. However, it was not the Cloudy Bandits that had destroyed the Red Clouds gang, but the Cloudy Bandits had merged with the Red Clouds gang. From today onwards, the Cloudy Bandits had disappeared and only the Red Clouds gang remained. The Red Clouds gang's leader was still Wu Ren. This news was too shocking. Everyone who heard it was dumbfounded. They didn't think that things would turn out like this. This was beyond their expectations. But what was strange was that the Cloud Mist Bandits didn't have much of a reaction. Although some cultivators wanted to react, they were all suppressed by the management of the Cloud Mist Bandits. The entire merger process was unbelievably smooth. It was precisely because the merger process was too smooth that the shock of the news wasn't enough. Many people thought that the news was fake after hearing it. But soon, this news was confirmed, because the newly established Red Cloud gang began to attack the gangs that came to their city to take advantage of them. Moreover, they didn't show any mercy, they didn't let go of any gangs that dared to attack them. For a while, the flames of war spread throughout the Cloudy Mist planet. Some small gangs even wanted to join forces to deal with the Red Cloud gang. However, they were doomed to fail. The Red Cloud gang directly used their two large artifacts to sweep away the small gangs. In less than a year, the entire Cloud Mist planet fell into the hands of the Red Cloud gang. Every city had a branch of the Red Cloud gang. Aside from the Red Cloud gang, no other gangs were allowed to exist in those cities. All gangs had to be merged into the Red Cloud gang. If they couldn't merge into the Red Cloud gang within the time limit, then the only fate that awaited them was to be eliminated. A year and a half after Zhao Hai entered the Free Star Field, the Cloudy Mist Planet became his. He controlled the entire Cloudy Mist Planet in his hands, and no one dared to touch it. Of course, in the past year, Zhao Hai didn't know how many assassination attempts were made on him. Of course, none of the assassins had a good ending. During this time, Zhao Hai didn't stay idle. The several realms that controlled the Cloudy Mist Planet had been dealt with by Zhao Hai. Only 2 realms were left undealt with, but they had already entered the final stage. Because of this, the changes in the Cloudy Mist Planet didn't attract enough attention from the Free Star Field. This was because whenever the other realms asked about Zhao Hai, the people from those realms would tell them that Zhao Hai was the person they chose in order to unify the Cloudy Mist Planet as soon as possible. In this case, the people from the other realms naturally couldn't come forward to deal with Zhao Hai. In the end, the assassin sent to assassinate Zhao Hai completely disappeared. The 6 realms that controlled the Cloudy Mist Planet were completely conquered by Zhao Hai and became his subordinates. So far, Zhao Hai didn't only have the ruined fortress, he also had the Cloudy Mist Planet, and he also had 11 realms as his backing. It can be said that his current strength was stronger than any family in the Void Realm. Of course, if the other realms weren't included, he was still a little weaker than the 5 major families. If the other realms were included, it was hard to say who was stronger between him and the 5 major families. Each of the 5 major families controlled a star field, and they had been entrenched in that star field for more than 1,000,000 years. Zhao Hai really didn't dare to imagine how powerful the 5 major families were after all these years. If he controlled the entire Free Star Field one day, he would want to challenge the 5 major families, but for now, it was better for him to be honest. Zhao Hai could naturally breathe a sigh of relief after the Cloudy Mist Planet was unified. To be honest, he didn't want to challenge the 5 major families, because Zhao Hai was very clear that the Void Realm, the True Soul Realm, and any of the smaller realms in this layer weren't suitable for him to stay for long. His goal was the higher realms, and there were more exciting worlds waiting for him. Therefore, he didn't want to leave too many traces in this layer of realms. Everything he did before was to deal with the extraterrestrial demons. As long as he had the strength to fight against the extraterrestrial demons, Zhao Hai wouldn't do anything more. However, Zhao Hai now believed that he didn't have the strength to fight against the extraterrestrial demons. Although the information he obtained about the extraterrestrial demons proved that they weren't very strong, Zhao Hai didn't dare to take them lightly. This was because the extraterrestrial demons were too low-key. Zhao Hai still had a certain understanding of the extraterrestrial demons. The extraterrestrial demons were an insatiable race. They would never keep such a low profile. This kind of low profile itself was abnormal. In addition, he killed the Iron Gut scholar Wen Daolin before. Wen Daolin was a spy of the extraterrestrial demons. Although he was a core disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect, the #1 sect in the Tao Profound world, his true identity was actually a spy of the extraterrestrial demons. In other words, the extraterrestrial demons used a similar method to him. However, the extraterrestrial demons couldn't resurrect the dead, so they used another method, which was to use faith to control the cultivators. Then, they let the cultivators join the large sections. Then, they let the cultivators rise and control the large sects through the cultivators. It could be said that this method of the extraterrestrial demons was almost the same as Zhao Hai's method of controlling the various realms. However, the extraterrestrial demons didn't have the ability to resurrect the dead, so they could only do it slowly. This way, not only would it take a long time, but it would also be very risky. This was because once the cultivators they cultivated were killed, everything they had done before would be in vain. However, if they succeeded, then they could control a sect without any effort. The extraterrestrial demons had been in this realm for who knows how many years. If they had been carrying out this plan for all these years, then the number of sects they controlled in the dark would be an unimaginable number. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't forget that they were cultivators, and the lifespan of a cultivator was much longer than that of an ordinary person. However, the lifespan of the extraterrestrial demons seemed to be even longer than that of cultivators. In other words, the extraterrestrial demons would constantly observe this plan. Then, after so many years, how many cultivators controlled by the extraterrestrial demons would become the sects or supreme elders of those large sects? This number would probably be even more terrifying. Of course, the most terrifying point was that the people chosen by the extraterritorial devil race were all rare geniuses, and these people were very likely to become void-shattering realm experts. If this conjecture was true, then how many void-shattering realm experts did the extraterritorial devil race control? This number would probably be even higher. It was precisely because of this idea that Zhao Hai was so nervous. Even if he now controlled 11 realms, he still didn't have any sense of security. For more than a year, Zhao Hai had also been paying attention to other things, such as the ruins of the fortress. The fortress was developing very well. Now, there were about 1.2 million cultivators in the fortress. The Four Righteous Gang's business was also doing very well. Now, not only did their business in the Void Realm, they even had a business with the Shangguan clan. However, their business with the Shangguan clan wasn't the potion business, but the wine business, the Four Righteous wine. Shangguan Yun tasted the Four Righteous wine in the Void Realm last time, and he had always been thinking about it. Although Elder Tang gave him a lot later, the wine would always run out one day. In addition, after Shangguan Yun returned home, he invited his brothers and friends in the family to have a drink, and the wine spread in the Shangguan clan. Soon, all the wine that Shangguan Yun brought back was finished. It wasn't good to keep asking for more, so the Shangguan clan began to order from the Four Righteous Gang. Just like that, the two parties started doing business. With potions and wine as a stable source of income, the Four Righteous Gang developed very quickly in the past year. Of course, Zhao Hai didn't always disappear. He still had a lot of time to deal with the matters of the Four Righteous Gang. He even went to Heaven Planet to deal with some matters of the life and death arena. Now that Elder Tang no longer suspected that Zhao Hai was Wu Ren, he was now slowly handing over some matters of the life and death arena to Zhao Hai. It was a bit like he was slowly handing over power. With Elder Tang and the 6 great elders holding the fort, coupled with Zhao Hai's previous performance, the higher-ups of the life and death arena had a good understanding of Zhao Hai. They also knew that Zhao Hai would take over the life and death arena sooner or later, so they were very cooperative with Zhao Hai's work. Therefore, Zhao Hai's handling of matters in the life and death arena was getting smoother and smoother. Later on, Zhao Hai began to make changes to the life and death arena. The life and death arena added a live broadcast function. In some small cities, the number of fights in the life and death arena decreased, but the number of live broadcasts increased. Moreover, in order to increase the number of live broadcasts, the life and death arena would arrange some very exciting matches. As a result, the matches in the life and death arena would become more and more exciting, attracting more and more viewers. The life and death arena would also receive more and more bets. The life and death arena with more live broadcasts would receive more funds. In this case, the competition between the life and death arena would naturally become more and more intense. At the same time, the income of the life and death arena would also increase. This result was something that Elder Tang and the others didn't expect. They thought that Zhao Hai's approach might bring some changes to the life and death arena, and that it might be a good thing for the life and death arena. However, they didn't expect it to be this good. It was completely beyond their expectations. Because of this matter, Elder Tang and the others had more confidence in Zhao Hai. Because of this, Elder Tang and the others handed over more authority to Zhao Hai. What surprised Elder Tang and the others was that even though they handed over authority to Zhao Hai, they didn't see how busy Zhao Hai was. On the contrary, Zhao Hai didn't have a lot of time to deal with things. This made Elder Tang and the others even more curious about Zhao Hai. They also investigated how Zhao Hai managed to deal with so many things so easily. After investigating, they discovered that the reason why Zhao Hai was able to deal with these things so easily was because he had a large team of secretaries under him. These secretaries were responsible for receiving the things that Zhao Hai had to deal with every day. Then they would sort these things out and even add their own opinions before handing them over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at these things, and after looking at their opinions, he only needed to write down whether he agreed or disagreed. If there were specific things like the life and death arena that they wanted to reform, then Zhao Hai would have them write a very detailed report and then take it out for him to review. After he looked at it, he would give his own opinions and let the other party make certain corrections. Then he would review it and revise it. After that, they would be able to follow the plan. Although the early preparations might be a bit troublesome, as long as the plan was approved, they would be able to do it quickly. As for the life and death arenas, Zhao Hai's method was to strengthen strict management. He would also have the arenas regularly change their positions. If there was any deficit, then they could immediately report it to the main hall. As long as it was verified, then they would be severely punished. Zhao Hai's method was to strengthen strict management. He would also have the arenas regularly change their positions. If there was a deficit, then they could immediately report it to the main hall. All of these methods proved that Zhao Hai was an administrative expert. He was very good at dealing with things. He even had a set of administrative methods that were more brilliant than Elder Tang and the others. This made Elder Tang and the others happy and surprised. They really didn't understand where Zhao Hai came from. How could he be so omnipotent? If he was an ordinary cultivator, then even if they had managed a sect, they wouldn't be able to do as well as Zhao Hai. Moreover, Zhao Hai was very strong. If he wanted to cultivate to that level, then he would need a lot of time. Just where did this kid come from, this monster? Zhao Hai was sitting in the back hall of Cloud Mist City. In front of him was Gao Chonggong. Gao Chonggong's current status was even higher. It can be said that he was second only to Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai still dealt with some matters of Cloud Mist Planet, he didn't have to deal with a lot of things every day. Most of the matters were handled by Gao Chonggong. Gao Chonggong was now in charge of the Cloud Mist gang. However, he didn't dare to neglect Zhao Hai. He knew Zhao Hai's methods too well. Therefore, he had always been respectful to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Gao Chonggong and said, "How's the gang's income and expenditure recently?" What Zhao Hai was worried about was the income and expenditure of Cloud Mist Planet. He didn't need to worry about the Four Righteous Gang. There were potions and the Four Righteous Gang. These two things were enough to support the Four Righteous Gang. He didn't need to worry about the life and death arena. The business of the life and death arena was now better than before. There was a lot of surplus every year. Excluding the dividends given to the great clans, there were more and more resources available for the life and death arena. The only thing that Zhao Hai was worried about was the Cloud Mist Planet. It must be said that the Cloud Mist Planet had a lot of good things. However, the Freedom Alliance was different from other places. In the Void Realm, planets would do business with other planets. They would sell some of their planet's specialties to other planets in exchange for things that their own planet could use. But the Freedom Alliance was different. The Freedom Alliance didn't do business with other planets. If they lacked something, they would usually go to other planets in the Void Realm to rob them. If Zhao Hai suddenly wanted to do business with other planets, not only would those people not do business with him, they would also think that Zhao Hai was plotting something. Speaking of which, Planet Cloud Mist had become famous in the Freedom Alliance. Planet Cloud Mist was one of the few planets that were completely unified by the Freedom Alliance. It was very eye-catching. When Gao Chonggong heard Zhao Hai's question, he couldn't help but frown and said, "Boss, we're still in a deficit. Although it won't affect the normal operations of the gang, in the long run, we're just sitting there eating. I think we should consider going out to do business." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "It's not a good time to do business in the Void Realm. The Void Realm had a war with the other planes some time ago. Our Freedom Alliance's people are more or less connected to the other planes. If we go to the Void Realm right now, then it's very likely that they would attack us. If that happens, our Red Cloud gang would be finished." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "That's right." Gao Chonggong nodded, then he said, "Now that the boss mentioned it, I remember. Boss, I heard that a few gangs recently went to the Void Realm to do business, but it seems like they all fell." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Inquire about it." Gao Chonggong looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, this isn't appropriate. If we really attack other planets, then it's very likely that other people will attack us." Zhao Hai said, "Go inquire about it." Gao Chonggong didn't dare to say anything else, so he nodded and then turned around to leave. In fact, Gao Chonggong was right. Zhao Hai really wanted to use this opportunity to attack other planets in the Free Star Field. However, he still hasn't decided on which planet to attack. While Zhao Hai was sitting there thinking about this matter, he suddenly felt A small transmission formation inside the space light up. Then a jade slip appeared inside the formation. Upon seeing the small transmission formation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because this small transmission formation was the one he gave to Elder Tang. Although Elder Tang has been contacting him recently, if there's anything, Elder Tang would just send someone to invite him over. He wouldn't use a transmission formation. So why did he use one this time? Zhao Hai took out the jade slip and carefully looked at its contents. Upon seeing its contents, Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but change. Then his figure moved and disappeared from the room. In the next moment, he appeared at Heavenly Planet's transmission formation. Upon arriving at the transmission formation, Zhao Hai immediately flew towards Elder Tang's villa. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived outside Elder Tang's villa. He didn't knock on the door and directly pushed it open. Upon entering the villa, Zhao Hai saw Elder Tang and the 6 elders. Upon entering the villa, Zhao Hai immediately gave a salute to the elders. Then without waiting for them to speak, he turned to Elder Tang and said, "Elder Tang, is this true? Is the Ark of Misfortune really about to appear?" Elder Tang sighed and said in a deep voice, "It's true. Every time the Ark of Misfortune appears, it would leave a shadow in the void. The shadow would grow bigger and bigger until a spatial rift would appear in the shadow. Then, the Ark of Misfortune would appear in the spatial rift." Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "The shadow has appeared?" Elder Tang nodded and said, "It has. It's located in the Divine Ox Ridge." "Do you know about the Divine Ox Ridge?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I know about it. I've met a person from the Divine Ox Ridge before. He's a demon beast. His surname is Niu and his name is Niu Xiaozhuang. He also has a huge beast called Niu Dazhuang." Elder Tang nodded and said, "That should be good. Most of the people in the Divine Bull Ridge are beast cultivators. Moreover, they raise giant beasts. Because the Divine Bull Ridge is very close to the Free Star Field, they have a lot of contact with the people in the Free Star Field. However, the Ark of Misfortune is related to the entire Void Realm. Therefore, when they found out about it, they immediately informed us. We heard that the shadow in the Ark of Misfortune isn't small. Now, all the clans have sent representatives to check the situation. We want you to represent us in the life and death arena." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll leave immediately." Elder Tang nodded, then he said, "Go. If the Ark of Misfortune is really coming, send us a letter immediately so that we can prepare in advance." "Right, take the transmission formation." Zhao Hai nodded, then his figure moved as he left the villa and went straight to the transmission formation. Then through the transmission formation, he arrived at the nearest planet to the Divine Ox Ridge, Xianxia planet. Then he flew to the void and released the Hell King's ship before heading towards the Divine Ox Ridge. Even with the Hell King's ship, it would take at least 7 days to reach the Divine Ox Ridge from Xianxia planet. When Zhao Hai boarded the Hell King's ship, he immediately appeared in the fort ruins. Upon arriving, Zhao Hai immediately called Fan Minghui, White Tiger's Might, and the other higher-ups of the Four Righteous Gang to come over. Fan Minghui and the others still didn't understand what was going on. But when they heard that Zhao Hai called them over, they knew that something had happened. Because of this, everyone looked at Zhao Hai with heavy expressions. Zhao Hai looked at them and said in a deep voice, "From today onwards, the gang will enter a state of first-level combat readiness. Remember, prepare for a big battle. Prepare for a bitter battle." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone stared. Then their expressions changed. Fan Minghui looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Leader, what happened?" Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "I just received news from the life and death arena. The Ark of Misfortune is about to appear." Upon hearing Zhao Hai mention the Ark of Misfortune, everyone's expression couldn't help but change. Fan Minghui stood up as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Leader, is what you said true? Is the Ark of Misfortune really going to appear?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, it's true. The Ark of Misfortune is really going to appear." Fan Minghui let out a long breath and then sat down on a chair. The expressions of White Tiger's Might and the others also changed. They have lived in the Void Realm for a long time. Naturally, they knew what the Ark of Misfortune was. The Ark of Misfortune was a nightmare that the Void Realm couldn't get rid of. Every time the Ark of Misfortune appeared, it meant that the forces in the Void Realm would be completely reshuffled. Many great clans might be directly destroyed by the Arc of Misfortune, and countless cultivators would die. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Don't worry about it. The Arc of Misfortune is powerful, but the Righteous Four Gang isn't to be trifled with. Moreover, don't forget that our fortress ruins is equivalent to a simplified version of the Arc of Misfortune. What's there to be afraid of? Just prepare for battle." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they were stunned. Then they nodded. Fan Minghui said, "Yes, leader. Rest assured, we'll be prepared for battle." "Leader, you won't be staying in the gang, right?" Zhao Hai said, "I'm going to the Divine Bull Ridge. I heard that the Arc of Misfortune is likely to appear there. You just need to prepare for battle. Don't worry about me." Everyone responded. Then Zhao Hai's figure flashed and disappeared from the meeting room. After leaving the ruined fortress, Zhao Hai immediately went to Cloud Mist Planet. Upon arriving, Zhao Hai immediately called Gao Chonggong to the rear hall. Gao Chonggong didn't know why Zhao Hai called him back so quickly. One must know that their gang leader was very elusive. Gao Chonggong didn't expect Zhao Hai to call him back so quickly. Gao Chonggong didn't expect Zhao Hai to call him back so quickly. Zhao Hai looked at Gao Chonggong and said, "Call everyone over." Gao Chonggong stared, but he immediately understood Zhao Hai's meaning. Zhao Hai wanted to call all the managers of the Red Cloud Gang. Looking at Zhao Hai's expression, Gao Chonggong couldn't help but hesitate. He immediately said, "Yes, leader." "Do you want them to go to the hall?" Zhao Hai nodded. Then he stood up and walked outside. Gao Chonggong immediately followed Zhao Hai outside. Then he immediately sent people to find all the managers of the Red Cloud Gang. Before long, everyone arrived at the Red Cloud Gang's hall. These people knew about Zhao Hai's temper. Therefore, when they heard Zhao Hai's summons, they didn't dare to be negligent. They were afraid that they would be slaughtered by Zhao Hai if they were too slow. When Zhao Hai saw that everyone had arrived, he said, "I received news that the Arc of Misfortune is about to descend on the Divine Bull Ridge. Prepare for battle." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Gao Chonggong and the others couldn't react. Gao Chonggong looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Leader, are you saying that the Arc of Misfortune is about to descend?" Gao Chonggong was worthy of being a person who understood Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai didn't say much, he still understood what Zhao Hai meant. However, when he said this, his expression changed. There was no trace of blood on his face. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, it's at the Divine Ox Ridge. Prepare for battle. You'll be in charge of the sect for the time being. I'll go to the Divine Ox Ridge to take a look." When Gao Chonggong heard Zhao Hai, he quickly replied, "Leader, I'll immediately prepare the Scorpio ship for you. How many people do you want to bring this time?" Zhao Hai nodded, then Gao Chonggong said, "Leader, I'll immediately prepare the Scorpio ship." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Take 1,000 iron-armored soldiers with me. Leave one Scorpio to guard the base." Gao Chonggong nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the others and said, "Prepare for battle. If anyone dares to cause trouble, kill them." The cultivators of the Red Cloud Gang simultaneously bowed and said, "Yes, leader." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned around and left. Gao Chonggong immediately arranged accommodations for Zhao Hai. It would take at least 10 days to travel from Cloud Mist Planet to the Divine Ox Ridge using a large artifact. While Gao Chonggong and the others were preparing, Zhao Hai left Cloud Mist Planet the next day. However, nobody knew that it was only a clone that left Cloud Mist Planet. His main body was still on the Hell King's ship. It's just that the strength of his clone was about the same as his main body. Naturally, it wouldn't arouse any suspicion. Originally, Zhao Hai wasn't able to create clones after reaching the Uniting Soul stage. But now, things were different. Zhao Hai had learned the cloning technique from the false form realm. He couldn't help but recognize that the cloning technique in the false form realm had reached the pinnacle. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to use clones again. The false form realm's division technique was combined with Zhao Hai's cloning technique. Now, Zhao Hai's cloning technique was even more brilliant than before. He could create thousands of clones at the same time. Moreover, each clone was independent and connected to each other. Most importantly, they were controlled by his main body. If his main body was killed, the other clones would immediately become his main body. This was different from other cloning techniques. In addition to this, Zhao Hai's clones could also turn into anything in the world. Moreover, after turning into something, they would look exactly the same. No one would be able to detect them with their spiritual force. For example, Zhao Hai could turn into a stone. Unless he wanted to, no one would be able to tell that he was a person. This was very useful for assassinations. Naturally, it was even more useful for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai could use this cloning technique to refine liquid silver into his body. Then Zhao Hai's body could transform into anything. And this time, he had the cloning technique. In other words, he could turn into anything that liquid silver could turn into. He could even turn into the Hell King's ship as long as he wanted. Naturally, this was only Zhao Hai's conjecture. He hadn't done it yet. However, it wouldn't be a problem for him to have two Zhao Hais in the world at the same time. Zhao Hai sat on the Hell King's ship as he looked at the beautiful scenery in the void. His expression wasn't very good. At this time, Laura arrived beside Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, is the Ark of Misfortune a good thing or a bad thing for us? Shouldn't we be prepared?" Zhao Hai replied, "There's nothing to prepare. If the Ark of Misfortune comes, then so be it. If possible, I want to take one of them and see where it came from." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Laura smiled faintly and said, "Then what about the Four Righteous Gang and the Red Clouds Gang? Or should we just let them develop?" Zhao Hai replied, "Now isn't the time for them to merge. Let's wait. The appearance of the Ark of Misfortune is an opportunity for us. If we can grasp it well, then it would be a good opportunity for us to develop." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Laura nodded and said, "All right, now isn't the time to discuss this matter. Brother Hai, do you think we should prepare the other realms? If the Ark of Misfortune reaches them, then it would be troublesome." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, now isn't the time to discuss this matter." Zhao Hai sneered and said, "If the Ark of Misfortune can break into their realms, then it would be good. We can destroy the Ark of Misfortune. When the time comes, the Ark of Misfortune would be ours. Nobody would know." Laura looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but smile faintly as she said, "Brother Hai, you're getting more and more competent. Every time the Ark of Misfortune appears in the void, it would exterminate countless realms. Even if we encounter it, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to survive. It's better for us to be careful." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Let's wait and see. Make sure that all of our subordinates are prepared." Laura nodded and didn't say anything else. After sailing for 5 days, the meteorites in front of them suddenly increased. The Hell King's ship couldn't help but slow down. After 3 hours, a bull's roar was suddenly heard. At first, the sound was far away, but after a while, it got closer. In a blink of an eye, it was already in Zhao Hai's line of sight. It was a bull, a huge bull. Moreover, it was running wildly. When Zhao Hai saw this, he immediately had the Hell King's ship stop. However, Kaisha was also prepared. If the mad bull dared to rush over, he would have a way to deal with it. Fortunately, the mad bull stopped when it was still some distance away from Zhao Hai. Then a minotaur appeared on top of the giant bull's head and said, "Who are you? What business do you have in the Divine Bull Ridge?" Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship as he cupped his fist towards the minotaur and said, "I'm Zhao Hai from the Four Righteous Gang. I heard that the Ark of Misfortune might descend here. I came to investigate the situation and hope that you can let me in." When the minotaur heard Zhao Hai's name, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "So it's Mr. Zhao Hai. Mister, please." Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards the minotaur before driving the ship forward. The minotaur commanded the old bull to follow beside the ship. Zhao Hai looked at the minotaur and said, "Mister, did people come to the Divine Bull Ridge in the past few days?" The minotaur nodded and said, "Yes, not only that, there were a lot of people." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Is that shadow really the Ark of Misfortune?" The minotaur replied, "I'm 80% sure. The people who came in the past few days said that they came from the Free Star Field as well as the Void. These people said that it was a sign that the Ark of Misfortune was about to appear." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything else. The minotaur looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, I have something to ask you. Do you know Little Zhuang?" Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled faintly and said, "I know him. When I met him in the past, I even invited him to drink a jar of wine. Why? Do you know brother Little Zhuang? The Minotaur laughed and said, Mr. might not know, but I'm Little Zhuang's elder brother, Niao Sanzhuang. Mister, would you like to have a drink on my back? Hearing the Minotaur, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh and said, why not? Let's have a drink. Then his figure flashed as he appeared in a small house on the back of Niao Sanzhuang's giant bull. Seeing Zhao Hai's appearance, Niao Sanzhuang couldn't help but laugh and said, that's good. Come, sit. After saying that, he sat on the ground in the courtyard of the house. Then, with a flip of his hand, he took out a jar of wine. This jar of wine looked very crude, like an ordinary crude jar of wine. Zhao Hai looked at Niao Dazhuang and said, I'll take out some dishes to go with the wine. Would you like to give me some face? When Niao Sanzhuang heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, good, of course. Take some out. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he turned his hand and took out some jerky, chicken, and other things. However, he didn't take out any beef. Although Zhao Hai didn't know if Niao Sanzhuang was taboo to eat beef, he still felt strange when he invited a minotaur to eat beef. Therefore, the jerky that he took out didn't include any minotaurs. When Niao Sanzhuang saw what Zhao Hai took out, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he laughed and said, good stuff. I didn't expect you to really suit my taste. We Taurans like to drink a lot of wine and eat big bowls of meat. In the past, when people invited us to a meal, they would prepare dozens of dishes. But those dishes weren't enough for me to eat. It's really boring to eat them. Zhao laughed heartily. He turned his hand and took out 2 large bowls. Niao Sanzhuang opened the clay seal of the wine jar and poured the wine into the bowls. The wine smelled very fragrant, but the taste of the wine was very strong. One could tell that it was strong wine at a glance. Zhao Hai wasn't polite, he picked up the bowl and said, Brother Sanzhuang, it's nice to meet you today. Come, let's drink this bowl. Niao Sanzhuang also raised his bowl, then he looked at Zhao Hai and laughed, Brother, you have to be careful. Our wine isn't good to drink, this wine is very strong. Zhao Hai laughed and said, strong wine is the best. Then he raised his head and drank the wine in his cup. Then he showed Niao Sanzhuang the bowl. Seeing Zhao's expression, Sanzhuang's smile widened. He also laughed and drank the wine in his glass. Then the two looked at each other and laughed. Sanzhuang looked at Zhao and laughed. Sanzhuang looked at Sanzhuang and Sanzhuang looked at each other. Zhao Hai and Niao Sanzhuang were drinking and chatting. Unknowingly, they were talking about the Ark of Misfortune. From Niao Sanzhuang's mouth, Zhao Hai knew that the Minotaurs in the Divine Ox Ridge had already moved away. However, they left behind more than half of their troops. They were prepared to fight against the Ark of Misfortune when it appears. Beasts were different from ordinary cultivators. If an ordinary cultivator were to encounter this situation, they would just move away. However, they wouldn't leave behind people to fight against the Ark of Misfortune. Beasts were different. For beasts, fleeing without a fight was the greatest insult to them. Because of this, they decided to stay and fight against the Ark of Misfortune. The two drank for several hours before Zhao Hai returned to the Hell King's ship to rest. After waking up, he went to drink with Niao Sanzhuang. Unknowingly, 2 days passed. Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship with Niao Sanzhuang by his side. The two had been drinking together for the past few days, so they were very familiar with each other. Niao Sanzhuang would also run to the ship to invite Zhao Hai for a drink. At this point, they were already very deep into the Divine Ox Ridge. Looking at the scenery around them, Zhao Hai finally understood why this place was called the Divine Ox Ridge. There were meteorites everywhere in the Divine Ox Ridge. It can be said that this place was a huge meteorite belt. There weren't many habitable planets here. Moreover, from a distance, it looked like a mountain range made up of meteorites. No wonder it was called the Divine Ox Ridge. At this point, they were on the only route in the Divine Ox Ridge. Moreover, this route wasn't very wide. Zhao Hai and the others had to be careful as they moved forward. After moving forward for a day or so, a planet suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Hai. This planet was surrounded by a huge meteorite belt. It looked very beautiful. Niao Sanzhuang looked at the planet and said, "This is our divine ox planet, the main planet of the Tauren race. Let's take a rest here first before heading to the shadows." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "We can rest at any time. Let's go and take a look now. I want to see the situation in the shadows." When Niao Sanzhuang heard Zhao Hai, he turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. He didn't say anything, he just nodded and said, "All right, we'll do as Mr. says." "Mister, this way." Then Niao Sanzhuang pointed to a route to the side. Zhao Hai directed the Hell King's ship to fly towards the route. After entering the route, Zhao Hai turned his head to Niao Sanzhuang and said, "Brother Sanzhuang, how long will it take for us to reach the shadows?" Niao Sanzhuang said in a deep voice, "Let's walk for another 3 days." As the two of them were talking, a giant bull suddenly flew out of the flight path. There was a minotaur standing on top of the bull. Frankly speaking, in the eyes of most people, the Taurens were the same. This was because in the eyes of most people, there was no difference between these two Taurens. But Zhao was different. He often dealt with beastmen in the space, so he was very clear about the differences between beastmen. He wouldn't be mistaken. Therefore, when he saw the Tauren, he immediately recognized it as Niao Xiaozhuang, the one he had met before. Zhao Hai didn't wait for Xiaozhuang to speak, he couldn't help but laugh. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Brother Xiaozhuang, you said that you wanted to treat me to a drink. I've been in the Divine Ox Ridge for a long time. If I'd been here for days to see you." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Niao Sanzhuang and Niao Xiaozhuang couldn't help but stare. They knew that there were very few people in the human race who could distinguish the appearance of a Tauren. But Zhao Hai was able to recognize Niao Xiaozhuang, this really surprised them. Niao Xiaozhuang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Zhao Hai, you can actually recognize me?" Zhao looked at Niao Xiaozhuang and couldn't help but put on an act. "Brother Xiaozhuang, what are you talking about? We are friends. How could I not recognize you? You said that you would treat me to a drink. Do you want to go back on your word?" Niao Xiaozhuang smiled. When Niao Xiaozhuang heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Brother Zhao Hai, you can actually recognize me? Just because of this, I want to treat you to a drink. Don't worry, it's just a drink. Come, let's drink." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Come drink on my ship. Let's drink to our heart's content." Niao Xiaozhuang didn't decline. His figure flashed as he arrived on Zhao Hai's ship. Then he took out 2 jugs of wine and placed them on the deck. Then he laughed and said, "Come, let's drink to our heart's content." Zhao Hai also didn't refuse. He took out a pile of meat to entertain Niao Xiaozhuang. Then the 3 sat on the deck and drank. After the 3 drank 3 bowls, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Brother Xiaozhuang, where have you been these days? How come I haven't seen you around?" Niao Xiaozhuang smiled and said, "Where else can I go? I'm guarding the shadow. You don't know how lively it is these days. Hundreds of large artifacts from the various clans have arrived. Originally, there were still some meteorites in the shadow, but now they've all been cleared." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Do those clans have any ideas?" Niao Xiaozhuang coldly snorted and said, "Those cowards, what good ideas can they have? Many people said that they want to leave and go back to prepare for the enemy. Even those who stayed behind parked their large artifacts far away. They only dared to watch from afar. Those trash, I'm counting on them. I think the Void Realm will be destroyed by the Ark of Misfortune sooner or later." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I want to see how powerful the Ark of Misfortune is. If possible, I want to snatch 2 arcs for fun." When Niao Xiaozhuang and Niao Sanzhuang heard Zhao Hai, they laughed. Niao Xiaozhuang said, "Good, brother. It's rare for you to have such intentions. But I think it's better if you don't fight the Ark of Misfortune head-on." Zhao Hai was stunned. Then he looked at Niao Xiaozhuang and asked, "Oh? Why? Is it because it's the Ark of Misfortune? What's so powerful about it? I really want to see it." Niao Sanzhuang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Zhao Hai, what little Zhuang said is right. I think it's better if you don't go head-to-head with the Ark of Misfortune. This isn't the first time that the Ark of Misfortune appeared in the Void Realm. Not only did it take countless lives, it also destroyed a lot of large artifacts. Brother Zhao Hai, I know about your situation. I heard that your position in the life and death arena is very high. Your future is limitless. If you lose your life here, then it wouldn't be worth it. Niao Sanzhuang nodded and said, Brother Zhao Hai, little Zhuang is right. It's not worth it. Zhao Hai looked at Niao Sanzhuang and said, But Brother Sanzhuang, aren't you also staying here to fight the Ark of Misfortune? Niao Sanzhuang sighed and took a big gulp of wine. He said in a deep voice, We have to fight because our home is here. The Ark of Misfortune came from here. If we don't fight, are we still men? Moreover, we've already settled our families. It's fine if we fight with them. But you're different. It's not worth it for you to fight with them. Zhao Hai laughed and said, It doesn't matter if it's worth it or not. When the Ark of Misfortune came out, it stirred up a storm in the Void Realm. Even if I don't go all out against it today, how can I guarantee that it won't come looking for me one day? Instead of waiting for them to come to me, I might as well go to them first. Forget it, let's not talk about this. We'll talk about it after the Ark of Misfortune appears. Although Niao Xiaozhuang and Niao Dazhuang were straightforward, they weren't stupid. They looked at Zhao Hai and knew what Zhao Hai was thinking. They also knew that they couldn't dispel Zhao Hai's thoughts. The two couldn't help but respect and admire Zhao Hai. At the same time, the two raised their wine bowls and said, Brother, let's not talk about this anymore. Cheers. Zhao Hai laughed and raised his bowl as well. Then he looked at Niao Xiaozhuang and Niao Dazhuang and said, Cheers. The three drank another bowl of wine. The three drank for several hours. However, the Hell King's ship didn't stop. It continued to fly along the route. On both sides of the route, Zhao Hai saw some large artifacts. These large artifacts had their own flags hanging on them. One could tell at a glance who they belonged to. At the same time, Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship also had a flag. However, there were two flags on his ship. One was the flag of the Four Righteous Gang while the other was the flag of life and death. When Zhao Hai passed by the large artifacts, the people who saw the two flags immediately knew who was on the ship. And with the Hell King's ship's unique shape, it was hard for them not to recognize Zhao Hai. In the entire Void Realm, only Zhao Hai had these 200 flags. And Zhao Hai was now a famous expert in the Void Realm. Because of this, when they saw the Hell King's ship, nobody dared to say anything. Nobody dared to cause trouble for them. After 3 days, Zhao Hai finally saw the place that Niao Xiaozhuang mentioned. It was a very large area. In this area, there was a large shadow. The shadow seemed to be coming from the back of the void. It looked very terrifying. Around the shadow were large artifacts. There were all kinds of large artifacts, but they were all far away from the shadow. When Zhao Hai saw this, he didn't stop. He directly commanded the Hell King's ship to fly towards the shadow. Just as the Hell King's ship was about to approach the shadow, Niao Xiaozhuang, who was standing on the ship, said, Brother, be careful. There's something strange in that shadow. It seems like it's being suppressed by something. There are some large artifacts that need other large artifacts' help in order to open them up. Zhao Hai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows as he said, Oh? Then I'll have to take a look. Then the Hell King's ship sped up and directly rushed into the shadow. Zhao Hai's actions naturally attracted the attention of the others. Many of them had suffered a big loss from the shadow. Now that they saw Zhao Hai rushing over, they all had the mentality of watching a good show, waiting for Zhao Hai to make a joke out of himself. Boom! The Hell King's ship rushed into the shadow. As soon as it did, Zhao Hai felt the resistance of the ship increase. It seems like the surrounding pressure had increased as well. Moreover, it became very strong. The Hell King's ship needed 10 times more power to move forward compared to the outside. Zhao Hai raised his eyebrows, then he coldly snorted and said, Activate the anti-gravitational system and increase the power. If we lose, then go all out. Along with Zhao Hai's words, a yellow shield appeared on the Hell King's ship. Then the ship's speed increased as it rushed out of the shadow. Zhao Hai calculated that the area of the shadow wasn't very big, only about 10 square kilometers. Such a place could be crossed by an ordinary large artifact in a matter of minutes. However, it took the Hell King's ship nearly 5 minutes to cross the area. And this was with the anti-gravitational system increasing the ship's power output. It can be seen how slow the ship was without the anti-gravitational system and the power output. It was probably as slow as a snail. Zhao Hai was surprised by the shadow's strength, but the others were even more surprised by the Hell King's ship's strength. In the past few days, a lot of newcomers have tried to challenge the shadow. A lot of large artifacts couldn't move forward after entering the shadow. They needed the help of other large artifacts in order to get out of the shadow. Even those large artifacts that were able to get out of the shadow took half an hour. But Zhao Hai only took 5 minutes. This was too amazing. Thinking of this, these people couldn't help but look at the Hell King's ship. They didn't expect Zhao Hai's ship to be this strong. After rushing out of the shadow, Zhao Hai stopped the Hell King's ship next to the shadow. Then his figure moved as he flew straight towards the shadow. Seeing Zhao Hai's action, Niao Xiaozhuang immediately flew out and blocked Zhao Hai's path. "Brother, you can't go in." A few days ago, a cultivator went into the shadow's maw. Because he didn't have a large artifact to support him, he couldn't come out. In the end, he was crushed into a meat patty by the pressure. What's even more strange is that the cultivator who was crushed to death slowly disappeared. Therefore, brother, you can't go in. If you must go in, then use your large artifact. If there's any danger, then immediately enter the large artifact. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. Rest assured, even if I don't use my large artifact, I can still go in." After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure moved as he put on his Death Knight suit. After that, Zhao Hai didn't wait for Niao Xiaozhuang to finish as Iron Tiger jumped into the shadow. Upon entering the shadow, Zhao Hai felt that the space around him had become a lot heavier. He felt that the gravity around him was 100 times heavier than normal. At the same time, there was a corrosive force in the shadow. No wonder Niao Xiaozhuang said that the cultivator disappeared after being crushed to death. It must be because of the corrosive force. However, this wasn't a problem for Zhao Hai. 100 times gravity wasn't a big deal to him. He had been in a place with 10,000 times gravity before. Zhao Hai rode Iron Tiger and circled the shadow a few times. It didn't take long for him to feel that the closer he was to the center of the shadow, the stronger the gravity and the stronger the corrosive force. Zhao Hai circled the shadow once before returning to the Hell King's ship. Niao Xiaozhuang and Niao Sanzhuang were stunned as they looked at Zhao Hai. After some time, Niao Xiaozhuang shook his head and said, "Brother, you're really strong. I really admire you. Ha ha ha. You're the first person who dared to enter the shadow without a large artifact and came out unscathed." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. However, the shadow is really strange. The gravity in the shadow is 100 times that of an ordinary planet. Moreover, it has a strong corrosive force. I believe that as the arc of misfortune approaches, this situation will become more and more serious. However, this is also a good thing. From the changes in gravity and the strength of the corrosion, we can roughly understand when the arc of misfortune will come out." When Niao Xiaozhuang heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but ask, "Can you calculate this?" "How do you calculate it?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Use this." Then he turned his hand and took out something. Niao Xiaozhuang looked at the thing in Zhao Hai's hand and couldn't help but stare. This was because Zhao Hai was holding a turtle shell. This turtle shell wasn't big, but it looked very thick. When held in Zhao Hai's hand, it gave people a feeling of stability. Zhao Hai took out a few copper coins and placed them inside the turtle shell. Then he gently shook the turtle shell before pouring the coins out. When the coins came out of the turtle shell, they immediately fell to the deck. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 coins and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Then he said, "In about 7 days, the arc of misfortune should appear. Moreover, the appearance of the arc of misfortune is a bad omen for the void realm." Niao Xiaozhuang looked at the copper coins on the ground. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Is this thing accurate?" Zhao Hai received the coins and the turtle shell. Then he laughed and said, "I don't know. This is because I haven't seen it before. But when I said that the arc of misfortune would appear in about 7 days, I wasn't just talking nonsense. The arc of misfortune is indeed going to appear. I didn't calculate it with the coins, I just felt it." Niao Xiaozhuang nodded and said, "All right, then I'll have my people inform the others so that they can prepare themselves. I think those who want to leave should also leave." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that depends on their choice. Just as he said this, a large artifact suddenly approached the Hell King's ship. Then a voice was heard, Mr. Zhao Hai, this one, Shi Taifeng, gives his greetings. Zhao Hai turned his head and saw a ship-shaped large artifact. On the bow of the large artifact stood a cultivator. This cultivator looked to be about 40 years old. He was very tall and had a bald head. He wore short robes that exposed his strong arms. He gave people a very fierce feeling. Zhao Hai hurriedly returned the greeting and said, I am Mr. Zhao Hai. May I know why Mr. Shi has called for me? Shi Taifeng looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, Mister, are you here to represent the life and death arena? Does Elder Tang have any instructions? Zhao Hai looked at Shi Taifeng, then he smiled faintly and said, Old Tang didn't tell me anything, he just told me to pay attention to the situation here. However, I've already decided to check out the Ark of Misfortune and see if there's anything special about it. When Shi Taifeng heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Then, he laughed and said, that's how it should be. I also want to know what's so great about this Ark of Misfortune. I wonder if Mr. has any insights from walking around in the shadows? When Zhao Hai heard this, he immediately didn't understand what Shi Taifeng meant. He smiled faintly and said, according to my calculations, I'm afraid that the Ark of Misfortune will appear here in about 7 days. We should prepare early. Shi Taifeng's expression changed. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, is Mr. speaking the truth? Zhao Hai replied, I'm not lying. According to my calculations, the Ark of Misfortune will arrive in 7 days. Moreover, once the Ark of Misfortune appears, the surrounding gravity will immediately change. It will be more than 100 times stronger than the gravity in the shadows. I ask everyone to prepare. Shi Taifeng said in a deep voice, then can Mr. calculate how much influence this Ark of Misfortune will have when it appears? Zhao Hai looked around and said, I'm afraid that even this space will be affected. Shi Taifeng cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, then I'll have to thank Mr. I'll take my leave first. Then Shi Taifeng took the Shi family's large artifact and left. Niao Xiaozhuang looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Zhao Hai, is what you said true? When the Ark of Misfortune appears, will it really affect this place? Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, it's not just that. I think that the gravity of the Ark of Misfortune is very different compared to here. I'm afraid that even the vitality of the Ark of Misfortune is very different compared to here. If my guess is correct, then we'll be in big trouble this time. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I'm afraid that the Ark of Misfortune's gravity is very different compared to here. Niao Xiaozhuang looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, why? Even if the gravity on the Ark of Misfortune is greater than here, it shouldn't have much of an effect, right? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, where did the Ark of Misfortune come from? It's impossible for him to appear out of thin air. The place where the Ark of Misfortune appeared was also land, and the Ark of Misfortune was made on land. If the gravity of the Ark of Misfortune wasn't the same as the gravity of the land, then the people who died on the Ark of Misfortune wouldn't be used to it. Therefore, the gravity of the Ark of Misfortune must be the same as the gravity of the place where the Ark of Misfortune was made. In other words, the gravity of the place where the Ark of Misfortune appeared was far greater than here. Niao Xiaozhuang nodded, he still didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai looked at Niao Xiaozhuang and said, generally, plants in places with high gravity wouldn't grow too tall. Plants that can grow up to 100 meters in our world would only grow up to a meter in their world. Even people wouldn't grow too tall. However, the people on the Ark of Misfortune are almost the same as us. In other words, after many years of adaptation, they have completely adapted to the gravity of their world. Naturally, this also includes plants and even ores. Niao Xiaozhuang nodded, he didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. Niao Xiaozhuang looked at Zhao Hai and said, brother, what do you mean by that? Just say it directly. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, once people adapt to the gravity, they would feel as if their shackles have been removed. Even if they were ordinary cultivators, their fighting strength would increase by 100 times. And with the addition of their ores, being under 100 times the gravity here, their ores would become harder. The metals that are refined would also become tougher. Like this, if our large artifacts were to face the Ark of Misfortune, I'm afraid we would suffer a big loss. Zhao Hai nodded and said, then the Ark of Misfortune would have a huge impact on us. When Niu Xiaozhuang heard Zhao Hai, his expression changed. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Is that really the case? If that's the case, then it would be a disaster for us." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "It's very possible that the Ark of Misfortune appeared here. I'm afraid that it's not an invasion, but a trial." Niu Xiaozhuang's expression became even uglier. One must know that the Tauren race was a considerable force in the void. Nobody dared to look down on them. But now, Zhao Hai said that they were just another trial. Not just the Tauren race, but the entire void realm. This was a big blow to Niu Xiaozhuang. Zhao Hai looked at Niu Xiaozhuang's expression and let out a long breath. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "Do you feel uncomfortable? Do you feel uncomfortable now that you've suddenly become the opponent of another trial?" Niu Xiaozhuang smiled bitterly and said, "Yes. But now that I think about it, it's really possible. If the Ark of Misfortune appeared here with a gravity 100 times stronger than the shadow, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Not to mention anything else, I'm afraid that there aren't many large artifacts in the void realm that can get close to the Ark of Misfortune. In other words, our large artifacts can't pose any threat to the Ark of Misfortune." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right. We can't hit the other side, but the other side can attack us at will. Additionally, the Ark of Misfortune is much harder and more resilient than our large artifacts. The impact of the Ark of Misfortune is something that we can't imagine. It's something that our large artifacts can't contend with." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Niu Xiaozhuang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Then what are you going to do, mister?" Zhao Hai replied, "There's nothing we can do. They're already at our door. What else can we do? Now, you have to fight whether you want to or not. There's no other choice." Niu Xiaozhuang smiled bitterly, then he said, "Then I'll tell everyone about this situation so that they can prepare early." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, then he said, "You can tell everyone, but you have to tell them that this is just my speculation. I can't guarantee that it's true." Niu Xiaozhuang stared. He looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "Brother, what do you mean by this? Do you think that they won't believe you?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "I think that it's more likely that they won't believe me. Don't forget that the relationship between the great clans and the life and death arena isn't very close. There are even some who are hostile. In this case, do you think that they will completely believe me? It's already good enough that they don't think that I'm plotting something." Niu Xiaozhuang looked at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly. Then he shook his head and said, "You're really complicated. Alright, I'll arrange it." After he said that, Niu Xiaozhuang turned around and got on his giant ox. Then the giant ox left under his command. Niu Sanzhuang had already left. This place was still the territory of the cow-headed race. Not long after Zhao Hai entered, Niu Sanzhuang also left. He still had other tasks to do. At this time, there were still large artifacts from the great clans coming here. The cow-headed race needed to receive them properly. Zhao Hai looked at Niu Xiaozhuang's departing figure and smiled faintly. Then his figure moved and returned to the Hell King's ship. At the same time, he looked at his avatar. The clone that Zhao Hai mentioned was naturally Wu Ren. At this time, Wu Ren had already entered the Divine Bull Ridge. He was currently being led by a cow-headed beastman. In about 2 days, he would arrive. Because there were a lot of forces in the free domain that came to the Divine Bull Ridge, and the Red Cloud Gang was an emerging force of the Freedom Alliance, they didn't have any enmity with anyone. Therefore, their journey was very smooth. Seeing that Wu Ren was fine, Zhao Hai didn't worry about him anymore. He commanded his large artifact to slowly move away from the shadows. Then he entered the space. At this time, the space was preparing for the invasion of the Ark of Misfortune. Laura and the others were currently experimenting with new curse formations. Zhao Hai knew about the space's research on curse formations. When Laura and the others received more than 1,000 curse runes from him, they immediately began to study them. Now, they had made great progress. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai. When Laura and the others obtained the curse runes, they weren't in a hurry to make the formation. Instead, they studied the runes first. They wanted to know what they meant before they made the formation. After studying it, Laura and the others discovered that the curse formation had infinite uses. This aroused Laura and the others' curiosity. They also wanted to know if ordinary formation runes could do the same. Therefore, they immediately began to study it. After studying it, they discovered that ordinary formation runes weren't that simple. However, there were too many of them and they were too profound. It was impossible to study them all in a short period of time. Therefore, Laura and the others began to study the curse formation runes in order to make a curse formation. The curse formation was quickly made and the effect was good. However, it didn't reach the effect that Laura and the others expected. Therefore, they began to study it even harder. Later, when they heard that the Ark of Misfortune had appeared, Laura and the others began to study the curse formation. They hoped that when necessary, the curse formation would be able to help Xiao Hai. When Xiao Hai entered the space, he saw Laura and the others fiddling with a formation outside the space. This formation wasn't made of metal, instead, it was made of a fragrant black substance. Xiao knew about this black thing. It smelled fragrant, but it was actually a mixture of a variety of medicinal herbs. This thing was very strong, and it could be said to be a highly toxic thing. Generally speaking, it wouldn't have a good ending if it came into contact with something like this. Naturally, the most important thing was that this substance was very suitable for a curse formation. Using this mixture of materials to make a curse formation would allow the curse formation to display its might. Xiao Hai looked at Laura and the others and didn't disturb them. He wanted to see how powerful the formation was. Before long, the curse formation was finished. Then Laura and the others poured their spiritual chi into it, activating the formation. Although there was no reaction from the formation, it seems like it failed. However, Xiao Hai could clearly feel that negative energy was forming on the formation. Moreover, this energy was getting stronger and stronger. Xiao Hai was a person who understood curses. When he felt this energy, he immediately discovered that it contained a large amount of curse power. Moreover, it was very formidable. However, Xiao Hai quickly discovered that there was something wrong with the negative energy. It seems like he couldn't control it. Upon feeling that something was wrong with the negative energy, Xiao Hai immediately waved his hand and destroyed the runes on the formation. Once the runes were destroyed, the formation naturally lost its function. Laura and the others' faces became dejected. Xiao Hai looked at them and said, "Alright, don't be sad. Take your time. First, use the computer to simulate the formation. Then experiment with it. Experiments like this are very dangerous." Laura was somewhat dejected as she said, "We already simulated it on the computer. But the simulation was successful. I didn't expect it to fail in the real thing. It's really disappointing." Xiao Hai smiled and said, "Simulating is just simulating. When we do it ourselves, it's easy to make mistakes. You don't need to worry, just do a few more experiments." Right, it's best to do this experiment in a gravitational environment. Otherwise, you won't be able to deal with the Ark of Misfortune. Laura and the others nodded. Then they packed up their things and followed Xiao Hai back to the villa. After arriving at the villa, Xiao Hai looked at Laura and the others and said, "You don't need to think about it too much. Just using a curse formation isn't enough to deal with the Ark of Misfortune. The Ark of Misfortune needs to face it head-on. Unless the curse formation is placed inside the Ark of Misfortune, I'm afraid it won't have much effect." Laura nodded, then she said, "I know. But the Hell King's ship's curse formation is too weak. It won't be able to help you much. Therefore, we need to research a more powerful curse formation and add it to the Hell King's ship. This way, we'll have a better chance of dealing with the Ark of Misfortune." Xiao Hai smiled and said, "Did you hear what I just said to Niu Xiaoshuang? The Ark of Misfortune isn't that simple to deal with. I'm afraid that the only way to threaten the Ark of Misfortune is to fight it head-on. If we can't break through the Ark of Misfortune, then everything else would be useless." Laura nodded, then she said, "Brother Hai, what are you going to do?" Xiao Hai replied, "It's useless to say anything right now. Let's wait until the Ark of Misfortune appears. I want to see what the legendary Ark of Misfortune looks like." Laura nodded. Although they wanted to make the Hell King's ship stronger so that it can deal with the Ark of Misfortune, they weren't too worried about Xiao Hai. They believed in Xiao Hai's strength. They believed that Xiao Hai could deal with the Ark of Misfortune. At this time, Xiao Hai suddenly said, "Alright, I'm going out. Someone actually came to see me." How come I didn't notice that I'd become so busy? After he said that, his figure flashed as he appeared on the Hell King's ship. The reason why Zhao Hai returned to the Hell King's ship was because someone came to visit him. This time, the person who came to visit him was actually someone from the Ji family. The Ji family was known as the #1 family in the Void Realm. The last time the Void Realm formed an alliance, Ji Wuming was the commander. From this point, one could see the status of the Ji family in the Void Realm. However, the person who came to visit Zhao Hai wasn't Ji Wuming. Ji Wuming's status in the Ji family wasn't low. Naturally, he wouldn't be allowed to come forward. The person who came to visit Zhao Hai was a core disciple of the Ji family named Ji Bingjing. She was a female disciple and wore a blue dress. Her face was covered with a blue flower, making her look extraordinary. Zhao Hai came out of the Hell King's ship's cabin. Then he cupped his fist towards Ji Bingjing and said, "So it was Miss Ji who came to visit. This Zhao Hai is very honored. Would Miss like to enter?" Ji Bingjing gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Mr." Then her figure moved and appeared on the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai looked at Ji Bingjing and said, "Miss Ji, please." Then he turned sideways and gestured for her to enter. Ji Bingjing nodded, then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, please." Then the two walked towards the Hell King's ship's cabin. Upon entering the cabin, Zhao Hai said, "Someone, serve tea." Just as his voice fell, Meg came out with a tray. On the tray were 2 cups of tea. Then she placed the tea on the table before she turned around and left. When Zhao Hai saw Meg come out, he couldn't help but stare. He just came out of the space, so he knew that Laura and the others were studying the curse formation. Naturally, Meg was there as well. Because of this, he thought that it would be the undead who brought him the tea. He didn't expect it to be Meg. However, Zhao Hai only stared for a moment before he recovered. Then he turned to Ji Bingjing and said, "Miss Bingjing, please." After Ji Bingjing expressed her gratitude, she picked up the teacup. Then she turned around and gently lifted her veil. She brought the teacup to her mouth and took a sip. Then she put down the teacup along with her veil. Zhao Hai looked at Ji Bingjing and said, "Miss Ji, do you have something to discuss with me today?" Ji Bingjing replied, "Some time ago, I heard from Shi Taifeng about Mr.'s calculations. Then I heard from the Torrens about Mr.'s deduction. I'm very curious about Mr.'s deduction. Because of this, I came here today to ask Mr. for confirmation." When Zhao heard this, he was surprised for a moment. He didn't think that Ji Bingjing would be so direct. But Zhao was only stunned for a moment before he recovered. "So young miss actually came here for this matter. Then I'll tell you the truth. Although I don't dare say that I'm 100% sure, I'm 80% sure." Ji Bingjing nodded. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, "So young miss came here for this matter." Ji Bingjing didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this confident. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. is actually that confident? Then how does Mr. think we should deal with the Ark of Misfortune?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly as he shook his head and said, "Although I can calculate these things, to be honest, I don't know how to deal with the Ark of Misfortune. I can only make a decision after seeing the Ark of Misfortune. Naturally, if possible, I hope that the great clans can prepare more meteorites. It would be best to engrave some anti-gravity formations on the meteorites and use them to attack the Ark of Misfortune. However, I can't guarantee the results." When Ji Bingjing heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but be stunned. Then she said, "Can we use meteorites? Didn't Mr. say that the Ark of Misfortune is very hard? Meteorites can't even damage large artifacts. What can they do to the Ark of Misfortune?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "But there are always more meteorites than large artifacts. If we don't use meteorites, can we use large artifacts to fight the Ark of Misfortune? I'm afraid that's even more impossible. No one would be willing to do that. Therefore, the only thing we can do now is to use meteorites to attack the Ark of Misfortune. Even if we can't do anything to the Ark of Misfortune, we can at least slow it down. If we can break the Ark of Misfortune's shield, then that would be even better." Ji Bingjing immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. She nodded and said, "So that's how it is. Alright, then I'll immediately contact the other families and have everyone make some preparations. This time, it's not just a matter of one family, but the entire Void Realm. I heard that the 5 great families are paying attention to the situation of the Ark of Misfortune. Moreover, they have already begun to mobilize their troops and are ready to support us at any time. I think that in this case, everyone should unite. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I'll tell Elder Tang about this in a while so that he can prepare himself. This time, it's related to the entire Void Realm. Whether it's the life and death arena or the 4 righteous gang, they wouldn't hold back. Ji Bingjing was stunned when she heard Zhao Hai's words. Although there were a lot of rumors about the righteous gang in the Void Realm, Ji Bingjing didn't believe it. Now that Zhao Hai mentioned the life and death arena and the righteous gang, she was somewhat surprised. Zhao Hai looked at Ji Bingjing and said with a smile, Miss, do you think that I'm overestimating the 4 righteous gang by placing them on the same level as the life and death arena? Ji Bingjing didn't expect Zhao Hai to see through her thoughts at a glance. She looked at Zhao Hai with some embarrassment and said, I've made a fool of myself in front of you. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, the life and death arena has existed in the void for a long time. Even if I have a high position in the life and death arena, so what? It's not my credit that the life and death arena got to where they are today. However, the 4 righteous gang is different. I built the 4 righteous gang bit by bit. It's my blood, sweat, and tears. Therefore, in my heart, the 4 righteous gang and the life and death arena have the same status. Perhaps the 4 righteous gang might be even more powerful than the 4 righteous gang. Zhao Hai paused for a moment and then said in a deep voice, since the 4 righteous gang was established, it has always been taking in those rogue cultivators so that they could have someone to rely on. However, in the end, the 4 righteous gang is still a force in the Void Realm. This matter concerns the entire Void Realm. Ji Bingjing looked at Zhao Hai. In fact, she wasn't very interested in the 4 righteous gang, but she was very interested in Zhao Hai's feelings for the 4 righteous gang. If an ordinary person could join the life and death arena and have a high position in the life and death arena, why would they bother to manage their own gang? No matter how big their own gang was, how could it be bigger than the life and death arena? However, Zhao Hai wasn't like this. He actually valued the 4 righteous gang more than the life and death arena. This was somewhat beyond Ji Bingjing's expectations. Ji Bingjing looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, thank you for your concern, Mr. Zhao Hai smiled slightly and said, Miss, do you think the arrival of the Ark of Misfortune this time is a good thing or a bad thing for the Void Realm? When Ji Bingjing heard Zhao Hai's words, she couldn't help but be stunned and said, a good thing? How can this be a good thing? When the Ark of Misfortune appears, it's never a good thing. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called the Ark of Misfortune. Zhao Hai let out a long sigh and said, I'm afraid that the appearance of the Ark of Misfortune this time will be a disaster for the Void Realm. Ji Bingjing stared, then she looked at Zhao Hai and asked, why does Mr. say that? Do you have any ideas? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, we just had a big battle with the people of the various realms. Although we won in the end, I'm afraid that the other realms won't be so stable now, right? We're only dealing with a little more than 100 realms, and the realms haven't done their best yet. However, this also gave the other realms a glimmer of hope. If someone took the lead in resisting, naturally, someone would follow suit. In this case, the Ark of Misfortune appeared again. The Void Realm's vitality will definitely be greatly damaged, but the other realms might not necessarily be affected because it's rare to hear that the Ark of Misfortune will go to other realms. In this way, the Void Realm is at its weakest, and at this time, the people of the other realms suddenly attack the Void Realm. The consequences will be unimaginable. I think the 5 great families have also seen this clearly, which is why they began to mobilize their troops. Otherwise, they wouldn't easily intervene in the matters of the Void Realm. Ji Bingjing's expression finally changed. She didn't think about this before. Now that she heard Zhao Hai, she discovered that the Void Realm was already filled with dangers. If things go wrong, then all the forces in the Void Realm would be doomed. Zhao Hai's words made Ji Bingjing's expression change. Thinking of this, Ji Bingjing immediately looked at Zhao Hai and anxiously asked, Mister, do you have a way to help the Void Realm get through this crisis? Zhao Hai shook his head and smiled bitterly, what can I do? Now, I can only hope that when we face the Ark of Misfortune, fewer people will die and the loss of strength won't be too heavy. In addition, with the 5 great families watching from the side, the people of the other realms won't dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, the Void Realm will be in trouble. Ji Bingjing let out a long breath and then said in a deep voice, Mr. Please inform Elder Tang of your thoughts as soon as possible. I will also inform the family about Mr.'s thoughts as soon as possible. With both of us taking the lead, we will form an alliance and get through this crisis together. Zhao Hai nodded and said, That's what I was thinking. Then, I won't keep young miss any longer. I will inform Elder Tang of the situation immediately. Young miss also needs to make early preparations. Ji Bingjing nodded and stood up. After bowing to Zhao Hai, she said in a deep voice, Thank you very much, Mr. If Mr. has anything to do here, please let me know so that I can contact the family. Zhao Hai nodded and said, All right. If young miss has any news, please let me know as soon as possible. There are also some things that I would like to ask young miss for help with. Ji Bingjing said in a deep voice, Mr. Please speak frankly. Zhao Hai said, I would like to ask young miss to contact all the family members here and tell them about the stakes. It would be inconvenient for me to do this. Ji Bingjing was a very smart person. When she heard Zhao Hai say this, she immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. It wasn't that it was inconvenient for Zhao Hai to appear, but he was afraid that no one would believe him. Instead, they would think that he was using some kind of conspiracy. Therefore, he had Ji Bingjing appear. When she thought of this, Ji Bingjing couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai and said, Then how does Mr. trust me? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I can see that Miss is a straightforward person. Moreover, Miss is also deeply righteous. Naturally, you would listen to my words. If Miss wasn't such a person, then I wouldn't have bothered Mississippi. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Miss, you are a straightforward person. Ji Bingjing looked at Zhao Hai and said, If I'm not the kind of person Mr. said, then what would Mr. do? Zhao Hai looked at Ji Bingjing, then he smiled faintly and said, If young miss is the same as them and is also wary of me, then I wouldn't tell young miss about this. However, I will still tell Elder Tang what I think. As for whether Elder Tang can persuade the others, that's not something I can control. However, I will join forces with the Tauren race here. First, I will go to the Ark of Misfortune and then make other plans. Ji Bingjing immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai's meaning was very clear. If he didn't meet her, then Zhao Hai wouldn't have contacted the other families. He wouldn't care about the life and death of the other families. Ji Bingjing looked deeply at Zhao Hai, then she said, Then I'll have to thank Mr. Goodbye. Then she bowed to Zhao Hai before she turned around and left. Zhao Hai looked at Ji Bingjing, then he cupped his fist and said, I'll have to trouble young miss with this matter. I'll send young miss off, please. Then he sent Ji Bingjing out of the cabin. After seeing Ji Bingjing return to the Void Fortress, Zhao Hai returned to the cabin. As soon as he returned to the cabin, he heard Niu Xiaozhuang's loud voice outside, Brother Zhao Hai, come out quickly. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly before he went out of the cabin. When he came out of the cabin, he saw Niu Xiaozhuang on the deck. Zhao Hai quickly said, Brother Xiaozhuang, why did you come back so quickly? Did something happen? Niu Xiaozhuang grabbed Zhao Hai and flew to the back of his giant bull. Without saying a word, he commanded the giant bull to go outside. While walking, he said, My father wants to see you. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, Uncle? Why does uncle want to see me? Niu Xiaozhuang stared at Zhao Hai and said, You brat, I treated you as a brother, but you never asked about my identity. Alright, I'll tell you. My father is the patriarch of the Tauren race. When I told him about you, he told me to take you to see him. When Zhao Hai heard Niu Xiaozhuang, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that Niu Xiaozhuang would have such an identity. He quickly said, I didn't expect Brother Xiaozhuang to be the junior patriarch of the Tauren race. I've been disrespectful. Niu Xiaozhuang snorted and said, What junior patriarch? My brother is the junior patriarch. We're nothing. Although Zhao Hai heard Niu Xiaozhuang's impolite words, there wasn't much resentment in his tone. He couldn't help but feel strange. He looked at Niu Xiaozhuang and asked, Brother Xiaozhuang, do you want to be the junior patriarch? Niu Xiaozhuang shook his head like a rattle drum and said in a deep voice, I don't want to be the junior patriarch. You don't know, we didn't want to be the junior patriarch. At that time, we didn't want to be the junior patriarch. In the end, we all won. Only Big Brother didn't participate. So he automatically lost and became the junior patriarch. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. He didn't think that Niu Xiaozhuang and the others wouldn't want to be the junior patriarch. Instead, they wanted to push the position of the junior patriarch to someone else. This was beyond his expectations. The two advanced for less than an hour before they arrived at a large meteorite. This meteorite was very large, much larger than ordinary meteorites. Around this meteorite, there were some cow-headed race people. There were also some giant bulls moving back and forth. It looked very lively. Niu Xiaozhuang directly led Zhao Hai to the meteorite. Then Zhao Hai landed on the meteorite. There were a lot of cow-headed race people on the meteorite. When they saw Niu Xiaozhuang, they greeted him. However, they didn't show any respect to the junior patriarch. Niu Xiaozhuang didn't care. He led Zhao Hai to a cave inside the meteorite. Before long, they entered a small room inside the cave. This room was small, but it was also very big. When they entered the room, it wasn't a living room, but a small training ground. A cow-headed race person was standing there and practicing martial arts. His punches were very slow, but each punch seemed to be very heavy. This was a very majestic cow-headed race person. There were wrinkles on his face, but his body was still majestic and powerful. His muscles were firm and his strength was unfathomable. Zhao Hai and Niu Xiaozhuang stood on the side and didn't disturb him. When the cow-headed race person finished practicing, Niu Xiaozhuang opened his mouth and said, "Father, brother Zhao Hai is here." Zhao Hai quickly cupped his fist and said, "Nephew Zhao Hai has seen uncle." The cow-headed race person looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're Zhao Hai? I heard that you're a body cultivator. Would you like to show me some moves?" His voice was deep and resounding, but it was also filled with majesty. It made people unable to refuse. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Then I'll show you my incompetence." Then Zhao Hai stood on the training ground. His figure moved as he slowly performed a set of punches. Zhao Hai knew a lot of fist techniques. However, after coming in contact with the great ape race, he abandoned some of them. His fist techniques had completely changed. His fist techniques were now simple and direct. Attacking was attacking, defending was defending. However, he had obtained the essence of simplicity. Although it looked ordinary, it was fierce and fierce. No one could stop it. However, this kind of fist technique was not very impressive. There were only a few moves back and forth. Compared to other fist techniques that were full of tricks, his fist technique could only be described with the word ugly. However, when Niu Xiaozhuang's father saw Zhao Hai's fist techniques, his eyes flashed. He was a knowledgeable person. He was very clear about Zhao Hai's fist techniques. After Zhao Hai finished his set of fist techniques, Niu Xiaozhuang's father couldn't help but laugh and said, "Good. I haven't seen such a wonderful fist technique for a long time. But from what I see, your fist technique is similar to the fist techniques of the great ape race, right?" Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, replying to uncle, "My four righteous gang has a cooperative relationship with the great apes. As long as the great apes enter the void realm, they would automatically join the four righteous gang and become our guest elders. I was fortunate enough to fight with a few great apes, allowing them to slowly modify my fist technique until it became what it is now." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right. My four righteous gang and the great apes have a cooperative relationship." Niu Xiaozhuang's father nodded and said, "Good. Your fist technique is very good. Come with me." Zhao Hai nodded and then followed Niu Xiaozhuang's father inside. When they arrived at the training field, there was actually a stone table and stone stools. After old patriarch Niu sat down, he waved his hand and said to Zhao Hai and Niu Xiaozhuang, "You two take a seat as well." The two nodded and sat down. Old patriarch Niu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I've heard about you from Xiaozhuang. Are you really willing to stay and fight against the Ark of Misfortune?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, this nephew is willing." The appearance of the Ark of Misfortune would only threaten the Tauran race. They would certainly head to the Void Realm. Sooner or later, we'll have to fight them. So it's better to meet them now and see what skills they have. This nephew is currently contacting the other clans in the Void Realm. I hope that everyone can join hands and fight against them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, this nephew is willing. When old patriarch Niu heard Zhao Hai, his eyes lit up. Then he said, will they agree? I've seen what those people are like these days. Humph, they're just a bunch of cowards. Zhao Hai replied, they should agree. Uncle, you've already sent a letter to Elder Tang. Have Elder Tang contact the other great clans. After all, this matter is related to the entire Void Realm. It's impossible to rely on the Tauren clan or the Life and Death Arena to stop the Arc of Misfortune. Even if the other clans were to contribute, I'm afraid that it would be very difficult to stop the Arc of Misfortune. The only way now is for everyone to work together to deal with the Arc of Misfortune. Therefore, I think that the great clans wouldn't refuse this proposal. So I don't think that the other clans would refuse. Old Patriarch Niao nodded and said, I hope so. Elder Tang calmly looked at the jade slip in his hand. The jade slip in his hand was given to him by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai explained his previous speculations and worries in the jade slip. To be honest, although Elder Tang didn't think of Zhao Hai's speculations, he did think of Zhao Hai's worries. Now that the conflict between the Void Realm and the other realms was on the verge of erupting, Elder Tang definitely didn't want to see the Arc of Misfortune getting involved again under such circumstances. However, when the Arc of Misfortune would appear wasn't something they could control. What they could do now was to fight. Just like Zhao Hai said, they had to prepare everything and wait for the Arc of Misfortune to arrive. They hoped that the Arc of Misfortune wouldn't cause too much damage to the Void Realm. Otherwise, the Void Realm's disaster would truly begin. Elder Tang let out a long breath as he put away the jade slip. Then he turned his head to look at the sky outside the villa. He was still on Heavenly Planet. The sky was still blue, but Elder Tang felt as if a stone was pressing down on his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. Elder Tang sighed, then he had the 6 Supreme Elders come over. After the 6 Supreme Elders arrived, Elder Tang handed over the jade slip that Zhao Hai gave him to the 6 Supreme Elders for them to take a look. After the 6 Great Elders looked at the jade slip, they turned their heads to Elder Tang. Elder Tang looked at them and said, order all troops to gather on Heavenly Planet. Heavenly Planet has entered a state of first-level combat readiness. We'll be leaving the matters here to you. I'll go to the various families and contact them. I hope that the Ji family will do as Zhao Hai said. Otherwise, the Void Realm will be in trouble. The 6 Great Elders also felt their hearts heavy. They didn't speak and just nodded. Elder Zhao looked at Elder Tang and suddenly said, Old Tang, should we inform the 4 Righteous Gang? They're Zhao Hai's painstaking efforts. We can't let anything happen to them. Old Tang shook his head and said, I'm not worried about the 4 Righteous Gang. Do you think little Hai is such an ignorant person? Before he left, he must have already made arrangements for the Righteous 4 Gang. So we don't need to worry about them at all. Besides, the main force of the Righteous 4 Gang is now living in the fortress ruins, so we have nothing to worry about. Elder Zhao nodded and said, that's good. However, we still need to keep in touch with Zhao Hai. If the 4 Righteous Gang really needs support, then we can go and support them. Elder Tang nodded and said, that's what we should do. However, we still need to take care of our own matters first. Otherwise, even if we want to help Zhao Hai, we won't be able to. Elder Zhao and the others nodded, they didn't oppose. At this time, Zhao Hai was still inside the large meteorite, meeting with the old bull-headed race patriarch. The old bull-headed race patriarch looked at Zhao Hai and said, Kid, I heard that your relationship with the Life and Death Arena is pretty good? This old man won't keep you in suspense. Can you talk to the Life and Death Arena? This old man wants to rent a piece of land in the Void Realm. The place needs to be big, so rent won't be a problem. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. He looked at the old man and said, Uncle, why do you want to rent a piece of land? The old ox patriarch replied, this old man won't hide it from you. The reason why we rented this land is to settle our people. Although our population isn't large, it isn't small either. This time, we didn't prepare a way out. Now that we have to move so many people, it's a very troublesome matter. The old ox patriarch nodded and said, don't worry. Niao Xiaoshuang also chimed in, that's right, brother. If you're familiar with the people in the Life and Death Arena, then tell them to find us a place to settle down. Right now, our clansmen have settled down on a large meteorite in the Freestar field. This isn't a long-term solution. When Zhao Hai heard this, he stared for a moment, then his eyes couldn't help but shine. He looked at the two and said, "Uncle, I have a good place to go. As long as you don't mind." The old bull-headed race patriarch stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Oh, tell me, what good place is it?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Our four righteous gang. As long as you agree, the bull-headed race can move to the four righteous gang. I have the final say there. You don't need to pay rent." The old bull-headed race patriarch stared, then he said, "You want us to join the four righteous gang?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You can join the four righteous gang or not. You can also become a guest elder of the four righteous gang like the great apes. This way, the bull-headed race can live in the four righteous gang with peace of mind." The old bull-headed race patriarch looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Is the four righteous gang that big? Our bull-headed race has nearly 1,000,000 people." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's not a problem at all." The old bull-headed race patriarch looked at Zhao Hai's confident expression and couldn't help but feel suspicious. Although the bull-headed race has been living in the Divine Ox Ridge, far away from the Void Realm, they still have a transmission formation that connects them to the outside world. Therefore, the old bull-headed race patriarch knew about Zhao Hai and the four righteous gang that Zhao Hai mentioned. After all, Zhao Hai and the four righteous gang had become very famous in the Void Realm. Although there were rumors in the Void Realm that the four righteous gang had more than 1,000,000 members, this information had never been confirmed. After all, not many people believed it. Even the old bull-headed race patriarch didn't believe it. But now, looking at Zhao Hai's expression, it seems like the four righteous gang really did have that kind of strength. Zhao Hai looked at the old bull-headed race patriarch and couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, "If the patriarch doesn't believe me, then you can follow this junior to the four righteous gang. If you think that the four righteous gang is good, then you can move the bull-headed race there. If you don't think it's good, then we'll think of another way. What do you think?" When the old bull-headed race patriarch heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but nod and said, "That's for the best. All right, we'll do as you say. Let's go to the four righteous gang first. When will we go?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'll have to ask uncle and brother Xiaoxuang to come with me to my large artifact. From my large artifact, we can go directly to the four righteous gang." The old bull-headed race patriarch nodded, then he stood up and walked out. Niao Xiaoxuang also quickly followed. Before long, the three were out of the cave residence. Niao Xiaoxuang summoned the giant bull as the three flew towards the Hell King's ship. When the three arrived at the Hell King's ship, they didn't attract anyone's attention. After all, in the past few days, people knew that Zhao Hai had a good relationship with the bull-headed race. So it wasn't strange for the bull-headed race to be on the Hell King's ship. Upon arriving at the Hell King's ship's cabin, Zhao Hai led the two to the transmission formation. Then with a flash of white light, the three appeared in the transmission formation of the four righteous gang. As soon as the three appeared, a cultivator immediately came over. The cultivator gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "I've seen the gang master." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, how's the situation in the gang?" The cultivator immediately replied, "Gang master can rest assured. The gang is ready to participate in the battle at any time." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Prepare a tour bus. I'll take uncle and brother Xiaoxuang to see the four righteous gang." The cultivator nodded and immediately went to prepare. Before long, a tour bus arrived in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai turned to the old bull-headed race patriarch and said, "Uncle, brother Xiaoxuang, please get on. I'll take you to see the four righteous gang." The old bull-headed race patriarch and Xiaoxuang weren't afraid. They were just curious about the tour bus. However, they weren't too surprised. But then they were surprised. They didn't expect the four righteous gang to be this big. This was especially true when they saw the number of people in the gang. At this time, the four righteous gang's population was close to 2,000,000. This was definitely not a small number. Even the bull-headed race's population was less than 1,000,000. In the Void Realm, the four righteous gang was already considered a small force. After touring the interior of the four righteous gang, Zhao Hai took the two of them to tour the exterior of the four righteous gang. He also told them about the desolate race. Soon, Zhao Hai calmed down. He glanced at the two of them and said with a smile, "Uncle, Brother Xiaoshuang, this is our four righteous gang. The reason why we haven't let outsiders know the location of the four righteous gang is because the fortress ruins are too conspicuous. If others knew about it, it would cause quite a bit of trouble. Therefore, we have been keeping it a secret. However, the fortress ruins are quite large. You can settle down in the fortress ruins. Even if there are 10 million people in the bull-headed race, this place would still be able to accommodate them." Only then did old Patriarch Niao and Niao Xiaoshuang regain their senses. To be honest, when they saw the fortress ruins, they were too shocked. They didn't expect the four righteous gang to be in such a place. Now, they understood where Zhao Hai's confidence came from. Old Patriarch Niao turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. His eyes flashed with a strange light. After a while, he said, "Zhao Hai, are you really willing to let our bull-headed race live in this fortress ruins?" Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. Before he smiled and said, "Of course it's true. I, Zhao Hai, make friends with people because of fate. I have fate with Brother Xiaoshuang, so Brother Xiaoshuang is my brother. It's only right for me to help him. Besides, if your bull-headed race enters the four righteous gang, then you will become a guest of the four righteous gang. As a guest, you still have to contribute a little to the four righteous gang, especially when the four righteous gang is in danger." When old Patriarch Niao heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but feel happy. "Ha ha ha, kid, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If you want to get something, then you have to pay the price. Alright, I agree to let the bull-headed race join the four righteous gang. We don't want to be guests, so we'll just join the four righteous gang. You have to treat us equally, can you do that?" When old Patriarch Niao heard Zhao Hai, he immediately became happy. Zhao Hai stared, then he laughed and said, "Uncle, rest assured, I, Zhao Hai, will keep my word. If you really join the four righteous gang, then I will treat you equally. You will be a member of the four righteous gang in the future. Rest assured, the four righteous gang won't mistreat our own people." "Ha ha ha, good. Kid, you're becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. Come with me to pick up the people." Unbeknownst to anyone, the strength of the four righteous gang had soared once again. Now, the four righteous gang had nearly 3 million members, including nearly 1 million Taurens. Zhao Hai didn't lose out at all by bringing the Taurens into the four righteous gang. Although the population of the Taurens was small, they had a lot of experts. Moreover, the Taurens were good at raising giant bulls. The fighting strength of the giant bulls wasn't inferior to large artifacts. In addition, both the men and women of the Taurens were very strong. Even the women of the Taurens weren't inferior to the men in terms of fighting strength. Therefore, more than half of the nearly 1 million Taurens were capable of fighting. In addition, they also had nearly 100 giant bulls. It can be said that the arrival of the Taurens had greatly strengthened the fighting strength of the four righteous gang. However, outsiders didn't know that the Taurens rarely came into contact with other people. This didn't mean that the Taurens didn't have any enemies. In fact, they had a lot of enemies. Therefore, after the Taurens discovered the shadow, they immediately prepared to move their people. However, in the end they found that there was no place they could safely move to. Needless to say, the Free Star Field was full of bandits. If they rashly moved, they would end up being devoured by the bandits in the Free Star Field until not even their bones were left. They also couldn't go to the Void Realm. The Void Realm was still dominated by human cultivators. Monster cultivators were discriminated against there. In addition, all the land in the Void Realm was occupied. If they moved there, they wouldn't have a place to live at all. If they wanted to occupy a territory, they would have to clash with some local forces. Since they didn't have a home of their own, the final result wouldn't be good if they clashed with those local forces. It was precisely because of this that the Taurens only moved their clan to a large meteorite in the Free Star Field for temporary peace. However, this wasn't a long-term solution. In any case, the Taurens were also cultivators. They needed to cultivate, and cultivation required spiritual qi and all kinds of cultivation materials. Where would the spiritual qi and cultivation materials come from on a meteorite? There was nothing. How could they live on their own for a few years? He was afraid that in a few years, the Tauren race would become a bandit race. Now that the Tauren clan had joined the four righteous gang, not only would the four righteous gang's strength increase, but the Tauren clan would also have someone to rely on. This was a mutually beneficial situation. It was precisely because of this that old Patriarch Ox agreed to join the four righteous gangs so easily. Zhao Hai still stayed in the shadows every day, paying attention to the changes in the shadows. At the same time, he calculated the data from time to see when the Arc of Misfortune would appear. After 2 days of observation, Zhao Hai finally came to a conclusion. In about 5 days, the Arc of Misfortune would definitely descend. This was not much different from his previous speculation. 2 days later, the Red Clouds gang Scorpio finally arrived. The arrival of the Red Clouds gang attracted the attention of some people, especially those from the Free Starfield. The people in the Free Starfield were very clear about the origins of the Red Clouds gang. They didn't expect that the Red Clouds gang would actually come to get involved in this mess. Moreover, it was the gang leader who came in person. As for the big clans in the Void Realm, they didn't know much about the Red Clouds gang. They only knew that the Red Clouds gang was a new force in the Free Starfield, and their strength seemed to be quite good. Zhao Hai didn't specifically meet Wu Ren. Wu Ren was his clone, so it didn't matter whether he met him or not. He just asked Niu Xiaozhuang to come forward and invite Wu Ren to join the battle against the Arc of Misfortune. Of course, Wu Ren agreed. And in these 2 days, the cow-headed beastmen had completely moved to the fortress. Zhao Hai quickly calmed down. With the addition of the cow-headed beastmen, the Righteous Four gang would become even more formidable. For Zhao Hai and the Righteous Four gang, this was a good thing. In about 3 days, the Arc of Misfortune would appear. At this time, Ji Bingjing came to the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai invited Ji Bingjing into the ship. After the two sat down, Zhao Hai looked at Ji Bingjing and said, "Miss Ji, how are your contacts going?" Ji Bingjing said in a deep voice, "We've almost finished contacting everyone. Everyone who stayed behind is willing to fight with us, and those who are unwilling to fight with us are preparing to leave. Moreover, our Ji family has already contacted the major families. I heard that Elder Tang has also appeared. Now, the Void Realm has formed an alliance once again." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "In the past few days, I've already sent Brother Niu Xiaozhuang to contact the people in the Free Starfield. I hope that they would join us. You should know that the Divine Ox Ridge isn't far from the Free Starfield. The Arc of Misfortune might even attack the Free Starfield first." A few days ago, Niu Xiaozhuang contacted the Red Clouds gang's leader, Wu Ren. Wu Ren went to contact the other forces in the Free Starfield in hopes that they would join us. This way, our chances would be better. Ji Bingjing's eyes couldn't help but light up as she asked, "What's the result?" Zhao Hai replied, "Wu Ren agreed, but he's still contacting the other forces. You might not know about Wu Ren's situation. He's just a newcomer in the Free Starfield. Many people don't know him. Even if he contacts them, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for him to get results in a short time. We'll have to wait for 2 more days." Ji Bingjing frowned and said, "Wait for 2 more days? I'm afraid that the Arc of Misfortune would appear in 2 more days. At that time it would be too late to say anything." Zhao Hai replied, "There's nothing we can do about it. If we have time, we'll have to make an appointment with Wu Ren and see how he's doing." Ji Bingjing nodded, then she said, "Then, mister, have you thought about what to do if the Free Starfield agrees to cooperate with us? Additionally, with so many of them moving together, there must be a leader. How should they choose this leader? Most importantly, was Wu Ren the cultivator who killed the members of the Yi family back on the Yi family's planet some time ago? If it's him, will the Yi family let him go? If they make a scene, it won't be good for us." Zhao Hai replied, "If the Yi family dares to cause trouble at this time, then don't blame me for being impolite. The Void Realm has reached a point of life and death. He's just a core disciple, what's so great about that? Haven't the great clans lost a lot of core disciples in the past few years?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Ji Bingjing couldn't help but stare. Then she looked at Zhao Hai with an inexplicable gaze. She didn't expect Zhao Hai to have such a domineering side. This was really beyond her expectations. Zhao Hai looked at Ji Bingjing and said, "Miss Ji, we're in the meteorite belt. Finding meteorites here is the easiest. I think you should discuss this with the great clans and have them prepare some meteorites to defend against the enemy." Right, the most important thing is to make some anti-gravity formations on the meteorites. These formations shouldn't be very difficult to make. I think everyone wouldn't object to this, right? Ji Bingjing nodded and said, that's right. Ji Bingjing nodded and said, of course, no one will object. Rest assured, I'll arrange it immediately. Then she stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai before turning around and leaving. Zhao Hai sent Ji Bingjing to the door and then returned to the cabin. However, his expression wasn't very good. The reason for his ugly expression wasn't because of the news Ji Bingjing brought. It was because of another piece of news. Wu Ren's contact with the forces of the Free Star Field wasn't very smooth. The Red Cloud Gang was now a strong force in the Free Star Field. However, because it hadn't been established for a long time, the forces of the Free Star Field still looked down on the Red Cloud Gang. The other reason was that even the Free Star Field wouldn't admit it. But regardless of whether they admit it or not, they knew that they were afraid of the Red Cloud Gang. Looking down on the Red Cloud Gang was just a disguise. In fact, they were very afraid of the Red Cloud Gang. This was because the Red Cloud Gang was one of the few forces in the Free Star Field that had unified an entire planet. In other words, the Red Cloud Gang was already in the embryonic form of a great sect. Because of this, the Free Star Field's people were very afraid of the Red Cloud Gang. At this time, Wu Ren went looking for them. Naturally, these people wouldn't give Wu Ren face. Therefore, Wu Ren's progress wasn't very smooth. It was precisely because of this matter that Zhao Hai was doing business. Wu Ren was his clone, so not giving face to his clone was the same as not giving face to him. How could Zhao Hai not be angry? Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to see Wu Ren tomorrow and have him prepare. If the Ark of Misfortune was really going to the Free Star Field, then he would have Wu Ren transfer the people of Cloud Mist Planet to the fortress ruins. There were a lot of habitable planets in the Free Star Field, but there weren't many people on each planet. Moreover, there weren't any big markets like the ones on the various administrative planets of the Void Realm. Therefore, even though Cloud Mist Planet was a planet, there weren't many cultivators on it. However, this was also good. Because there weren't many people on Cloud Mist Planet, almost all the cultivators there were from various forces. There were very few rogue cultivators. After Zhao Hai unified Cloud Mist Planet, he had almost wiped out all the cultivators on Cloud Mist Planet in one fell swoop. If the people on Cloud Mist Planet were really forced to merge with the Four Righteous Gang now, then the strength of the Four Righteous Gang would be greatly improved. However, it would also cause Zhao Hai to lose the opportunity to develop in the Free Alliance. Zhao Hai didn't want to merge the Red Clouds Gang into the Four Righteous Gang yet because he still wanted to unify the entire Free Star Field. When the time comes, he would use the power of the Free Star Field to fight against the extraterrestrial devils. If he merged the Red Clouds Gang into the Four Righteous Gang at this time, not only would he lose the opportunity to develop in the Free Star Field, but it would also attract the attention of the people in the Void Realm. It would also arouse the fear of the other planes. This was definitely not a good thing for Zhao Hai. Therefore, if he could ensure the existence of the Red Clouds Gang, he still didn't want to merge the Red Clouds Gang into the Four Righteous Gang at this time. Zhao Hai didn't meet Wu Ren alone. He didn't want to meet Wu Ren alone as that would arouse suspicion. Therefore, he went with Niu Xiaozhuang to show how much importance the Void Realm attached to this matter. Zhao Hai and Wu Ren's conversation didn't have much to say. It was just some nonsense. Niu Xiaozhuang also said something, but of course, it didn't have much effect. On the second day after Zhao Hai returned from Wu Ren's place, Zhao Hai, Niu Xiaozhuang, and Ji Bingjing simultaneously sent out an alliance request to the forces of the Free Starfield. They also told them that the Ark of Misfortune would appear in 2 days at most. If they didn't want to form an alliance, then it was best for them to leave now. Otherwise, they might be in danger. Under such pressure, some forces of the Free Starfield couldn't sit still and finally agreed to form an alliance. Of course, some people also left. Those who stayed behind knew very well that if they didn't form an alliance with Zhao Hai's group, then if the Ark of Misfortune really attacked the Free Starfield in the future, no one would save them. If they formed an alliance with Zhao Hai's group, then they would be able to deal with the Ark of Misfortune together in the future. Zhao Hai and the others naturally welcomed those who stayed behind. But as for those who didn't want to form an alliance, Zhao Hai and the others didn't make things difficult for them and let them leave. After agreeing on the alliance, all the forces who agreed to the alliance gathered together. This time, they gathered together for only one purpose, and that was to choose an alliance leader. This wasn't a simple matter. One must know that there were currently 3 forces in the Divine Bull Ridge. The first was the forces of the various families of the Void Realm. This force had the most people and could be said to be the strongest. The second force was the various forces of the Free Starfield. These forces also had a large number of people, but in terms of true strength, they were a little weaker than the various families of the Void Realm. The third force was Niu Xiaozhuang's Tauren clan and Zhao Hai's Gang of 4 and the Life and Death Arena. The Tauren clan was born in the Divine Bull Ridge. The Divine Bull Ridge had never participated in the matters of the Void Realm and the Free Starfield, so they were originally considered the third force. The Life and Death Arena and the Gang of 4 represented by Zhao Hai also didn't belong to the various families of the Free Starfield. In addition, Zhao Hai's relationship with Niu Xiaozhuang was very good, so they were naturally considered as one of the forces. These forces now brought some people and gathered on a large meteorite. The various families of the Void Realm were led by Ji Bingjing, but the forces of the Free Starfield didn't have a leader. Some of the forces of the Free Starfield stood together, while some of them stood with Wu Ren. It seemed a little chaotic. The representative of the Tauren clan sat with Zhao Hai, but Niu Xiaozhuang was half a body's length behind Zhao Hai. This was obviously telling everyone that the Tauren clan followed Zhao Hai's lead. To be honest, the reaction of the Tauren clan was really unexpected. Many people were envious of Zhao Hai. Many of them were familiar with the Tauren clan or knew of their existence long ago. But because of various reasons, they couldn't become friends with the Tauren clan. Now that Zhao Hai had become friends with the Tauren clan, how could they not be angry? Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, now that our alliance has been formed, the Ark of Misfortune might arrive in the next 2 days. If we don't have a unified command, then it would be impossible for us to be the Freedom Alliance's opponent. Today, we've gathered here to elect an alliance leader. Does anyone have any opinions?" As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a cultivator's voice, "Wait, we can form an alliance, but before that, I have to ask first. Is he called Wu Ren?" Zhao Hai looked at the source of the voice and saw a cultivator from the Void Realm's camp. Looking at the cultivator's appearance, Zhao Hai knew his identity. He was from the Yi clan, not the bitter beggar Yi clan, but the Yi clan's main clan. At this moment, Wu Ren looked at the person and said, "I am Wu Ren." The Yi clan person said fiercely, "Good, it's good that you are Wu Ren. You killed my Yi clan's people that day. Today, I will take revenge for them." After saying that, he was about to attack. "Stop, what time is it now? Are you still in the mood to care about this? Don't tell me that your Yi clan has no enmity with other clans? If everyone wants to take revenge today, our alliance won't be formed. Right now, our main goal is to deal with the Ark of Misfortune. It's best to put other things aside," Zhao Hai said. "Bullshit." The Yi clan person didn't appreciate it at all. Instead, he scolded, "Who do you think you are? Acting all high and mighty over there. What right do you have to care about our Yi clan's matters?" Zhao Hai looked at the Yi clan person and sneered. Then his figure moved and he appeared beside the Yi clan person. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed the Yi clan person's neck. He looked at the Yi clan person and sneered, "You will soon know who I am. Even your Yi clan's patriarch doesn't dare to talk to me like this. I want to see if your Yi clan's patriarch will dare to fall out with me after I kill you. I gave you face but you don't want it. Then die." After saying that, his hand moved and crushed the Yi clan person's neck. Naturally, the Yi clan didn't only send one person. Instead, they sent 2 people. When the other Yi clan person saw how impolite Zhao Hai was, his expression couldn't help but change. He looked at Zhao Hai and coldly said, "Zhao Hai, what do you mean by this? Who gave you the courage to kill my Yi clan's people?" Zhao Hai sneered and said, "I don't need others to give me the courage. What can you do to me if I kill your Yi clan's people? Let me tell you, I've killed your Yi clan's people. You can't leave today. Moreover, when the Ark of Misfortune comes out, you will be the first to rush in. If you don't, then I will be the first to kill you." Then Zhao Hai's figure moved and returned to the cow-headed race. Zhao Hai's movements were extremely fast. Before these people could react, Zhao Hai had already killed the Yi clan's person. This made these people startled. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this ruthless. Zhao Hai returned to the front of the cow-headed beast men and said, "Everyone, we've gathered here today to deal with the Ark of Misfortune. It's best to let go of any grievances you have. Otherwise, we won't be able to cooperate. I hope that everyone can understand this point." Everyone looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and turned silent. They felt as if they had boarded a pirate ship. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Next, I'll invite the representatives of the various forces to choose their alliance leader." Ji Bingjing didn't have any reaction to Zhao Hai killing the Yi clan's people. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I choose Mr. Zhao Hai." Mr. Zhao Hai had commanded a battle before and did very well. For the sake of everyone's safety, I choose Mr. Zhao Hai. When Ji Bingjing said this, everyone stared, especially the people from the Void Realm. There were a lot of people from the Void Realm who wanted to choose Ji Bingjing. This was because Ji Wuming was the commander of the army when the Void Realm Alliance dealt with the two family. According to their thoughts, Ji Bingjing was the most suitable candidate. They didn't expect Ji Bingjing to choose Zhao Hai. But when they thought about it again, although Zhao Hai was involved in dealing with the two family, he was the one who was the most difficult person to chew on. This meant that Zhao Hai's ability to command was indeed stronger than an average person. If they chose Zhao Hai, then their safety would be guaranteed. Zhao Hai was the one who chew on the hardest bone to chew on. This meant that Zhao Hai's ability to command was indeed stronger than an average person. When they thought of this, although the people from the Void Realm were a little unwilling, they still chose Zhao Hai in the end. Needless to say, Niao Xiaoshuang naturally chose Zhao Hai. After these two were chosen, it was up to the people from the Free Star Field. Wu Ren didn't say anything, but another group of people who didn't get along with Wu Ren said, "We also choose Mr. Zhao Hai. Mr. Zhao Hai's strength is obvious. We can rest assured if we choose Mr. Zhao Hai." These people from the Free Star Field were very clear that Zhao Hai didn't kill the people from the Yi family just because of what the Yi family said. He was establishing his prestige. It seems like Zhao Hai really wants to be the alliance leader. If they raised an objection at this time, it would be useless. With the support of the Void Realm and the cow-headed race, Zhao Hai would definitely be the alliance leader. Therefore, they might as well do a favor and let Zhao Hai be the alliance leader. This way, Zhao Hai wouldn't use them as cannon fodder. At the very least, they wouldn't need to rush to the front like the Yi family. At this time, it was up to Wu Ren and the others. Wu Ren looked at everyone and said, "I choose Mr. Zhao Hai." The people standing behind Wu Ren naturally didn't choose anyone else, they all chose Zhao Hai. Wu Ren himself was Zhao Hai's avatar, so he naturally couldn't choose anyone else. The people standing behind him were forces from planets not far from the Cloud Mist planet. They all wanted to form an alliance with the Red Cloud Gang because the Red Cloud Gang had already become the largest force in the surrounding area. If they didn't choose to form an alliance with the Red Cloud Gang, they would be dealt with after the Red Cloud Gang escaped this disaster. Frankly speaking, they had no way to resist the Red Cloud Gang, so they could only form an alliance with them. Moreover, Zhao Hai's election as the alliance leader was already set in stone. It was useless for them to oppose it. On the contrary, they would only offend Zhao Hai. They wouldn't do such a stupid thing. When Zhao Hai saw that everyone had chosen him, he couldn't help but nod. Then he said, "Since everyone has chosen me, then I won't be polite. Now that we've formed an alliance, I hope that everyone can support me. I hope that everyone can unite. Only by being united can we deal with the Ark of Misfortune. Otherwise, it would be difficult for us to escape death." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Speaking up to this point, Zhao Hai paused for a moment. He looked at everyone and said, "I'm not exaggerating. Every time the Ark of Misfortune appears, it will bring endless disasters to the Void Realm. Their strength is definitely undeserved. We have to plan for the worst and do it bit by bit. This way, we can escape from the Ark of Misfortune with our lives. At the same time, we can also get first-hand information about the Ark of Misfortune. This information will be very useful in dealing with the Ark of Misfortune in the future." Everyone nodded unconsciously. They now discovered that choosing Zhao Hai as the alliance leader was the right choice. Zhao Hai's strength was there for all to see. Moreover, what he said was also reasonable. Having such a person as the alliance leader was indeed a good thing for them. Zhao Hai's words were reasonable. Once the Ark of Misfortune comes out, we'll use the meteorites to greet them. If they don't do anything to us, we'll retreat to our own large artifacts. We'll fight them from there. We need to coordinate well with each other. If they attack a large artifact, the others need to immediately help and attract their attention. If we can't beat them, we'll allow them to escape. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, let's go back to the Ark of Misfortune. Let's go back to the Ark of Misfortune and use the meteorites to greet them. If they don't do anything to us, we'll retreat to our own large artifacts. When everyone heard Zhao Hai's words, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Zhao Hai didn't want them to fight to the death. Although they hadn't fought with the Ark of Misfortune before, they knew very well that it was impossible for their large artifacts to be a match for the Ark of Misfortune. If the Ark of Misfortune was really that easy to deal with, then it wouldn't have become the nightmare of the Void Realm, and it wouldn't have been called the Ark of Misfortune. If Zhao Hai really wanted them to fight to the death, then none of them would dare to retreat. This was because they knew very well that this alliance was actually a small branch of the alliance that the Void Realm and the Free Star Field worked together to deal with the Ark of Misfortune. Only by joining this alliance would they be able to join the alliance that was fighting against the Ark of Misfortune. If they withdrew, it would be equivalent to withdrawing from the alliance. If they were really removed from the alliance, then their lives would be difficult in the future. No one would be as idiotic as that person from the Yi family. It was absolutely unwise to confront Zhao Hai head-on. After all, Zhao Hai was not only the leader of the Four Righteous Gang, but he also had a very high status in the life and death arena. Offending Zhao Hai was equivalent to offending the life and death arena, and at the same time offending the Tauren clan. At this time, it was obviously unwise to offend the life and death arena and the Tauren clan. Therefore, even if someone was dissatisfied with Zhao Hai, no one would say it out loud, let alone confront Zhao Hai head-on. That was absolutely courting death. Moreover, judging from the things that Zhao Hai had arranged, he was really an impartial person. Although he previously said that the Yi family would be at the forefront, he didn't arrange the tasks in such a way. It could be seen that Zhao Hai was just speaking out of anger at that time. He wouldn't really take revenge on the Yi family because of that matter. This was why they were relieved. Only a person who wouldn't take revenge because of personal grievances could be a good leader. If Zhao Hai really took revenge on the Yi family, then no one in this alliance would dare to believe him. If they didn't believe him, then naturally, they wouldn't obey his orders. Then this alliance would exist in name only. Zhao Hai glanced at everyone and said, we're dealing with the Ark of Misfortune this time to collect information. There's no need to risk our lives against the Ark of Misfortune. Do you understand? Everyone replied in unison, understood. Zhao Hai waved his hand and let them go back to prepare. The shadow in the void had turned black. The gravity inside was getting heavier and heavier. At the same time, the corrosive aura was getting stronger and stronger. At this point, no large artifacts dared to approach it. Naturally, the Hell King's ship could approach it, but Zhao Hai didn't. In fact, it wasn't just the Hell King's ship. All the large artifacts that came to the Divine Ox Ridge had already left the area where the shadow was. All the large artifacts began to move towards the edge of the asteroid belt. However, a large number of cultivators remained in the asteroid belt, controlling the asteroids inside. Everyone's eyes were staring at the shadow. Zhao Hai was standing on an asteroid with Niu Xiaoshuang by his side. On the other side of Zhao Hai was Ji Bingjing. Ji Bingjing looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, do you think we can stop the Ark of Misfortune? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, impossible. If the Ark of Misfortune can be blocked that easily, then it wouldn't be called the Ark of Misfortune. Forget it, don't think too much about it. What we need to do now is to fight the Ark of Misfortune and get first-hand information. Although the great clans in the Void Realm have some records about the Ark of Misfortune, these records aren't very detailed. As long as we can get first-hand information, it would be good for us to deal with the Ark of Misfortune in the future. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, all right. When Ji Bingjing heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but knit her brows and said, but a lot of people will die. Does Mr. think that this is feasible? Zhao Hai replied, as long as there's a war, there will be casualties. If we can make a contribution to deal with the arc of misfortune, then their deaths wouldn't be in vain. Ji Bingjing looked at Zhao Hai in shock. She didn't expect Zhao Hai to say such cold-blooded words. How could he talk about death so casually? It was as if he was talking about what to eat tonight. Zhao Hai felt Ji Bingjing's gaze. He looked at Ji Bingjing and said, "Do you think that I'm cold-blooded? But that's how war is. As long as you participate in war, you have to be prepared to kill or be killed at any time." Ji Bingjing didn't say anything else. To be honest, although she had participated in some trials, some of which were even life and death trials, she had never participated in a real war. She didn't know much about war. As time passed, the gravity in the shadow grew stronger and stronger. The surrounding space seemed to be completely suppressed by the gravity. At this moment, a fluctuation suddenly appeared in the middle of the shadow. The space there distorted before a crack appeared. Then the crack got bigger and bigger. Suddenly, a cracking sound was heard as the crack became several hundred meters long. Then it slowly tore open. In the end, the spatial crack exploded and turned into a huge hole. Behind the hole, huge black warships stopped. These warships looked like giant beasts from ancient times. They looked ferocious and terrifying. Zhao Hai suddenly shouted, "Meteor attack!" Along with his voice, the meteors under his feet shot towards the spatial crack. The others stared. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to attack at this time. However, they also knew that if they didn't attack after Zhao Hai did, then they would be disobeying the order. After all, Zhao Hai has the right to punish them. Therefore, they didn't say anything as they followed Zhao Hai and shot their meteors. Rows of meteorites flew towards the black battleships. The battleships didn't expect to be attacked as soon as the spatial rift opened. However, they weren't afraid. Suddenly, white lights shot out from the battleships. Each white light had its own target. It didn't take long for the white lights to hit the meteorites. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he stared at the meteorites. Therefore, the meteors that were hit by the white lights were immediately destroyed. That's right, they were destroyed. They didn't explode, they were annihilated. They turned into ashes and disappeared into the void. When Zhao Hai saw this, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he said, "The meteors will attack again. After the attack, retreat immediately. Return to the meteor belt." Then he directed a meteor next to him to strike the fleet. The others did the same. After releasing the meteor, they retreated back to the meteor belt. Zhao Hai didn't retreat, he just stood there and looked at the fleet. The fleet once again shot out white lights and destroyed the meteors. Zhao Hai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The number of energy cannons on the ships was beyond his imagination. Moreover, the speed of the energy cannons was also beyond his expectations. After the fleet destroyed the meteorite, it didn't take long before they arrived at the Divine Bull Ridge. In the Divine Bull Ridge, the fleet was composed of 30 battleships. The size of each battleship was similar to the Hell King's ship. However, Zhao Hai didn't dare underestimate these ships. The Hell King's ship can become bigger when necessary. Not to mention the Arc of Misfortune that can traverse the void, the Arc of Misfortune wouldn't be able to do so. When the Arc of Misfortune appeared in the Divine Bull Ridge, Zhao Hai was still standing there. He calmly looked at the black warships and didn't say anything. The people in the black warships were puzzled by Zhao Hai's actions. Then a person walked out of the black warship. This person was wearing black armor. This armor wasn't the kind of armor that Zhao Hai usually wore. Instead, it was a plate armor. This plate armor only protected the most important parts of the person's body. It looks like its defensive capabilities were good, but it didn't give people a bulky feeling. Zhao Hai looked at the person while the person looked at Zhao Hai. After some time, the person said, "I didn't think that there would be someone as courageous as you in this place. You really made me look at you in a new light." Zhao Hai looked at the person and smiled faintly. There's no lack of idiots in this world. But sometimes, it's these idiots who have the courage to resist power and uphold justice. The person looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly laughed and said, "Justice? You mean justice? Was there such a thing as justice in the cultivation world? Are you kidding?" Zhao Hai looked at the person and smiled. Then he shook his head and said, "No, there's no justice in the cultivation realm. but all cultivators should have a bottom line. The cultivator seemed to be interested. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, for example? Zhao Hai smiled and said, for example, when facing an enemy, anyone who invades his realm must fight to the death. This is a cultivator's bottom line. If he can't even do this, then he isn't worthy of being a cultivator. This is because he would lose his courage. Then he wouldn't have the courage to move forward. When the cultivator heard Zhao Hai, his expression turned serious. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, you want to tell me that you have such courage? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I do have such courage. So I'm just here to inform you that I'll fight you to the end and drive you out of the void realm. The man suddenly laughed and said, I admire your courage, but I have to say that you're overestimating yourself. We want to leave because we want to, not because of any other reason. You can't do that, do you understand? Zhao Hai nodded and said, you're right. But I have to say that you're overestimating yourself. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator and said, then let's see if I'm right or if you're right. The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and suddenly narrowed his eyes. Then he smiled and said, you don't think that you can leave here, do you? Aren't you too naive? Have you read too many novels? Do you think that I'll let someone like you leave safely after openly challenging us? Ha ha ha, you're too naive. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator and said, I'm not naive, but I'm sure that you won't be able to keep me here. The cultivator's expression changed. Then he coldly snorted and said, what big words. I want to see if you really have the ability to escape from me. Dark fist, dark shroud. Then he sent a punch towards Zhao Hai. Although he was far away from Zhao Hai, the fist energy rushed out from his fist. His fist energy was completely black, as if it was carved out of a black crystal. Moreover, it was very fast. When the cultivator swung his fist, the fist energy was already in front of Zhao Hai. This was the first time Zhao had encountered such a powerful punch. His face couldn't help but change. Protect. Then he stretched out his arm to block the incoming punch. Zhao's expression changed. Protect. Then he stretched out his arm to block the incoming punch. Boom. A loud explosion was heard as Zhao Hai's figure was pushed back about 10,000 meters before he stopped. He looked at the cultivator and coldly snorted. You're only SOSO. You want to keep me here with this kind of ability? I think you're the one who's naive. The cultivator didn't expect Zhao Hai to be able to block his fist. He stared for a moment before he coldly snorted and said, who's the naive one? You'll know soon enough. Attack, I don't want him to leave here alive today. Then from the meteorite behind Zhao Hai, a group of cultivators wearing black armor came out. Although the style of their armor was the same as that of the cultivator who was talking to Zhao Hai, these cultivators didn't have any patterns on their armor. They didn't look as beautiful as the armor of the cultivator who attacked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivators surrounding him and sneered, what? You can't take me down one by one, so you want to besiege me? You're really despicable. The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, you're still not convinced that you're naive. Where are we now? This is a battlefield, not a place for warriors to duel. Here, no one cares what methods you use. As long as you can win, any method is reasonable. Young man, if there's an afterlife, remember not to be naive. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator and laughed, naive? I think the naive one is you. There's no need to wait for an afterlife. I'll remember your words in this life. But today, I'll be leaving. Goodbye. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared, leaving the cultivator standing there dumbfounded. The cultivator looked at the place where Zhao Hai disappeared and couldn't help but stare. Then his expression turned ugly as he said, spatial divergent ability? No wonder you're so confident. Kid, this is your only chance. Next time, you won't be able to escape. Order the fleet to fire all the energy cannons and open up a path. Someone immediately responded, then turned around and left. At this time, Zhao Hai had already returned to the Hell King's ship. The others hadn't returned yet. However, the Hell King's ship was about to leave the meteorite field. After all, this was their territory, so they knew where the route was. Zhao Hai and the others knew where the route was, but the people on the Ark of Misfortune didn't. As Zhao Hai and the others moved forward, the people behind them blocked the route with meteorites. Because of this, the people on the Ark of Misfortune didn't know where the route was. They could only open up a path, which greatly reduced their speed. After 3 days of flight, the Void Alliance's fleet finally left the meteorite field. Zhao Hai called everyone to the Hell King's ship. After looking at everyone, Zhao Hai said, "Everyone has seen the might of the Ark of Misfortune's energy cannons. To be honest, with our large artifacts, I'm afraid that we wouldn't be able to block their cannons. Moreover, I've fought with the people on the Ark of Misfortune before. They are very strong. If I didn't have a life-saving card, I would have been in danger. Most importantly, the people on the Ark of Misfortune wouldn't be able to face you head-on. They believe in victory. As long as they can win, they don't care what method you use. We need to pay attention to this point." At this point, Zhao Hai paused for a moment, then he looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, I'm telling you this because I want you to pay attention to the Ark of Misfortune. At the same time, I want you to have a better understanding of the Ark's strength. Think about it, we can't block the energy cannons of the Ark of Misfortune, let alone other things. Therefore, we can only cancel our previous plan. We can't clash with the Ark of Misfortune here. That wouldn't do us any good, we might even die here." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, I'm telling you this because I want you to pay more attention to the Ark of Misfortune. Otherwise, we'll all die here." Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, it's best for you to immediately return to your homes and inform your family about the situation here. Remember, tell them about the strength of the Ark of Misfortune. There's one more thing that everyone needs to take note of. The cultivators on the Ark of Misfortune are all wearing armor. Although I don't know how strong the armor is, if my previous deduction is correct, the armor's defensive capabilities shouldn't be bad." These people quietly listened to Zhao Hai's words. To be honest, when they saw the energy cannons on the Ark of Misfortune annihilating the meteorites, they were really shocked. They had seen energy cannons before and knew how powerful they were. To be honest, in their opinion, the energy cannons were a little too weak. They could hit meteorites, but in the entire Void Realm, how many meteorites were used to attack? In addition, after the energy cannons were fired, there was still a long cooldown period. This made the energy cannons only used as a weak auxiliary weapon. They never thought that the energy cannons could be so powerful. But after seeing the energy cannons on the Ark of Misfortune, these people didn't have such thoughts. For the first time, they realized how powerful the energy cannons were. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, if you want to leave, then leave now. We can't wait any longer. The energy cannons on the Ark of Misfortune are so powerful. Even if they can't find the route, it's still possible to use the energy cannons to create a path. Maybe they'll take fewer detours." When they heard Zhao Hai, their expressions turned cold. Then they stood up and cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai before turning around and leaving. Zhao Hai and Niu Xiaozhuang didn't leave. The current situation of the Taurans was different from before. In the past, they wanted to stay and fight the Ark of Misfortune because they wanted to see if they could protect their home. But now, they didn't need to. They had already joined the Four Righteous Gang, which was their home. Naturally, they didn't need to stay and fight the Ark of Misfortune. Therefore, except for a small number of Taurans, the rest of the Taurans had already arrived at the fortress ruins. Besides Niu Xiaozhuang, there was one more person who didn't leave, and that was Ji Bingjing. Ji Bingjing didn't expect the Ark of Misfortune's energy cannons to be so powerful. To be honest, the energy cannons didn't only destroy the meteorites, they also shattered her confidence. Now, Ji Bingjing didn't believe that they could defeat the Ark of Misfortune. Zhao Hai looked at Ji Bingjing and said, "Miss Ji, what's wrong? You don't seem happy." Ji Bingjing looked at Zhao Hai with a vacant expression as she said, "Mister, do you think that we can defeat the Ark of Misfortune?" Zhao Hai looked at Ji Bingjing, then he suddenly smiled and said, "Yes, we can." Ji Bingjing seemed to have gained some courage after hearing Zhao Hai's words. She nodded, then she said, "Mister, where are we going next?" Zhao Hai replied, "We're going to the nearest planet. Elder Tang and the others have already arrived. We'll meet up with them and then think of a way to deal with the Ark of Misfortune." Ji Bingjing nodded, but she quickly looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Then why did Mr. let those people go? Isn't it better for us to go to planet Jiabu together?" One more person is one more force. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, it's not that easy. Our alliance is only temporary. Do you really think that those people would listen to me? I could still suppress them before, but when they saw the arc of misfortune, it would be difficult for me to suppress them. If they really ran away with their large artifacts, what can I do? If only one or two of them ran away, then we can still punish them. But if too many of them ran away, then what should we do? The law isn't heavy. When the time comes, we still can't punish them. At that time, it would be even harder to control them. It's better to let them go now. Ji Bingjing nodded, then she stood up and said, then I'll return to the Void Fortress first. Let's go to planet Jiabu together. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't object. He stood up and sent Ji Bingjing out of the cabin, allowing her to return to the Void Fortress. Planet Jiabu wasn't very far from the Divine Bull Ridge. If Zhao Hai and the others went all out, then it would take them about 7 days to reach planet Jiabu. Along the way, Zhao Hai paid attention to the situation of the Ark of Misfortune. As a result, the situation was beyond his expectations. The Ark of Misfortune was leading the way. Therefore, their speed wasn't very fast. Additionally, there were some energy clusters in the asteroid belt. And these energy clusters were very unstable. Even the people on the Ark of Misfortune didn't dare to touch these energy clusters. Because of this, their speed wasn't as fast as Zhao Hai imagined. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived at planet Jiabu, Elder Tang and the others were already waiting for them. In fact, it wasn't just Zhao Hai. There were also a lot of people from the great clans who were separated from Zhao Hai. It seems like these people had also contacted their clans before coming here. However, when Zhao Hai arrived, the first person he saw wasn't Elder Tang. Instead, it was the Yi clan. Naturally, the Yi clan didn't come here to talk about old times, they came here to settle accounts. Zhao Hai looked at the Yi clan's large artifact that was floating in the void. Then he looked at the Yi clan's cultivators who had ill expressions on their faces. He immediately understood why they came here. However, he still opened his mouth and said, everyone, why are you looking for me? The leader of the Yi clan was an old man who looked to be around 50 years old. He was thin and had a pair of triangular eyes that had an ominous glint in them. His eyes were like cold lightning as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, you really have guts. You actually dared to kill our Yi clan's people. Aren't you looking down on our Yi clan? Zhao Hai looked at him and said, may I ask who is this person from the Yi clan? The old man looked at Zhao Hai and said, Yi Pei of the Yi clan. Does he have the status to speak to you? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, so it turns out to be Venerable Sky Snake Venerable Yi Pei. Forgive me for my rudeness. At that time, the situation was critical. If I didn't kill people to establish my prestige, then I wouldn't have been able to obtain first-hand information. This was because the alliance simply couldn't be formed. As for who I killed, it wasn't important. I just wanted to kill people to establish my prestige. Unfortunately, the Yi clan's people came knocking on my door. Yi Pei looked at Zhao Hai with sinister eyes and said, you mean to say that my Yi clan's people brought this upon themselves? Boy, you've got guts. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, I've always been a coward. I've only been considering the overall situation. If we couldn't obtain first-hand information about the Ark of Misfortune, then it wouldn't be of much help to our next operation. Moreover, if we couldn't unite the people of the Free Star Field to our side, then we would have lost a great help. This would be even more disadvantageous for us to deal with the Ark of Misfortune. Therefore, I could only sacrifice the Yi clan's people for the sake of the overall situation. Elder Yi, please rest assured that after this matter is over, I will definitely pay a visit and apologize. Yi Pei said coldly, paying a visit and apologizing is considered over? Boy, do you have that much face? Zhao Hai looked at him and said in a deep voice, then what does Elder Yi mean? What do you want me to do? Yi Pei said in a cold voice, break one of your arms and kowtow to apologize. Then, this old man will spare your life. Ha ha ha, Yi Pei, you've got a big mouth. What? Can that old snake of yours really swallow the heavens? You actually dared to touch my life and death arenas, people? I think you're tired of living, right? A voice suddenly sounded. Everyone couldn't help but look towards the source of the voice. Zhao Hai looked over and saw that it was Elder Tang. Elder Tang was currently standing on a large artifact. This large artifact wasn't very far from them and arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. Zhao Hai hurriedly cupped his fists towards Elder Tang and said, "Elder Tang, you've arrived." Elder Tang nodded but didn't speak to Zhao Hai. Instead, he turned to Yi Pei and said, "Yi Pei, who gave you the guts to treat our life and death arenas people like this? You've got guts." Yi Pei didn't have the slightest bit of fear. He looked at Elder Tang and said, "Elder Tang, your words are too much. Is it our Yi family that went too far, or is it Zhao Hai that went too far? He dared to kill my Yi family's disciples. He represents our Yi family. If he doesn't give us an explanation today, then don't blame us for being impolite." Elder Tang looked at Yi Pei and calmly said, "So what if we're impolite?" Yi Pei's expression changed. He didn't think that Elder Tang would protect Zhao Hai. His previous words were very heavy. In this case, Elder Tang should have given the Yi clan some face. But now, Elder Tang didn't. Yi Pei didn't expect this. Yi Pei's expression became even uglier. He looked at Elder Tang and was about to say something when Zhao Hai opened his mouth. "Elder Yi, everyone was wrong in this matter. My method might have been a bit extreme, but if I didn't do this, then I wouldn't have been able to stabilize the situation. Elder Yi can rest assured that after this matter is over, I will personally apologize to the Yi clan. What do you think?" Yi Pei didn't dare to go against Elder Tang. If he really did, then the one who would suffer in the end would be him. What he said before was just to make Elder Tang bow his head. But he didn't expect that Elder Tang wouldn't bow his head. This put him in an awkward position. Now that Zhao Hai said this, it was equivalent to giving him a way out. Yi Pei wasn't an idiot. He knew that at this time everyone would look down on him. Because of this, he took a deep breath and said, "This is also good. Let's talk about this later." Then he waved his hand as the Yi clan's large artifact turned around and flew away. Elder Tang looked at the Yi clan's large artifact and coldly snorted, "At least they're tactful. Otherwise, I would have taught them a lesson." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Forget it, Elder Tang. It's better to look at the big picture." Elder Tang turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "After this matter, are you really going to the Yi clan to apologize?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Apologize? Let's wait until this matter is over and the Yi clan still exists before we talk about it." Humph. In the end, Zhao Hai's cold snort showed his attitude. Even if the Yi clan existed, he would not go to the Yi clan to apologize. He might even bring people to destroy the Yi clan. Elder Tang saw Zhao Hai's expression and knew what he was thinking. He smiled and patted Zhao Hai's shoulder. He didn't continue the topic and said, "I've read the report about the Ark of Misfortune. Is the Ark of Misfortune really that strong? Do our large artifacts really have no way to fight against it? If that's the case, then it's definitely not good news for us. I'm afraid that aside from the battle planets, there's nothing that can stop the Ark of Misfortune. Moreover, I've fought with the people on the Ark of Misfortune. Although it looked like a casual attack, it still made me suffer a big loss. Those fellows aren't simple. Right, there's also the armor that I told you about. You must pay attention to this matter." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry, the Ark of Misfortune isn't as simple as it seems. Also, there's the armor that I told you about. You must pay attention to this matter." Elder Tang smiled bitterly and said, "Of course we'll take it seriously. But even if we take it seriously, what can we do? Nobody thought that the Ark of Misfortune would suddenly appear at this time. We weren't prepared. It won't be easy to deal with them." Zhao Hai replied, "Even if it's not easy, we'll still have to fight. If we can't, then we'll just have to sacrifice some large artifacts to break the Ark of Misfortune's shield. As long as our people can enter the Ark of Misfortune, then we'll have a way to deal with them." Elder Tang smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that easy. From the information left behind, people have tried to use this method before. But in the end, they didn't succeed. You forgot that every Ark of Misfortune is equivalent to a planet. Even if you break a hole in the Ark of Misfortune, can you stop so many people by yourself?" When he heard Elder Tang, Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. Then he said, "My Hell King's ship can shrink, but the internal space is still there. It can hold a lot of people. If the Ark of Misfortune were to make a hole, then I can rush in and take the Hell King's ship with me. Once I'm inside, then I'll have the people inside to come out. This way, we'll have enough people to deal with them. When Elder Tang heard Zhao Hai, his eyes lit up. Then he sighed and smiled bitterly as he said, I'm afraid this won't be easy. Even if we rush in, our fighting strength would be greatly reduced. You forgot about the gravity of the Ark of Misfortune. Zhao Hai stared, then his expression couldn't help but change. He had forgotten about the gravity of the Ark of Misfortune. It wasn't that his memory wasn't good, it was just that he didn't take the gravity of the Ark of Misfortune seriously. He was already used to this kind of gravity, so he didn't care about it. At this time, a cultivator suddenly flew towards the Hell King's ship and stopped outside. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and Elder Tang and said, Alliance Lord Ji has invited you over for a meeting. Zhao Hai stared, then he turned to Elder Tang and said, someone from the Ji family became the Alliance Lord? Who is it? Is it Ji Wuming? Elder Tang smiled bitterly and said, you're right, it's him. Moreover, the 5 great clans sent people this time. The Shangguan family and Shangguan Yun are old friends. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, the Ji family is really arrogant. At this time, they still want to be the Alliance Lord. Do you think it's easy to be the Alliance Lord? Aren't they afraid of being blamed? Elder Tang smiled bitterly and said, do you think the Ji family wants to be the Alliance Lord? But if they don't, then who would listen to them in the Void Realm? So even if they don't want to be the Alliance Lord, they still have to be. Zhao Hai didn't know what to say. Sometimes, there are things that you don't want to do, but you still have to do it. Everyone can see the glory of the great clans, but no one can see the bitterness behind them. However, the two didn't delay as they directly drove the Hell King's ship to Armor Planet. Upon entering the planet, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because there were too many large artifacts in the planet. There were hundreds of them densely packed together. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't expect to see so many large artifacts here. Looking at Zhao Hai's expression, Elder Tang smiled and said, are you stupid? This time, the great clans have put in a lot of effort. Adding on the large artifacts that the 5 great clans brought, it wasn't surprising that there were so many large artifacts here. Right, Zhao Hai, when will you bring your fort ruins over? I think that as long as you bring it over, they wouldn't dare to underestimate you. Moreover, I think that the fort ruins should have the strength to fight against the Ark of Misfortune. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Zhao Hai replied, I've already ordered the fort to move here. However, the fort's initial speed wouldn't be very fast. It would take a few days for it to reach this place. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Elder Tang nodded and didn't say anything else. Before long, the two entered a large hall on Armor Planet. This hall was the Jia clan's meeting hall, but it has been requisitioned by the Jia clan. As soon as the two entered the hall, they saw that the hall was full of people. Inside the hall, there was a high platform with 6 people sitting on it. One of the 6 was Ji Wuming. Among the remaining 5, Zhao Hai recognized Shangguan Yun. As for the others, he didn't know any of them. Shangguan Yun also saw Zhao Hai and nodded to Zhao Hai with a faint smile. Zhao Hai also nodded back. Then Elder Tang turned to Zhao Hai and said, you wait below, I'll go up. Zhao Hai nodded. Then Elder Tang went up to the high platform and sat down. At this time, there were still cultivators coming in from time to time. Before long, Ji Wuming saw that almost everyone had arrived. Then he opened his mouth and said, since almost everyone is here, let's start the meeting. Just as he said this, he saw a cultivator quickly walk in from outside. This cultivator was from the Ji clan. This person quickly walked to Ji Wuming's side and whispered a few words to him. Ji Wuming waved his hand, and the cultivator withdrew. Ji Wuming looked at the crowd and said, I just received a report that the Free Star Field's Red Cloud Gang sect master, Wu Ren, has brought people to meet with us. He's accompanied by nearly 100 large and small gangs of the Freedom Alliance. In total, there are 20 large artifacts. I want to hear everyone's opinion and see if everyone agrees to this meeting. Upon hearing Ji Wuming's words, everyone stared. Then they began to discuss among themselves. They didn't think that the Freedom Alliance would come here to meet with them. This was really beyond their expectations. At this time, Yu Pei suddenly opened his mouth and said, why should we agree to their meeting? What qualifications do they have to form an alliance with us? They're just a bunch of shameless bandits. I don't agree. A lot of people followed Ji Pei's lead. They didn't agree with Wu Ren coming to the meeting. These people thought that they were from great clans, so they naturally wouldn't disdain to dance with bandits. Zhao Hai looked at these people and said, I agree that the Free Star Fields people should form an alliance with us. Everyone, what's the situation now? This is a matter of life and death for the entire Void Realm. The Free Star Field is also a part of the Void Realm. If they come to the meeting, it means that they still consider themselves a part of the Void Realm. If we agree to the meeting, not only will we recognize them as a part of the Void Realm, but we will also get a lot of manpower. In this case, what reason do we have to refuse them? Zhao Hai's words made everyone in the hall quiet down. Not many people cared about whether they recognized the Free Star Field as a part of the Void Realm. What they cared about was Zhao Hai's other words. They would be able to get a lot of manpower. That's right, if they could get the Free Star Fields people, they would be able to get a lot of manpower. Even if those people were used as cannon fodder, they would be able to reduce the number of casualties. In this case, what reason did they have to refuse these people? Ji Wuming obviously agreed to let Wu Ren and the others come to the meeting. So when he heard Zhao Hai's decision, Ji Wuming couldn't help but say, all right. Men, invite Sect Master Wu and the other sect masters of the Free Star Field to the meeting hall. Someone immediately went to pass on the message. Soon, Wu Ren led the other Free Star Fields people into the hall. Ji Wuming stood up at this time. When he saw Wu Ren and the others, he quickly cupped his fists and said, welcome to this meeting. Everyone, please take a seat. Wu Ren didn't sit down. Instead, he said to Ji Wuming, honest people don't lie. We are also people of the Void Realm and are willing to contribute to the Void Realm. However, the prerequisite is that no one can harm us. Therefore, we only have one request, which is the position of deputy leader. Wu Ren's words could be said to be straight to the point. Ji Wuming didn't expect this and couldn't help but frown. In their alliance, he was the leader, but Elder Tang was the deputy leader. The people of the 5 great families weren't deputy leaders, but their status was extraordinary. Ji Wuming had temporarily conferred them the position of elder. Although it didn't seem like they had much power, no one would dare to harm them. If they were to get a deputy leader in this situation, things would be a little difficult. But now, if they weren't given the position of deputy leader, the Free Star Fields people would probably turn around and leave. This was definitely not a good thing for them. Without waiting for Ji Wuming to speak, Yi Pei jumped out again. He pointed at Wu Ren and scolded, who do you think you are? You're just a bandit leader. How dare you be a deputy leader? Keep dreaming. Boy, you must be Wu Ren. You dared to kill my Yi family's people. I won't let you go. Wu Ren looked at Yi Pei and didn't say anything. However, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. At the same time, his hand touched the hilt of the long saber on his back. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense. At this moment, Shang Guanyin suddenly opened his mouth and said, everyone, look at the situation we're in now. Why are you still arguing over such a trivial matter? If you keep arguing, the Ark of Misfortune will come knocking on our door. How about this, let's put aside any previous grievances and focus on dealing with the Ark of Misfortune. As for the position of vice leader, I think it's possible. Now that we're dealing with the Ark of Misfortune, everything else is easy to discuss. However, I must say that if Vice Leader Wu uses his position to do something out of line, then don't blame us for being impolite. I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your position as Vice Leader. Wu Ren replied, it's for self-protection, not for power. Wu Ren's words were very simple, but they made his attitude clear. He wanted the position of deputy leader for self-protection, not because he coveted power. Shang Guanyin nodded, then he turned to Ji Wuming and said, Leader Ji, what do you think? What else could Ji Wuming say at this time? Why would he go against the Shangguan family for such a trivial matter? Unless he was kicked in the head by a cow, he would have no choice but to let Wu Ren be the deputy chief. However, he couldn't make the decision himself, otherwise it would cause dissatisfaction. Therefore, he didn't need anyone to agree, as long as someone agreed to let Wu Ren be the deputy chief. It was even better for Shang Guanyin to make the decision. Shang Guanyan's position was there, so he could take advantage of the situation. Ji Wuming looked at Wu Ren and said, "Alright, from now on, Mr. is the deputy leader of the alliance. Mr., please come on stage." Wu Ren cupped his fists towards Ji Wuming before walking up the stage. Then he cupped his fists towards the audience before sitting down. The people from the Free Star field cheered loudly when they saw Wu Ren cupping his fists. After Wu Ren sat down, Ji Wuming opened his mouth and said, "Alright, let's start the meeting. I don't think I need to tell everyone what happened. The Ark of Misfortune has appeared, and their strength has exceeded our expectations. This time, we're having a meeting to ask everyone what they think about this matter." Before anyone could speak, Wu Ren said, "In 3 days, the Ark of Misfortune will arrive here." Hearing Wu Ren's words, everyone's expression changed. Ji Wuming asked in a deep voice, "Mr. Wu Ren, are you serious?" Wu Ren nodded and said, "The Ark of Misfortune has already come out of the asteroid belt. Their speed is very fast." Although Wu Ren didn't say much, everyone understood the meaning behind his words. Everyone's expression couldn't help but change. They didn't expect the Ark of Misfortune to appear so quickly. Ji Wuming's expression didn't look good. He looked at everyone and said, "It seems like we need to prepare early. 3 days isn't enough time. Does anyone have any opinions?" Yi Pei, who hadn't spoken for a long time, seemed to be afraid of being forgotten. He immediately said, "Let's fight them to the death. I don't believe that we can't deal with them with so many large artifacts." Yi Pei's point of view was quite marketable. Many cultivators nodded in agreement. Many people believed that they could fight to the death with the Ark of Misfortune in Armor Cloth Star. Zhao Hai looked at Yi Pei and the others and said, "Fight? Why would the Ark of Misfortune want to fight us? They aren't the two family. They can't bear to leave their own planet. The Ark of Misfortune doesn't need the resources here. Why would they fight us? If they leave the Ark of Misfortune or attack other unprotected planets, what would we do? Would we just watch them attack other planets and not do anything?" As soon as Zhao Hai said this, everyone in the hall was stunned. Then the entire hall went silent. They had been thinking about fighting the Ark of Misfortune. But now that Zhao Hai said this, they understood that they weren't facing an opponent like the two family. The two family was defending their own planet, so they could naturally make decisions with them. But this time, it was different. They were facing a fleet that was self-sufficient and didn't need a planet as a supply base. In this case, if they still wanted to fight the Ark of Misfortune like how they dealt with the two family in the past, then they might die miserably in the end. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "I had a fight with the people from the Ark of Misfortune. They are a group of formidable people, but at the same time, they are also unscrupulous. I was at a disadvantage when I fought with the person from the Ark of Misfortune. However, he still commanded his subordinates to besiege me. If I didn't have some means to protect myself, then I would have already died. It's precisely because of this that I can see their true nature. Those people simply won't be polite to us, especially when they recognize us as their enemy. Therefore, using this formation to fight them is completely useless. They won't fight us in a decisive battle." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's because of this that I can see their true nature. They simply won't be polite to us, especially when they recognize us as their enemy." Everyone was silent. Although Zhao Hai wasn't the vice leader, his status was still there. He had the support of the life and death arena. Compared to his status, ordinary people couldn't be compared to him. In addition, when dealing with the two family, Zhao Hai displayed his strength and alertness. It was impossible for everyone to ignore his opinion. Seeing that no one spoke, Zhao Hai also didn't say anything. The reason why he spoke was to remind everyone of their situation. At the same time, he wanted everyone to understand that it was impossible to deal with the Ark of Misfortune in a short time. The Ark of Misfortune was very fast and its energy cannons were very powerful. As for its defensive capabilities, although they hadn't tested it, it shouldn't be too bad. In this case, if they still wanted to destroy the Ark of Misfortune in one fell swoop, then they would be idiots. Ji Wuming looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, you said that you fought with the people on the Ark of Misfortune. How strong were they?" Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "I don't know the identity of the person I fought on the Ark of Misfortune. He might be a small leader, a captain, or a captain. but I have to say that he was very strong. Even though he was far away from me, he was still able to push me back by 10,000 meters with a single punch. Such a person isn't easy to deal with. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I don't know who he is. Ji Wuming frowned. After hearing what Zhao Hai said, he knew that the position of alliance leader wasn't that easy to sit on. Of course, the others also heard Zhao Hai's words. They also knew about Zhao Hai's strength. They also knew that Zhao Hai was a physique cultivator who could fight against the great apes. Even so, he was still pushed back 10,000 meters by a single punch. How strong was that person? They really didn't dare to imagine it. The hall was silent. Everyone was frowning as they thought about Zhao Hai's words. Even Yi Pei didn't go against Zhao Hai. Although Yi Pei hated Zhao Hai, he still had a clear sense of priorities. Although Zhao Hai was hateful, he still needed to put down this hatred. At this time, if he still focused on fighting against Zhao Hai, then he would be waiting for the Arc of Misfortune to destroy his entire sect. Every time the Arc of Misfortune appeared, there would be a lot of extermination. After some time, Ji Wuming opened his mouth and said, Does anyone have any good ideas to deal with this situation? Nobody said anything. Ji Wuming couldn't help but turn his gaze to Zhao Hai. He wanted to see if Zhao Hai had any good ideas. The people on the Arc of Misfortune don't need to worry about supplies. They can escape into the void at any time. On the other hand, it wouldn't be easy for our large artifacts to catch up to them. Even if we catch up, we might not necessarily be able to defeat them. Because of this, we need to concentrate our forces here. In my opinion, it would be best for us to concentrate our forces and prepare the planets for battle at any time. Also, the large artifacts of the Arc of Misfortune should be returned to their clans. However, we need to leave some people on the large artifacts so that they can be prepared for battle at any time. Aside from this method, I really can't think of any other way. Zhao Hai nodded and said, The Arc of Misfortune's fleet has already reached the Arc of Misfortune's fleet. The Arc of Misfortune's fleet has already reached the Arc of Misfortune's fleet. We can't think of any other way. Everyone nodded. Although Zhao Hai's method was simple, it was the most feasible one at the moment. However, Ji Wuming still frowned and said, What if the Arc of Misfortune moves together? What should we do? If 30 Arcs of Misfortune were to move together, their destructive power would be extremely shocking. Zhao Hai replied, This is the most troublesome part. Therefore, what I mean is that we should first fight them in Armor City and let them think that we're going to have a decisive battle here. This way, they might split up. If they really split up, then we'll immediately return to our respective planets. At the same time, we need to keep in contact with each other. As long as they split up, we can concentrate our forces to deal with one or two of them. If they don't split up, then we'll have to figure out their route and then gather our forces to fight them. When Ji Wuming heard Zhao Hai, he nodded. He also thought that Zhao Hai's method was good. At the very least, they wouldn't be helpless against the Arc of Misfortune. Ji Wuming turned his head and looked at the others, then he said, Does anyone have any opinions? Everyone discussed among themselves, but they didn't put forward any other opinions. Zhao Hai's explanation was very comprehensive. They couldn't say anything else. Ji Wuming also noticed that there was no other choice. Ji Wuming also noticed that no one had any other opinions, so he said, All right, then it's settled. Let's do it this way. We'll first fight with the Arc of Misfortune here on planet Jiabu and let them know that the people of the Void Realm aren't to be trifled with. If they really split up, then we'll immediately return to our respective planets to make preparations. 5 elders, please stay here until we can determine the location of the Arc of Misfortune. Then, we'll ask you to move out and deal with the Arc of Misfortune together. What do you think? What do you think? The 5 elders that Ji Wuming mentioned were naturally from the 5 great clans. The 5 great clans came this time to help. Of course, it wasn't because they were kind, but because they didn't want the flames of war to spread to the 5 great clans' territory. Therefore, they sent people out to help. Although their status was high, this was the Void Realm after all. It wasn't good for them to take the initiative. In addition, what Zhao Hai said was very reasonable. Therefore, the 5 great clans didn't object and nodded at the same time, approving the arrangement. Seeing that the 5 great clans didn't have any objections, Ji Wuming couldn't help but feel relieved. Although the alliance now had 2 deputy leaders, Ji Wuming was still afraid of the 5 great clans. If the 5 great clans didn't give him face or listen to his commands, then it would be even more difficult for him to be the alliance leader. Since the 5 great clans didn't have any objections, the others naturally didn't have any objections. Wuming then said, "Alright, then we'll wait here for the Arc of Misfortune. But while we're waiting, we also have a few things to do. First, we need to investigate. We need to know the current situation of the Arc of Misfortune. If they disperse before arriving at Jiabu planet, then we'll be idiots if we continue to wait here. Second, we need to prepare for a unified battle. Now, we need to organize the large artifacts." Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship with Niu Xiaozhuang by his side. The Hell King's ship was currently parked outside of Armored Planet. Behind the Hell King's ship were a lot of large artifacts. These large artifacts belonged to Zhao Hai. Ji Wuming had already appointed Zhao Hai as a squad leader. As for the large artifacts behind him, some of them came from the great clans of the Void Realm while some came from the Free Star Field. This distribution method was to make sure that the Free Star Field's people wouldn't be dissatisfied. This way, the Free Star Field's people would be able to trust them. Wu Ren's participation in the alliance meeting this time was Zhao Hai's idea. Zhao Hai wanted Wu Ren to appear in front of everyone. This way, people wouldn't doubt his relationship with Wu Ren. Of course, there was another important point, which was to make Wu Ren anxious for this position. He wanted Wu Ren to become the vice alliance leader, which would be helpful to him in the future. Wu Ren was still being ostracized in the Free Star Field, but the Arc of Misfortune's attack was an opportunity for Wu Ren to gain a huge reputation in the Free Star Field. This time, Wu Ren led the people from the Free Star Field to Jiabu Star and gained a lot of prestige. The people from the Free Star Field didn't expect Wu Ren to become a deputy alliance lord. It can be said that the people who followed Wu Ren to Jiabu Star had already recognized Wu Ren. They even started to follow Wu Ren's orders. However, Wu Ren wasn't here at this time. Wu Ren was the commander of another team. He was in charge of the Free Star Field's large artifacts. However, there were a lot of large artifacts in the Free Star Field, so it was impossible for Wu Ren to command all of them. Therefore, Ji Wuming handed over the remaining large artifacts to Zhao Hai. This was because although Zhao Hai didn't have any interaction with the Free Star Field, his relationship with the great clans wasn't very good. At the very least, Ji Wuming didn't need to worry about Zhao Hai using the large artifacts as cannon fodder. If the large artifacts were handed over to other great clans, then the consequences would be hard to say. Zhao Hai looked at the scenery in the void and then said, "Xiaozhuang, is Xiaozhuang used to the cabin? Didn't he make you accompany him?" Xiaozhuang was Niu Xiaozhuang's mount. Zhao Hai had Niu Xiaozhuang drive Xiaozhuang into the cabin. After seeing the strength of the Arc of Misfortune, Niu Xiaozhuang immediately agreed to Zhao Hai's suggestion. He was afraid that Xiaozhuang would be killed by the Arc of Misfortune's energy cannons. Now that Zhao Hai asked, Niu Xiaozhuang couldn't help but smile and said, "Not at all. It's all thanks to the food you gave me. Now that he's hiding there and eating, I can feel that he's a lot fatter than before." After hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. Then he waved his hand and summoned an undead. Then he said to the undead, "Take the 8 cyan jade carriage and inform the people in charge of the large artifacts to come here for a meeting." The undead complied and then turned around and left. Zhao Hai turned his head to Niu Xiaozhuang and said, "Xiaozhuang, I think you should go back to the ruins and familiarize yourself with the environment. After all, we'll be living there for a long time." Niu Xiaozhuang shook his head and said, "Forget it. Father told me to follow you. I'll just follow you. There's no point in going back. At least there's still a war to fight." Zhao smiled bitterly, then said, "But after a while, you must go back. I have ordered Tai Xiong and the others to make armor for your Tauren race's giant bulls. Not only can the armor increase the giant bulls' defensive capabilities, but it can also increase their fighting strength. Once the armor has been researched, you must let Big Zhuang wear it, and let him adapt to the way he fights while wearing armor. This way, he can increase his chances of survival." Niu Xiaozhuang nodded and said, "All right, I'll do it." Zhao Hai sighed and said, "I've already ordered the gang to make armor for people to wear. Look at the people on the Ark of Misfortune, they're all wearing armor. Having a layer of protection is better than not having one. Niao Xiaozhuang nodded. To be honest, when he saw the people on the Ark of Misfortune wearing armor, he couldn't help but feel envious. Now that Zhao Hai said that he would make armor for them, Niao Xiaozhuang was naturally happy. Before long, the people in charge of the large artifacts arrived on the Hell King's ship. These people looked nervously at Zhao Hai. After all, Zhao Hai was a fierce person. It was impossible for them not to be nervous. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. Everyone doesn't need to be nervous. Until the end of this battle, we will all be comrades. Today, I called everyone here to discuss how we can win this battle while still ensuring everyone's safety. I think this is what everyone is concerned about. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You don't need to be nervous." The people nodded. Naturally, they didn't want to die. Because of this, when they heard Zhao Hai, they weren't disappointed at all. Instead, they were very happy. Zhao Hai waved his hand and a lot of tables and chairs appeared on the deck of the Hell King's ship. Naturally, these tables and chairs weren't from the ship's deck. Instead, they were taken out by Zhao Hai from the space. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Everyone, take a seat. Let's drink and chat." Then he waved his hand as a jug of wine appeared in his hand. He also took out some jade cups and gave them to everyone. Everyone expressed their gratitude. Then Zhao Hai patted the jug, causing the wine inside to fly out and fall into the jade cups in everyone's hands. Zhao Hai raised his jade cup and said, "It's fate that brought us together today. Let's drink." When the cultivators heard Zhao Hai, they also raised their cups and drank with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai put down his cup and said, "I know that some of you are from great clans in the Void Realm while some of you are from the Free Star Field. You might have some conflicts in the past, but I hope that you can put these grievances aside for the time being. The most important thing is to deal with the Ark of Misfortune. Now that we're in the same team, we need to act together. If there are any conflicts between us, then the one who will suffer in the end would be us. Therefore, I hope that we can unite at this time, truly unite. Only then will we have hope to survive." The cultivators nodded. They didn't have any conflicts with Zhao Hai. In addition, Zhao Hai's words hit the nail on the head, so they didn't say anything. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "This time, I called everyone here because I want to ask about the characteristics of your large artifacts. Naturally, you don't need to talk about it in detail. Just talk about the main characteristics of your large artifacts, such as defense, attack, speed, and so on." Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "I've called everyone here to ask about the characteristics of your large artifacts." When these people heard Zhao Hai, they stared blankly for a moment. Then they couldn't make up their minds. There was no other way, the large artifacts that they used were the biggest reliance of their forces. If they told others about these characteristics, then in the future, when they face an enemy, they would be very surprised if they were to use these characteristics against them. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and understood what they were thinking. Then he opened his mouth and said, "All right, I'll tell you about the Hell King's ship's characteristics first. The Hell King's ship is very fast, its defense is very strong, and its energy cannons aren't weak. Moreover, its cooldown time is very short. Most importantly, the pagoda can be separated from the ship. In other words, the ship can be divided into two large artifacts when necessary." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll tell you about the Hell King's ship." Everyone stared, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to reveal the secrets of the Hell King's ship. They had some understanding of Zhao Hai and the Hell King's ship, but they didn't know that the pagoda could be separated from the ship's body. This showed how sincere Zhao Hai was. For a while, they didn't know what to do. If they tell them, they would be worried. If they don't tell them, then they wouldn't be able to face Zhao Hai. At this time, a cultivator clenched his teeth as he stood up and said to Zhao Hai, "Mister, I'm from the Mu clan. Our family's large artifact is the Divine Turtle ship. This large artifact isn't fast, but its defense is very strong. Among large artifacts, the Divine Turtle ship's defense is very strong. I can do it. The Divine Turtle ship can respond within a minute after I give an order." Zhao Hai nodded. It must be said that the Mu clan's Divine Turtle ship was very famous in the Void Realm. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect the other party to be able to respond within a minute after giving an order. This kind of speed was already a great achievement for a large artifact. Generally, when a captain gives an order to a large artifact, the order would be passed to the pilot. Then the pilot would operate the large artifact according to the order. However, operating a large artifact wasn't easy. Moreover, large artifacts were generally very large. It wasn't easy for the pilot to respond in a short time after the order was given. Being able to respond within a minute was already a very good result. Naturally, they couldn't go into too much detail. Like the people from the Mu clan, they only talked about the most important characteristics of their large artifacts and their degree of control. But even so, Zhao Hai could still arrange their battle style according to their characteristics. With everyone cooperating, they could ensure that they pay the least price and achieve the greatest results. Naturally, they couldn't go into too much detail. Like the people from the Mu clan, they only talked about the most important characteristics and their degree of control over their large artifacts. But even so, Zhao Hai could still arrange their battle style according to their characteristics. With everyone cooperating, they could ensure that they pay the least price and achieve the greatest results. After everyone finished speaking, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Alright, I want to thank everyone for their trust in me. Since the Arc of Misfortune is about to arrive, I can't give you too many tasks. In the next few days, we'll practice a few formations so that everyone can get familiar with them as soon as possible. This way, when we deal with the Arc of Misfortune, we'll be able to retreat safely." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright." Everyone nodded. Now, they believed that Zhao Hai had the ability. After all, people who were about to die would treat a straw as their last hope. What can they do in 3 days? Some people might say that a lot of things can be done in 3 days. But for Zhao Hai, 3 days were too short. In these 3 days, their team didn't rest for a moment as they rehearsed their formations. In these 3 days, they only rehearsed 5 formations, 3 defensive formations and 2 offensive formations. This consumed all of their energy. Although they weren't very proficient in the formations, it was still better than nothing. During these 3 days, Zhao Hai was also paying attention to the Arc of Misfortune. It was clear that the Arc of Misfortune didn't take the people of the Void seriously. Because of this, they didn't split up and instead headed straight towards the Arc of Misfortune. At this time, Zhao Hai discovered that the people on the Arc of Misfortune actually had a star map of the Void Realm. This was too strange. Zhao Hai couldn't understand where the people on the Arc of Misfortune got their hands on a map of the Void Realm. This was too strange. However, Zhao Hai didn't have time to think about this right now. The Arc of Misfortune had already arrived at the periphery of the Arc of Misfortune. The people of the Arc of Misfortune were already aware of the arrival of the Arc of Misfortune. Everyone was ready to fight the Arc of Misfortune. At this time, nearly 1,000 large artifacts were gathered in the Arc of Misfortune. 800 of these large artifacts were in the void outside the planet, preparing to meet the Arc of Misfortune. There were also some that remained in the Arc of Misfortune, forming a final line of defense against the arrival of the Arc of Misfortune. Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship. Behind the Hell King's ship was his team's large artifacts. His position wasn't at the front, but it wasn't at the back either. He still had a chance to fight the Arc of Misfortune. At this time, the large artifacts were already in formation. It seems like the battle was about to begin. Zhao Hai wasn't too nervous as he calmly looked towards the Arc of Misfortune. There were only 30 Arcs of Misfortune. They were parked in the distance and looked like a small dot. Compared to the Void Realm Coalition army, which had 800 large ritual implements, they were like ants in front of an elephant. However, Zhao Hai was very clear that even though Lien Jun had a lot of large artifacts, Zhao Hai knew that it wouldn't be easy for Lien Jun to face the Arc of Misfortune head-on. At this moment, one of the Misfortune arcs suddenly moved. The Arc of Misfortune stopped in front of the Alliance Army's great artifact array. Then a voice came from the Arc of Misfortune, "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect the people of the Void Realm to welcome me so much. You don't have to welcome me. Quickly retreat, ha ha ha." As soon as he heard this voice, Zhao Hai was stunned. This was because this voice belonged to the cultivator who fought with him before. It seemed like this person's status in the Arc of Misfortune fleet wasn't low. As the leader of the alliance, Ji Wuming naturally couldn't let others take the lead in this situation. He stood on the wall of the Void Fortress, looked at the Ark of Misfortune, and said, "I don't know where you came from. It's better to leave the Void Realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." When the cultivator heard Ji Wuming's words, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Impolite? So what if you're impolite? Do you think you can stop our attack? I think if you know what's good for you, surrender to us as soon as possible and become this king's war slaves. Otherwise, this king will kill all of you." Ji Wuming snorted coldly and said, "This isn't the first time the Ark of Misfortune has come to the Void Realm. Has there ever been a time when the Void Realm can surrender without a fight? Don't talk about surrendering without a fight. There are even people who surrender. Don't waste your breath." The cultivator looked at Ji Wuming and sneered, "You call us the Ark of Misfortune? Ha ha ha, that's a good name. If you call us Misfortune, then you must be very afraid of us. Actually, you don't have to be afraid. We're not called the Ark of Misfortune, but the Conqueror Battleship. How about it? Isn't this name more impressive than the Ark of Misfortune? Let me tell you, I'm a conqueror in the Void Realm. You can only be conquered." Ji Wuming looked at the cultivator and said in a deep voice, "I don't know if you people have said the same thing when you came to the Void Realm. But you're doomed to be disappointed. You can't conquer this place. This is the Void Realm. You will only be defeated in the end." "Defeat us? With just you?" The cultivator looked at Ji Wuming and sneered, "I want to see how you'll defeat us." Then he waved his hand and the Ark of Misfortune rushed towards the formation. Ji Wuming has been guarding against the cultivator. Seeing that the cultivator had started attacking, he immediately said, "Team 1, Team 3, meet the enemy. Everyone else, get ready." Following his order, the two teams beside him suddenly rushed out and met the Ark of Misfortune head-on. The energy cannons of the two teams of large artifacts opened fire at the same time. At the same time, the two teams of large artifacts rushed forward as if they didn't care about their lives. At first glance, one could see that they wanted to hit the Ark of Misfortune. The cultivator on the Ark of Misfortune sneered. Then he waved his hand and several energy beams suddenly shot out from the Ark of Misfortune. When these energy beams hit the two teams of large artifacts, the shields of the large artifacts shook violently, as if they would break at any time. But when the energy beams shot by the large artifacts hit the shields of the Ark of Misfortune, they didn't have any effect at all. It was as if the Ark of Misfortune wasn't affected by such attacks at all. But at this time, the two sides were already very close. Just as the large artifacts were about to hit the Ark of Misfortune suddenly dipped down, dodging the large artifacts' attacks. At the same time, the Ark of Misfortune shot out beams of energy that hit the bottom of the large artifacts. This time, all of the energy beams hit one of the large artifacts. The large artifact's protective shield was immediately shattered. At the same time, a large hole was punched in the bottom of the large artifact. Fortunately, the damage wasn't too heavy. At the very least, the large artifact could still fly. Upon seeing this, Ji Wuming and the others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The flexibility of the Ark of Misfortune was beyond their expectations. They didn't expect the Ark of Misfortune to be this strong. Just by relying on its energy cannons, it was able to injure a large artifact. For Ji Wuming and the others, this wasn't good news. At this time, the other Arks of Misfortune that were parked at the back also moved. They lined up in formation and rushed towards the allied army. Wuming didn't have time to think about the strength of the Arks of Misfortune. He immediately ordered the teams to meet the enemy. When Zhao Hai saw Ji Wuming's appearance, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Ji Wuming was a commander in a large-scale battle. But it was clear that he had never commanded a battle involving hundreds of large artifacts before. Because of this, his command was very chaotic. He couldn't think about the overall situation. But now, Zhao Hai didn't have time to think about this. He waved his hand as the Hell King's ship flew towards the Ark of Misfortune. As soon as the Hell King's ship moved, the large artifacts behind it also began to move. At the same time, Zhao Hai took out a communication device and said, "Energy cannons ready. Aim at the leftmost Arkansas fire when I say fire." "Understood?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry. The communication device that Zhao Hai took out wasn't an ordinary thing. It was specially made so that the teams could move together. Because of this, Zhao Hai gave one to each person in charge of the large artifacts. Just as Zhao Hai's voice fell, the other people in charge of the large artifacts replied, "Understood." Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Instead, he stared at the Arc of Misfortune. The Arc of Misfortune was very fast, and it was also very flexible. Using large artifacts to attack it was almost impossible. Because of this, Zhao Hai could only use energy cannons. While moving forward, Zhao Hai calculated the distance. After 10 breaths of time, the time was right. Zhao Hai immediately said, "Fire." Along with his voice, the Hell King's laser weapons shot towards the Arc of Misfortune. At the same time, the energy cannons on the large artifacts also shot towards the Arc of Misfortune. A huge beam of white energy hit the Arc of Misfortune. The Arc of Misfortune, which was swimming like a fish, suddenly stopped. Then the energy shield of the Arc of Misfortune was broken. Although it was only a hole, this was enough. At the same time, the energy beam also hit the Arc of Misfortune. A dazzling white light flashed on the Arc of Misfortune, making it impossible for people to see what was going on inside. However, the white light quickly disappeared. When the light disappeared, everyone saw that the Arc of Misfortune didn't seem to be affected. The only thing that changed was the color of the Arc of Misfortune. It was as if the Arc of Misfortune was burned red. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Hell King's ship rushed forward and slammed into the Arc of Misfortune. The Arc of Misfortune was knocked sideways by the Hell King's ship. The Arc of Misfortune shook violently as if it would capsize at any time. However, after a few revolutions, the Arc of Misfortune stabilized. However, the people on the Arc of Misfortune were also stunned by the impact. Although the Arc of Misfortune stopped after a few revolutions, the people on it didn't immediately respond. At this time, the large artifacts behind the Hell King's ship rammed into the Arc of Misfortune. The Arc of Misfortune was like a piece of wood that was hit by waves of seawater. It kept rolling around in the void. However, one had to admit that the Arc of Misfortune was very sturdy. Under such an impact, the Arc of Misfortune didn't shatter. Only a few holes were left on the deck. However, the people on the Arc of Misfortune might have lost control of the Arc of Misfortune. They could only let the Arc of Misfortune bounce around like a ball. There was simply no way to stabilize it. Zhao Hai's situation attracted the attention of the entire battlefield. Although the number of Misfortune arcs was small, the Alliance couldn't do anything to them. At this point, besides Zhao Hai's group, the others couldn't do anything to the Arc of Misfortune. There were also a lot of large artifacts that were damaged by the Arc of Misfortune. At this time, Zhao Hai's Arc of Misfortune was completely out of control. Naturally, the people on the Arc of Misfortune couldn't believe it. They didn't believe that their advanced conqueror's battleship would be in such a sorry state. In the eyes of the people on the Arc of Misfortune, their battleships were like the most advanced destroyers. On the other hand, the large artifacts of the Void Realm were like wooden ships. Their performance was too inferior. Although they only had 30 ships, they didn't think that the other party would be able to harm them. Because of this, they dared to charge in the face of 800 large artifacts. However, it was clear that they underestimated Zhao Hai. They also underestimated the large artifacts of the Void Realm. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to seize the opportunity and cause one of the Arc of Misfortune to go out of control. When the people on the Arc of Misfortune saw the Arc of Misfortune being rammed, their expressions couldn't help but change. Then several Arcs of Misfortune immediately rushed towards Zhao Hai's group. Naturally, they wanted to rescue the Arc of Misfortune that was out of control. Zhao Hai also noticed this point. Therefore, he immediately ordered his team to withdraw from the battle. At the same time, he ordered the cultivators in the team to rush towards the Arc of Misfortune and kill as many cultivators as possible. With Zhao Hai's order, the Hell King's ship took the lead. Zhao Hai's group of large artifacts withdrew from the battle. However, a lot of cultivators rushed out of the large artifacts and entered the Arc of Misfortune's hold. The Arc of Misfortune had long since lost control and its hull was filled with craters. Large craters intersected with small craters and small craters intersected with old craters. It had already lost the spirit of the Arc of Misfortune. Naturally, it could no longer erect a barrier to stop the invading cultivators. Thus, the invading cultivators were able to smoothly charge into the cabin. However, not long after the cultivators entered the Ark of Misfortune's hold, they immediately rushed out. It took them about 10 minutes to get out of the Ark of Misfortune. After rushing out of the Ark of Misfortune, they immediately flew back to the large artifacts that were waiting for them. Then Zhao Hai led the group of large artifacts to withdraw. After Zhao Hai and the others retreated for a few minutes, several Arks of Misfortune arrived beside the Ark of Misfortune. They immediately sent people to enter the Ark of Misfortune. Although the Ark of Misfortune didn't look big from the outside, it was actually very big inside. Moreover, there was land and spirit veins inside. It looked like an inner planet. Because of this, they believed that even if Zhao Hai and the others entered the Ark of Misfortune for 10 minutes, they wouldn't be able to cause much damage to the Ark of Misfortune. However, when they entered the Ark of Misfortune, they couldn't help but be shocked. They didn't expect Zhao Hai and the others to be this ruthless. It was impossible to kill a lot of people in 10 minutes. However, if a group of powerful cultivators were to wreak havoc for 10 minutes, then their destructive power would be very astonishing. Zhao Hai's previous request was that everyone who entered the Ark of Misfortune shouldn't be allowed to kill. Instead, they should be allowed to wreak havoc. Moreover, they should be allowed to wreak havoc in a large area. Any cultivator would know some large-scale spells. These spells might not be of much use to some cultivators, but they were still very destructive to things. Zhao Hai and the others had already made an agreement with the cultivators under their team. If they had the opportunity to enter the Ark of Misfortune, some of them would resist the people on the Ark of Misfortune while the others would do damage. They would do their best to cause large-scale destruction. These people remembered Zhao Hai's words. Therefore, after they entered the Ark of Misfortune, they began to frantically destroy everything that they could see. They used all means to destroy everything that they could. There were many of them and they were strong. If these people really didn't care about anything and only cared about destroying, then the destructive power they could cause was very terrifying. When the other people on the Ark of Misfortune arrived at the Ark of Misfortune that was attacked by Zhao Hai, they were shocked. The space inside the Ark of Misfortune was destroyed. The spirit veins were broken, the herb garden was destroyed, and everything that could be destroyed was destroyed. Most importantly, this kind of internal destruction was very harmful to the Ark of Misfortune. It could be said that the Ark of Misfortune was basically unusable. This situation made the people on the Ark of Misfortune very angry. After they rushed out of the Ark of Misfortune, they immediately boarded their own Ark of Misfortune and prepared to chase after Zhao Hai and the others. But after they came out, they found that the Void Realm's coalition army had changed their strategy. Although the large artifacts in the Void Realm were under unified command, they weren't as unified as Zhao Hai's. Although they would also attack the Ark of Misfortune, their energy cannons weren't direct enough, and the subsequent large artifacts weren't fast enough. It could be said that they were in a state of fighting on their own. But now, it was different. The battle with Zhao Hai and the others could be said to have shown them a way to deal with the Ark of Misfortune. Although Ji Bingjing was still too inexperienced in commanding a large-scale battle, this didn't mean that he was a fool. When he saw that Zhao Hai and the others had collided with the Ark of Misfortune didn't move again. He immediately understood that Zhao Hai's method was effective. Therefore, he immediately issued an order to the various teams to temporarily entangle the Ark of Misfortune, allowing the other teams to prepare. Then, they would use their energy cannons at the same time, and the large artifacts would follow up and collide. Ji Bingjing also sent a letter to Zhao Hai and asked Zhao Hai how to make the Ark of Misfortune lose its ability to fight. Zhao Hai naturally didn't hide anything. He told Ji Bingjing that if there was a chance, he should try his best to destroy the interior of the Ark of Misfortune. The more damage, the better. When Ji Bingjing heard Zhao Hai's words, he naturally knew what to do. Moreover, Ji Bingjing was different from Zhao Hai. The number of people he could command was much more than Zhao Hai. Therefore, he specially selected some powerful cultivators. These cultivators were basically made up of experts in the Vajra realm and the spirit condensation realm. The main task of these people was to destroy. As long as the Ark of Misfortune couldn't move, they would immediately rush to the Ark of Misfortune and madly destroy the interior of the Ark of Misfortune. This method was really useful. Not long after, 2 more arcs of misfortune were beaten until they couldn't move. Then, the cultivators of the void realm rushed forward and destroyed them. Although the cultivators on one of the arcs of misfortune resisted, Ji Bingjing's main purpose was to destroy, not to kill. Therefore, the interior of the 2 arcs of misfortune was destroyed and they stopped there after losing their ability to fight. When the commander of the arc of misfortune saw this situation, his face turned gloomy. He thought that this battle would be very easy, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. The people of the Void Realm actually found a way to deal with them in such a short time. In fact, the Arc of Misfortune still had a weakness. However, the weakness of the Arc of Misfortune wasn't on the outside, but on the inside. The Arc of Misfortune was like a pangolin. The outside was full of scales, but the inside was very easy to destroy. Once the inside was destroyed, the scales on the outside would naturally be useless. However, it wasn't that easy to break the scales of the Arc of Misfortune. Most importantly, there were quite a number of cultivators in the Arc of Misfortune. If one wanted to break into the Arc of Misfortune, they would first need to pass through the cultivators in the Arc of Misfortune. This level wasn't something that anyone could pass. However, Zhao Hai's method was very effective. First, he concentrated the firepower of the energy cannons. First, he stopped the Arc of Misfortune and broke its shield. Then, the large artifacts followed up. Before the Arc of Misfortune could react, they began to collide with the Arc of Misfortune. Moreover, they didn't stop for a moment, giving the Arc of Misfortune no chance to resist. Under such circumstances, the Arc of Misfortune couldn't use any means. Moreover, the interior of the Arc of Misfortune would also be impacted, causing a strong vibration. The cultivators inside the Arc of Misfortune would be shaken, causing them to faint and lose their ability to fight. This was equivalent to breaking the scales on the outside of the Arc of Misfortune. At the same time, the last line of defense of the Arc of Misfortune, which was the cultivators on the Arc of Misfortune. In this way, the last bit of resistance would disappear. The cultivators in the Void Realm could then seize the opportunity to enter and destroy the interior of the Arc of Misfortune. As soon as the commander of the Arc of Misfortune saw this situation, he knew that it was impossible to get rid of the large artifacts in the Void Realm in a short period of time. This was because the Arcs of Misfortune were too few and they couldn't afford to lose them. Now, they had already lost 3 Arcs of Misfortune, and 3 Arcs of Misfortune were equivalent to 1/10 of their combat power. They couldn't afford such a loss. On the contrary, there were a lot of large artifacts in the Void Realm. Even if they lost some, they could still bear it. Therefore, the commander of the Arc of Misfortune was very clear that they couldn't fight with the people in the Void Realm. If they really fought with the people in the Void Realm, then they would lose. The commander of the Arc of Misfortune decisively issued the order to retreat. Some Arcs of Misfortune covered the periphery. Long chains suddenly stretched out from the other Arcs of Misfortune, connecting these chains to the 3 Arcs of Misfortune that had lost their combat power and dragging them away quickly. The speed of the Arcs of Misfortune was very fast. The large artifacts in the Void Realm couldn't catch up with them at all. They could only watch them escape. Although they let them escape, the people in the Void Realm weren't depressed at all. On the contrary, they were very happy because they finally found a way to deal with the Arcs of Misfortune. After repelling the Arc of Misfortune, Ji Wuming arranged for some large artifacts to be on guard. The other large artifacts returned to Jiabu Star to be repaired. At the same time, Ji Wuming once again invited everyone to the Hall of Jiabu City. Zhao Hai stood in the Hall of Jiabu City. He felt that the atmosphere in the hall today was very different from before. In the past, the atmosphere in the hall was very oppressive. But today, the atmosphere in the hall was very relaxed. Everyone was laughing and joking. Looking at their appearance, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He was very clear that everyone was happy because they defeated the Arc of Misfortune. However, he was also very clear that repelling the Arc of Misfortune was only the first step. The following battle would be even more brutal. Because the Arc of Misfortune had learned a lesson this time, they wouldn't attack Jiabu Star. Next, the entire Void Realm would be their battlefield. This was the most troublesome part. The Arc of Misfortune was too fast. And in the Void Realm, the area of the void was too large. If the Ark of Misfortune didn't fight them head-on and instead launched a sneak attack, it would be very difficult for them to deal with the Ark of Misfortune. Zhao Hai was very clear about the fighting strength of the Ark of Misfortune. If they really wanted to sneak attack the Ark of Misfortune, then by the time the Ark of Misfortune reacted and reinforcements arrived, the Ark of Misfortune would have already retreated. Therefore, dealing with the Ark of Misfortune was much more difficult than what everyone imagined. At this time, Ji Wuming and the others also appeared on the platform. They had smiles on their faces, even Elder Tang. Only Wu Ren still had a cold expression on his face. Ji Wuming glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, "This battle was beautifully fought. We have dealt a great blow to the Ark of Misfortune's momentum and displayed the might of our Void Realm. This is a great victory." Everyone cheered, and the smile on Ji Wuming's face became even bigger. After a while, he said, "Alright, the merit this time belongs to Zhao Hai. If it weren't for his quick reaction, we wouldn't have been able to deal with the Ark of Misfortune so easily. Zhao Hai will be credited with the merit." Zhao Hai didn't have any reaction, but the people around him gave Zhao Hai a round of applause. Zhao Hai could only cup his fist to everyone. However, there wasn't much joy on his face. Ji Wuming waved his hand and calmed everyone down. Then he said, "Now that the first phase of our mission has been completed, we have repelled the Ark of Misfortune's attack. Now that the Ark of Misfortune has discovered that they can't take us down, they will certainly divide their forces to deal with us. The next battle will be even more intense, so everyone should be mentally prepared." When Zhao Hai heard Ji Wuming's words, he nodded. Although there was nothing much to say about Ji Wuming's commanding ability, he was still able to recognize the situation and didn't let this small victory get to his head. This was already very rare. Therefore, it's impossible for us to deploy large artifacts for defense on every planet. That's unrealistic. Therefore, after discussing with the 2 deputy leaders and the 5 elders, we have decided that the current organization of the squads will not be abolished. They will still be commanded by the squad leaders of the squads. All squads will rush to the main planets in the Void Realm and prepare for battle. At the same time, inform the planets that the interstellar teleportation array will be opened at any time and be ready for battle. At the same time, prepare to receive the support of large artifacts. If the Ark of Misfortune attacks, we must delay them and not let them escape. When the reinforcements arrive, we must resolutely eliminate them at all costs. Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship with Tianjian and Yin Jun. There was no mistake, Zhao Hai was currently on Bitter Bottom Planet. In fact, he was currently in the void outside of the planet. The 3 didn't speak as they stared at the void. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in their line of sight. This person quickly flew towards the Hell King's ship and boarded it before long. This person was wearing gray cultivator robes and his face was somewhat haggard. Seeing him, Zhao Hai breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he smiled and said, "You're finally back. If you hadn't come back, I would have told Uncle that you were killed by those fellows from the Ark of Misfortune." The person smiled bitterly and said, "You still have the face to say that. Brother Hai, can't you give me less trouble? The main house has been bothering us every day because of you. I'm annoyed to death." Zhao Hai sneered and said, "Who cares about them? Humph, I'll deal with them sooner or later. When that time comes, you'll be the main house of the Yi family. The main house is just strong. When they're weak, do they still deserve to be the main house?" The person who came smiled bitterly, he didn't know what to say. The only person who could make Zhao Hai speak like this, and who was related to the Yi clan, was Yelin. Yelin took a deep breath and calmed his emotions before he said, "Alright, let's not talk about the main house. Let's talk about you. Brother Hai, why did you come back to protect Bitter Bottom Planet? Bitter Bottom Planet is far from the Divine Ox Ridge. Do you think the Ark of Misfortune would come here?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I didn't think about waiting for the Ark of Misfortune here. It wouldn't be easy for the Ark of Misfortune to come here. This time, I came here to see if there's anything. If there's nothing, then I'll transfer the people from the 4 Righteous Gang away." Yelin stared and said, "Transfer? What do you mean by that? Where do you want to transfer the people from the 4 Righteous Gang to?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You'll know soon enough. Alright, let's go down." Then he directed the Hell King's ship to land on Bitter Island. This time, Zhao Hai wasn't guarding Kuba Star, but another planet. However, Zhao Hai wanted to come back here and take away the people of the Four Righteous Gang. Therefore, he decided to come back. Taking the people of the Four Righteous Gang away didn't mean that the gang would give up on the planet. In fact, this place would still be their base. It's just that Zhao Hai wanted the people here to take a look at the fortress ruins. Therefore, he came back to pick them up. When everyone arrived below, Zhao Hai didn't go down. Instead, he stood on the deck and said to Yi Sen, Lindsay, you have to remember that if the Ark of Misfortune attacks you, you have to block it if you can. If you can't block it, think of a way to survive. You don't have to worry about anything else. Do you understand? Yellen stared, but he still nodded and said, yes, I understand. Brother Hai, you can rest assured. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Tianjian and Yinjun and said, you should also pay attention to the life and death arena in Bitterbottom Planet. Tell the life and death arena in Bitterbottom City that I told you to focus on survival. Now that the main force has been transferred to deal with the Ark of Misfortune, if you foolishly go against the Ark of Misfortune, then you would be courting death. Understood? Tianjian nodded, then he turned to Yinjun and said, you should also pay attention to the life and death arena in Bitterbottom City. Tianjian and Yinjun nodded at the same time, then they said, yes, we know what to do. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, the arrival of the Ark of Misfortune is a disaster for the Void Realm. But as long as we're alive, then sooner or later, we'll be able to stand up from the ruins of the disaster. If we die, then there's nothing left. Therefore, staying alive is the most important thing. The group nodded. Then Zhao Hai sighed and said, I have to leave. Bitter Relief Planet is very far from the Divine Ox Ridge. We might not be attacked, but we shouldn't lower our guard. The Ark of Misfortune is very fast. Nobody knows where it would appear. Therefore, everyone should be careful. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, I'll be leaving soon. After he said that, Zhao Hai sent the 8 Cyan Jade chariot to receive the people from the Four Righteous Gang. Then he commanded the Hell King's ship to leave. After leaving Bitter Island, Zhao Hai immediately returned to the planet he was supposed to guard, Titan Star. The reason why Titan Star was called Titan Star was because of its famous trees. These trees were called Titan trees. Not only were they very tall, they were also very hard, just like giants. Because of this, people called this place Titan Star. The Titan Star was where the Qin family, a relatively famous family in the Void Realm, was located. The Qin family was famous in the Void Realm for refining weapons. In addition, there was a Titan tree here, so some of the wooden weapons they made here were very famous in the Void Realm. This time, Zhao Hai was ordered to guard Titan Star in order to prevent it from being attacked. In fact, Titan Star was very far from the Divine Ox Ridge. It was a relatively safe planet. The reason why Ji Wuming sent Zhao Hai to Titan Star was because he didn't want Zhao Hai to participate in the battle. He didn't want Zhao Hai to make contributions. Zhao Hai's performance in the battle against the Ark of Misfortune was too outstanding. He led a team to deal with the Ark of Misfortune. This was something that no one else could do. And since he was the one who came up with the method to deal with the Ark of Misfortune, Ji Wuming gave Zhao Hai a great merit. However, a great merit was still a great merit. Ji Wuming didn't want Zhao Hai to make any more contributions. If Zhao Hai made any more contributions, then no one else could. By then, Zhao Hai's reputation in the Void Realm would be unparalleled. This was definitely not a good thing for the great clans in the Void Realm. Zhao Hai naturally didn't have any objections to this arrangement. He also got in touch with the Qin family on Titan Star. The Qin family's attitude towards him was lukewarm. Zhao Hai wasn't too surprised. This was because the Qin family was also one of the great clans in the Void Realm. At this time, all the great clans in the Void Realm didn't have a good relationship with the Life and Death Arena. Therefore, it wasn't surprising for the Qin family to have such an attitude towards Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai returned to Titan Star, he got in touch with his team. These people were now a lot closer to Zhao Hai. It was impossible for them not to be close to Zhao Hai. This was because last time, they dealt with the Ark of Misfortune under Zhao Hai's command. Zhao Hai invited these people to the Hell King's ship. After inviting them to sit down, he looked at them and said, I want to leave Titan Star. When Zhao Hai said this, these people stared. Then one of them looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, are you saying that we want to leave Titan Star? Why? Isn't this place safe? Zhao Hai glanced at that person. He was someone from the Free Star Field. Since he was from the Free Star Field, it was naturally impossible for him to fight for the Void Realm. Therefore, in that person's opinion, it was definitely a good thing that they could come to the relatively safe Titan Star. This was because they no longer had to risk their lives to fight the Ark of Misfortune. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, I'm saying that I want to leave, not you. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then a cultivator carefully looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, are you saying that you want to leave alone? Why? Zhao Hai replied, You don't need to worry about this. I'll tell the Alliance Lord that I want to leave. I'll leave the defense of Titan Star to you. I don't think the Alliance Lord will object. I called you here to tell you that if I leave, don't be surprised. The people nodded. Although they didn't know why Zhao Hai wanted to leave, they couldn't stop him. Although Zhao Hai was their captain, these people knew that Zhao Hai's position was only temporary. Their cooperation was also temporary. Moreover, their relationship wasn't close enough for them to inquire about each other's whereabouts. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, After I leave, the Alliance Lord will appoint a new captain. I hope that everyone can remain united before the Ark of Misfortune retreats. Moreover, Titan Star isn't absolutely safe, it's just relatively safe. After all, the Ark of Misfortune is very fast. Who knows when they'll reach this place? Do you understand? The group nodded. Although they didn't get along with Zhao Hai for a long time, Zhao Hai had already established his prestige among them. They could still listen to what Zhao Hai said. After sending these people away, Zhao Hai immediately sent a letter to Ji Wuming. He said that he wanted to see Ji Wuming. He had something to discuss with Ji Wuming. Ji Wuming was still on Armored Planet. Although the Ark of Misfortune was repelled by them once, who knows if they would return. Moreover, Ji Wuming and the others had been here before. Therefore, they made a lot of preparations. It was normal for them to be here now. Elder Tang, Wu Ren, and the people from the 5 great clans were here. The number of large artifacts on Armored Planet exceeded 100. It was the planet with the most large artifacts in the entire Void Realm. Regarding Zhao Hai's request to see him, Ji Wuming felt strange. However, he didn't say anything and directly agreed. He wanted to see why Zhao Hai wanted to see him. This was because Zhao Hai's performance in dealing with the two family and the Ark of Misfortune was very outstanding. And with Elder Tang's support behind him, Ji Wuming attached great importance to Zhao Hai's opinion. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai drove the Hell King's ship to Armored Planet. Then he directly went to the planet's hall to see Ji Wuming and the others. At this time, Armored Planet's hall was very busy. Ji Wuming, Elder Tang, Wu Ren, and the 5 great elders were all present. The situation of each planet was also being reported to them. After discussing it, they decided to deal with it accordingly. As soon as Zhao Hai entered the hall, he immediately cupped his fist and said, I have seen the Alliance Master, Vice Alliance Master, and elders. Ji Wuming nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, what's the matter? Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, I came to see the Alliance Master this time because I want to ask the Alliance Master to arrange a new team leader for the Titan planet. I want to act alone. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Ji Wuming stared. He looked at Zhao Hai and asked, why? Zhao Hai replied, I want him to look for the Ark of Misfortune, find them, and destroy them. Ji Wuming and the others looked at each other. They didn't quite understand what Zhao Hai meant. There were only 30 Arks of Misfortune, and 3 of them had been destroyed. If they were to separate and enter the Void Realm, then Wu Ning would be like a drop of water dissolving into the sea. She wouldn't be able to find them at all. Now that Zhao Hai said that he wanted to look for the Ark of Misfortune, this was beyond everyone's expectations. Ji Wuming looked at Zhao Hai and said, Do you really want to look for the Ark of Misfortune? Where are you going to look for it? Do you have a target in mind? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I don't, but I want to find the Arks of Misfortune that have lost their fighting strength. Since they've lost their fighting strength, then the other Arks of Misfortune wouldn't carry them around, right? That would greatly reduce their speed. Therefore, they must have left the 3 arcs of misfortune somewhere. Maybe they'll also leave other arcs of misfortune to guard them. I want to see if I can find those arcs of misfortune. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Ji Wuming stared for a moment before his eyes lit up. After hearing Zhao Hai's words, he also thought of this point. To be honest, Zhao Hai's idea was very attractive to him. Now, everyone in the Void Realm knew that the arcs of misfortune were very powerful. If someone could get their hands on one of the arcs of misfortune, then it would be very beneficial for their future development. As long as they could study the arcs of misfortune, then they might be able to unify the Void Realm in the future. In fact, it wasn't just Ji Wuming who was attracted by Zhao Hai's words. The 5 great clans were also attracted by Zhao Hai's words. Think about it, if they could get their hands on the arcs of misfortune, then the 5 great clans would become even more powerful. At that time, they would be able to suppress the other great clans and unify the 6 regions of the void. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Of course, I don't have a target right now. I just want to look for it. If I can find it, then that would be for the best. If I can't, then it's no big deal. Right now, it doesn't matter whether I'm in the Void Realm or not, right?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Ji Wuming and the others calmed down. Indeed, finding the arcs of misfortune was very attractive. However, one shouldn't forget that more than 20 arcs of misfortune were still missing. These arcs of misfortune could attack any planet in the Void Realm at any time. If they couldn't find the arcs of misfortune and instead weakened the defenses of the Void Realm, then the arcs of misfortune would be able to destroy the entire Void Realm. When that time comes, they wouldn't even be able to cry. Ji Wuming took a deep breath, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "If you go alone to find the arcs of misfortune, then wouldn't you be in danger if they left some guards behind? Do you really think that you can defeat the arcs of misfortune with just your large artifacts?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It doesn't matter, I have helpers. In fact, my helpers are already outside Armor Planet." Just as Zhao Hai's voice fell, footsteps could be heard from outside. A cultivator ran in with a nervous expression as he cupped his fist towards Ji Wuming and said, "Alliance Lord, there's something strange in the void. I don't know if it's a friend or foe. It's best if you go take a look." When Ji Wuming heard the cultivator, he turned his gaze to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai shrugged his shoulders and didn't speak. Ji Wuming stood up and said, "Let's go out and take a look." Zhao Hai followed them outside and boarded the Hell King's ship. At the same time, Elder Tang also boarded the Hell King's ship. After Wu Ren boarded the Scorpio, the other elders also boarded their large artifacts. The group of people directly left the Armored Cloth Star with their large artifacts and soon arrived at the void outside the Armored Cloth Star. While the large artifacts were flying forward, Elder Tang turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Is the fort ruins here?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, the fort ruins is here. I want them to know about the fort ruins. I want them to know how powerful the 4 righteous gang is. This way, they won't think that I, Zhao Hai, am a pushover." When Elder Tang heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. It must be said that he was the one who understood Zhao Hai's strength the most. In the past, the 4 righteous gang was nothing. But now, the 4 righteous gang had the strength to challenge any great clan in the Void Realm. They even had the strength to challenge the life and death arena. Obviously, Ji Wuming and the others didn't know about Zhao Hai's strength. Because of this, they treated Zhao Hai as an existence dependent on the life and death arena. They were only polite to Zhao Hai because of the life and death arena. Since Elder Tang was here, Ji Wuming and the others naturally thought that Elder Tang was the representative of the life and death arena. Zhao Hai was a bit inferior, so naturally, they wouldn't be polite to Zhao Hai. To have such strength but not receive the corresponding respect, Elder Tang couldn't accept this. Because of this, he understood Zhao Hai's actions. In his opinion, Zhao Hai's search for the Ark of Misfortune was just an excuse to show off his strength to Ji Wuming and the others. This was Zhao Hai's purpose. While the two were talking, the Hell King's ship had already arrived in the void outside Armor Planet. Upon arriving, Ji Wuming and the others understood why the cultivator was so nervous. In fact, when they saw what was in front of them, they couldn't help but be shocked. At the same time, they couldn't help but be nervous. Ji Wuming and the others didn't expect the things in front of them to be this sturdy. From afar, it looked like a pile of garbage. However, this kind of garbage would make anyone want to pick it up and take it home. However, if you looked carefully, you would find that there was a shield around the pile of things. Although it looked like a pile of trash, if you looked at it for a long time, you would find that this pile of things had a strange beauty. It was orderly in the chaos, and there was a sense of tragic vicissitudes. It was like a pile of broken weapons. It would make you imagine how tragic the battlefield was. Ji Wuming looked at the things and didn't know what to say for a while. At this time, he discovered that the Hell King's ship was rushing towards the things. Ji Wuming's expression changed. Just as he was about to shout, he stopped. This was because he remembered what Zhao Hai said before. Zhao Hai said that his helper had arrived. Could this be his helper? Ji Wuming decided to wait and see. Before long, the Hell King's ship arrived in front of the fort. It passed through the shield without any hindrance and entered the fort. Then Zhao Hai stopped the ship before his figure moved and appeared at the top of the fort. This was the hilt of a sword-shaped large artifact. Zhao Hai was now standing on the hilt. He looked at Ji Wuming and the others and smiled faintly. Everyone, congratulations on seeing the headquarters of the Four Righteous Gang, the fort ruins. Ji Wuming and the others stared at Zhao Hai. They couldn't react for a while. At this time, Elder Tang arrived beside Zhao Hai and smiled at Ji Wuming and the others. After Wuming placed his bet, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You said that this thing is called Fortress Ruins? The headquarters of the Four Righteous Gang? How is this possible? Where did you get this thing?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I've made you laugh. This is the headquarters of the Four Righteous Gang. It's called the Fort Ruins. I picked this thing up." When Ji Wuming and the others heard Zhao Hai, they were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Picked up? How could you say that? This thing was obviously a good thing. Not to mention anything else, just the large artifacts that made it up were treasures that could move the hearts of the 5 great clans. You actually said that you picked it up? Is there any justice in this? Ji Wuming looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You said that this is the headquarters of the Four Righteous Gang? How do you prove it?" Zhao Hai looked at Ji Wuming and saw the greed in his eyes. He couldn't help but coldly snort and said, "Prove it? Alright, I'll prove it to you. People of the Four Righteous Gang, listen up. Line up for inspection." Along with Zhao Hai's voice, numerous entrances and exits suddenly appeared on the fort ruins. Then groups of people flew out from the entrances and exits. These people were all armed. After they came out, they immediately lined up. Before long, a 3-dimensional formation was formed. There were about 200,000 people in this formation. After the formation was complete, these people cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai and said, "Greetings, Gang Master." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Alright, everyone greets Elder Tang, Alliance Master Ji, and the 5 elders." These people cupped their fists towards Elder Tang and said, "Greetings, Elder Tang." Then he turned to Ji Wuming and cupped his fist, "Greetings, Alliance Master Ji." Then he cupped his fist towards the 5 elders and said, "Greetings, 5 elders." Ji Wuming and the other representatives of the 5 great clans were dumbfounded. In the Void Realm, and even in the entire Cultivation Realm, there were very few armies. Although the great clans had their own war halls, and the war halls had their own discipline, discipline didn't mean that they were an army. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's subordinates were very much like an army that had undergone strict training. In fact, Ji Wuming and the others had underestimated Zhao Hai. This was indeed an army. However, this army hadn't been trained for a long time. The officers of this army were all undead. Naturally, these undead were very familiar with the demon race's formations. Even if they weren't familiar with it, Zhao Hai could still have the space transmit all the information about the formation to them. Naturally, they would become familiar with it. The other cultivators were members of the Four Righteous Gang. Zhao Hai had been training them for some time. Not only did he teach them about the cube formation, but he also taught them about other formations. It can be said that these people were now able to switch from the cube formation to another formation in an instant. Their fighting strength had also become incomparably strong. Ji Wuming and the others didn't know about this. Naturally, it was impossible for them to know the true fighting strength of these formations. After the people from the Four Righteous Gang gave Ji Wuming and the others a salute, Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, go back. Get ready to leave." The group responded in unison. Then they scattered and entered the ruins of the stronghold through the passages. After that, the passages immediately closed, looking no different from before. Zhao Hai looked at the stunned Ji Wuming and said, "Alliance Master Ji, do you believe me now? I'll be taking my leave, you don't need to send me off." After he said that, he looked at Elder Tang. Elder Tang nodded to Zhao Hai before his figure flashed and landed on Ji Wuming's large artifact. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards them. Then the ruined fortress turned and flew towards the void. Before long, it disappeared without a trace. At this time, Ji Wuming recovered. He took a deep breath before he turned to Elder Tang and said, "Elder Tang, did you already know that Zhao Hai had this fortress? Where did he get this fortress from?" Elder Tang did not hide it from him. He only nodded and said, "Yes, I already knew. Zhao Hai found this fortress outside the Beast God Star domain. He obtained the Desolate Race's heritage there. Don't be envious. This fortress can only be controlled by those who have obtained the Desolate Race's heritage and absorbed the Desolate Race's blood. If anyone else tries to control it, it will immediately explode." Ji Wuming was taken aback. Following that, he looked at Elder Tang and said, "Beast God Star domain? Why would there be the Desolate Race's heritage there? Furthermore, so many people went there, but none of them found it. Why was he the only one who found it?" Elder Tang looked at Ji Wuming and said with a sneer, "That's because others could not bear to spend the money to buy that primitive beast hide map, but Zhao Hai managed to buy it. On that map, there were some flight routes that were drawn using an invisibility potion. Zhao Hai took a different flight route from others, allowing him to obtain the Desolate Race's heritage." Ji Wuming's face was ashen. He really wanted to vomit blood. Back then, at the auction held on the Battle Wolf Star, there were people from the Ji family who participated. However, everyone believed that there was no difference between obtaining a copy and obtaining the original. Therefore, no one fought with Zhao Hai for that item. However, they never expected that Zhao Hai would end up benefiting from it. It was no wonder that no one in the Void Realm knew where the headquarters of the Four Righteous Gang was. He had actually set up the headquarters of the Four Righteous Gang here. It seemed like the strength of the Four Righteous Gang far exceeded their imagination. Elder Tang looked at Ji Wuming and sighed. He said in a deep voice, "Before dealing with the two family, the Four Righteous Gang's strength was already not weak. They had hundreds of thousands of subordinates. During the battle with the two family, Zhao Hai did not participate in the battle at the beginning. He took the opportunity to gather a large number of itinerant cultivators. At that time, the Four Righteous Gang had already exceeded 1,000,000 people. What you don't know is that the Four Righteous Gang had reached an agreement with the Great Ape Clan. All the Great Ape clansmen who entered the Void Realm would use the Four Righteous Gang as their foothold, and they would automatically become guests of the Four Righteous Gang. Therefore, the combat strength of the Four Righteous Gang is not inferior to any large family. If we include the fortress ruins, the combat strength of the Four Righteous Gang is much stronger than the average large family. Also, I don't know if you noticed that during the battle, the Tauren clansmen had been standing behind Zhao Hai. Do you know what that means?" When Ji Wuming heard that, he said with some uncertainty, "Are you saying that Zhao Hai has subdued the Tauren clan? Is that possible? The Tauren clan's combat strength is not inferior to any large family. In addition to their great strength, I'm afraid that the Tauren clan's strength is not inferior to the Four Righteous Gang. Why would they join the Four Righteous Gang?" Elder Tang looked at Ji Wuming and smiled bitterly. "I think you still don't understand Little Hai. If you did, you would never have said such a thing. Little Hai came to the Void Realm alone and became the leader of a gang with millions of subordinates. Have you calculated how long it took for him to achieve all this? Didn't his actions seem impossible? The strength of the Tauren race and the Four Righteous Gang are about the same, but don't forget that the Tauren race has lost their homeland. Before this, no one knew where the Tauren race's patriarch went. Now it seems like Zhao Hai is using this as a starting point to pull the Tauren race into his camp." Ji Wuming quietly listened to Elder Tang. To be honest, he didn't have much contact with Zhao Hai. Although he felt that Zhao Hai was somewhat extraordinary, he still didn't know much about Zhao Hai. Elder Tang looked at Ji Wuming and said, Little Hai is a person who is good at creating miracles. I'm not afraid to tell you that I originally wanted to hand over the management of the life and death arena to Little Hai, and Little Hai agreed. However, it's clear that his main focus isn't on the life and death arena. For him, the life and death arena is just something he can deal with in passing. His main focus is elsewhere. But even so, he still manages the life and death arena very well. The changes in the life and death arena during this period were all directed by him. Even so, he still manages the life and death arena. Ji Wuming's eyes couldn't help but shrink. He knew that Zhao Hai's status in the life and death arena was very high, but he didn't expect it to be this high. Elder Tang actually wanted to hand over the life and death arena to Zhao Hai. Moreover, Zhao Hai was already taking over. This news was very important for Ji Wuming. Elder Tang looked at Ji Wuming and felt the changes in Ji Wuming. He couldn't help but sigh and said, I know what you're thinking, but it's already too late. Zhao Hai's wings have already grown. You've already lost the qualifications to deal with him. Do you think that the life and death arena and the four righteous gang are all the cards in his hand? I'm telling you, definitely not. Do you know how he's dealing with the life and death arena now? He goes to the heavenly planet almost once a month, and he only goes there for a meeting. Usually, he just uses jade slips to communicate. Even so, he can still deal with the life and death arena in an orderly manner. Under such circumstances, what do you think he's been busy with? Has he been busy with closed-door cultivation? There are only about 1 million peoples for righteous gang. With his means, I dare say, it won't take him long to deal with the matters of the four righteous gang. I dare say, I think he still has other trump cards. Therefore, even if the power he controls now is not as strong as the 5 major families, it is definitely the strongest in the Void Realm. If you provoke him, I can guarantee that the good days of the Ji family will come to an end. When Wuming heard Elder Tang's words, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Then, he looked at Elder Tang in shock and said, Elder Tang, are these your guesses, or do you already have any evidence? But even so, I still don't know how many cards he has in his hand. Therefore, I advise you to give up on this idea. Building a good relationship with such a person is more cost-effective than trying to get rid of him. If you can't get rid of him, then you can only wait for his crazy revenge. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Don't think that this is just a random guess. You don't understand Zhao Hai at all. I've been watching him since the beginning. I've watched him walk step by step to his current position, so it can be said that I understand him quite well. But even so, I still don't know how many cards he has in his hand. So I advise you to give up on this idea. Building a good relationship with such a person is more cost-effective than trying to get rid of him. If you can't get rid of him, then you can only wait for his crazy revenge. Wuming took a deep breath and then exhaled. Then he looked at Elder Tang and said, I'll remember your words. But if Zhao Hai wants to unify the Void Realm, what should we do? Elder Tang shook his head and said, He won't. His heart isn't here. He has his own realm. His heart is there. Everything he does in the Void Realm is for his own realm. You don't have to worry about this. As for which realm he belongs to, I can't tell you. After saying that, Elder Tang turned around and left, leaving Wuming standing there in a daze. Zhao Hai knew what Elder Tang and Wuming said. He was now in the fortress ruins. Moreover, they only had one destination, the Divine Ox Ridge. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to go to the Divine Ox Ridge was because he knew that the Ark of Misfortune was in the Divine Ox Ridge. The reason why the Ark of Misfortune was left in the Divine Ox Ridge was because there were 2 planets in the Divine Ox Ridge that could be used as a place for them to rest. The second reason was the spatial hole there. The spatial hole was forcibly opened, and the spatial barrier could be repaired at any time. In order to keep the path of retreat unimpeded, the Ark of Misfortune would regularly expand the spatial hole. Once the spatial hole was completely repaired, it would be very troublesome for the Ark of Misfortune to return. Naturally, they now had another reason to stay in the Divine Ox Ridge, and that was the 3 Arks of Misfortune that had lost their fighting power. Zhao Hai didn't quite understand why they didn't send the 3 Arks of Misfortune back to their world. Instead, they left them in the Divine Ox Ridge. Was there a special reason? However, Zhao Hai didn't have time to think about why the Ark of Misfortune did this. This was because this was an opportunity for him, an opportunity to obtain the Arcs of Misfortune. The fortress ruins moved forward at full speed. Its speed was very fast, even faster than the Hell King's ship. In fact, if it was the original fortress ruins, it wouldn't be able to move this fast. But now, after Zhao Hai's transformation, the fortress ruins had turned into liquid silver. This was one of the most important things that Zhao Hai had done for a long time. The reason why the fortress was still in its current shape was because it was in its original form. If Zhao Hai changed the shape of the fortress, then Elder Tang and the others would find out. At the same time, Zhao Hai didn't think that there was anything wrong with the shape of the fortress ruins. However, after turning it into liquid silver, the fortress became even more powerful. Zhao Hai wouldn't let go of any opportunity to make the fortress ruins stronger. Because of this, the power system of the fortress ruins had already been transformed into a yin-yang lightning pool. Moreover, it was an incomparably powerful yin-yang lightning pool. It can be said that the current yin-yang lightning pool only needs 10% of its power to ensure that the fortress ruins would be able to sail and fight under normal circumstances. The remaining 90% of its power was stored in order to cope with high-intensity battles. Transforming the fortress ruins was definitely a huge task. In the end, Zhao Hai had no other choice but to separate them. He even nibbled away at them bit by bit to transform the fortress ruins into what it was today. It was also because of this that Zhao Hai dared to show the fortress ruins. With the fortress ruins, he didn't need to be afraid of the other forces of power in the void world. Zhao Hai sat in the fortress ruins, but he had been observing something else. He was observing the situation of the conquest of the otherworld planes. Zhao Hai had started conquering other planes. He wanted more power. A few days later, the fortress ruins arrived at the periphery of Divine Bull Ridge's meteor belt. All the routes in Divine Bull Ridge's meteor belt had disappeared. When the Arc of Misfortune went in, it had opened up a few routes, but they were all sealed off later on. Clearly, they knew that it was not easy for the enchanted vessels in the void world to open up a route. By the time the enchanted vessels in the void world found them through the arcs that had opened up a route, they were already prepared to fight. Besides, honestly speaking, the Arc of Misfortune, which was more agile, faster, and had more powerful energy cannons, was clearly at an advantage when they fought in the meteor belt. That was why it made sense for them to send the 3 Arcs of Misfortune back here. Zhao Hai knew very well that there were a total of 5 Arcs of Misfortune in Divine Bull Ridge. 3 of them were the ones that had lost their ability to fight, and the remaining 2 were used to protect them. The guards of the 2 Arcs of Misfortune did not seem to be very strong, but in the meteor belt, the 2 Arcs of Misfortune could completely destroy all the enchanted vessels in the void world. However, the meteor belt didn't have much effect on the fortress ruins. When Zhao Hai's fortress ruins entered the meteor belt, it didn't open up a route like the Arc of Misfortune. Instead, it just kept moving forward. Aside from some particularly large meteors, the fortress didn't care about the smaller ones at all. The defensive capabilities of the stronghold ruins were too strong. Ordinary meteorites couldn't even break the protective shield, let alone damage the stronghold ruins. It can be said that the stronghold ruins was using this unreasonable method to move forward, creating a path for itself. On the 3rd day of the fortress ruins entering the meteor belt, Zhao Hai suddenly summoned Tiger's Might and the others. White Tiger's Might and the others weren't busy at the moment. They only dealt with their own matters every day, so they still had a lot of free time. However, they hadn't seen Zhao Hai for a few days. Now that they heard Zhao Hai summon them, they immediately ran over. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Everyone, get ready. The battle is about to begin." When White Tiger's Might heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. "Battle? The Arc of Misfortune has discovered us?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right. The Arc of Misfortune has discovered us and is rushing over. I think it won't take long for them to spread out and attack us. Inform everyone to get ready. Don't let them have large artifacts." Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai turned to Old Patriarch Ox and said, "Old Patriarch, you should participate in this battle as well. You can test the defensive capabilities of the iron armor. Let's see if your tribe's giant oxen can deal with the Arc of Misfortune after wearing the armor. Even if they can't destroy the Arc of Misfortune, as long as they can protect themselves, it would be considered a success." Old Patriarch Ox nodded. The old patriarch nodded and didn't say anything. However, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Although the old Ox Patriarch had joined the Four Righteous Gang and the entire Oxhead clan didn't suffer too much damage, he still felt very aggrieved. This was because the Divine Ox Ridge was their home, but now their home had been occupied by others. The Ox race was a race that clearly distinguished between gratitude and grudges. Zhao Hai saved their race, so they were very grateful to Zhao Hai. But at the same time, their hatred for the Ark of Misfortune had reached an unimaginable level. However, there was no other way. They weren't an opponent of the Ark of Misfortune. Although their Ox race's combat strength wasn't weak and their defense was very strong, they were still able to deal with large artifacts. But against the Ark of Misfortune, they weren't enough. They might not even be able to block the Ark of Misfortune's energy cannons. Because of this, old Patriarch Ox felt very aggrieved. He knew that the enemy was in his home, but he couldn't take revenge. This was what made old Patriarch Ox the most angry. Now that he heard Zhao Hai say that they could fight, old Patriarch Ox was naturally very happy. He couldn't wait to rush out and kill the people on the Ark of Misfortune. Zhao Hai looked at old Patriarch Niu and smiled faintly. Then he said, "I just received news that the Ark of Misfortune has made a move. They attacked 2 planets in the Void Realm. Although the 2 planets responded, they weren't able to stop them in the end. Moreover, the casualties they suffered were close to 100,000. A large city was destroyed as well." Old Patriarch Niu nodded. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. White Tiger's Might coldly snorted and said, "These guys are too arrogant. We should have dealt with them earlier." Zhao Hai replied, "Don't worry about it. Those fellows are smart. They chose to attack planets that don't have large artifacts. Moreover, they would leave in a very short time. Even if we wanted to catch them, we wouldn't be able to." Everyone was silent for a while. Now in the Void Realm, there was an incomparably powerful enemy that had been trying to deal with them, but they had no way to deal with that enemy. This was the most frustrating part. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, go back and prepare. We can't let those guys have an easy time. They want to deal with us, so we have to deal with them. Go." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai waved his hand. Only then did everyone leave. Old Patriarch Niu went back to gather his men. He secretly swore that this time, he would definitely teach the Ark of Misfortune a lesson. With Zhao Hai's order, the entire Four Righteous Gang began to move. Everyone began to prepare for this battle. Although everyone knew that there might not be many opportunities for close combat in the process of this battle, they still made full preparations and were ready to attack at any time. On the second day after Zhao Hai's order, several energy beams suddenly flew out of the meteorite and went straight towards the fortress ruins. The fortress ruins stopped abruptly. Although this didn't allow it to avoid the energy beams still hit the fortress ruins shield. However, the shield only flashed for a moment before there was no reaction. It was as if the energy beams were just scratching an itch. At this time, Zhao Hai's figure appeared at the top of the fortress ruins, on the hilt of the large sword-shaped artifact. Zhao Hai glanced at the direction where the energy beams came from and smiled, "You're too naive if you want to stop me like this. Keep going, don't stop." With Zhao Hai's order, the fortress ruins began to move once again. Although the fortress ruins' speed wasn't very fast, it wasn't too slow either. When the fortress ruins began to move, energy beams shot from all directions from time to time. However, these energy beams had almost no effect on the fortress ruins' shield. The fortress ruins continued to move forward steadily. Perhaps the other party discovered that such an attack was useless against the fortress ruins, so they didn't continue to attack. However, Zhao Hai discovered that the meteorites around the fortress ruins were crazily crashing into it. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai immediately understood the other party's plan. The other party wanted to use meteorites to attack. However, how could such an attack be effective against the fortress ruins? Zhao Hai's mind moved as energy beams suddenly shot out from the fortress ruins. When these energy beams hit the meteorites were immediately destroyed. The energy beams that the fortress ruins shot out weren't any worse than the Ark of Misfortune. However, Zhao Hai knew that it was still lacking. The fortress ruins took advantage of its large size. Because of its large size, the energy cannons installed on it were also large. Naturally, the might of the cannons was also much greater. If compared to the energy cannons of the Ark of Misfortune, there was still a big gap. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't use the cannons to attack the Ark of Misfortune was because the Ark of Misfortune was very far away from them. It wouldn't be easy for him to hit the Ark of Misfortune. However, it wasn't difficult to deal with these meteorites now. Before the meteorites could reach the fortress ruins, they were all destroyed by the energy cannons. They didn't cause any damage to the fortress ruins at all. Seeing that this method didn't work, the people on the Ark of Misfortune didn't know what to do. They had never encountered such an opponent before. The fortress ruins made it clear that because of its large size, it wasn't afraid of such attacks. It was using this to bully them, making them helpless against them. The Ark of Misfortune didn't attack again. Perhaps it was thinking of a way. However, it kept following the fortress ruins. Obviously, it was thinking of a way to deal with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai ignored them. As long as they didn't attack, he would let them follow him. It only took about 4 days for Zhao Hai to arrive at the spatial hole. It was the large area that had been cleared out by the cultivators of the Void Realm. Now, the area was even larger. There wasn't a single meteorite there. It looked very clean. In the past 4 days, the Ark of Misfortune had also attacked the fortress ruins several times. However, in the end, it was all fruitless. The fortress ruins' defensive ability was still very strong. They couldn't do anything to the fortress ruins at all. However, Zhao Hai felt that the Ark of Misfortune hadn't gone all out. They seemed to be waiting to bring Zhao Hai to this empty area and then have a final battle with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't care too much. He was still very confident in dealing with the 2 Arks of Misfortune. However, as soon as he appeared in the empty area, he knew what the Arks of Misfortune were up to. When Zhao Hai appeared in the area with the fortress ruins, he saw 2 huge Arks of Misfortune in front of him. These 2 Arks of Misfortune were about the same size as the fortress ruins. Obviously, they had grown bigger. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. His figure moved and appeared at the top of the fortress ruins. Looking at the 2 enlarged Arks of Misfortune, he laughed and said, "What? Do you think you can deal with me just because you've grown bigger? Aren't you people too naive? It's you? I never expected it to be you. Kid, let me ask you something. If you tell me where this large artifact came from, I will spare your life." With this voice, a person appeared at the bow of the Ark of Misfortune. That person was dressed in black armor. There were beautiful patterns on the armor. When Zhao Hai saw this person, he couldn't help but be surprised. Following that, he laughed out loud and said, "It's you. I never expected that you were left behind to watch the fort. Why? Do you want to know my background?" That person looked at Zhao Hai. His eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Zhao Hai. He said in a deep voice, "Kid, tell me. Where did you get this large artifact from? What's his name?" Zhao Hai looked at that person and said with a smile, "You seem to be very curious about this large artifact of mine. Alright, then I'll tell you. This large artifact is called the Stronghold Ruins. It's a sacred artifact of my desolate race." When that cultivator heard Zhao Hai's words, his expression couldn't help but change. Following that, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're lying. The desolate race doesn't exist in the Void Realm. Tell me, how did you get the Stronghold Ruins and how did you use it?" When Zhao Hai heard that cultivator's words, his eyes flashed. Following that, he looked at that person with a faint smile and said, "Desolate race? You actually know about the desolate race? You have to know that not many people in the Void Realm know about the desolate race. Even if they knew about the desolate race, they wouldn't have such a huge reaction. Friend, I think it's time for you to reveal your identity." When that cultivator heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but be taken aback. He never expected that Zhao Hai would be able to understand the meaning behind his words. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I'm the one asking you now. Kid, you'd better tell me how you got this large artifact. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Zhao Hai looked at that cultivator and said with a smile, "You don't have to hide anymore. You must know about the desolate race." "You're right. There's indeed no desolate race in the Void Realm. I'm the last member of the desolate race. However, I heard that our desolate race encountered a great calamity back then. The patriarch used the last of his strength to send the remaining people of the race away to an unknown plane. And in the void realm, everything related to the desolate race has long disappeared. Yet, you are able to mention the existence of the desolate race. It seems like your relationship with the desolate race isn't ordinary. Could it be that you are the desolate race members that were sent away by the patriarch? Yes, that's possible because only you would restrict the people of the void realm in such a manner. You would kill them without any reason. Am I right? My people. The cultivator's expression changed a few times. Finally, he let out a long sigh and said in a deep voice, "You're right. We are indeed members of the desolate race. They came back to take revenge on the void realm. The void realm originally belonged to our desolate race, but they occupied it. We naturally wouldn't let them off." Zhao Hai looked at him and said in a deep voice, "I never expected that you would have developed to such a degree. Impressive. I never expected that you would return. Sigh, back then. The patriarch got me to take care of you. It looks like you don't need my care at all." The cultivator didn't care about that. Instead, he stared and said, "Nonsense. It's been nearly 2 million years. How can anyone live that long? Tell me, who are you? How did you find the fortress ruins? How can you still use the fortress ruins?" End of chapter 26:18. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.